Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of the Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case Danny. Thank you so much, Danny. A script, a Canadian conspiracy, the Black Donnelly's massacre. Never heard of this? The format of the show, if you're new here, we're going to read this together and explore. Let's jump in, shall we? The frilly curtains tend to start twitching whenever a new family member moves into the neighbourhood. I'll admit that I've done it myself in the past. I'm usually just looking out for a few very specific pointers. I'll take it as a good sign if the new residents have got pets, or are talking in calm voices, or are so very old and close to death that are unlikely to have the energy to cause much trouble before the next lot inevitably move into the house in the very near future. Do really old people who are close to death move house? Like, is that something they do? Like, my grandparents lived in the same house for a very long time before their inevitable deaths, and because they're really old, moving house would be like a big effort for them, and they know people in the neighbourhood. What are they going to do? Go out and make friends with the other 90-year-olds? Like, doesn't seem very realistic to me. I'll take it as a bad sign if the new neighbours are wearing Prince Andrew face masks and fall out of the removal van covered in blood and vomit as their 8 screaming children run around the driveway with heroin needles sticking out of their arms whilst chanting the theme tune to Peppa Pig. Do, 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 do. I have that absolutely nailed into my head because my kids are not in a Peppa Pig phase at the moment, but they definitely were. And it's just do, 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 do. It haunts the minds of parents. There are far too many other frilly curtains witches who really only care about whether the new neighbours might be pesky foreigners. Although in the north of England, the term foreigner might sometimes be employed to describe someone from a different continent, a different country, a different town, or from the next street up where the rough kids set fire to dead cats that they found in wheelie bins. Jesus Christ. That's what the north of England's like, apparently. Just dead cats in wheelie bins everywhere, just being set fire to. It's like it must be a tradition up there. Danny's from the north. I've never been. No, I have been. Of course I've been to the north of England. I found so many dead cats. The Donnelly family might not necessarily have been expecting an easy ride when they upped sticks from their native Ireland and moved all the way to Canada in the 1840s. Oh, so I'm imagining all of this is very present day because, you know, wheelie bins and it's like, oh, now we're going back to 1840s because that's where today's stories happening rather than Danny's street. And to put it mildly, they quickly rubbed up some of their neighbours in the wrong way. But this was no minor neighbourly squabble over borrowed lawnmowers or overgrown hedges or nymphomaniac grandparents. Danny, no. No, the ever-growing Donnelly family found themselves locked in a wild feud, which evolved into 4 decades of bitter business rivalry, violence, robberies, sabotage, slit throats, murder, and at least one instance of swearing at a constable. It was a feud that led to a genuinely gruesome final showdown in 1880, which went down in history as the Black Donnelly's massacre, during which no less than 5 members of the family were savagely murdered in one night. Oh my god, they must have been really bad neighbours that you had to murder them. But were the Donnellys the villainous architects of their own downfall, or were they innocent victims of a local lynch mob who didn't care too much for outsiders? Can it be true that nobody was ever convicted in the murders despite everyone in town knowing exactly who was responsible? And why was the story suppressed for well over 70 years, with some locals still regarding the matter as an unspeakable topic even today? Well, if they got away with it, it's because they'll be like, never mention the murders that no one ever seemed to follow up on. Never mention them, they will be forgotten, and we'll all live out our lives. That's why no one would ever mention it. It's not like if you'd murdered someone in the past, you're just walking around being like, hey, Bob, remember that time we all got together and murdered that entire family? No one's doing that. That would be crazy. Hop down the road to my place where we can discuss the matter in even more detail while cracking open a neighbourly bottle of wine and munching on a few light nibbles. But take your shoes off before you come in and bring back that cement mixer I lent you 6 months ago. Where's the cement mixer? Why would you have a cement mixer? You're mixing your own... I guess people do mix their own cement. I remember mixing my own cement. I think my dad repaired our driveway or something. But we didn't have a cement mixer. It was only a little bit of cement, so we just mixed it up in a bucket or something. Yeah, I remember that. If you got your own cement mixer, you're up to some serious... Meet the Blackfeet. During their long residence in Canada, the family were nicknamed the Black Donnellys, which is a bit of an odd nickname of a family of white Irish Catholics. It's like, could you think of more white people than Irish Catholics? It's been suggested that the name refers to the blackness of their moods and their hearts, but it may have been a name plucked from centuries of good old religious conflict. You could just also call it racism, right? They're like these outsiders from Ireland and they arrive in Canada and they're just like, it just feels a little bit racist, doesn't it? And by a little bit, I just mean just regular racist. When a young James Donnelly, known as Jim, and his wife Joanna Donnelly, known as Judith, packed up their troubles and moved to Canada in the 1840s, they were following the lead of a great many other Roman Catholic Irish immigrants who were escaping religious and political turmoil, not to mention the small matter of the Great Famine, to seek out fresh opportunities in this new Canadian world of maple syrup and quite staggering politeness. The religious troubles had been bubbling away in Ireland since way back in the 17th century, when the power and wealth effectively shifted to a minority landholding Protestants, much to the detriment of the Catholic majority, who lost many of their rights and were forced into hardship and poverty and death by the actions of the ever-escalating rents demanded by the filthy rich Protestant landlords. This led, in the 1750s, to the rise of a secret society called the White Boys, formed by angry Catholics who sought harsh revenge on all Protestants and even other Catholics who dared to engage or do business with any everyday Protestants. The White Boys got their name from the white smocks they wore while conducting their campaigns of terror against the Protestants and sympathetic Catholics, campaigns which often involved killing livestock and burning homes to the ground. Oh my god. But white, why would you choose white? It's going to be a nightmare to get all the blood off. In contrast, the term Blackfeet was a derogatory name thrown at any Catholic who dared to associate with Protestants, or the English for that matter. Although they would never have referred to themselves in such a way, Jim and Judith Donnelly were two such Blackfeet who chose to try and get along with their neighbours instead of attempting to set fire to everything. You'd think that this healthy desire to live in peace would be a promising sign for their future endeavours with their new neighbours over in Canada, but half of the Blackfeet nickname reserved for perceived Catholic traitors seemed to follow them over the pond. Maybe it wasn't such a giant leap after all, though. The Donnellys moved from a farming town in Ireland full of Irish Catholics to a farming town in Canada full of Irish Catholic immigrants. Okay, well, then it doesn't seem likely that it was their outsider thing, because they're living in like a place where there's loads of other people like them. The landscape may have changed a bit, but the vibe was very similar in a population made up of people who sat on the opposite side of the barbed fence when it came to White Boys and Blackfeet. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here, as the Donnellys took quite a long-winded route to their new farming town. Jim and Judith Donnelly had married in County Tipperary, Ireland in 1840, and just 1 year later, their first of many children, James Jr., was born. It's not known exactly what year they decided to take the plunge and move to Canada, but it's generally believed that Jim set sail around 1842 and found a place to live before Judith and little James followed him within the same year. They made a bit of a false start by first settling down in the city of London in Ontario for a year or two, where Jim briefly worked as a tradesman before the Donnellys decided that city life wasn't for them. Yeah, I don't think city life would have been for me in the 18th century. 1842, yeah, they were kind of like, it was getting pretty polluted by that time, right? And filthy, and there's going to be horse shit everywhere. I'd be like, yeah, no, I'd rather live in the country. And also way less disease. I mean, there's way more disease in the city, less disease out in the country. Like, I like living in the city now, because it's relatively nice, and there's like, emission standards, and there's not horses shitting everywhere. There's just not that much disease around, like, compared to the past, where everyone was getting just consumption and dying. They were keen to get their hands dirty and carve out a new life as farmers in what was then known as the Biddulph Township in Upper Canada, which has since merged with the village of Lucan and is today known as Lucan Biddulph in southwest Ontario. The Biddulph Township wasn't a bad place to start for a budding farmer preparing to plant his first crop and yank his first cow. The fertile region had been adopted by a large group of African Americans from Cincinnati, Ohio in the 1820s, who had carried out much of the initial logging of the lands, but later struggled with the tough farming conditions and eventually abandoned their lots to return in defeat to city jobs. Under the ownership of the Canada Company, fresh attempts were made to sell the lots to potential new settlers from the UK at a relatively cheap price in a bid to get some productivity rolling out of this untapped wilderness, and it was an offer taken up by many Irish immigrants in the 1840s. And yet, relatively cheap was still far too expensive for many potential settlers, and what happened in many cases is that rich British property owners snapped up the lots without even bothering to pay them a visit. Yeah, that's the thing. Immediately I've seen there's like cheap land. It's like, well, someone with a lot more money is going to come in and buy it all up. Like, unless, I'm like, surely you need to restrict this to people who live there or something like that. Like, a bunch of places do this now, don't they? Whereas, like, you can only buy land and stuff if you're, like, a resident of that country or even of that city and stuff. Don't Germany do this, like, famously to stop people doing Airbnbs and stuff? It's a bad idea to just make it cheap and then be like, hey, everyone can have it, because there's rich people in like foreign countries that'll just come. And it just sat there in a casual hope that one day somebody might come along with enough money to rent their land and do something constructive with it. The Donnellys certainly didn't have enough money to buy or even rent land when they first showed up in the Biddulph township, but Jim and Judith weren't going to let a trivial matter like that scupper their grand plans. They came across a nice spot of 100 acres of land, which went under the official name of Lot 18, Concession 6, situated in an area known rather less officially as the Roman Line, so called because of the high volume of Roman Catholics who had already settled here during the last couple of years. The name also perhaps served as a warning that Protestants weren't particularly welcome around these parts. The problem was that this parcel of land was now owned by a guy called John Grace, who had recently acquired it from the Canada Company. But fortunately, John Grace was one of the many absent landlords who currently didn't seem all that interested in lording over his land. So Jim and Judith made themselves at home as the new squatters of Lot 18, Concession 6. This was a pretty common situation, which was often strongly supported by the courts back in the days of the Wild Wild West. The Donnellys were probably not even aware who actually owns Lot 18, whilst John Grace almost was certainly unaware that he had squatters on his land. Probably because John Grace is like chilling in London or whatever, and he's just like vaguely aware that he owns some land somewhere. And it's like, John Grace, it's kind of not a bad idea. Land's going cheap. There's, is it Mark Twain who said, invest in land, there's only a limited amount of it? It's not a bad plan. That land's probably worth something today. And like John Grace the 17th is rich. Over the course of the next decade, the Donnellys built themselves a fancy homestead and a respectable working farm from the 100 acres of wilderness, whilst Judith also gave birth to another 6 sons: William, John, Patrick, Michael, Robert, and Thomas. Is that, statistically likely? Is it random, or are some people more inclined to have boys and some people more inclined to have girls? Or is it just literally a 50-50 shot? Because 7 sons? God damn! By the 1850s, the Donnellys were established figures within the growing Biddulph township, although opinions of them appeared to be very mixed. Jim was a pretty short and stocky figure, reaching no taller than 5 feet 5 inches. On the height chart, he had probably plastered on the wall of his bedroom. But he could look after himself. Whilst he was seen by many as a fairly cordial and pleasant sort of chap with a large group of loyal friends, it was also known to get into occasional arguments and even fistfights after he'd been at the source down at the local tavern in the nearby village of Lucan, and he usually got the better of any guy who got a bit too lippy with him. Yeah, this sounds like just a reasonable dude. He's like, yeah, okay, I got lots of friends, I'm a pretty nice guy. Sometimes I get into fights when I get a bit drunk at the pub, but it's like, yeah, this seems very normal for the past. Meanwhile, Judith was seen as a cheerful and amiable soul, but she was also as tough as old boots and didn't take crap from anyone, and that apparently included animals. One completely unconfirmed rumour suggests that she once took a shortcut home across a neighbour's field and ended up getting chased back over the fence by a randy bull. The next morning, the bull was supposedly found dead with its tongue removed. Fucking hell, Judith. Why did you... I don't think you should go and shoot someone's bull because you climbed in its field and it got angry. Of course it's going to get angry. But I could vaguely understand why you'll be upset and then go and shoot it or whatever. But then you go over to it and just cut out its tongue? Like, what, you some mafia trying to send the bulls a message? What the fuck? This might be a bit of idle gossip, but Judith was certainly not a woman to cross or to chase across a field under any circumstances, and she would become even more feisty as the years progressed and the hurdles she faced became ever more challenging. Feisty is one way to describe a woman who shot a bull, walked over to it and sliced out its tongue and then just left the rest of its body. Judith, she's a bit feisty. She'll cut out your tongue. There were many in the Biddulph township who felt the family fully deserved to reap the rewards of all of their hard labour, toiling away on the now prosperous farm they'd built up from nothing while raising 7 young sons. But there were others who viewed the Blackfeet Donnellys as cheeky squatters who were a bit rough around the edges and had no shame in conducting friendly business with Protestants outside of the Roman line instead of throwing eggs at them. So, again, like me with my future perspective, I'm like, oh, that's nice. Trying to get along rather than just hating someone because of their religion. But back in the day, it's like, no, you better hate them. You better hate them because of their religion, or we're going to ostracize you, which seems a bit intense, doesn't it? However, after enjoying a decade of life in their new homestead, the Donnellys faced a fresh problem in around 1857, which was a little more pressing than divided opinion in the community. Some guy had just turned up on their farm with a rather aggrieved expression on his face. He wanted to know what on earth they were doing on his land that he had just leased. Uh-oh, Mr. Grace enters the picture. The logging bee incident. John Grace, the original owner of Lot 18 Concession 6, had eventually sold the land to a guy named Michael Marr after doing precisely nothing with it for 10 years. I'll tell you what he was doing with it. He was just waiting for that land to appreciate in value. Yes! Michael Marr was clearly a bit more proactive than the previous owner, and he wasted no time at all in renting out the land to an Irishman by the name of Patrick Farrell, who arrived in Canada in 1857 with his family, fully expecting to develop a farm from scratch on his empty 100 acres of leased land. Patrick Farrell was naturally just a little perplexed when he finally mated the property, only to find a family of 9 living in a cosy homestead and working on a farm that they reckoned belonged to them. Really? I guess they got to pull it off. You'd just be like, no, this is my land. I leased it from, Peter. Yes, Peter. Now let's get this tied up in the courts for ages. It was reported that the initial heated discussion between Patrick Farrell and Jim Donnelly ended in a punch-up on the farm, and despite the fact that Patrick Farrell was a former blacksmith who was built like a brick house, he was sent packing after receiving a proper bruising from short-ass Jim. Yeah, but it's like, Jim seems like one of these guys who's like short and stocky and has been in so many fights that he needs to he can fight, and it doesn't matter how big Patrick Farrell is. Like, Jim's just going to be like, all right, then let's fucking go. And Patrick will be, beaten. He got his ass whipped by Jim, who's 5'5". But I wouldn't, I'm definitely way off 5'5", and I wouldn't like my chances against Jim. I mean, he's dead because this is the 19th century, but I still, if I was back in the night, I don't know why I need to explain this. I wouldn't go up against Jim if he was still alive. But Farrell wasn't going to give it up that easily. After getting barely any help from the local constabulary, many of whom were good friends of the Donnellys, Farrell took the case to court and argued that a bunch of no-good squatters were preventing him from accessing the lands that he had lawfully leased. If I was that dude, I'd be like, yo, what was the name? Michael, or whoever he leased it from. Like, yo, the reason I leased this is because you're going to deal with the problems of leasing. It's like if you live in a rented flat and the boiler breaks, you're not like, oh, now if my boiler breaks, you're like, oh, for sake, got to go get the boiler fixed. And the boiler man comes, he's like, oh, it's going to be $1,000 or whatever. And you're like, oh, for fuck's sake. Whereas before, if your boiler breaks, you're just like, yo, landlord, boiler's broken, it's cold. And he'll come round, or he'll call a guy and he'll fix it, and the bill will be sent to him, and you're like, nice. So I'd just be like, bro, sort this out. Why do I have to go to court? It's not even my land. In response, the Donnellys argued that they now spent years breaking their backs in toiling on the land and developing a farm which now rightfully belonged to them, not some Johnny-come-lately who only thought he was leasing an empty spot of land. I'm sorry, Donnellys, but I don't think that's... You built that knowing the risks that someone could come along and be like, yo, that's my land. And it doesn't matter that 10 years have passed. It's not yours. The judge eventually made a ruling which some may find surprising. Patrick Farrell was allowed to lease exactly half of Lot 18 Concession 6 from the current landlord, but taking into account the work and improvements that the Donnellys had invested into the land, they were allowed to keep the other 50 acres for themselves, the good half that included the homestead and the hot tub. That sounds, in a way, like a fairly sensible compromise. But it's also perhaps quite understandable how neither party was entirely thrilled by the outcome. No, but it is a compromise, and if I was Patrick, I'd be pretty pissed off. If I were the Donnellys, I'd be like, holy shit, got 50 acres of land for free. Yes! For his part, Patrick Farrell was now only getting half of the land that had travelled all the way to Canada to farm, although it was in better shape than he had imagined. And whilst the Donnellys had been legally awarded 50 acres of land without having to pay anyone a cent, not a bad deal when you think about it, they'd now just lost half the land they'd been working on for the last 10 years. Tensions boiled between the neighbours over the next few weeks and months as Jim and Patrick began to loudly badmouth each other down at the tavern in Lucan, whilst each party also accused the other of getting up to mischief and sabotage over the wrong side of the fence at the now divided Lot 18 Concession 6. But it was a short-lived feud, which would all be over by the summer. Was this because one of the parties conceded defeat and moved away? No, because this is the Casual Criminalist. They all got murdered, Danny. Or perhaps they settled their differences over a beer and a pickled egg and agreed to live in harmony for the rest of their lives. Well, no, not quite. The feud only stopped when one of them killed the other. So it all happened during a logging bee held on June the 27th, 1857. I assume Danny's about to explain to me what a logging bee is, because I have no idea. I was a bit confused for a while here, as I thought that a logging bee had something to do with the wild and wacky sport of log rolling. I imagine it's going to be like, how many trees can you fell in like an hour or whatever, like, lumberjack style. But we're talking about an entirely different logging bee in this case. We're talking about a productive social event in which good neighbours of the wild frontier get together to clear out a bit of space in the forest for the planting of crops. Ah, yes. What are we doing today? A little bit of deforestation? Yes. Most of the hard work was achieved in the morning, but things tended to slow down quite considerably after lunchtime when everyone had started knocking back the liquor provided by the generous host. Generous host. It's like, oh, this is a good deal for them. It's like you just get a bunch of people who show up and clear some trees on your lands and you call it a party and then you just give them some booze. Be like, that's a good deal. Because otherwise you got to pay. I had a tree surgeon come and cut down a tree at my house and I was like, God damn, it's expensive. And I guess because they got like guys on like ropes and they're going up there and all that stuff. But still, like having someone cut down a tree is pricey. It would have been better if I'd just be like, yo, guys, you want a beer for all your hard work? And they'd be like, no, we're sending you an invoice. Fuck off. Like, it's expensive. This particular logging bee had been organised by neighbour Billy Maloney, and it turned out to be a well-attended and highly productive event at which both Jim Donnelly and Patrick Farrell were present. As usual, everyone had got off to a flying start during the first half of the day, but they had practically tossed the whole thing off by the late afternoon, and the liquor had started flowing. Yes! And it was, of course, during this late period of the day that Jim and Patrick finally found the time to begin hurling insults at each other, an ably exchange which swiftly led to a rowdy punch-up. But this was to be a fatal brawl, which concluded with Patrick Farrell lying dead on the floor with a logging handspike hanging out of his head. Holy shit, Jim, you murdered him! He's dead, Jim! Frustratingly, there were very few witnesses who actually saw the whole thing unfold, as Jim and Patrick had taken the polite step of stepping away from the main buzz of the logging bee crowd before throwing punches at one another. Well, I'll tell you what, when there's two people and they have a fight and one of them ends up dead with a spike in his head, it was the one who's not dead. He didn't spike himself in the head. Rumours initially surfaced from some of the attendees that the bigger and brawnier Patrick Farrell had been getting the better of Jim Donnelly on this occasion, and as a desperate last resort, Jim had picked up a handspike and used it to murder his opponent by driving it straight through his head. However, the local papers reported on the slightly different account told by some of the very few people who claimed to have actually witnessed the incident in full. These witnesses reckoned that Patrick had been the first to throw punches, and Jim had responded by knocking him down to the ground and walking away. As Jim's back was turned, Patrick got to his feet, picked up a handspike, and lunged at Jim in what appeared to be a purposeful attempt to kill him. Right at the last second, Jim spun around, picked up the first object at hand, which happened to be another logging handspike, and as Patrick bore down on his smaller opponent, Jim thrust the handspike upward to defend himself, but the handspike got lodged right in Patrick's head, killing him instantly. Whether the killing of Patrick Farrell was deliberate or entirely accidental, most witnesses agree that Jim didn't seem particularly upset at first that Farrell had died at his hands. Why would he be? He's like, this guy's a dickhead. I hate him. I'm getting in a fight with him and he tried to kill me. Or we had a big fight and I killed him. But it's like, either way, it's like, you would... I don't know, maybe should you just be upset because you killed someone? I don't know. If the guy was a dick, I'd be like, yeah, he's the way he is, isn't it? Yeah, just get on with my day. As a murderer. He did, however, grow a bit more concerned when the police were called to the logging bee and he suddenly realised that he was on the brink of getting arrested for murder. Shocking, isn't it, Jim, when you kill someone? Instead of remaining calm and explaining to the police he'd acted in self-defence, a point which could have been backed up by witnesses, Jim Donnelly instead panicked and fled into the wilderness, not to be seen again by anyone in the Biddulph township for well over a year. What? It's just in the woods? Well, I say he wasn't seen by anyone for over a year. That might not be quite true. There are a couple of theories which suggest that Jim hadn't actually fled very far at all. For starters, a few members of the community reported regular sightings of an unidentified woman toiling away on the Donnelly's farm alongside Judith. It's Jim in drag, isn't it? This mysterious female stranger was said to have a curious face that didn't look entirely dissimilar to that of the fugitive Jim Donnelly. But of course it couldn't be him, because Jim was on the run for the police and this new farmhand was clearly dressed in women's clothes. People in the past are a bit naive, aren't they? An even bigger clue, which may have indicated the close proximity of Jim Donnelly, is that his ever-faithful wife Judith somehow managed to conceive an 8th child during this period when Jim was officially missing. After popping out 7 sons, they finally got a girl with attempt number 8, and this last member of the original Donnelly clan was named Jenny. But it's pretty clear that Jim Donnelly had spent most of the year on the run, either lurking at home, working the farm while dressed in a cunning disguise, helping to conceive a child, or occasionally hiding out in the homes and stables of his loyal friends when it felt as if people might be bothering to look for him. It's maybe a little surprising that he managed to get away with this low-energy flight from justice for quite so long, particularly considering that it already built up a number of haters in the township who may have been pretty tempted by the juicy $400 reward that was being stumped up by the county council for his capture. Holy shit. $400 in like 1820s or whatever, that is going to be worth a mega fortune today. It's believed that Jim may have been helped in no small measure by County Sheriff Ryder, who was assisting the fugitive in covering his somewhat half-assed tracks. Sheriff Ryder was a fellow Blackfoot who had known Jim since way back in the old days of Tipperary in Ireland. Some of the Biddulph locals were now feeling aggrieved that Sheriff Ryder appeared to be making little effort to capture a fugitive who was hiding out on the town's doorstep. It may or may not have been entirely unrelated that sometime later, Sheriff Ryder was murdered for reasons unknown by a killer that was never identified. Why is so much murdering going on? These seem like very minor disputes. They're big disputes, sure. But like, a lot of... they're not big enough to be murdered over. Well, apparently they are. Jim Donnelly was never actually captured at all. It's just that after a year on the run, or at least a year on a casual stroll, he decided to turn himself into the police and face the music. This could have been because he was getting a bit nippy during the winter when he had to sleep in one of his mate's stables, or he might have just started to get fed up with dressing in women's clothes while working on the farm. Or perhaps he just began to feel a bit more confident that the consequences might not be so bad if he just explained exactly what had happened during the logging bee. The consequences couldn't have been much worse. Following a short trial at Huron County Courthouse, Jim Donnelly was found guilty of the murder of Patrick Farrell and sentenced to death by hanging, which was scheduled to take place 2 weeks later. Jim's going to be like, it was cold, but it's not that cold. I should have stayed in the barn. Still, a lot can happen in 2 weeks. We've already established that Judith Donnelly didn't take crap from anyone. And that didn't just apply to Randy Bulls, it also applied to Randy Judges. She told the judge right where to stick his death sentence and got him to change his mind. Well, kind of. In the rather uncharacteristic moment, tough old Judith petitioned the judge for clemency on the grounds that she was a helpless woman with 8 mouths to feed who needed Jim back working down on the farm. In the petition, which was signed by a long list of local supporters, she also points out that Jim's offence was committed without malice or premeditation and in the heat of passion. I kind of understand the last 2 points, but I'm not entirely sure it's possible to stick a handspike into your rival's head without just a slight hint of malice. Well, it is if it's complete self-defense. I mean, there's malice about, like, beating him up, but not to jam a spike into his head. But the judge agreed to look at Jim Donnelly's case again, and after concluding that Jim may have indeed acted in self-defense, the death sentence was commuted to 7 years in the Kingston Penitentiary. Jim Donnelly may have managed to slip through the hangman's noose, but he would be out of the picture for 7 years, and he'd be returning to a very different family when he was finally released. Yeah, 7 years for, like, young kids. My kids are 4 now. You went away to prison for like 7 years. Be 11 when they'll be starting my oldest will be starting secondary school when she comes out. When you get out of prison, you'll be like, oh no, I've missed a lot. She'll be like, who are you? I'll be like, I'm your dad. Oh, that's so sad. I don't like that. I'll try not to stick any spikes in people's heads. Hopefully I'll be fine. The rise of the Donnelly brothers. Judith certainly kept busy while her husband was banged up in prison, or the jail. Gaol. Old school spelling, as it was known back then. She faced a string of financial struggles and had to take out mortgages on the farm, but she kept those 8 mouths fed and proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that she was not the supposedly helpless woman who had helped her husband cheat death. Judith sold off a bit of the land to allow the building of a new schoolhouse which all her children attended, and this turned out to be a shrewd move as she also secured contracts to clean and organise events for the schoolhouse, which brought in chunks of extra wages during this financially challenging period. Those 7 sons had all been taught by Judith to take care of themselves from a very early age. Perhaps this was always going to be the Donnelly approach to parenting, but it could also be that Judith had grown increasingly embittered over what she perceived to be her husband's wrongful incarceration, alongside the faction of anti-Donnellys that now thrived in the Biddulph township. Just like herself, Judith's kids weren't going to take crap from anyone. In her own words, from the time they could toddle, I taught my 7 sons to be foreign fist and club fighters. Shaw and Tiss, I who taught them how to gouge, bite off an ear, and crack in a head with a club, showed them the best way to send a fast punch to the chin. It was very hard to read and very brutal. Perhaps she taught them a little too well. By the time Jim Donnelly arrived back home, he found that his 7 young sons he'd left behind had grown up, and they'd grown up into feared, hard-drinking men who weren't afraid to throw a punch down at the local tavern, or anywhere else, really. The second oldest son, William, was now seen as the leader of the pack. William had been born with a clubfoot and had suffered bullying and torment during his school days, but this only appears to have toughened him up more than the other Donnellys. In fact, he would quickly become seen as the head of the whole family, not just because of his brawn, but because he was also considered to be the smartest by far. Perhaps the white sheep of the Donnelly family was daughter Jenny, whom Jim Donnelly was now only meeting for the first time after being released from jail. In later life, Jenny seemed to be the only Donnelly who managed to avoid bar fights, regular brushes with the law, and the general controversies that were to engulf the rest of her family. Jenny's gentle nature and pleasant demeanour sparked idle gossip that she must have been adopted, or that perhaps Judith hadn't been quite as faithful as she claimed when her husband was hiding away in the cupboard under the stairs. Jenny never really had any enemies, and usually received a warm welcome wherever she went, but any potential boyfriends tended to keep their distance as soon as they realised she was a Donnelly, as they became scared of ever getting on the wrong side of Jenny's family. Yeah, it's like, Jenny's really nice and everything, but she's got 7 brothers who are fucking terrifying. You'd be like, stay away from Jenny. Jenny'd be like, oh, for fuck's sake. But did her brothers truly deserve their Hellraiser reputation? All 7 of them, James Jr., William, John, Patrick, Michael, Robert and Thomas, certainly got into their fair share of scrapes and fights and troubles with the law, but this was hardly unique in the area. The Biddulph Township was known to be a pretty dangerous place, crammed full of criminals and hooligans and ne'er-do-wells. John A. Macdonald, then Attorney General and the future first Prime Minister of Canada, received a letter from a local authority in 1859 which pulled no punches on the current state of the Roman line in particular. The letter warned, there is a section of the township of Biddulph inhabited by the lower order of Roman Catholics where a person's life is not considered of any value. Even the judges are not safe. In the area, it's wise only to go about during daylight hours. Now, the Donnellys probably weren't that much different from any of their neighbours. It's just that they were considered tougher than most, and they were not a family to be messed with. According to one long-standing rumour, it took just 3 of the Donnelly brothers to whip the asses of no less than 17 men during an epic barroom brawl, after which all 17 opponents ran away to nurse their bruises, whilst the trio of victorious Donnellys just casually mooched back to the bar to get the next round in. No shot. There's no way that they're taking on 17 people, but with 3 of them. Well, they like fucking ninjas or something? Some have argued that the Donnellys were not the villains that they're often made out to be. Every member of the family worked their fingers to the bone, and some of the sons went on to find great success in legitimate business, even if that turned out to be just as controversial as every other aspect of their lives, as we'll soon discover. Their supporters have suggested that the Donnellys were essentially a close-knit and industrious family who knew they had to fight their corner and stand up for themselves in a town riddled with crime and violence and knobheads. Others have argued that the Donnellys were a law unto themselves who regularly crossed the line and got away with a ridiculous number of brutal crimes across a region in which many of the untrained constables were often just as bad as the criminals, a region in which witnesses were often too scared to testify in court, and a region in which juries often seemed strangely reluctant to convict anyone on the strength of hard evidence, whilst judges often seemed equally reluctant to pass adequate sentences for serious crimes. You know your justice system is broken, where the people putting people in jail are afraid of retribution. Like, you see this with, like, gangs and stuff in, like, cartel country and, like, South America and stuff, and, like, in countries that are a bit broken. And you're just like, that is not good. That, I feel, and, like, the president stealing all the money, that's, like, some real, your country's kind of vibes. Right? Aside from Jenny, just about all of the Donnellys were destined to face a relentless chain of allegations over the next couple of decades, and most of them were destined to spend at least a short time in jail, although the overwhelming majority of charges levelled against them would never result in a conviction. But the jury's still out on whether the Donnellys were the true terrors of the town who rarely got caught, or whether they were just unfairly copping the blame for every heinous act that ever took place in a crooked township where judges feared to tread, a crooked township which was gradually turning against the family in even bigger numbers. The Stagecoach feud and other tales of woe. Bob McLean was no fan of the Donnellys. This fellow farmer in the Biddulph Township was beginning to get fed up with having to replace all the tools that were getting stolen from his shed on a regular basis. Bob felt convinced that those wretched Donnellys were behind it, and he eventually made a furious complaint to the constabulary in which he accused the Donnellys of persistent theft. Later that same week, poor old Bob McLean endured quite a terrible run of jolly bad luck. His cattle were poisoned, the throats of his horses were slit, and his barn was razed to the ground. Oh my god. Getting some fucking mob justice. It's like massive overreaction. You'll be forgiven for suspecting that the Donnellys may have been responsible, but we'll never know for sure, as Bob McLean decided to keep his mouth shut in the future. Pretty smart, Bob. Oh my god, they're gangsters. Now, we'd be here all day if we actually went through every single occasion over the next few decades in which the Donnelly brothers were accused of something or the other. Various allegations, including larceny, a post office robbery, and assault, were levelled against the brothers, but they were usually acquitted of all charges. A few notable exceptions include an incident in 1875 when James Jr. was found guilty of assaulting a fruit vendor but was cleared of the accompanying theft charge. That very same year, several brothers became involved in a street brawl in which they resorted to hurling giant rocks at their opponents, but only Thomas was found guilty of assault. Giant rocks. Okay. And of course, a wedding was never destined to end well in the rowdy Biddulph township. The 1876 wedding of local man Thomas Ryder escalated into a full-on riot when a bunch of constables turned up on the happy day with the intention of arresting a whole bunch of Donnellys for recent alleged crimes. Shots were fired between the Donnellys and the somewhat bumbling constables, who managed to let their targets briefly escape from the scene, although William and John were later convicted of assaulting a constable. A couple of years later, Robert Donnelly was found guilty of attempting to murder one Constable Samuel Everett, who claims that his attacker had fired shots at him from behind whilst the constable was just trying to open the front door of his own house. Robert Donnelly was sentenced to 2 years in the Kingston Penitentiary, but a year later, Constable Everett himself was in hot water after being convicted of assaulting another constable, and during this period he made the startling admission that he wasn't completely sure who had attempted to shoot him in the back in the darkness. He just kind of assumed that it might be Robert. And this dude went to prison for that? That's f***ed up. Also, he only got, if it was him, right? If it was him, he only got 2 years in jail. I mean, it wasn't, but someone did it. And they thought it was him, and they were like, yeah, 2 years, that'll work. Whereas when he was in a fist fight with someone, and he put a spike in his head, and in kind of like self-defense, maybe, he got 7 years, was it? This doesn't seem to have affected Robert's prison sentence. What? Which he served in full. But it's interesting to note that if Constable Everett's mysterious attacker had hit his target, and Constable Everett had died later from his wounds after pointing the finger at Robert, then Robert Donnelly would almost certainly have been hung for his crime. The Donnellys didn't seem to have much time for constables in general. Perhaps one of their biggest foes was a guy called Constable James Carroll, who first rolled into town in 1879 and seemed to take an instant dislike to the family, to say the least. During one early altercation, William and John Donnelly were convicted of throwing stones at the constable, and they were fined $3 each. Meanwhile, Mother Judith was charged with the shocking crime of using abusive language against the presumably traumatized Constable James Carroll, who claims that words such as rogue and blackguard were lobbed recklessly in his direction. Oh, someone called me a rogue. I guess it was worse back in the day. Today, if someone called you a rogue, you'd be like, hell yeah, I'm a rogue. I'm roguish. For her part, Judith reckoned that the words were used in retaliation after the constable pulled a gun on her and declared that he would enjoy shooting her just as much as he'd enjoy shooting one of her vagabond sons. Holy shit, no wonder she called you a rogue. It may all seem like fairly small fry stuff for now, and leaving aside the allegation involving the gun, it sounds like the kind of thing that was probably going on every day between children in the schoolhouse. But the relationship between the Donnellys and Constable James Carroll was about to take a significantly darker turn. The saga of the Donnellys surely can't all be about petty crime and bar brawls and assassination attempts and throwing quite big stones. What about the inevitable romantic love stories and the family's later game-changing move into big business? Well, there's plenty to say about all of that, but all such events were equally, if not even more, marred in controversy and kidnapping and fire and deaths. The leader of the brothers, William, fell in love with a local woman by the name of Maggie Thompson. The young couple had reportedly been going steady for 4 or 5 years, and William fully intended to marry Maggie. But there was one minor snag. Maggie's father, also called William, so let's call him Mr. Thompson, couldn't stand the Donnellys and wasn't even aware that his daughter had been stepping out with William for the last few years. And he didn't seem too thrilled about the prospect of wedding bells. In his own words, I had no idea she was keeping company with a Donnelly, and would rather see her going to her grave than having my consent to marry him. Jesus Christ, Dad. I'd rather you were dead than marry him. Christ, the past. A series of preserved letters between William Donnelly and Maggie Thompson reveal how Maggie, at one point, begged her lover to come and rescue her from the clutches of her father so that they could go and get married, and William duly obliged. Or at least he gave it a good go. He pulled together a gang of his closest associates who then descended on the Thompson household in a bid to find Maggie and spirit her away to freedom. Suspecting that Mr. Thompson had already got wind of their plan, William and the gang also forced their way into the houses of Thompson's neighbours, just in case Mr. Thompson had hidden away his daughter down the road. It seems that Mr. Thompson had been smarter than that, as William's mob never found Maggie on that night. Instead, the gang were all charged with trespassing, but in typical Donnelly style, William and his friends managed to somehow get acquitted on the charge, despite the large number of witnesses. It turns out that Thompson's good neighbours, the Tooheys, had helped hide Maggie in a more discreet location, but the Tooheys were now understandably annoyed that William and his cronies had come barging into the house to search every nook and cranny for the missing bride. This went down in history as the night the Donnellys made enemies of both the Thompsons and the Tooheys, and the incident would not be forgotten. It's not entirely clear what happened to old Maggie Thompson, but William seemed to have forgotten all about his lost love within the space of a year as he married Nora Kennedy in 1875. Shortly afterward, he moved out of the Donnelly household, but he clearly didn't fancy straying too far from the flock as he and his new wife Nora moved just down the road to a new property called Wayland's Corners. While the wedding itself seemed to go off without a hitch, certainly no signs of brawls or stone throwing or gunfire or death by logging headspike, there were already hostilities brewing between William and his new in-laws. Sadly, it seems that the Kennedys didn't care much for the Donnellys either, and Nora's brothers seemed particularly unhappy about Nora's choice of husband, leading to yet more feuding in the years to come. We can add the Kennedys to the ever-growing list of Donnelly enemies and scrap any hope of a half-decent wedding present. William and Nora Donnelly probably just got towels. Seriously, who thinks that towels are really a good idea for a wedding present? People give towels as wedding presents? I was gifted about 12 different sets of towels for my wedding. I don't need that many towels. All I actually wanted was a Mr. Frosty ice crunchy maker, and that was nowhere to be seen. Who gives towels? It's a bit weird. Don't people have wedding lists? You just have a list of things that you want, and then people choose something for that? Otherwise, you'd get, like, I don't know, I'd say lots of things that are the same. But I didn't think any of those things would be towels. Towels are like one of those things that I want to choose myself, because I want to go to the store, I want to feel the towels and be like, well, that's a nice one. I like that. Rather than, like, I don't know, getting gifted them and you're like, oh, this is a bit rough, I don't like it. Still, William and Nora were probably living quite comfortable lives in Wayland Corners and couldn't care less if the Kennedys very rarely came round to watch the big game on the widescreen TV. By the time he was married, William had turned his attention away from helping out on the family farm and into the lucrative business of stagecoach lines. William and several other brothers had started working for the McPhee and Keefe Stagecoach line in 1871, but the business folded just a couple of years later, which would have been delightful news for the owner of the main stagecoach rival, John Hawkshaw, who may well have started to rub his hands in glee. But Hawkshaw wouldn't have been rubbing his hands for very long. William decided to start his own new stagecoach line and roped in brothers Michael, Robert, and Thomas to help drive the stages. Stagecoaches is just like horses pulling carts, right? Is that a stagecoach? The Donnelly Stagecoach line ran between London, Lucan, and Exeter, and soon gave John Hawkshaw more of a run for his money than the old McPhee and Keefe line had ever managed. In fact, although Hawkshaw had been running his line for decades, he was so troubled by this new rival that he conceded defeat within the very same year and sold his business to an Irishman by the name of Patrick Flanagan, who clearly was more determined to put up a fight. This was the beginning of the Stagecoach feud, which spanned for a total of 5 years, during which period the stages on each line were regularly sabotaged, horses were tortured and killed. Why would you torture them? Why, just stop it. Just kill them. Don't kill them at all, but why would you torture animals? The passengers risked facing a barrage of potshots from passing gunmen every time they went out for a ride, and of course every time either the Donnelly or Flanagan lines encountered trouble of any kind, each blamed the other. One of the biggest tragedies occurred in 1875 when William Brox, a stage driver for Flanagan, was killed when one of the wheels fell off the stage, prompting speculation that the Donnellys had deliberately sabotaged the stage and caused the death of the driver, although this was never proved. Yeah, but by doing that, aren't they going to get retribution and then unscrew all of yours? And that's gonna be real bad. During the same year, Patrick Flanagan popped out to his barn, only to find that some little scoundrel had completely destroyed one of his stages and physically attacked one of his horses. Immediately suspecting the Donnellys, he angrily gathered together a large group of his hardest mates and marched over to the Donnelly household to exact some rough justice. Oh yeah, but these guys are scary hard. There's a rumor that 3 of them took on like 17 dudes in a pub. It didn't quite go as planned. The lynch mob were greeted by Jim Donnelly and most of his sons, all of whom were reportedly armed with clubs and ready for battle. Even though the Donnellys were heavily outnumbered, they absolutely battered Flanagan's mob. And it may or may not have been entirely coincidental that very shortly afterwards, Patrick Flanagan's entire barn was burnt down. The Donnellys had always been used to answering charges levelled against them, but things got particularly hectic during the Stagecoach feud. Within the first 3 months of 1876 alone, the family faced no less than 33 separate charges relating to assault, shootings, arson and theft, and although they were usually acquitted, a few of the brothers did spend short stints in jail around this time. The Stagecoach feud finally came to an end in 1878, but that's not because of an unlikely truce or because either side was victorious. In fact, both sides lost the war. The launch of an all-new London-Huron-Bruce railway meant that trains were on the way in and horses were on the way out. Enter the peacekeeper. Not all of the Donnelly family would make it as far as the 1880s. Eldest son James Jr. died in 1877 from what was officially described as pneumonia, although others have suggested that he was shot dead by one of the family's many rivals. However, as there's no evidence to back up that theory, it might have just been that even in the wild arena of the Biddulph Township, people sometimes still die from natural causes without anyone having to stick a logging handspike into their head. Yeah, it's the 1880s. People dying like left, right and centre. It's kind of amazing that all of these children survive to adulthood. It's the 1880s. It'd be like, oh, well, you got tuberculosis. How long you got to live? 6 months. It was the past. People dying all the time. It was reported that in a rather moving gesture, the surviving brothers honoured his death by going out and pummeling anyone who had ever said a bad word about James Jr. It's what he would have wanted. And the thing is, like, Daddy says that, but it is what he would have wanted, because they're like violent yobbos. The death of the third youngest brother, Michael, in 1879 was a lot more dramatic and perhaps closer to what you might expect. Following the closure of the Stagecoach empire, Michael had moved away to the city of St. Thomas, where he'd secured a new job at the Canada Southern Railroad. After clocking off what would turn out to be his last ever working day, Michael popped into a saloon in Waterford for light refreshments. God, retirement's got to be weird, right? I know this is not him not retiring, but I just had this image of, like, leaving work for the last time, and you're just like, yeah, just never going back to work. God, that's weird. And you just wake up the next day and be like, never go to work again. And then I guess like 2 weeks later, you're like, yeah, this is my life now. Like, my parents are both retired, and they've got into their retirement, and it seems like nice. Maybe I will retire someday. Not anytime soon. And it's like, I really like what I do. So I don't know what I'd do with my spare time. He became embroiled in a heated argument with a fellow employee by the name of William Lewis. This argument rapidly evolved into another brawl, surprise, surprise, but Michael was unaware that his opponent had a concealed knife on his person. According to local newspaper reports, Michael was stabbed in the groin, after which he staggered around the bar and exclaimed, "Boys, I am gone," before falling dead to the floor. It's speculated that William Lewis had been working for a faction of the anti-Donnelly mob and had been tasked with the job of deliberately winding up Michael so that he could be stabbed with a concealed knife. But it sounds more likely that it was just a dust-up between two employees which got out of hand, and if Lewis had been working for somebody else, the payoff wasn't particularly rewarding, as he ended up serving a long stint in Kingston Penitentiary, but for manslaughter rather than murder. Yeah, it's like they were in a fight, so that seems fair. Back in the Biddulph Township, the local feuds had intensified more than ever by 1880, and the Donnellys were now perhaps unfairly copping the blame for absolutely everything as more and more members of the community turned against them, and loyal friends became harder to find. If a horse got its throat slit, it was the Donnellys. If a store was robbed, it was the Donnellys. If a kid got his ice cream stolen by a seagull, it was the Donnellys. At around this time, William complained to the local press that somebody had stuck a sign up next to the community well in the middle of town which warned, "No more water for the Blackfeets out of this well. Go up to old Donnelly's and get your water." Curiously, William himself didn't seem to understand the origin of the term Blackfeet and assumed that it was meant to describe the few residents of the town who defied the rest of the community by continuing to associate with the Donnellys, and it's possible that the term may have evolved over the years to mean exactly that. But as the residents of the township continued to bicker and brawl and steal from their neighbours and poison each other's cattle, a new face arrived in town who was destined to play a huge role in finally turning this unruly place around, although perhaps not in the way he envisioned or hoped. This man was on a mission to put an end to the feuding and criminal mayhem for good, but we're not talking about a no-nonsense gun-toting constable here, and we're certainly not talking about Constable James Carroll, whose idea of eradicating the problem seemed to be based around the idea of just taking out the Donnellys. No, we're talking about a man who went by the name of Father John Connolly. Yeah, I was like, immediately I thought this dude's, it's going to be like a vicar or someone. It's going to be someone who's like religious. That's who. When the Irishman, Father Connolly, arrived from Quebec and took up his new position as the priest of St. Patrick's Catholic Church in the Biddulph Township, he was more than aware of the ongoing feud between the Donnellys and pretty much the rest of the community, as well as the high volume of crimes and violent incidents that pervaded the town as a whole. If I was that priest, I'd be like, oh no, you sent me here? That's where you think I'm needed? And I know I'm needed there, but can't I just go to the nice place where people just show up to church, they put some money in that little plate? That's that kind of thing. That's more of a vibe. Father Connolly sought to restore peace in Biddulph, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that Father Connolly sought to introduce the idea of peace to Biddulph for the first time. He came up with the sweet idea of forming the Peace Association, in which members of the community met up on a regular basis to discuss the most effective ways of embracing peace, love, harmony, and vegetarian cuisine. Okay then. In a bid to build new trust between neighbours, members of the Peace Association were invited to sign a pledge which granted permission to have all their homes searched whenever a theft was reported. It sounds like quite a smart idea in a way. There was no way you'd ever succumb to the temptation of stealing a corn planter from the guy down the road if you knew that your property was going to be searched regularly by the Peace Association. But there was a problem. Of course there's a problem. Anyone who's actually doing stealing is going to be like, no. Because it's a voluntary thing. It's not the law. Whilst the majority of the townsfolk joined up with the Peace Association, there was one family who made a notable exception and refused to sign the pledge or have anything to do with Father Connolly's new group. Guess if you can name that family. See if you can guess the name of that family. It's the Connollys. Not the Connollys. God damn it, the Donnellys. It's Father Connolly. Everyone's an Donnelly because they're Irish. Now, it's often reported that Father Connolly ended up becoming yet another enemy of the Donnellys, but I'm not sure that's entirely true. There were certainly more than a few differences of opinion tossed around between Donnelly and Connolly. The priest was obviously disappointed that the family refused to sign his peace pledge, and he wasn't mad keen on the Donnellys associating with Protestants. He was particularly miffed when Jim Donnelly donated a significant chunk of money to the building of a nearby Anglican church. Meanwhile, the Donnellys felt that Father Connolly was prone to spouting anti-Protestant rhetoric, prompting a scene in which Jim felt compelled to stand up in church and lambast the priest for preaching hatred from his pulpit. But it seems that Father Connolly was determined to try and get along with the Donnellys in his efforts to usher in a new era of peace for the town. And he was usually made very welcome whenever he paid a visit to the Donnelly homestead for tea and scones, although he was given short shrift if he ever tried to persuade the family that things might get better if they just stopped behaving like kids all the time. Oh, God. Yeah, they're not going to, because they're dickheads. However, whilst Father Connolly had the best intentions at heart when forming the Peace Association, the Donnellys' refusal to take part and sign the pledge had only served to deepen the rift between the family and the rest of the town. And now certain members of the Peace Association were getting a little frustrated at Father Connolly's gentle and patient approach. They decided that firmer action needed to be taken immediately. And with that in mind, they formed a secret splinter group with a very different agenda. They called themselves the Vigilance Committee. Missing cows and bonfires. This new grumpy group included Constable James Carroll, as well as members of families who were sworn enemies of the Donnellys, including the Thompsons, the Tuohys, and the Kennedys, who were, of course, William Donnelly's own in-laws. They met up in secret at Cedar Swamp Schoolhouse to discuss the most effective way of solving the Donnelly problem for good, but this time there was no signing of peace pledges. The early plan seemed to be quite tame in comparison to what was to follow in February 1880. It seemed for a while as if the Vigilance Committee was focused more on childish pranks rather than brutal retribution. For example, there was the mystery of the missing cow, which sounds like the title of an abandoned famous 5 novel. You may remember that Mr. William Thompson was the father of Maggie, whom he somehow managed to keep hidden away from William Donnelly forever. I didn't, but now I do. Now I think about it, I hope Mr. Thompson didn't actually kill Maggie, as he did make it clear that he would rather see his daughter dead than married to a Donnelly. Mr. Thompson was also a member of the Vigilance Committee, as was his son, William Jr., and it was William Jr. who reported that one of his cows had been stolen, prompting his buddies on the committee to turn up on the doorstep of the Donnelly homestead, armed with sticks, demanding to search the property. I suspect the Peace Association had already searched the property of everyone else, so the Donnellys were now the only remaining suspects. Yeah, but the thing is, with the Peace Association, if everyone else has signed up, then just by process of elimination, you'll be like, well, it's the Donnellys, isn't it? I mean, that kind of works. Surprisingly, Jim Donnelly didn't put up much of a fight. The property was searched, and there was no sign of the missing cow. The mob then went down the road to demand to search Wayland Corners, the home of William and Nora Donnelly. Again, no sign of a missing cow, and William didn't seem to get too annoyed about the whole thing, although the Donnellys would later make an unsuccessful attempt to get the cow hunters convicted of trespassing. The cow was found very shortly afterwards, after having apparently just gone astray in nearby woods. But it was speculated that the whole missing cow incident was orchestrated by members of the Vigilance Committee. Oh, it's a false flag! Perhaps even by Thompson Sr. or Thompson Jr. in an attempt to wind up the Donnellys and goad them into a fight in which they would be outnumbered. Not that this necessarily makes much of a difference when you're dealing with the Donnellys. No, it doesn't. 17 dudes in a bar taken out by 3 of them. That's like some Jack Reacher. Of more concern was the night of January the 15th, 1880, on which a barn belonging to one of Jim Donnelly's neighbours was set ablaze, and the fingers of suspicion naturally pointed straight at the Donnellys. Patrick Grouchy Ryder was the neighbour in question, and he seemed a little confused. He had been neighbours with the Donnellys for years, and had never had so much as a minor quarrel over turnips with them. In fact, the Donnellys and the Ryders had a history stretching way back to the Ireland days, as Grouchy was related to the Constable Ryder, who may have helped Jim evade capture before losing his own life under shady circumstances. Grouchy seemed reluctant at first to lay the blame at the Donnellys' door, but it seems that he got swept up in the rumours and gossip that was circling around the township. Although it was never proven, it now seems incredibly likely that the barn had actually been burnt down by members of the Vigilance Committee in an attempt to frame the Donnelly brothers. These guys, they're just looking for you could see how these guys end up getting murdered, because they're just looking for excuses. They're false flagging get out of this. If that was the plan, though, it kind of backfired. All of the brothers who still lived in the area were actually attending a local wedding on the night the barn was ravaged by flames, so they weren't exactly short of an alibi or two. As a desperate last resort, the Vigilance Committee, now backed by a slightly hesitant Grouchy Ryder, decided to try and pin the blame on Jim and Judith Donnelly, who were home that night. This seems to be stretching credibility a little bit, as Jim and Judith were both in their 60s by this point, and I'm sure they could find better ways of spending their golden years than setting fire to their good neighbour's barn for absolutely no reason at all. Nevertheless, despite the complete lack of evidence and almost zero chance of convictions, Jim and Judith were scheduled to face trial on the 4th of February 1880. For reasons beyond their control, they wouldn't be able to make that date. The Black Donnelly's Massacre. Perhaps feeling a little deflated that their alleged plot hadn't quite planned out in the way they'd hoped, the Vigilance Committee reconvened at Cedar Swamp Schoolhouse to consider the next move, and they were thinking of strategies which went way beyond barn fires and runaway cows. They were planning a full-on assault. The committee had a spy working for them, James Fearley, who was supposedly a good friend of the Donnellys, who paid regular visits to the homestead, but the Vigilance Committee somehow bullied him into furnishing them with reports as to the movements and routines of the household, so that a solid plan of attack could be formed when the family least suspected it. Ideally, the committee wanted to get their hands on as many Donnellys as they could at the homestead, but they knew they would have to make a separate visit to Wayland Corners to deal with the ringleader of the pack, William. That seems like a bad idea. If you want to take these people out, right? And I'm assuming they want to, kill them. Why would you do them all together? You'd just wait till they're alone, and then you'd off one of them, and then you'd off another one. Why would you try and approach them all together? That seems like a terrible idea. One of the new plans involved storming into the homes of the family, handcuffing the lot of them, and then dragging them to the woods where they'd be hanged from trees until they confessed to every crime that they'd ever committed. But the plans were to take even more drastic turns with every new committee meeting. Father Connolly had got wind that something was brewing within a secret splinter group and urged his congregation to be wary of this evil that has fallen among the community. Most of his congregation probably suspected he was referring to the Donnellys, exactly what I thought, rather than the secret society, who were now determined to wipe them out. On February the 3rd, 1880, the Donnellys were preparing for tomorrow's day in court, where they were supposed to be on trial for the burning of Grouchy Ryder's barn. Now, that might seem like quite a daunting event for a regular family, but considering how often the Donnellys have been hopping in and out of court over the last 3 decades, they probably viewed this as another opportunity for a grand day out and may have planned to pick up a few doner kebabs on the way back home. It's worth pointing out just how many Donnellys were still living in Biddulph Township at this point, and just how many lives were now in imminent danger. As we already mentioned, 2 of the Donnelly brothers, James Jr. and Michael, were already deceased. The 4th oldest brother, Patrick, had long since moved out of the area and into the city of Thorold, where he worked as a wagon maker and enjoyed a happy life with his wife and children. Sounds like Patrick made a good decision. Of all the Donnelly brothers, Patrick was the one who had the least scrapes with the law and seemed to prefer a quieter life. He had only recently written a letter to his father Jim, which urged him to sell the farm and leave behind the troubled township to start a new life in a place where not everybody hated him. Patrick expressed his concern that if Jim and Judith didn't get out of Biddulph soon, something terrible might happen to them. It's like, guys, everybody hates you. You should leave. Jim replied that he and Judith had no desire to leave the farm, and it's a shame he didn't listen to his son. Second youngest brother, Robert, had also moved away shortly after being released from jail for the alleged murder attempt on Constable Everett, whilst I'm pleased to report that only daughter Jenny managed to finally overcome the problem of the family name, scaring away potential partners. She married a man called James Curry and moved to Glencoe, thankfully escaping the gruesome events that were to unfold on the night of February 3rd. Yep, Patrick and Jenny, the smart ones of the family, who left the town where everyone hates them and hates their name and just went off and had a nice happy life somewhere else. So that leaves us with Jim and Judith still living at the homestead with just 2 of their sons, John and Thomas, while William lived nearby at Wayland's Corners. But one problem faced by the Vigilance Committee is that they were struggling to figure out who was where on the night that they planned to attack. Targets presumed to be at the homestead were absent, whilst there were other individuals staying at the homestead whose presence the committee hadn't reckoned on. John Donnelly was presumed to be at the homestead where he still lived with his parents, but had actually popped over to his brother William's home where he intended to stay the night. Meanwhile, Bridget Donnelly was the 21-year-old niece of Jim and Judith who had travelled from Ireland to spend an enchanting holiday with her weird relatives in Canada. Oh my god. It's not like you just pop over to Canada. Isn't she going to be on a boat for like 3 weeks? And then we have 13-year-old Johnny O'Connor. Johnny was a young farmhand who had been working hard all day for the Donnellys and had agreed to take care of the farm the following day when Jim and Judith would be away in court. With that in mind, Jim had invited Johnny to spend the night at the homestead, as there would be little point of having him go home just to come back the next morning at the crack of dawn and wake up the cockerel. This changed the usual sleeping arrangements quite a bit, as Jim invited Johnny to sleep in the main bed with him. A man in his 60s inviting a 13-year-old boy to share his bed would probably be frowned upon today, but these were more innocent times, and Jim was really offering Johnny a form of protection and reassurance of bedding with the gaffer in the big bed. Yeah, I mean, it's the past. Like, didn't whole families used to sleep in the same bed together and stuff because there was only one bed? So this meant that Judith was temporarily booted out of the master bedroom and instead shared a bed with niece Bridget in the room next door, whilst Thomas Donnelly was sleeping in his usual room near the kitchen, and John Donnelly had left the house to spend the night with William and Nora at Wayland's Corners. Shortly before everyone had retired to bed, that sneaky two-faced bag James Fihili had popped around to the homestead to exchange pleasantries with his friends, but he was actually reporting back to the Vigilance Committee on who exactly was in the property. He didn't do a very good job, though. Although he heard the voice of Johnny O'Connor in the background, he mistook it to be the voice of John Donnelly, who was already getting comfy down at Wayland's Corners. So, the committee had no idea that a young teenage boy was on the premises when the mob of around 30 men descended on the homestead around 1 a.m. for a final devastating showdown with the Black Donnellys. Now look, things are going to get a bit rough from here on in, but let's kick off with a welcome slice of good news. 13-year-old farmhand Johnny O'Connor was not hurt during the onslaught that took place in the early hours of February the 4th, 1880. The reason that I'm divulging that now is partly to ease any concern over the young boy's welfare, but mainly because it's important to note that the majority of the following events are from Johnny's own recollections based on what he saw and heard on that night. There were apparently a few other witnesses who observed a large group of men making their way to the homestead, although nobody else seemed to be sure who was in the group. Some of them were dressed in women's clothing for reasons that I can't quite fathom, and armed with pitchforks and axes and shovels and various other implements which probably weren't intended for a spot of late-night farming. The mob was believed to have been led by Constable James Carroll, whilst members of the Toohey and Kennedy families, and perhaps surprisingly former friends from the Ryder families, brought up the rear. The men arrived at the homestead and surrounded the entire property. Constable Carroll let himself in through the back door, which was unlocked. Apparently back in those days, everyone always left their doors unlocked at night because burglary hadn't been invented yet. The constable crept in and came across a sleeping Thomas Donnelly, who he immediately handcuffed whilst proclaiming that he was under arrest. Thomas understandably began to make a few vocal protestations regarding this unexpected disturbance, and the heated argument between the two men woke up the rest of the household, prompting Jim, Judith and Bridget to come racing downstairs to see what all the fuss was about. Slightly weirdly, Judith instructed Bridget to go and make a nice fire, which seems a bit of an odd gesture if it was intended to make everyone nice and warm and comfortable. Thomas demanded to see an arrest warrant, but his request was met with a barrage of fists from members of the mob. Still handcuffed while receiving this beating, Thomas still somehow managed to break away from his attackers and flee through the front door with the intention of raising the alarm, whilst the mob now turned their attention to Jim and Judith. Niece Bridget had fled upstairs in panic back to the bedroom in which she'd been sleeping. A terrified Johnny O'Connor had quietly emerged from the master bedroom and had attempted to follow Bridget, but in the heat of the moment, she had flung the door in his face and locked it. Johnny retreated back to the master bedroom and crept underneath the bed, where he remained hidden, peeking through a crack which the valance would usually have covered, as the chaos unfolded downstairs. Whilst Thomas Donnelly had done well to make it through the front door, he didn't get very far. He was dragged straight back into the house by members of the mob who had been guarding the exterior and thrown to the floor. His attackers took the time to remove his handcuffs before one of the mob took a shovel and repeatedly struck Thomas over the head with it until his head was cracked open, whilst others thrust pitchforks deep inside him. Jesus Christ. Okay. Jim and Judith Donnelly did not witness the brutal death of their youngest son. They had already been beaten black and blue by clubs until their bodies stopped moving. The family dog had been barking throughout the whole ordeal, but was silenced when one of the mob cracked its skull open with a shovel. As far as the gang were aware, there was just one potential witness, 21-year-old Bridget Donnelly, who was still hiding in an upstairs locked bedroom. A few members of the mob dashed upstairs to bash down the door and deal with a visiting niece. By the time they brought Bridget downstairs, she was already dead. The mob abandoned all 4 bodies, well 5 if you include the dog, on the kitchen floor as they doused coal oil all over the homestead and set fire to the property before making their exit into the night. Whilst it's been suggested that Jim Donnelly's eyes had been gouged out, Judith had been scalped, and Thomas Donnelly had been castrated and decapitated, I suspect that some people might be embellishing a story that doesn't really need any embellishment. No, it's already incredibly brutal. What we do know for sure is that only charred remains of the bodies were uncovered when the fires finally stopped burning at Lot 18, Concession 6. Johnny O'Connor had managed to make it out of the homestead before it burned to the ground. He raced down to the kitchen, quickly stepped over the 4 battered bodies and darted through the back door. He didn't stop running until he reached the house of a good neighbour, Patrick Whelan. Patrick was obviously a little discombobulated about having been woken up at 1:30 a.m. by a young, screaming teenager who was hysterically attempting to explain that the Donnellys had just been murdered. God, it's lucky this kid managed to escape, right? Patrick was initially unsure if he should believe the boy, but was also understandably hesitant about approaching the scene if a mob of up to 30 angry men were still hanging around with pitchforks. He eventually woke up his 2 grown sons and persuaded them to accompany him on a trip to the homestead, leaving Johnny in the care of his wife, who begged the boy not to tell her anything about what had just happened. It's like, yeah, I don't want to know. By the time Patrick Whelan and his sons had cautiously approached the homestead, the flames were beginning to die down. They came across the remains of bodies which they were unable to identify. However, the work of the Vigilance Committee was not yet complete. Although they were a little puzzled as to why John Donnelly had not been present at the homestead, their only concern now was to nail the ringleader of the pack, William. And this would involve a second late-night journey, which would culminate at Wayland's Corners. It appears that the numbers may have dwindled somewhat by the time the mob arrived at the house of William and Nora Donnelly. Perhaps some of the original mob had decided that it was seriously getting a bit late to be out and about. Others may have turned back home with complaints of aching arms. I hope it's not inconceivable, but some may have not been directly involved in the violence and were now horrified at how the others had gotten a bit carried away. Whatever the reason, whilst around 30 people had originally descended on the homestead, it's estimated that only around 6 of them stuck around for the second leg. This reduced mob had decided on a different tactic this time. Instead of barging uninvited into the house, they preferred the idea of getting a bleary-eyed William to answer the door and taking him by surprise as they shot a load of bullets into him. I'm not sure where the shotgun suddenly came from, as there was no mention of the mob brandishing such weapons in the original attack on the homestead and no evidence of them being used there. It's possible they had them all along, but only decided to use them on phase 2 of the operation as they were a bit more scared of a potential counterattack from the notorious hardcase William. It's widely reported, but not confirmed, that the mob initially began to beat one of William's horses to death in the hope that the anguished cries of the animal would wake up the head of the household, but this tactic reportedly failed to raise anyone from their slumber. What we do know for sure is that one of the mob, alleged to be a member of the Ryder family, eventually just began shouting William's name from directly outside the house. Sure enough, the light flickered on and a male figure opened the door, only to be greeted by a hail of bullets. As the man fell to the ground, 2 members of the mob continued firing as many as 30 shots into the victim's chest and groin. William's wife, Nora, raced downstairs to the scene and made an attempt to shift the victim back indoors to safety, but the body was too heavy for her to drag. At this point, she was probably unaware that the small gang of attackers allegedly included her own brother. A second male figure later appeared at the doorway and successfully dragged the body back into the house. The gang departed the scene, apparently under the impression that they'd just killed William Donnelly. In fact, they'd failed in that mission. They'd certainly killed the man who had answered the door, but that man was John Donnelly, who had been staying overnight at Wayland's Corners. So, William must have been the second man who dragged the body back inside, right? That's definitely what I expect, yeah. Well, no, this was actually a friend of the family called Martin Hogan, who had also been staying overnight at the house. Whilst John Donnelly had been getting shot and Nora and Martin had been trying to get him back inside, albeit a tad late to do anything, William Donnelly had remained in the upstairs bedroom surveying the scene from a window. Oh god, he's gonna do some like Taken on these guys. This could be considered an uncharacteristically cowardly moment for a man considered to be the most feared of all the Donnellys, especially as his wife had raced downstairs to potentially walk into a face full of bullets. But as he was known for his brains as well as his brawn, it could be the case that William had decided the shrewdest course of action would be to try and identify the attackers from a safe position. However, he reckoned he could only make out 3 of the faces. When the body of John Donnelly was later examined by a certain Dr. Flock, the doctor made the public observation he had so many shots in his body that he would have to be cut to mincemeat to get them all out. Dr. Flock's post-mortem reports on all 5 victims concluded that it was not possible to determine the exact causes of death as there were so little remains of the charred bodies. A later coroner's inquest, which was delayed until March, ruled that the victims had been murdered by persons unknown via methods of firearms, pitchfork, axe, shovel, clubs, and short wooden stakes. The usual suspects. Now, you might have expected the local and national press to take a fairly sympathetic stance towards the victims of a lynch mob, which went down in history as the Black Donnelly's massacre. And most of them did, whilst trying to take the time to express their revulsion at the senseless carnage that had taken place on their own doorstep. One national paper described the massacre as the blackest crime ever committed in the Dominion of Canada, while the Listowel paper pondered over a crime which has no parallel in the history of Canada. However, there were a couple of press reports who clearly felt the Donnellys had it coming. For example, the St. Mary Journal Argus appeared to consider it an event worth celebrating when they observed, quote, "The community is rid of most of a family who have made themselves a terror to the part of the country in which they resided. The Donnellys were desperadoes of the worst type, and their neighbours were afraid to witness against them, and no magistrate had backbone enough to convict them. While we regret exceedingly that such an atrocious murder was committed in our neighbourhood, the people of the township of Biddulph will breathe the freer." It's like, yeah, it's really bad that they were murdered, but everyone's better off. They deserved it. Meanwhile, the Globe managed to check out the word on the street. When they interviewed a man who preferred to remain anonymous, he told the reporter, "If you have lived here for the past 5 years, as I have done, you would know which side to sympathise with. The only friends the Donnellys have are a few persons who were in the ring with them and who are always ready to swear them out of anything." The man paused thoughtfully for a moment before adding, "Don't put my name in the paper, because if you do, I'll get another torch before 2 months. Wait, is he just threatening to, burn down the newspaper? Jesus Christ. I get the feeling that he was there stabbing pitchforks into people. But whilst the community weighed up whether they should be celebrating in the streets or recoiling in horror, the funeral for the 5 victims attracted a large turnout on February 6th, including, of course, Jim and Judith's surviving children, William, Patrick, Robert, and Jenny. William's going to get up to some right, surely. He's like the brainy, dangerous one, and his family have just been murdered. He's going to murder some people. Isn't that what's going to happen? I assume that's going to happen. At one point during the emotional sermon, Father Connolly broke down and wept, whilst emphasising that he bore no enmity against the family, a possible reaction to township mutterings that the priest had planted the seeds for the massacre with his so-called Peace Association and his anti-Protestant preachings, which had fuelled further anger against the Blackfeet Donnellys and indirectly led to the forming of a splinter group with murder in mind. It's not his fault. He tried to start a peace group, and the people in the peace group were like, yeah, this, we're going to start the vigilance group or whatever it was called, and murder. That's not the priest's fault. But the question remained over who, if anybody at all, was going to face justice for the 5 appalling murders. Didn't Danny say in the beginning that no one faces justice, which is kind of insane? While some people were trying to pin the blame on Father Connolly for his pesky meddling, I'm pretty sure the priest wasn't one of the people clutching a pitchfork on that night. In fact, it was generally believed that most people in the Biddulph township knew exactly who was responsible for the massacre, or at least they knew the identities of many people involved. This supposedly secret vigilance committee wasn't really much of a secret at all at this stage, and most residents were aware that Constable James Carroll was the ringleader out for blood, supported by a list of particularly loyal acolytes who were known to keep his company and jump to his every command. It's alleged that despite the late hour of the lynching, several witnesses observed the mob first approaching the homestead and may have identified some of those familiar faces hidden beneath the women's clothing, but not one of them fancied the idea of testifying in court. So in terms of eyewitnesses, we're left with the sole testimony of a 13-year-old farmhand for the attack on the homestead, during which Johnny O'Connor claims to have recognized the faces and voices of the main perpetrators, and the sole testimony of William Donnelly for the attack on Wayland's Corners, during which he claimed to have recognized 3 faces in the darkness from his bedroom window. The notable lack of other eyewitnesses willing to stand up in court meant that securing a conviction was always going to be tricky, especially in a region where the juries were already known to be quite reluctant to give a guilty verdict, even if a man had been seen by 1,000 witnesses shooting a victim in the chest while screaming, "I've caught you bang to rights, governor!" Nevertheless, within just a couple of days, the police still eventually managed to round up a list of around 13 members of the Vigilance Committee, based largely on the names provided by Johnny O'Connor and William Donnelly. Every name on the list, including Constable James Carroll, members of the Thompson, Kennedy, and Toohey families, were arrested and kept in jail before a series of preliminary hearings were held at McLean's Hotel in Lucan. It was ultimately decided that only Constable James Carroll would initially face trial for his alleged involvement in the specific murder of Judith Donnelly, as observed by Johnny O'Connor. Some of the other suspects were released on bail, but 5 of them were held in jail until their own trials would be supposedly set for later in the year, assuming the local courts could fit them into their remarkably busy schedule. It was the press who first began pondering whether it was entirely fair to hold a trial in a courthouse in London, Ontario, where it was believed that many of the deep feelings of prejudice held against the Donnellys, alongside strong waves of support for the suspects who may have got rid of a big chunk of the troublesome family. It was a point eventually picked up by the prosecution team, who petitioned the judge, Justice Armour, for a change in venue to more neutral grounds, but the request was denied. They're never going to get a fair trial. Everybody hates them. I mean, not them. Everyone hates the Donnellys, so the person on trial, this sheriff dude or whatever, he's just definitely going to get away with this. Another concern was the immediate safety of young Johnny O'Connor. Bearing in mind that he was the sole witness of the first attack, it wasn't entirely inconceivable that someone working on the side of the suspects might attempt to take him out of the picture before he had a chance to testify. Oh my god, yes, of course. He's got to be in, witness protection or whatever. Johnny's parents, Michael and Mary, had already been the targets of abuse when they were out and about on the streets of Biddulph, and one of their 2 properties was later burned down, although thankfully the property was empty at the time. The court ruled that the whole O'Connor family should be taken out of Biddulph and relocated in a safer area in London, which would be guarded at all times by a constable. At this point, though, Mary O'Connor appeared to start taking the piss. She insisted that the family didn't need 24-hour protection of a constable, and argued that those wages should instead be paid to Johnny's older brother, who would do just as good a job looking out for the family on his own. Surprisingly, the court accepted this request, but the arrangement lasted less than a week, as that's all the time it took for Johnny's responsible bodyguard to go and get arrested after a drunken brawl in a store. A little down the line, Mary O'Connor began demanding money for new furnishings or for the new pad in London, which she perceived as inadequately decorated, along with various other convoluted expenses that she'd managed to drum up during this difficult period. Again, the court seemed to agree to her every financial request. Okay, remarkably generous. The Crown Attorney, Charles Hutchinson, appeared to be losing his patience with Mary in a letter addressed to the Attorney General, in which he notes to the parents, "In my opinion, I regret to say they have but little thought except as to the amount of money they can make out of the situation." Carry on, Constable. The first trial of Constable James Carroll got underway in London on October the 4th, 1880, and as you might already be able to deduce from the wording of that sentence, the outcome couldn't really be described as conclusive. There's not actually much surviving documentation from the original trial, although the word on the street is that we didn't really learn anything new over the course of the 6 days. The prosecution team, led by Emilius Irving, was still heavily reliant on testimony provided by Johnny O'Connor, which had been heard in detail during the coroner's inquest, and which formed the basis of my earlier description of the attack on the homestead. But one aspect that doesn't get reported very often is the surprising admission from Johnny O'Connor that he was spotted by Constable James Carroll during the massacre. The way the story is usually told, Johnny was never detected by the attackers, yet the boy claimed in court that Carroll climbed the stairs, saw Johnny hiding under the bed, looked him straight in the eyes before leaving the bedroom without uttering a word. If true, this suggests that while the mob were happy to cover their tracks by murdering a 21-year-old niece who had nothing to do with their grievances, James Carroll couldn't quite bring himself to hurt a 13-year-old farmhand. He may have felt that this would have been crossing the line for a respectable constable. But murdering an innocent 21-year-old who was just on holiday for Ireland, that's cool. Christ. Slightly confusingly, the trial also had testimonies from William Donnelly and some of the suspects connected with the attack on Wayland's Corners, even though at this stage Carroll was the only one being charged for the specific murder of Judith Donnelly at a different property. The defense team, led by Hugh McMahon, also wheeled out a long list of alibis who all insisted that each suspect had spent the night in question indoors. Some of them had been enjoying a drink, some of them had been playing cards, and some of them had been chatting about the futility of human existence in an infinite cosmos, but absolutely none of them had been wandering around in the middle of the night with pitchforks and shovels, and that is absolutely a fact. After the prosecution and defense wrapped up their arguments, Justice Armour appeared to be steering the jury in the direction of a guilty verdict against Carroll. But after just 5 hours of deliberations, the jury declared there was no hope of reaching a verdict. 7 were in favour of acquittal, 4 were in favour of conviction, and 1 couldn't make up his mind. Wait, doesn't that mean you get acquitted? Isn't it like they have to get all of them? No? Or like 10 out of 12 or something like that? Oh, this is Canada. I don't know how it works in Canada. I don't really know how it works anywhere. One juror in favour of acquittal later noted that he couldn't bring himself to convict James Carroll solely on the word of a 13-year-old boy, whilst another made the rather troubling admission that he wouldn't have voted in favour of conviction even if he had witnessed Carroll carrying out the murders with his own eyes. Dude, you need to be dismissed from the jury pool. Like, what the what are you doing in there? It's like, nah, even if he was guilty, I'd say he wasn't. I love him. He's my mate. The second and final trial of Constable James Carroll was scheduled for January 1881, this time presided over by Justice Cameron. Concerns were raised before the trial even got underway when it was noted that the jury was entirely made up of Protestants in a case involving the alleged murder of a Blackfeet family by an Irish Catholic. Yeah, again, you need to dismiss this jury and find some people who are actually impartial. Some suggested this wasn't entirely fair on Constable James Carroll. It's not fair on him. Like, even though he did this it's not fair on him. He needs an impartial jury. Yet Crown Attorney Charles Hutchinson felt that the odds were still very much stacked against a conviction, as there was so much hatred for the Donnellys still festering in the region. At one point, he wrote a weary letter to prosecutor Amelia Serving, in which he complained that it was just a waste of time and money pushing on with a second trial as the outcome was inevitable. But the prosecution pushed on ahead regardless. Yeah, I mean, it's a good try by the defense. It's like, you might as well give up, because everyone hates the family, and this guy's, even if he killed them, they're going to let him off. And the prosecution is basically like, yeah, you're right, let's just go chill. One notable difference this time around is that the testimonies were devoted almost exclusively to the attack on the homestead, and William Donnelly was not invited to speak about the murder of his brother at Wayland's Corners. I have to admit that I had trouble getting my head around the logic of spending so much of the first trial discussing the second attack when it appears to bear little direct relation to the murder of Judith Donnelly at the hands of Constable James Carroll. It was now decided that the incident at Wayland's Corners would be scrutinised during potential future trials of suspects charged specifically with the second attack. Yeah, which makes way more sense. The second attack has nothing to do with the first, or nothing to do with what's going on in court. The main alibi for James Carroll was farmer William Thompson Jr. of the missing cow fame. Thompson testified in court that Carroll had slept at his house on the night in question, and they'd both retired to bed at around 10 p.m. However, it's worth noting, William Thompson Jr. himself was suspected of being a member of the mob, as his testimony conflicted somewhat with the statement he gave to police the morning after the massacre, in which he claimed to have gone to bed alone at around 6:30 and not waking up again until 7 a.m. the following morning. That's a very long sleep, which seems like a remarkably long snooze for a farmer. Yeah, he slept 12 and a half hours. No one sleeps 12 and a half hours. When challenged about this in court, William Thompson Jr. claimed that he didn't recall saying that in the police statement, but he may have panicked and lied out of fear of being wrongfully arrested. Johnny O'Connor was given a tough grilling by the defence team, during which there were some minor discrepancies uncovered in the various statements he'd given along the way, involving specific noises that he'd heard and weapons that he'd glimpsed. There was also doubt cast over why exactly the valance of Jim and Judith's bed would have been removed, providing Johnny with the only opportunity to peek at the carnage from his hiding position, but Johnny swore that this was true. In fact, Johnny did a remarkably good job of remaining calm, composed, measured and respectful throughout the trial, even when his earlier recollections to the prosecution were continually interrupted by objections from the defence, which were usually upheld by Justice Cameron, who clearly wasn't taking a very favourable view of the boy's testimony. If Johnny was calm and composed, his mother Mary was sadly the exact opposite. Throughout her questioning by the defence team, she was defensive, tetchy, and downright hostile at times. Here's an example of a typical exchange between Mary O'Connor, defence lawyer Hugh McMahon, and Justice Cameron regarding a question involving how much money she was trying to make from all of this. Mary, I don't want to be speaking to the jury or anyone else. What for do you be forcing a woman to answer against her will? Oh my God, people spoke weird in the past. Hugh McMahon, you'll have to answer my question, Mrs. O'Connor. If you don't, you'll be made to. Mary, you may keep me here for a month then. Cameron, I'll commit you, Mrs. O'Connor, unless you answer the question. Mary, you can send me to prison if you like. Cameron, I will, unless you answer the question. Mary, well then, send me. It's nice to work trying to get a woman to spake against her will. Mary O'Connor didn't get sent to prison, but the problem is her unique contribution to the proceedings very probably did more harm than good to the prosecution. It was revealed that she'd been constantly squeezing money from the Crown for ridiculous reasons and had been contemplating how to get her hands on a $4,000 reward put up by the government of Ontario for information leading to a conviction. That's a hell of a lot of money. This led to speculation that Johnny O'Connor had been providing testimony under guidance from his money-grabbing mother. an allegation which had been dismissed by Justice Armour during the first trial, but one which Justice Cameron felt was quite probable. In fact, a week later, Justice Cameron informed the jury that Johnny O'Connor's testimony should be considered unreliable, leaving the jury with little else to work with. On February 2nd, 1881, a unanimous verdict of not guilty was declared in the case of Constable James Carroll. Am I surprised by this? In no way whatsoever. Do I think he's guilty? Hell yes! Do I think he's gonna get guilty? No, never did. As soon as the verdict was declared, whoops of joy and delight briefly echoed all through the courthouse, although these quickly subsided when Judge Cameron announced that anyone caught applauding would be immediately arrested. Yeah, it's not appropriate to clap in a courtroom. And whilst Cameron appeared to have directed the jury to the verdict, he did have a little sympathy for the acquitted defendant. In his closing remarks to Carroll, he noted, "You, James Carroll, are a number of the constabulary of your own county, and you have, in the discharge of your duties as constable, exhibited the utmost asperity." What does this mean? Oh, what happened to my dictionary? I normally have a dictionary where I can look stuff up. Because I'm small-brained. Well, this is like an old word from the past, right? "It has been plainly shown that you are particularly anxious to prosecute the Donnellys, and if you have suffered a year's imprisonment, you have yourself to blame for it. This, together with the continual dread and uncertainty hanging over you, for you have had what may be looked upon as a narrow escape for your life, may be regarded by you in some measure as punishment for your dereliction of duty in the discharge of your duties as constable. I trust you will leave the dock a better and wiser man." Even judges back in the day, it's like, what are you saying? Basically, you've been a very naughty boy and it's lucky you got off. Perhaps a guilty verdict was always going to be unlikely in a trial held in a region where the Donnellys were hated by so many, especially considering the potential consequences for other suspects who could consequently be put on trial in the event of a conviction for Carroll. Before the verdict was reached, one of the jurors had apparently asked prosecutor Amelia Serving if there was any chance at all that Carroll might not be hanged if he was found guilty, to which the prosecutor had simply replied no. This may have influenced the jury to some degree, as they now feared that a guilty verdict in this case would ultimately result in the hanging of a long list of other husbands and fathers in the Biddulph township. Yeah, it does set a dangerous precedent for all of those people. This trial is super biased. It's also a great pity that the testimony of the sole witness to the first attack on the homestead was disregarded as unreliable. Maybe a constable was never going to be hung on the word of a 13-year-old farmhand, and whilst Johnny O'Connor was always remarkably mature and composed throughout the trials, it's not out of the question that he may have been recalling certain events that he never actually witnessed, or that he may have been influenced by his mother, who had a beady eye on a nice new mahogany piano for the front room. But the facts still remain that shortly after arch-enemy Constable James Carroll formed a vigilance committee with a ruthless agenda of solving the Donnelly problem for good, 5 members of the family were massacred by a lynch mob. I suppose it could have just been a huge coincidence. Yeah, it's not. Of course it's not. We all know they did it. It's nice about these things being so far in the past, because you don't have to be like, allegedly, because everyone is dead for centuries. They did it. We know they did it. A big group of them, led by this constable dude, went and murdered a whole bunch of people, and they got away with it. But here's where things get a little bit baffling. In light of the verdict, all the other prisoners were granted bail and nobody else was ever brought to trial for the murders. I don't think that's baffling. It's like, if the ringleader got off on not guilty, then all of the others are as well. It's going to be a waste. It's like a class action lawsuit, right? They get a class together, and then they go to court, and if it gets struck down, then they don't go for each individual plaintiff until they get what they want. And here it's going to be the same result, because it's the same witnesses and the same situation, and they're just not going to be guilty. The reasoning seemed to be that as it had not been possible to secure a conviction in the case of Constable James Carroll, it would be a waste of time and resources even attempting to secure a conviction for any of the other suspects. Exactly. I can see why this makes some sort of sense for the attack on the homestead, in which the prosecution would again need to rely on the same sole testimony that had already been deemed unreliable. Oh yeah, but there's the attack on the second house. Why, that should be tried separately. But I'm surprised that this also seemed to apply to the second attack at Wayland's Corners, which was arguably an entirely separate event with entirely different witnesses, only one of which, William Donnelly, claimed to have identified some of the perpetrators. It might even be argued that the separate events were different operations which involved at least some different suspects. It's generally assumed that following the Homestead attack, the same mob moved on to Wayland's Corners in a greatly reduced number, and this is backed up by the amount of time that elapsed between the two events, and the fact that a few of the same faces were supposedly identified by both Johnny O'Connor and William Donnelly. But it does seem odd that the two mobs employed such different strategies and were armed with such different weapons. Whilst the first mob confidently barged into the homestead with pitchforks and shovels, the second much smaller mob were armed with shotguns and just fired bullets at their target in a doorway from a distance before legging it. It almost feels as if the two incidents were masterminded by entirely different suspects, or it could be that the mob were far more scared of William Donnelly than they were the rest of his family, which might explain why most of them went back home for supper after the first attack, and why the remainder of the group stopped off to collect shotguns. Yeah, although if you're in that first group, if everyone goes home, then you're all f***ed, because William Donnelly's going to be like, get my gun. Although, is he going to get revenge on all of these people? I get the feeling he's not, right? Because I feel like Danny told us some details of the story at the beginning. I'd kind of expect William Donnelly to be like, alright, let's go. William Donnelly claimed in his testimony during the first trial that he definitely saw the faces of 3 attackers from his bedroom window, including Constable James Carroll and his own brother-in-law John Kennedy. He also claimed that he thought he could identify 3 others, but he couldn't quite be as sure about those. The Crown presumably felt that further trials could not go ahead based on the sole testimony of a witness who was peering out into the inky gloom. The matter was dropped, and nobody was ever convicted of participating in the Black Donnelly's massacre. A conspiracy of silence. In the immediate aftermath of the verdict, the released prisoners headed straight down to the Western Hotel for a celebratory drink. One newspaper reported that William Donnelly briefly popped into the very same bar and extended a surprising invitation to buy a drink for all the suspects. What are you doing? It wasn't the really most cordial of invitations, though. The exact words he barked out were, "I want all you murderers to come and have something." Nobody accepted the generous invitation, and William left the Western Hotel shortly afterward without further incident. All those dudes, I'd just be like with one eye open in the night looking for William Donnelly in the shadows of my bedroom. The press in general bravely swam against the anti-Donnelly tide, as the majority of the papers appeared to conclude that justice had most definitely not been served. One paper described Constable James Carroll and his cohorts as a bunch of sinister, envious, dangerous backwoodsmen, whilst the Toronto Globe noted of the trial, stronger evidence has rarely been brought against any man who in the face of it escapes the gallows. It did briefly appear as if those sinister, envious, dangerous backwoodsmen might yet face another trial when just a month later, 2 of the suspects, brothers James and William Fahili, apparently made a shocking confession to Patrick Donnelly that they had indeed been members of the mob and everything Johnny O'Connor had claimed in court had been absolutely true. Don't talk about your crimes. Don't talk about your crimes, especially to a member of the family who you committed those crimes against. What are you doing? The Fahili family had always been considered good friends of the Donnellys, and you may remember that James Fahili was the sneaky two-faced bag who was working as a spy for the Vigilance Committee. Oh, I didn't remember that, but that's the dude, okay. Whilst popping around to the homestead and cheerfully eating all of their biscuits. Well, it seems as if the sneaky two-faced bag was on the verge of making amends for all of his behaviour after he claimed to Patrick Donnelly that he and his brother never wanted to get involved in the first place, but they'd done so out of fear of repercussions from the Vigilance Committee. The brothers also apparently revealed that they had no idea that the 5 victims were to be murdered, they just thought they were going to be a little roughed up. The bad news is that shortly after making this confession, the Fahili brothers fled to Michigan to avoid having to testify against the Vigilance Committee. The good news is that by the end of the year, the brothers have been extradited back to Canada to face questioning. But the other bad news is that they denied ever having made such a confession and refused to testify, meaning that the whole matter was again quietly dropped. What did they think was going to happen? That they're going to come back and be like, because they're not, like, why are you going to testify against themselves? Like, what? What? Either Patrick Donnelly had just made the whole thing up, or the Fahili brothers were really utterly terrified of the Vigilance Committee. The 5 victims were laid to rest underneath a large monument erected in St. Patrick's Cemetery in the Biddulph Township. The inscriptions were unusually dramatic for a commemorative monument. The full name of each victim was bluntly accompanied with the word "murdered!" The monument was reportedly the target of vandalism during the early years, but it remained in place until 1964, by which point renewed interest in the Donnelly massacre had generated such a spike in visitors to the controversial monument that public access to the cemetery was temporarily denied. The monument was replaced with a much smaller grave marker, which notably omitted the 5 striking uses of the word "murdered." It's often reported that this decision was taken by then priest of St. Patrick's Church, but it would appear that the descendants of the Donnellys fully approved of the replacement. For at least 7 decades, the original monument was the only stark reminder of the massacre in both the Biddulph township and the nearby village of Lucan, where the story was heavily suppressed. Despite the fact that the story was well known throughout the rest of North America, many children in the local area grew up without having the faintest clue about the Donnellys because it was considered taboo to discuss the subject. Of course it was, because they were, like I said at the beginning, this whole group of people got away with murder. Of course they're not talking about it. They shut the up. Those two guys talked about it. They're idiots. Everyone else is like, just don't talk about the murders that we all were in on, okay? We got away with it. Don't talk about it ever again. Shut the up. Good work. Good criminals. The reason behind this reluctance to share the past is apparently because nobody wanted to upset the descendants of the suspects who lived in the township. If the citizens were really that bothered about hiding away from history, you'd think they might have got rid of the monument a fair bit sooner, bearing in mind that it defiantly screamed murder from the grounds of St. Patrick's Cemetery, but I guess that the kids were supposed to just ignore that and not ask any awkward questions. The conspiratorial cloud of covert concealment finally began to clear a little in 1954 when crime author Thomas Kelly wrote the best-selling book The Black Donnellys, which sparked fresh interest in the massacre and was largely responsible for driving all those new visitors to the monument. It has to be said that Thomas Kelly was also a fantasy writer, and many have questioned his take on events, which seems to paint the whole family as black-hearted monsters who thoroughly deserved their grisly fate. A more sympathetic view has been adopted in recent years by the citizens of the now merged township of Lucan Biddulph, which is today home to the Lucan Area Heritage and Donnelly Museum. Alongside the display of local historical artifacts from the last 150 years, probably not including the logging handspike that killed Patrick Farrell, the museum also hosts a mock-up of the original Donnelly's homestead, in which visitors can experience a spine-chilling account of the whole saga. It's pretty grim. What's this? Oh yeah, this is like 100 years in the future or whatever. What's this? Well, this is the room where who was the guy who cut the faces off people? It was a strange relationship with his mother. God damn, he's super famous. What's his name? That dude. A mock-up of his like weird murder house. I don't know if that's appropriate for a museum. In fact, much to the chagrin of older residents, Lucan Biddulph has begun to develop something of a small tourist industry based around the Donnellys. It saddens me to say that you can even fork out for ghost tours, which play on the ideas that apparitions of the victims are regularly spotted in the window of the original homestead, and that horses refuse to pass the homestead on the night of February the 3rd. Of course, just people making some money. But even though there are some entrepreneurial souls and paranormal charlatans now willing to cash in on the carnage, there are residents of Lucan Biddulph who still consider the whole topic to be off limits even today. A final intervention by God. Did the fantasy writer Thomas Kelly have a point when he suggested that the Donnellys deserved everything that was coming to them? Well, I think it's pretty hard to justify breaking into somebody's house and bludgeoning the occupants to death under any circumstances, particularly when the murder of the visiting 21-year-old niece Bridget was carried out purely to get rid of witnesses. It's safe to conclude that the Donnellys were no angels. They fiercely fought their corner, usually with their fists. They were regularly involved in bar brawls, and they had no qualms about seriously pissing off the community to make a point. It's probable that there were times when they seriously crossed the boundaries. One of the many disturbing incidents was, of course, the death of Patrick Farrell, although it's difficult to know for sure whether this was an act of callous murder or an accidental result of instinctive self-defense during the throes of battle. There were other alleged atrocities over the years, particularly during the height of the Stagecoach feud, but as the Donnellys were copping the blame for absolutely everything by that point, usually without conviction from the half-hearted courts, it's impossible to ascertain when they were guilty or innocent. If I was a gambling man, I'd wager that they were guilty of quite a few of the horrendous crimes that they were accused of committing, but I'm still not going to argue against the principle of innocent until proven guilty. But it's an interesting point to ponder. When I first began researching this saga, I was deeply curious as to how William Donnelly would exact his dastardly revenge on the men that murdered his family. Yes! After all, he's gonna go all taken on them. After all, this was the formidable leader of the pack whose family had just been savagely murdered by a group of around 30 men who had escaped justice. I figured he would take the law into his own hands and hunt all of them down one by one until he had felt justice had been served. If nothing else, it would have made for a gripping movie franchise. But he did no such thing. He was actually urged to move out of the area in a short letter from Crown Attorney Charles Hutchinson, who quite insensitively pointed out, "It seems to me that you are incurring no little risk in remaining there, without much chance of doing good." William stayed put, and even became a constable himself for a few years, although I'm now starting to think that every man in Biddulph Township became a constable at some point, and he always felt sure that justice would be served in the end, although his faith in the justice system appears to have been misplaced. He told the Morning News in 1884, quote, There were too many in that conspiracy to keep it quiet always. I can afford to wait. I've waited 4 years now, and I can wait 20 more. But it's still a little surprising that William Donnelly never once resorted to dishing out his own retribution. Could it be that he was getting too old for all of that malarkey? Or could it be that he was a changed man who had seen the light? Or could it be that he was never really the psychotic nutcase villain that everyone made him out to be? Ooh, that's compelling, isn't it? Maybe he's just not, like, the only reason we think of him as a psycho is because we're getting this, like, crazy one-sided view of the Donnellys, which we've tried to not be crazy one-sided about. So it's entirely possible he's just not a nutter like we thought he was. That's not to say the surviving Donnellys didn't entirely avoid drama and controversy over the next few years. It was reported in the papers in 1881 that William and Robert Donnelly had both been caught red-handed attempting to set fire to a mill belonging to one William Stanley, but later court documents show that they hadn't been caught in the act at all, and both defendants were found not guilty. The Salvation Army arrived in town in 1885, and Robert Donnelly was one of many residents who vocally disapproved of their presence and the unholy racket that they made as they marched up and down the streets, banging their drums and tambourines. Well, yeah, that does sound rather annoying, doesn't it? When the Salvation Army's barracks were mysteriously burned down in the middle of the night... Get the f*** out of here. Robert Donnelly was the prime candidate for lighting the match, but it was never even proven that the incident was an act of deliberate arson. Probably was, though. Those banging the drums up and down the street sound really annoying. What does the Salvation Army even do? At some point in the 1880s, Robert Donnelly experienced a problem with missing geese. Determined to catch the culprit, he stayed up all night and witnessed an intruder approaching his flock who was identified as Constable Hugh Mackay. It's another constable. Robert decided to teach the constable a lesson by beating him senseless. It sounds like it starts off so early. He decided to teach him a lesson by beating the living out of him. And strangely enough, the only one to get arrested was Constable Hugh Mackay, who was charged with larceny. The constable who made that arrest was a certain Constable William Donnelly. But on the whole, the Donnellys lived out the rest of their lives in relative peace, and all 4 surviving members of the family died of natural causes without a gunshot to be heard. Jenny was the last one to pass away in 1916. The same can't be said for many of the original suspects who were destined to face a chain of quite ghastly deaths. Oh, maybe William was getting them from behind the, just secretly offing them and making it look like an accident. This doesn't include the ringleader, Constable James Carroll, although he was eventually sacked from his post for misconduct and moved to the Rocky Mountains, where he reportedly spent the remainder of his life penniless and alone. Oh no. But many of the others were hit by trains, gored to death by bulls, found dead in haunted wells, or died from incredibly painful diseases. It was not a point lost on William Donnelly, who appeared to give all the credit to God. In a letter published in the Exeter Times in 1883, he wrote, "In 13 years since the murders, 34 persons, directly or indirectly concerned in that slaughter, have met their just deserts, and none of them have been murdered. A direct visitation from mighty God must have been the cause. If the next 13 years will reap a larger harvest as the last 13, I think justice will have been done." I'm not sure if death by direct visitation from Almighty God would have made it onto any of the death certificates, though. No, but it is like, he's probably pleased. He's like, yes, you fell in that haunted well, didn't you? Definitely didn't put... I don't think he pushed him. Whoever fell in the haunted well. But, it's nice. It's nice for him. Speaking of God, it's often said that religion was the root cause of the 40-year feud, which resulted in the Black Donnellys massacre. The story is widely painted in a way which suggests that the Donnellys tried to escape the religious conflicts in Ireland, only to find the religious conflicts followed them all the way to Canada and ultimately to their graves. But I don't think that's the case at all. Yes, I'm sure there were some Irish Catholics on the Roman line who disapproved of the Donnellys associating with Protestants, but this seems to be more of a story about feuding neighbours just getting right up each other's noses. Yeah, I agree. I think that's exactly it. The resentment kicked off with the disagreements over lands rather than disagreements over the Pope. Many of the new neighbours in Canada would have taken an instant dislike to the Donnellys after they built up a prosperous new farm on land which was perceived to be stolen. The murder of Patrick Farrell didn't exactly help matters, whilst the situation only intensified when the family started up their own Stagecoach line, which sparked a whole new era of cutthroat business rivalry. Perhaps this is less a story about religious conflict and more a story of a long-running feud between grumpy neighbours in a wild and almost lawless small town in which nearly everyone seemed to be both a constable and a criminal. A nasty feud which spiralled out of control and led to the forming of a lynch mob by one particular constable with a pitchfork to grind. As wisely pointed out in the London Free Press by Thomas Levesque, supervisor at the Lucan Area Heritage Museum and Donnelly Museum, quote, "One of the most important things to remember from something like this is how fallible humans can be and how easy it is for us to stoke each other up with fears." Thank goodness we've all moved on from that kind of nonsense in today's more enlightened age, except we haven't. And that's where we end today's rather lengthy episode. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. It's Friday afternoon for me, so I'm going to go and enjoy my weekend. I have no idea when you'll be hearing this, but hopefully I'll have a good weekend. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon Wimes here, one of my writers, Kevin, in this case. Always look forward to a Kevin script. Obsession Turned Deadly, Rachel Barber and Caroline Reed Robertson, another one that I've never heard of. The format of the show, if you're brand new here, I have never read this before. I'm going to read it for the first time. You're also going to hear it for the first time. That's how it works, isn't it? Let's jump in. Feel free to treat this as a rhetorical question, Simon, because I'm sure your answer will be no. Okay. But to the rest of the audience, have you ever wished you could be somebody else? It's not like wished. Like, oh yeah, there's definitely people, I'm like, it'd be cool to be that person. Like, I don't know, but then also, would it? Because all of these people, like, they definitely have that I would, like, be interested in being. I'm sure their lives are more stressful than mine. Like, I always think about people, like Tom Cruise, ignore all the weird Scientology. But basically, he's a movie star, and he just gets to be in movies that he wants to be in, because he's already rich, and he's Tom Cruise. And when he does a movie, he kind of gets to dictate what's going to happen. So he can be like, yeah, no, I want to ride the motorbike up that cliff, and then come off a ramp, and then I'm going to use a parachute to land on a train. And the people are like, what do you mean? You're writing the movie? He's like, no, I just need you to work that into the movie somehow. Or it's like, I want to do like a halo jump, like where they jump from the planes at high altitude. Halo jump. And I'm like, that's awesome. It'd be awesome to be in that position where you're so famous and so powerful that you can do whatever you want. But then also, I'm sure Tom Cruise can't really go outside without just being mobbed, or like, you just don't have any privacy, and everyone's like always hassling on you and, you know, calling you short and telling you that Scientology is bad and all of that stuff. And I'm like, I don't know if I'd want to be there. And there's also like historical figures, like, who led really interesting lives. And it's like, I'll read their biographies or whatever, or, you know, just things that they did, just Wikipedia. And it's like, god damn, that was an interest. Like, Hemingway had a mad, interesting life. And then he got in a plane crash and became depressed and killed himself. So it's like, do I want to be that? It's like, no, but do I want to do some of the cool shit that they did? Yes, definitely. Sorry, Kevin, that was I should have just said no, shouldn't I? And then just carried on. Not necessarily a specific person that already existed, but have you ever wished you could be a different person? Or even if your feelings weren't quite that extreme, have you ever wished that you could be more like someone you knew? Well, yeah, I don't know about someone I mean, yeah, of course, because I look at my friends and they have admirable qualities that I don't have. And I'd like to think I have some qualities that they don't have. And it's like, yes, of course I'd like to pluck their admirable qualities and place them onto myself. And it's like, I try to. I look at it, it's like, that's really good. Like, that's a good thing to be. And it's like, okay, cool. I'll try and be more like that. I think that's like, isn't that just self-improvement? Isn't that like life? As you go through life, just trying to make yourself better? It's got very thoughtful in the first 4 lines. While some percentage of you would have answered yes to each of those questions, the latter is probably more relatable. Even if you have a high level of healthy self-esteem, there were likely still times that you were envious of others' abilities. Of course! You look at some dude who's like absolutely crushing it on piano and you're like, god damn, I wish I could play like that. Or it's like someone who's like super intelligent. You're like, god, or funny, or handsome. It's like, yeah, of course! Who doesn't? Maybe you grew up wishing you could be as athletic as one of your friends or as artistic as another. It's pretty normal, especially as kids, to be jealous of the talents that others possess that you don't, even if it turns out that there was something they secretly wished that they could do as well as you. Yeah, unless you're like a complete failure, there's going to be stuff about you that other people are like, oh, that's cool. I wish I was more like that. There definitely should be. But exactly how far would you let this jealousy take you? I don't think it's... Sorry, I'm pontificating an awful lot in this episode so far, but this got me thinking. It's like, I don't think that's... When I see that, I'm not jealous of the person who can play piano amazingly well. I'm impressed. And I'm like, okay, if I just stopped doing everything right now and just practice piano all the time, I mean, I'm not ever going to become like world class, but I could become very good. Like, I've no doubt in my mind, if I just practiced all day, every day, and just completely committed to it, you could become very good at almost anything if you spend enough time doing it. And I'm like, it's not about jealousy. It's more like, do I want to make the decision to do that? And if the answer's no, then the jealousy goes away because you're like, okay, I'm just not going to do that. I guess, like, intelligence is another one, but I'm, like, pretty happy with my level of intelligence. I'm not, like, mega intelligent. And I'm not, like, mega dumb. It's just, I'm pretty happy. It's a good level of intelligence. It's enough to kind of do the shit that I want to do. Am I going to become, like, a neuroscientist? No. Could I? No. Do I mind? Not really. For most children, it would likely result in a somewhat irrational hatred of that person. Maybe they were the nicest person in the world, but you refused to be friends with them because you were too jealous. Or maybe you did become friends, but you would continually make subtle digs at them in a subconscious attempt to make them feel as bad about themselves as they were unknowingly making you feel. What? No, don't do that. That's weird. Do people do that? Of course, there's people I've been jealous of, but I've never been like, let's befriend them and make them feel shitty about themselves. That's bizarre. Don't do that. Well, I mean, who am I talking to? No adults do this because that's insane. But no kids listen to this show. And if you're a kid listening to this show, you bloody well shouldn't be. Okay? There's even a term for that. Frenemies. Because kids can be so cruel, we need to invent words to describe the arseholes that they are. Not everything has to be so mean-spirited, though. Maybe you used your jealousy as motivation. Determined to try your best and practice whatever skill they excelled at until you could surpass your imaginary rival. Of course, that response is more likely with adults, since as we mature, we gain a better understanding of our skills and weaknesses, as well as really internalizing the objective reality that nobody can actually be good at everything, and that's okay. Yeah, no, I don't know. I definitely vibe way more with that. That it's okay not to be good at everything. It's not okay to have you don't need to have everything. Just have a lot. I'm like, I love self-improvement. I love all this stuff. Trying to be the best person that you can be. I think that's cool. While those are the most likely scenarios for how you dealt with jealousy, there are unfortunately other possibilities. What if you grew so envious of somebody that you wanted to steal their life, to remove them from the equation so that you could become that person? Well, I don't think that's going to work out very well, because if I was like, I'm going to remove Tom Cruise and steal his life, people will be like, who the f*** are you? Why are you so tall and less handsome? Like, hi, I'm Tom. You'll be like, no, it doesn't work. We can dance if we want to. Rachel Barber was born on September the 12th, 1983 in Glenalvie, a small town in Bass Coast Shire in Victoria, Australia. An annoying problem I frequently contend with when researching these is that there's a lot of inconsistency when it comes to what is or isn't considered a small town. I've seen sources refer to a city of 100,000 people as a small town, which, while it might be accurate from a certain point of view, is well outside the scope of what the average person would consider small. Now, I'd say that's a reasonably sized town, if not a big town. That said, Glenalvie was beyond tiny, likely with fewer than 100 people at the time. Yeah, that is tiny. People go to schools with more than 100 people. Way more than 100 people. Even the wider you could fit 100 people in the room I'm sitting in. Like, it's not a lot of people. Could you fit 100 people in here? Yes, easily. It's quite a big room, but it's like, you could fit 100 people in here. It's got this set, the set that I filmed some of my other videos on, and then like a room in like a space in the middle, where I have a sofa and some whiteboards for like coming up with ideas. Living in Glenalvie, Rachel's parents, Michael and Elizabeth, had two more daughters. Ashley Rose was 4 years younger than Rachel, and Heather was 6 years younger. In 1992, when Rachel was 8, the family picked up and moved to Mont Albert, a suburb of Melbourne. The move was made on the recommendation of Rachel's ballet instructors, who saw real promise in the girl and thought she'd be better served at the training at the Melbourne Dance Academy. Oh my god. Like, I love my kids, but they'll be like, Dad, it turns out that I really want to go dancing in this place and my teacher says that I should. Okay, let's move our entire lives to a new city. I'll be like, I'm sorry, but that's not happening. Our lives are here. You can't, okay, I mean, respect, Michael and Elizabeth, you're better parents than me. Rachel came from a family of creative types. Her grandfather, Ivan Southall, was a well-known YA, young adult, fiction author. Her father was a toy maker, and her mother also went on to become a writer. Her sisters played instruments as well, though I'm not sure if they had started this young. Given this, it's not really a surprise that Rachel's parents would nourish her more artistic dreams, rather than sitting her down in a chair and forcing her to focus more on academics so that she could grow up and get a real job. Yeah, I don't know, as I come from a family of people who have real jobs, and not like creative. Do I say anything? No, everyone in my family is like non-creative, like real job people. I'll be pretty, like, I don't know, I really like my creative job. I'm like, this is a pretty great creative job. And I'd really encourage my children to also get into creative jobs. I kind of fell into it because my parents were very chill. They were like, you can do whatever you want. Like, no pressure. I think they were like, you know, you're going to have to get a job and make some money. So naturally, like, I think society pushes you towards a normal job. And my parents are as much a part of society as everyone else. But as someone who is now the creative person, a creative person, I'd be like, that's pretty awesome. I'd encourage people to get into, like, creative stuff. That's not to say that Rachel didn't take her classes seriously, but she struggled academically. It wasn't really because of a lack of effort, she just couldn't understand the material. But she didn't struggle with dance. Not only did she love it, she was exceptionally talented. Mont Albert was a much more densely populated area than Glen Alvey was, not that that's saying much. Technically, the population was under 4,000 when the Barbers moved there, but it's only around 1.6 square kilometers. Basically, it was somewhere in between a suburb and a major city in terms of population density, and I don't know why Australia has so many tiny little cities that are essentially just neighborhoods, but whatever. The main point is that she went from living in an extremely rural community to having her daily life much more closely resemble what the majority of listeners would be familiar with. While living in Mont Albert, the Barbers became friends with the Reeds, who lived across the street. David and Gail Reed also had 3 daughters, though their ages didn't line up with the Barbers. Their oldest daughter, Caroline, was almost 5 years older than Rachel, but Elizabeth Reed and Ashley Rose were about the same age, so the two became friends. Since she was older, Caroline would sometimes babysit for Rachel and her sisters as well. In a way, they were unlikely friends, as the families were almost polar opposites. The Reeds were a solidly middle-class family, maybe even bordering on upper middle class, but what they had in financial stability, they lacked in happiness. Gail had suffered from depression ever since she had Caroline. Postpartum depression only lasts for a few months, though this may have been one of the rare cases where it persisted for much longer. It's also possible that she had been depressed long before having children, and nobody noticed. It can also just be something that comes on, like people can be just normal and living their lives, and then it's just brain chemistry. And it's like, oh, your brain is just like, especially like as you grow up, and that doesn't end until you're like, what? When's your brain stop growing and becoming big? Like 20s, mid-20s, late 20s, something like that? I think it's different for men and women. I think women get their big brain sorted out younger than men, because men are like a bit more wild and irresponsible, aren't they? It could just come on. So maybe that was it. It would have been the 1970s at that point, so I'm definitely not going to rule it out. Regardless, Gail was depressed. David was simultaneously absent and authoritarian. Both allegedly may have been abusive, and it wasn't the happiest home life in general. The Barbers, on the other hand, were not doing the best financially. They were able to keep their heads above water and even enable their daughters to explore the arts, but they were also essentially living paycheck to paycheck. Yeah, this is the other thing. It's like creative stuff doesn't generally pay that well. And in my, like, rose-tinted glasses, does that just refer to the past, or does that just mean viewing the world in a good way? I'm like, yeah, creative work pays really well. And it's like, it probably doesn't, realistically. I just happened to stumble into one that does pay well. It wasn't the ideal situation, but they had each other, and that was what mattered. They were a loving and happy family, and they enjoyed being together. Rachel would even direct plays involving her and her sisters, performing for a roomful of their parents' applause. But even though the families were a bit of an odd pairing, Ashley Rose and Elizabeth Reed wouldn't have cared about that. They were only 5 or 6 years old, so they would have just seen that there was a girl their same age across the street and say, let's be friends and go and play with dolls, or play hopscotch, or watch this VHS of I Spit on Your Grave. What is that? Let's play hopscotch and watch I Spit on Your Grave. A few years after making the move, Elizabeth Barber and Gail would become closer following Gail and David's divorce. As a side note, I'm really sorry that there's an Elizabeth in both families, Simon. I know it can be confusing, but we'll almost always be referring to Rachel's mum, so hopefully it shouldn't be that bad. Anyway, while living in Mont Albert and attending her regular schools, Rachel was also enrolled in the Melbourne Dance Academy. She was quickly becoming an accomplished dancer who seemed like she was genuinely going places. Perhaps the most impressive of her achievements was scoring work as a backup dancer for Australian rock singer Jimmy Barnes. I don't know Jimmy Barnes. Is he like someone who's just famous in Australia, or am I just like completely out of touch? If that name means nothing to you, it doesn't. Don't worry, I've never heard of him either, okay? But in Australia, he's apparently fucking Elvis. Yeah, you do get these people who are just famous in like one country. I'm sure there's loads of British people, like Jules Holland is always the example that comes to mind. It's like Jules Holland's super famous in the UK, but you never see him do anything that's not in the UK. Barnes has more #1 albums in Australia than anywhere else, beating out the likes of the Beatles and Taylor Swift. And that's only counting his solo career. Holy shit, this guy is Australia's Elvis. He had another 5 number-1 albums as lead singer of Cold Chisel, who I've also never heard of. Me neither. Even though her focus was ballet and classical dance, this sort of gig would have been a huge deal and a great way to get her name and face out there to future casting agents. In December of 1997, the Barbers moved homes again, and life was continuing as normal for the family. Shortly after the move, Rachel began dating fellow dancer Emmanuel Corella, who went by Manny. The two fell completely in love, something that Rachel didn't hide at all. Kids can be pretty secretive about relationships, especially when it comes to their families, but she was nothing if not honest. How old was she at this point? The first time Rachel brought Manny to visit her grandmother, Rachel gave her a hug and whispered, "Don't you think Manny's wonderful, Nan? Will you welcome him into our family?" That's nice. Rachel was continuing her classes at the Melbourne Dance Academy, putting on shows for her parents with her little sisters, getting actual dancing gigs, and still struggling academically. For many of us growing up, that last one would have felt like the end of the world, especially with so much pressure being put on kids to attend the best college possible, despite the fact that learning a trade is often more profitable and doesn't come with a massive student loan debt. But for Rachel, this wasn't really the biggest deal. Is that the best? Is trades? I always thought it's like short term. Of course, you're going to make more money as a tradesperson. But long term, don't people who went through academia end up making more money? Isn't that like, there's that obviously point where they cross over? Because it's like the doctor's going to be like broke ass, super in debt, broke ass, and then make loads of money. And then the tradesman's going to be like earning good money, and just continues earning good money, but never makes like a lot more. Isn't that how it works? Like, I remember when I was a kid, and like I had friends who, you know, I say most of my mates, we went to university, but some didn't, and they got jobs. And I was always a bit jealous of them because you get, yeah, there you go, there's the thing. And you get back from university and you're like, oh yeah, living off a student loan and you don't really have much money. But your mates who went directly to work, they're like, they got money, they're out in the pub, they're drinking whatever they want, they're having a good time. But then like after a few years, you know, you graduate, you get a job, you work in the job for a few years, or you know, become a YouTuber, and then you make more money. Isn't that like how it works? Oh my God, Kevin, you've given me so much material to just ramble today. I'm truly sorry for everyone who's here just until one of these people gets murdered. But for Rachel, this wasn't the biggest deal. Performing academically, that is. Don't get me wrong, she genuinely was trying to do well in her classes and was upset that she couldn't understand the material as easily as the other kids could, but she also didn't really need it. Not only had she found something that she would have loved to do as a career, but she was the rare type of talent that could actually make that dream a reality. And when you have that combination of innate talent and drive, I think you and everyone around you will know. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a thing. I may have loved being a musician growing up and was quite good at it, but I had zero illusions that I would ever be good enough to do it professionally, nor did most of the people I performed with. There was only one person we all thought could actually make it as a performer, and not only did he succeed, but he coincidentally is now a music professor at the University of Melbourne. Well, there you go, but the point is that while lots of people may dream about being musicians or dancers or actors, it's not really a surprise who among them has a chance to make that dream reality. Rachel really seemed to have that chance, and as such, it was no surprise to Rachel's parents when on her 15th birthday, she asked to drop out of school so that she could enroll full-time at the Dance Factory in Richmond. It seemed like the most logical move to all of them. Rachel had the talent, the motivation, and had already had some amazing opportunities. Not only would enrolling at the Dance Factory give her the best training available, it could allow her to make connections and open up doors for opportunities in the future, helping her to really make a career out of it. Yeah, I think this is an absolutely good choice. It's the 70s, right? So leaving school at 15 wouldn't have been that weird. When I was a kid, you could leave at 16, and that was in the early 2000s. So, yeah, this seems like a good idea, to be honest. While Micah was firmly on board with his daughter's plans, Elizabeth had some reservations. She had no objection to Rachel dropping out of her traditional high school to go to the Dance Factory. The timing was just a little awkward, since Rachel's birthday was in the middle of September. For those of us in the Northern Hemisphere, this probably sounds like it would line up perfectly. Yes, it does. I'm like, wait, so she's going to be the oldest kid in her class. Great. Up here, the school year typically starts in August or September and runs until May or June. Yes, it does. But in the Southern Hemisphere, the school year usually coincides with the calendar year. This meant that it was nearing the end of the school year, so Rachel wouldn't be able to start the Dance Factory until January. Elizabeth was willing to let Rachel drop out of school, but she couldn't just sit on her ass for the next 2.5 months. It's only 2.5 months. That's all right. 2.5 months when you're a kid seems like the longest time in the world. But it's not that big of a deal. She's pretty motivated. I'm sure she's not going to just be sitting on her ass. She's probably going to be like, there's some bridge dance class that she can go to. Until January rolled around, she was going to either need to get a damn job or find some other productive use of her time. For the rest of September, Rachel went out hunting for jobs, but she wasn't able to find one. She's 15. Give her a break. I imagine it's difficult to find someone willing to hire a 15-year-old who only wanted a job for 2 months. Exactly. And it sounds like Rachel was so compulsively honest that she would have revealed that detail to her potential employers instead of lying to get a job like a normal person. It's like, yeah, I've definitely had jobs where it's like, like summer jobs or whatever, and it's like, yeah, no, I mean, if this works out, then maybe I would drop out and do this job forever and not finish my degree. And it's like, of course that's not happening. But I'm glad I'm glad that Kevin says that's what normal people do, because I've definitely done that. Of course, it didn't matter that she wasn't able to find a job. Elizabeth had given 2 possible choices for how Rachel should spend her time: either get a job or do something productive. The latter would certainly include dancing. So after failing to find a job, Rachel went to speak to the dance factory's creative director. The director was impressed by her gumption, so Rachel was allowed to begin classes immediately. It may seem weird for a new transfer student to show up 2 months before the end of the year, but she had no trouble fitting in and making friends. It certainly didn't hurt matters that her boyfriend Manny also attended the dance factory. That's actually where they met, as Rachel had been taking casual dance classes there in addition to her classes at Melbourne Dance Academy. She was now enrolled at her dream school and working towards her dream career alongside her dream boyfriend. Rachel was a beautiful and talented girl living her best life, surrounded by loving friends and family. Her family even loved Manny and thought that she couldn't have possibly picked a better boyfriend, which, at least as an American, I find a bit surprising. Wait, why is this so surprising? They're like, it sounds like her life is really sorted out and she's 15. When my sister was that age, I hated every single one of her boyfriends strictly on principle. As if I ever have a daughter, I'm sure I'll feel the same way towards her boyfriends. I don't know, if one of them's nice, you'll be like, it's a good guy. That's a good guy. Wouldn't you? Maybe that's just a weird American thing, and Simon isn't at all dreading when his daughter is old enough to start dating. No, I mean, yes, if it's like, who's this? This is Peter, and he rides a motorcycle and has tattoos and smokes. You'll be like, oh, for fuck's sake. But if he's like, in dance academy or whatever and seems like a really good dude, I'll be like, seems like a really good dude. I just judge people on their merits. But Rachel's parents didn't think there was anything to hate about Manny, and the couple would talk on the phone every night and before bed in addition to the time that they spent together throughout the day. February 28th, 1999 turned out to be a pretty good day for Rachel. She and Elizabeth had breakfast, and they went into town to go shopping for some new dance pants. Like I mentioned earlier, the Barbers weren't exactly wealthy. To be fair, they were raising 3 kids who were already actively involved in extracurriculars, so even if both parents were decently successful, it would have been difficult to have a lot of extra money lying around. I have a vague idea of how much it costs for music lessons, countless boxes of clarinet and sax reeds, and a couple of fancy mouthpieces. Hell, I even owned my own tuxedo by the time I was 17 because it was going to be cheaper than having to rent one for every performance. But as expensive as all of that was, having a daughter who grew up dancing would have been more expensive. Dance clothes are supposed to be rather form-fitting, so you really can't buy them a couple of sizes too big and let the kid grow into them. Every time Rachel grew, she'd need new pants and shoes and whatever else for dance. Plus, I'm sure they would occasionally tear and need to be replaced as well. Now, I don't know specifically how expensive each piece of dancing gear was, but since we had a previous episode where someone committed murder over a few pairs of leggings... Oh yeah, I remember that. Was that the Lululemon ones? With the person who worked in the store? And then that was insane. I'm going to assume that ain't cheap. Still cheaper than if she was a horsey person. Oh, Kevin, do you call them horsey people as well? Or are you just calling them horsey people because I called them horsey people before? And I'm like, my daughter wants to go dance? Fine. She wants to do theatre, music, whatever. But don't become a horsey person. Because horsey people, you got to go outside. Like, I find anything to do with horses extremely boring. You're standing in the cold. You're driving the kids to some place where it's really muddy. Horses are expensive. They've got to live in a stable, which is I live in the city, so it's not like you're having it on your own land and saving some money. It's like that horse has to be in like a horsery or whatever. So I'm like, yeah, kids, you can do whatever you want, except horses. No horsiness. But dance was about the most expensive other sport that she could have taken up besides ice hockey. All that protective gear costs a fortune. No, now I know. But the point of all of this is that Michael and Elizabeth didn't acquiesce to their daughter's every whims. These trips to get new dance clothes would have been pretty routine, but if Rachel wanted anything that wasn't either for dance or for basic survival, then she could either find a way to get it herself or wait until her birthday. On this day, however, Elizabeth decided that she was going to do something extra after all. This is how I think my parents were largely like this. They were like, if you're seriously pursuing a hobby, we'll buy you things to be able to do that. Or if it's something that you need for school or whatever, then you can do that. Otherwise, you got some pocket money, save up for it yourself, or wait for your birthday. They weren't out there buying me. And I think that's really good, because otherwise, I don't know, you don't want to spoil your kids. Or at least I don't want to spoil my kids. I feel like I wasn't spoiled, and that was good for me. It like makes you more motivated somehow, because you're like, yeah, cool. If I want all this nice shit, then I got to go out and get a job and work for it. The family's pet cat had passed away sometime earlier, and ever since then, Rachel had been constantly asking her mother if they could get a new one. Despite already being told no 100 times, Rachel asked again that day, and her mother said yes. That's sending a bad message. If my kid says no 100 times, and I say yes, then they're going to just badger the shit out of me forever. They went into a pet store in Bayswater, another Melbourne suburb, to see what kittens were available. As far as I can tell, they didn't actually bring a kitten home that day. There was probably going to be a family discussion about the different options available, but Rachel was extremely excited that they were finally getting a new pet. That night, the phone rang at the Barber home, first at about 5:30, and then 5:45. Both times Rachel answered the phone, and both times she was cheerfully talking and laughing like she did every other night when she talked to Manny. Unfortunately, while it's been a pretty happy 28 minutes... Holy sh... Kevin, it's literally... I don't know what it will be on the final one, but it's like 27 to 58... 28 minutes on the raw recording. You nailed that. It'll probably be slightly less on the final one, but you got it bang on, goddamn. But this is a true crime show. Something had to go wrong during this episode, and it started with those 2 phone calls, neither of which was from Manny. Rachel's disappearance. The next morning, March the 1st, Rachel put on her dance clothes to get ready for school. She grabbed her backpack, sliding something special inside it, and began telling her father to hurry up so she wouldn't be late. Most mornings, on her father's way to work, he would drop her off at the tram station so that she could take it into Richmond for school. For those of you in America, a tram is what we refer to as a trolley. Oh, okay, there you go. Trolley's what we use. Trolley is what you Americans refer to as a cart. Like a shopping cart. We call those trolleys. Or at least we would if America had any useful public transportation to speak of, but I'm sure you've seen them in the movies. They have them in San Francisco, right? Going up those hills. I've never been there, but I've seen movies. Anyway, Rachel was in a particular hurry that morning because she was going to her friend Kylie's house for breakfast before school. Normally, if she missed the first tram, she could take the next one and still be on time for school. But if she missed the first tram that day, there'd be no time for breakfast with her friends. Once Michael was ready to go, Rachel yelled to her mother before running out to the car. When you don't know you're about to die... Kevin, Rachel seems awesome. Why do you spend 28 minutes making me really like her and thinking that she's awesome? And I know it's a true crime show and I know something horrible is going to happen, but I'm just like, you've humanized her so well and she seems so nice. It's really easy to just leave your loved ones with some pretty unremarkable or even potentially hurtful last words. I only hope that Elizabeth could take the tiniest bit of solace in the fact that Rachel's last words to her were, "Goodbye, I love you," rather than something like, "Don't forget to pick up a box of mac and cheese." Yeah, I've lost people, and I don't remember what my last words to them were, because you're not really thinking that it's like your last words. So you're just like, oh no, I don't even remember what I said to you that morning. I wish I could remember, but I can't. They drove off to the tram station, and Michael told her that he'd pick her up at that same station at 6:15 that night. Rachel said she would be there, which is honestly a bit weird. She knew that she wasn't going to be there at 6:15, and this was before cell phones, so there would be no way for her parents to reach her and make sure that she was okay. And as a rule, Rachel always kept her promises. But she was also keeping a secret, something that was very uncharacteristic for her. I understand why Rachel felt that she couldn't tell her father the truth. I'm just not sure what she thought was going to happen when she didn't show up at the tram on time. It's the only thing she did that doesn't really make sense, but I assume she also thought that she'd be able to call her house and let her mum know that she was fine. After leaving the station, Rachel walked to Kylie's house to have breakfast with her, Manny, and Manny's brother Dominic. Rachel took Manny out to the courtyard and pulled the special item out of her bag. It was a big purple cushion in the shape of a heart with a pink ribbon on it that said, "You've captured my heart." She told him, "This is my heart to you. I want you to treasure it for the rest of your life. I want you to hold it. I want you to know that I'll never leave you." I'm assuming that this was a late Valentine's Day present since Manny's birthday wasn't until June, but whatever the occasion, it was just a really cute gift. It doesn't have to be, like, for a Valentine's Day or anything. That just sounds like a really nice thing to do. A little after 10 a.m., the four of them walked to school together, and the school day proceeded uneventfully. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary with Rachel's behaviour that day, though during class she mentioned to a friend that she had big plans that night. She couldn't say what it was, but she was going to make a lot of money. Okay, that's a twist. I thought she was going to go maybe meet up with old Manny, and that's what she didn't want to tell her parents about. School got out at 5:30 that evening, and Rachel set out with Manny and their friends down the street. While they were walking, Rachel pulled Manny into a shoe store because there was something that she wanted to show him. there was a special pair of shoes that she'd been eyeing for weeks, a pair of blue Spice Girls platform sneakers. Just in case you needed a reminder that this was happening in the 1990s. It's unlikely Manny was surprised that his 15-year-old girlfriend would be enamored with Spice Girls merch, but what she did next absolutely surprised him. She took them up to the counter and asked the salesperson to put the shoes aside because she was going to come back the next day to buy them. Manny was shocked because the sneakers cost $100. God damn, that's expensive sneakers for the 1990s. That's more than Rachel's parents could afford to spend on her for Christmas, so they sure as hell weren't going to give her money to buy sneakers just because. When Manny asked how on earth she was going to be able to afford them, she explained that she had a big opportunity that night where she'd get free clothes and a ton of money. An old female friend of hers had come to her with an opportunity, but she wasn't allowed to tell anybody the details. Not her parents, not her boyfriends, not even Jesus. She could tell him about it once it was over, but until then it had to be a secret. After that, she just gave him a kiss and promised to call him like she did every night before they split and went to their respective tram stations. I'd be like, what are you doing? Who is this woman and what has she said? I just want to make sure everything's okay. At this point, Rachel was only walking with her friend Tamara, but Tamara was confused when Rachel didn't go to her normal station. Rachel said that her father was picking her up at the end of the line. Tamara offered to walk with her, but Rachel said that she was fine and walked off on her own. For the next few days, it would be believed that was the last time anyone saw Rachel alive. When 6:15 rolled around, Michael was waiting at the same tram station he dropped Rachel off at earlier that day. She wasn't there, but he wasn't too concerned. Granted, she was always there on time, but maybe she'd missed the tram for some reason and would be on the next one. Except when the next tram arrived, she wasn't on that either. This is when, I don't know, I don't like this because I'm as a dad with a daughter, I'm I don't know, it's impossible not to think of yourself in these situations and and you're like, yeah, no, everything's fine. I'm sure everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's like when you're in the store and your kid goes round the aisle and you're like, everything's fine. I'm sure she's just around the corner, but you're like, what if she's not? And then you go around the corner and it's like, yeah, there she is. She's been gone for 5 seconds. And yeah, but then also no. I'd be I don't like it at all. Michael waited at the station for another hour with no sight of his daughter, at which point he decided to drive to his parents' house in a nearby city. This area of Australia is really weird, and every kilometre is a different city, so I'm not going to spare you all the different city names this stuff was happening in, except the few important ones. Anyway, it was 7:40 by the time Michael made it to his parents' house so he could call Elizabeth. At this point, she was fully freaked out. Ever since he and Rachel hadn't walked through the door at 6:30, she had been working herself into a panic frenzy about all the different things that could have happened to them. Yeah, I'd also be like, yes. Or I imagine if my wife was like this, I'd be inside, I'd be like, oh my God. But on the outside, I'd be like, I'm sure everything's fine. Let's take these next logical steps. Because you just got to. While part of her always assumed they were probably fine and maybe had been in a minor accident or got a flat tire that was taking forever to deal with, she couldn't calm her anxiety. When she heard Michael's voice on the other end of the line, she was relieved at first until she heard how worried he sounded. He explained the situation, and Elizabeth suggested that he check a different tram station. Elizabeth sometimes dropped Rachel off at the tram in the morning, and she did so at a different station than Michael because it was the one that was on her way back to work. Maybe Rachel had just been running on autopilot after a long day and got off at the wrong station, so Michael could check there while Elizabeth called the police. Yeah, people do this. The number of times I've just driven home from work and then ended up at where I used to live. I'm like, oh no, I don't live here anymore, do I? You're just thinking about other She called the police station at Box Hill since it was the closest station to the tram where they expected to find Rachel. The police asked typical questions, like her name and age, as well as a bunch of questions about Rachel's day that Elizabeth obviously wouldn't have the answer to. When she said that Rachel had only been missing a few hours, the police told her that it was probably just a miscommunication and not to worry, but that if Michael didn't find her at the tram station, they could come and file an official missing persons report. By 1999 standards, this wasn't necessarily an unreasonable response. Mistakes and miscommunications happen all the time, nobody had cell phones, and Rachel may not have had any change for a payphone. Then again, I'm basically the same age as Rachel, and if this happened to me in 1999, you can rest assured that my mother would have received a phone call from, "Hi Mum, got off at the Camberwell station by mistake, please come get me." Yes. They're cramming it in, but they're like, "Do you accept the charge? This is me coming to it." No, I don't know. Just if I didn't have any change, I'd just do we call them a reverse charge call. They're quite expensive, but if I was in big trouble, I'm sure my parents would be like, it's fine. Regardless, Michael went to the station while Elizabeth continued making calls to Rachel's friends. Manny mentioned the trip to the shoe store, but as far as I can tell, he didn't yet mention Rachel saying that she had a job with an old friend that night. That seems a little weird, but maybe he forgot, or maybe he assumed her parents already knew so it wasn't worth mentioning, or he's just keeping the secret. Because maybe she didn't tell them at all, and she just told him and said keep it a secret. Kylie said that Rachel had seemed perfectly normal all day as well. Most importantly, Rachel had promised to call Manny that night as usual and had made plans to have breakfast at Kylie's house again the next day, so all evidence suggested that she fully expected to go back home that night. Michael didn't find Rachel at the second tram station either. This wasn't like her at all. She was an honest girl who always did what she said she would, so she should have got off at the station. Even if there was some sort of mix-up, Rachel would certainly have found a way to call home by now, as she would be anxious to get a ride. It was nightfall in the southern hemisphere, and Rachel was afraid both of the dark and of walking alone at night. Ever since she was a child, Rachel had always been a bit of a scaredy cat. When she was a little girl, she tried to watch the movie E.T., and within 5 minutes of starting it, she got so scared that she made her parents lock the VHS tape in the trunk of the car and deadbolt the garage door shut. To be fair, E.T. does open like a kind of B-horror movie with ominous music and loads of first-person perspective of running through the woods at night. I don't remember E.T. I've obviously seen E.T., but it's been a very long time. I don't remember it at all. It's about some dude who wants to phone home, and he looks like he's all shriveled up. A weird shriveled up alien. Similarly, her fear of walking alone at night wasn't unjustified either. Aside from being a pretty rational fear for a teenage girl to have in general, there had been a specific incident a few months prior to this. Rachel was walking alone one night when two men started following her. It doesn't seem that anything physical happened to her that night, though I can't discount the possibility that they were either trying to talk to her or loudly making inappropriate comments about her to one another. Either way, it was enough to keep her from walking alone at night, so it's unlikely that she would have tried to walk home from either of the tram stations rather than waiting for a ride or finding a way to call her house. With Rachel still nowhere in sight and every reason to believe that something was wrong, Michael did the only logical thing and drove to the Box Hill police station to file an official report. The first 24 hours of a missing person case are the most important, so it only made sense to go to the police station closest to where she was last expected to be. Unfortunately, this is going to be a cautionary tale that we need to treat police stations like we would the local Denny's. Sure, there may be one nearby, but it's worth a drive out of town to go to the good Denny's. It ultimately wouldn't have mattered for Rachel because it was already too late, but her family could have been spared a great deal of emotional torment if they had had any idea what sort of show this police department was going to be. Oh no, I read a Casual Criminalist yesterday and the police were also useless. I thought, we're in Australia. Maybe they'll do better than the Americans. Maybe, please. I don't know what time of day you're recording this, Simon. Morning on a Friday. But you might want to take a break and go walk to the park and have lunch or something to clear your head and mentally prepare yourself, because what you're about to read will be absolutely infuriating. Let's carry on. Maybe I'll take a break halfway through. You guys rarely know if I take a break. I mean, maybe the coffee cup changes position or I get a new drink or something. And sometimes I come back and record it. There was one. It was the one I was recording yesterday with the police. And I was like, no. I had to go. I recorded half of it. And then I was like, I'm just going to do the rest tomorrow. I need a little mental health break, as they call it these days. It's just, sometimes it's too much, isn't it? Worst police department ever. Michael arrived at the Box Hill police station at around 8:45 that night to file a report for his missing daughter. The officer on duty filled out the paperwork, but he didn't seem concerned at all. And I'd even be willing to give him the initial benefit of the doubt here. It had been little more than 2 hours since she was supposed to be at the tram station, and it was in an era before cell phones. Rachel was a 15-year-old girl. Maybe she went out with friends and lost track of time, or forgot to tell her parents that she had plans or something. Hell, maybe even she went out on a date with her secret boyfriend that she was hiding from her parents. I'm sure her parents worried and overreacted all the time, so I can understand the officer not immediately putting out an APB. Well, yeah, but if her parents came in every other week being like, she's missing again, and they'll be like, have you checked the pub? But this has never happened before. There's no record of these parents coming in and doing this. Obviously, they're extremely worried. It's the first time they've done it. But once Michael began explaining more details, it should have been clear that this wasn't your typical rebellious teenager who was staying out past dinner time without calling. Exactly. Rachel had never tried to run away, and she was never late getting picked up. Elizabeth had already called Rachel's friends and boyfriends, and none of them had seen her since school, where she was acting completely normal and making future plans with them. This disappearance was extremely out of character, and there was every reason to take it seriously. But the officer disagreed. Despite Michael doing everything he could to convey how out of line this was with Rachel's typical behavior, the only thing the officer heard was teenage girl is acting like an obnoxious teenager. The officer filled out the official report, but he told Michael to just go home and not worry so much because this sort of thing happens all the time. Rachel would probably show up at the house later that night. If I have to ever go to the police and report a missing person, I can't imagine which would piss me off more than being told chillax brah, or just being told it's fine, kids disappear here all the time. I don't know, what can you say to the police to make them take it seriously? Is there some like little hack that you can use? You know, where it's like that you can use to make them take it seriously? Like, yeah, even a lie. Because in this situation, it's like, would I lie to the police to make them do their job? Obviously, yes, it's my kid. I'm just wondering what that lie would be to make them actually do their job. And it'd be like, okay, maybe there's some consequences of that later, but I'm happy, very happy to bear those consequences. Michael did go home, but he did not chillax, nor did he and Elizabeth merely stay put. The tram station was where they last expected Rachel to be, but Richmond was the last place they knew she had been. The two drove to Richmond, driving through the city and calling out Rachel's name on the off chance that they might actually stumble across her, or at least some sign of her. This proved to be a fruitless endeavor, so after hours of searching, they finally went home. By the next morning, Rachel still wasn't home. Michael and Elizabeth dropped Ashley Rose and Heather off at school, and then they went back home to collect photographs to bring to the police station to aid them in their search. They made a couple of phone calls before going back to the police, but Rachel hadn't been to Kylie's house for breakfast, and she hadn't shown up for class. With that disappointing information at their disposal, they headed back to the Box Hill police station. They told the officer on duty at the desk that they had brought pictures of Rachel that they could use on missing persons posters to help identify her. This was a sensible step to take, but the officer just had one question for them. Who the hell was Rachel Barber? Bruh. What the Whoever was working the previous night had filled out the report, but he hadn't taken it seriously at all. The police hadn't spent any time searching for her the previous night, and the new shift officers had no idea that somebody had been reported missing. I hope whoever that guy was, when all of this shakes out, he gets fired. So they had to explain the entire story all over again. Can you imagine? That is insane. The barber said that they filled the report the previous night, but the officer couldn't find it. It took a second police... It's a missing 15-year-old. Are you joking? It took a second police officer to come and assist him in solving the case of the missing paperwork, something that must have been absolutely devastating for the parents of a missing girl to witness. But maybe it was just the previous officer that was willing to dismiss their concerns. Now that Rachel had been missing for nearly 24 hours, perhaps the department was going to take it seriously and actually investigate what happened. I get the feeling the way Kevin's written that's not what's going to happen, and I don't know how to express... I get the feeling I'm just going to become more and more shocked, but I already feel like I'm at like maximum level disappointment, but it's just going to get even worse. Michael and Elizabeth drove to the dance factory, and when school got out, they had Manny take them to the shoe store from the day before. The girl working there recognized Rachel's picture because she came in frequently to admire the blue Spice Girl sneakers. She confirmed that Rachel had asked for the shoes to be put aside for her, but she hadn't come back for them yet. Unsure what else to do, Michael and Elizabeth began tracing what they assumed to have been Rachel's steps from the store to the tram station. They stopped into several more stores, and all of the employees recognized Rachel's picture, though none had seen her that day. However, one had a piece of information that was certainly cause for concern. This is that they're doing the police's job. This is what the police should be out doing at force. The different states and territories of Australia have different laws, just like states in the US. Sex work across Australia ranges from technically legal but de facto prohibited to being no different than any other job and not subject to criminal penalties. Victoria was somewhere in the middle, with brothels being legal and regulated, though illegal brothels were still plentiful. There were various advantages to running an illegal brothel, such as keeping your money hidden from the taxman, but another potential advantage was that an illegal brothel could offer illegal services. I do not like where this is going. A manager at one of the shops mentioned to the barbers that he had read a newspaper article about a man who had just been released from prison for running such a brothel. If he was trying to start up his business again, he or one of his associates would have tried to lure Rachel in with the offer of a modeling job so that they could kidnap and traffic her. It was a terrifying thought, but if true, then at least Rachel would almost certainly be alive. Oh my god. The barbers were able to track down a copy of the newspaper article, and they took it to the Richmond Police Department to explain their story and how this person's recent prison release could be a potential lead. It's like, okay, so some dude was released from prison and they're like, maybe he's trying to start up a business. Maybe he's recruiting our underage daughter. Like, it doesn't seem very likely. But the police were powerless to help the barbers because they had already opened an investigation with the Box Hill Police Department. This makes absolutely no sense, and I'm not sure if it's an Australian rule, an outdated rule, or an outdated Australian rule. As I understand it, if a person goes missing in one jurisdiction in the United States, and there's reason to believe that they now may be in a different jurisdiction, another investigation will be opened in the second jurisdiction, and the departments will work together. I'd really hope in that case, it'd be like, oh yeah, no, it's crossed into another jurisdiction, so it'd be like, can we get the FBI involved? Or like Australian Serious Police, or whoever it is, like rather than the local guys? Because, I don't know, in these casual criminalists, it's almost like local police just seem to not always be super competent. And then the FBI comes in, and it's like, oh, got real. I want the Australian FBI. Come on. I can't fathom why Australia wouldn't do the same thing, or why they couldn't at least refer the case to the Victoria State Police since it was across city lines. Even worse, when the Barbers asked if they could withdraw their report from Box Hill and open a new investigation in Richmond, the answer was no. Unable to defeat bureaucratic bullshit, Michael and Elizabeth went back out to visit stores and see if anybody had seen something, because apparently someone had to do the police's job for them. These discussions with the local workers were a bit of a mixed bag. There were some horrible stories about nearby gang violence and girls being trafficked, but some of the stores did what they could to help as well. One store owner used a picture of Rachel to print out a pile of missing posters that the Barbers could hang and distribute, while the owner of a coffee shop that Rachel and Manny frequented gave the Barbers the phone number of a police detective that he was friends with. A worker at a nearby dress shop had also got some information for Michael that potentially could have been a lead. The night before, the same night that Rachel had disappeared, a female customer at the dress store had waited around until closing and then started following one of the employees home. After walking for a bit, she approached the worker and told her how pretty she was. Then she said that she could make lots of money working at the Daily Planet. As cool as it would have been to meet Superman, the employee wasn't interested in getting a second job at a brothel, so she politely declined. Oh, okay, so the Daily Planet's a brothel. Weird name for a brothel. But the worker speculated to Michael that perhaps someone tried to recruit Rachel in the same way, and maybe she'd even agreed because she misunderstood and believed that she was being offered a modelling job. When they returned home, Michael called the police detective to set up a meeting for the next day, and Elizabeth called the Daily Planet. The brothel insisted that they didn't hire underage girls, which is almost certainly true since it was one of the legal and regulated brothels, but they gave Elizabeth the phone number for what was basically the Victoria Sex Workers Union. The weekends are the busiest days for sex workers, so the union told Elizabeth that if Rachel hadn't turned up by Friday, that she should call back with Rachel's description. If she had been kidnapped and was going to be trafficked that weekend, they had people that would know how to find her. It was another sleepless night for the Barbers, after which they went to their meeting with Detective Neil Patterson. Unfortunately, Patterson worked for the Richmond Police Department, so his hands were tied in terms of actually investigating the case. He seemed to genuinely feel bad about it, though, and he promised to call Box Hill to find out what the hell's going on and basically attempt to light a fire under their asses. After the meeting, the Barbers went to the dance factory to see if there was any news. The Box Hill Police Department said they were going to go to the school and interrogate people, but by this point it was already well into the afternoon. However, when the Barbers arrived, they discovered that the police had never bothered to show up. Rachel's dance teacher was furious as well, as she had called the police multiple times over a missing student. It seemed that nothing anybody said or did was going to make a difference to the police. So, do you just do nothing, Box Hill Police? Because this seems like the most important thing you could possibly be doing. This is more important than a murder, because a murder's already happened. This is a missing person, and this matters now. The fact that they're not doing this just implies they're doing absolutely nothing. Like, what else can you possibly be working on? Elizabeth called Detective Patterson again, and had spoken with Box Hill Police like he promised. It didn't go well. According to Box Hill, 97% of missing persons come back within 48 hours, and most of the others return home within 5 days. That number does seem high to me, and in 2022 it was only 86% found within the first week. Even if I give them the benefit of the doubt and believe that the number was accurate for the 1990s, who the cares? You're the police. It's literally your job to find that percentage of people that haven't gone away for a few days of their own volition. Exactly what I just said. But the police have made up their minds. They were going to run out that 5-day clock as best they could before actually making Rachel's disappearance a priority. However, by this point, Manny had remembered to tell Elizabeth what Rachel had said about having a job with an old female friend. Yeah, I mean, at first when he didn't say, I'll be like, yeah, fair enough, you're keeping her secret. But then when it's the next day, or it's like there's a tingle of worry, you'll be like, sorry, I'm spilling the beans. Got to talk about it because we got to get you back. This seems like it took too long. He's just a kid, though. When Patterson heard this story, he told her that she should compile a list of all Rachel's friends. The police would have something to work with. The only problem was that Elizabeth couldn't remember all of Rachel's friends. She'd switched schools multiple times in the past several years, so trying to remember the people Rachel had been friends with years ago wasn't a simple task. Elizabeth called Rachel's previous school to try and get a list of people who her daughter had been known to associate with, but the school refused. They claimed it was because there were privacy laws since Rachel was a minor, and that Elizabeth would need the police to request the list for her. Wait, Rachel's her mum. She's 15. She doesn't have any... Does she have a right to privacy at that age? This is like the parents. You're legally what's it called? Not a subject, but like a ward of your parents. So I don't understand why that would possibly apply. If I phoned my kid's school and was like, who are their friends? I'm a dad. I'd like them to, one, confirm that I'm the dad, And then as soon as they know that, be like, well, yeah, she's your responsibility. We can give you that information. Like, what the That makes sense. It does, especially since they had no way to verify over the phone if Elizabeth said who she said she was, so she called the Box Hill station to get it sorted. And of course, when she called the station, the officer on the phone had one simple question for Elizabeth. Who the hell was Rachel Barber? You are shitting me. And just so there's no confusion about how ridiculous that is, this is not New York City or something. The Box Hill police station serves about 14,000 people in an area of 3.5 square kilometers. That's 1.4 square miles. That's half the population of my town in a fraction of the space. And you better believe that if a teenage girl disappeared in my town, every single person would know about it. Even if the police aren't at all actively involved in the investigation, they should absolutely at least know Rachel's name and what she looks like on the off chance that they'd see her somewhere. Since the officer on the other end of the phone had never heard of Rachel, Elizabeth was forced to repeat the entire story to the Box Hill police yet again. Except there wasn't really any reason to make her tell the story again, because once she was done, the officer informed her that they couldn't actually get that information from the school, which is absolutely a lie. They just didn't feel like it. Yeah, especially because the school just told them to get the police to phone. And if the police phone, they're going to give you even if it's not quite how it works. The school just said they would give the information if they get a phone call from a police officer. So, Box Hill, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's true that if the police just rolled up to the school and asked for this information, the school could potentially refuse to give it to them. Hopefully, they wouldn't under the circumstances, especially after the phone call with Elizabeth, but theoretically they could. Of course, if that were to happen, that's when you have a detective get on the fucking phone with the judge and say, hey look, I have this extremely important lead on a missing girl and I need your signature on a warrant yesterday. Exactly. Police, how about you do your fucking job? Michael and Elizabeth decided to bring some missing posters to the Richmond police station so they could put them up and hand them out and do literally anything to help. One of the officers told them that they should just go home and get some rest, which they desperately needed. It was Wednesday afternoon at this point, and they'd been searching pretty much non-stop for the past 2 days. Normally, I would have considered this to be good advice from the officer, but normally the advice would also be prefaced with, we're doing everything we can to find your daughter, which was obviously not the case. It wasn't until the following day that the Box Hill Police Department finally decided to do their jobs and investigate Rachel's disappearance. Well, sort of anyway. They didn't actually try to follow up on the lead about an old female friend of Rachel's having a job for her, assuming the officer that took the phone call even told anybody else about it. The police were of the opinion that Rachel had run away, and they were going to do their best to try and prove that theory while ignoring everything else. The police spent Thursday at the school interrogating Rachel's friends and classmates, the thing they'd promised to do on Tuesday. They focused on Manny, thinking that he may have gotten Rachel pregnant, so she ran away. They also discovered something written in one of her school books about her back hurting. To the police, this was a clear indication that the pressures of dance were becoming too much for the young girl. That's not really a logical conclusion to draw from that statement, but it was the police's conclusion, and nobody was going to talk them out of it. The police just... They're just getting railroaded. It's like, yeah, no, we decided this, and then we're not going to change anything. And then more information comes in, and they're like, no, we're already decided. It's stupid. It's called railroading. It's come up many times in the Casual Criminalist. The fact that Rachel's wallet was found in her school locker didn't seem to dissuade them either. Because let's be real here, what sort of person brings their wallet with them when they run away? I don't know. Everybody. On Friday, police finally came to search Rachel's room for any sign of clues. And oh boy, did they find something. There was a brochure for a modelling class Rachel had taken a few months earlier, and stapled to the back of the brochure were 2 notes, handwritten by Rachel. One said runaways, and the other said station, go to Miami, $50 to $80, 3 special things. These notes were everything the police needed to confirm their theory. Ooh, I am so lost. Rachel wanted to run away, so she was going to meet Manny at the station, bring $50 to $80 cash to help them start their new life together, and bring 3 special things that reminded her of home. It's not an outrageous conclusion to draw based on the notes, but when Michael saw them, he had an alternative explanation. It's not a crazy, but it's just it's plucking at one of many potential straws. According to him, those notes had been written back in November when Rachel was taking the modelling course in the brochure. She was afraid of taking public transportation by herself, which isn't unreasonable, so Manny would meet her at the station, ride with her to class, and wait for the class to get out so that he could ride back with her. That's really sweet. If one of my sister's boyfriends had been like Manny, maybe I wouldn't have hated them all so much. Yeah, exactly! That's what I'm saying, you can judge people on their own merits. If they're good, they're good. The rest of the note was related to Christmas. Dance was expensive, so Rachel's parents had told her that the budget for Christmas presents was going to be $50 to $80 and to plan accordingly when making her wish list. The 3 special things are referred to what she wanted to do for Manny. She had told her father she wanted to get him 3 special things for Christmas, though she unfortunately didn't write down any of her ideas for Christmas gifts on that same piece of paper. The police completely dismissed these explanations. As soon as Michael saw the note for the first time, he was able to immediately identify what everything on it meant without needing to think. But that wasn't good enough. Plus, neither he nor Elizabeth could explain what runaways meant at the time. According to the police, all the evidence indicated that Rachel had chosen to run away of her own free will. Again, the dad's telling you, no, I know what these things mean because I know my daughter. And the police are like, nah, we think it's this. You, police. You. Then they gave the Barbers the most insane piece of unsolicited advice I've ever heard. The police said they should probably see a therapist and focus on their other 2 daughters. Are you having a laugh? And it's at this point in the story that I would have been arrested for assaulting a police officer, though Elizabeth would need a few more hours before she was pushed that far. Yeah, Jesus Christ, Kevin. You're fucking right. With the police refusing to help, the Barbers racked their brains to think of any other possible leads. Elizabeth did come up with something, but it seemed like a long shot. There was a work associate of hers that she had been friends with, until he turned out to be a creepy stalker. There was a lot of disturbing behavior from this guy, but it all come to a head 2 weeks before Rachel's disappearance when the guy showed up at their house. He was walking around and peering through the windows, typical stalker behavior. Eventually, he left, and the phone rang. Elizabeth answered it, and after a long pause he finally spoke, repeating her name over and over again, at which point she slammed the receiver back down on the phone. That is fucking weird. That's nothing that weird has ever happened to me. And this wasn't brought up to the police before. That night, Elizabeth took a shower, and when she got out, she heard voices coming from downstairs. She went to see who was there, and saw her stalker standing inside her house talking to Ashley, Rose, and Heather. That was the last straw. She threw him out of the house, making it emphatically clear that this was inappropriate, and that whatever the he thought was going to happen absolutely never was. As far as she knew, that had been the end of it. But now Elizabeth was wondering, well, what if it wasn't? Had this guy started stalking Rachel so that he could kidnap her as vengeance for being rejected? While it seemed unlikely, yeah, it does seem unlikely, but it's also, that's a pretty fucking weird thing to happen to you just before another very weird thing happens to you. I don't know how they're tied together, but it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that these are somehow related. They had also figured out that Runaways was the name of a pair of running shoes Rachel had wanted, so they now had explanation for everything on Rachel's notes. Even if the lead was nothing, this new piece of information might be enough for the police to take Rachel's disappearance seriously. Though honestly, I think that was less likely than Elizabeth Stalker being the one to take Rachel. It was mid-afternoon that Friday when Michael and Elizabeth went back to the police station to provide the new information. When they arrived, there was a secretary behind the desk who informed them that all the police were already gone for the day. According to Elizabeth, the secretary then said, like everyone else, they're entitled to time off. You have already had a lot of police hours this week, and you're not the only parents of missing persons. What, in a town of how many? There's other missing children that, they should be out looking for? You joking? I hate you. I hate you. I think we can all agree that nobody should have to work 24/7, but for some important services like the police, firefighters, and doctors, they also shouldn't be all off the clock at the same time. That's insane. Second, let's ignore the fact that this woman just described law enforcement as if it was some sort of gotcha mobile game where you have to pay to refill your gems if you want the police to keep looking for your missing daughter. I would argue that in actuality, the Barbers did not use a lot of police hours that week. I mean, unless you count all the time spent telling each new cop on duty about their daughter, because nobody was actually doing anything about the case or actively looking for her. Finally, you're not the only parents of missing persons is not the flex the lady thought it was. It's more of an indictment of the inefficiency of their police department. Elizabeth tried to explain that she had new information about the case, but the woman was no more interested in what she had to say than any of the police officers were. It was at this point that Elizabeth finally lost her She ran out of the station, threw her purse at a parked cop car, and repeatedly screamed that they were going to let her little girl die. I don't fucking blame you at all. That's a fucking normal reaction to this show. Officers immediately ran out of the station to calm her down and bring her back inside, but because of course the entire police force wasn't actually off duty at the same time, they just hadn't wanted to talk to the Barbers. They still didn't really want to, but they were willing at least to humour her a little bit. Of course, first they had to make sure Elizabeth knew that she'd be arrested if she assaulted a police cruiser again, because of course they did. Nothing came of this potential lead, and the police still seemed convinced that Rachel had willingly run away. The weekend dragged on in the same fashion. The Barbers went out searching for the daughter, and the police did absolutely nothing. to help them. At one point, the Barbers realized that maybe their phone records could be useful, so they called up the phone company to see if they could get a copy of the call logs in the days leading up to Rachel's disappearance. The phone company said that they could provide a list of all outgoing calls, but for privacy reasons, they couldn't supply the list of incoming calls. As you might expect, the Barbers asked the police if they could request the list of incoming calls, and the police claimed they were unable to. What the Of course you're able to. I mean, obviously, you can't just go and get that, but you go get the judge to sign a document that says, yo, give them the records. They absolutely were able to, even if it might require a warrant, but they just couldn't be bothered. Rachel had run away, and her parents needed to accept that fact. I'm sounding like a broken record, but f*** you police, you lazy f***s. That's what the police thought anyway, until Sunday, when a phone call came into the police station from a girl who was about to blow the case wide open. The investigation finally begins. Alison was the older sister of one of Rachel's friends from school, and she also happened to have a photographic memory. She, of course, would have heard that Rachel was missing, but when she saw one of the posters that had been put up, she noticed that it said that Rachel had last been seen on March the 1st at 5:45 p.m. Alison immediately called the police after reading that, because she realized that she was the last person to have seen Rachel. Alison had been riding on the number 6 tram at 6:40 p.m. when Rachel boarded it, accompanied by another female at the intersection of Chapel and High Streets. Alison told the police that although the two clearly knew one another, she wasn't sure how Rachel would have become friends with the other girl. The unknown girl was older, a bit chubby, and very plain-looking, so it was clear that she wasn't another dance student. The pair got off the tram together at the intersection of Williams Reed and High Street in Prahan, chatted for a bit while standing in front of a car dealership, then walked off together. Thanks to Alison and her freakish memory, the police finally decided that Rachel's disappearance was worth looking into after all. Even though they had been positive she ran off on her own, this new eyewitness account called their previously unwavering belief into question by corroborating what the Barbers had been telling them all along. Alison worked with the police artist to create a sketch of the unidentified girl, and the sketch was plastered on the front page of every newspaper. The police asked the Barbers to come to the station and look at the sketch to see if they could identify the person. Elizabeth had a hint of recognition with the sketch, but she couldn't put her finger on exactly who it was. Something about the eyes and chin on the girl were unmistakably familiar to her. She just couldn't figure out where she had seen this person before. However, since the police were finally taking the case seriously, they had something to help jog Elizabeth's memory. They handed her the list of incoming calls to their home that they previously claimed they couldn't get a hold of from the phone company, and Elizabeth was surprised by what she read. On the night before Rachel disappeared, she had taken 2 nearly back-to-back phone calls, lasting about an hour. Her parents assumed she was on the phone with Manny, like she was every night, but according to the phone company's records, those calls had come in from 20-year-old Caroline Reed Robertson. Elizabeth immediately recognized the name, as well as the fact that it was the name of the little girl in the sketch, but what she couldn't figure out was why Rachel and Caroline were together. When their old neighbors, David and Gail Reed, had gotten divorced, their daughter Caroline took Gail's maiden name. The family knew Caroline, but she and Rachel weren't friends. Caroline babysat for the Barbers, but the girls were 5 years apart in age and didn't really have anything in common. And as far as she knew, none of them had seen or spoken to Caroline since December of 1997 when they moved out of Mount Albert. That's what Elizabeth thought at first anyway, but Michael realized he'd seen Caroline recently when he took Ashley Rose to Elizabeth Reed's birthday party at a public pool. Michael left Rachel alone in the car when he went to talk to Gail and saw Caroline going over to the car to talk to Rachel. He hadn't thought anything of it at the time because why would he? It was their old neighbor and babysitter, and she probably just wanted to catch up a little. Michael and Elizabeth didn't know it at the time, but there had been a couple of other calls from Caroline to their house as well. One of them actually took place the very day while they were in the police station. The missing posters had the Barbers' home phone numbers on them, and they had been receiving a lot of calls with potential tips, as well as people just offering their well wishes. Elizabeth's brother, Andrew, was at the house fielding those calls when the Barbers were at the police station, and he took notes of every person that called. One of those calls came from Caroline, who offered her condolences and gave her phone number in case the Barbers needed anything from her. If she's responsible for this, that's some psycho behavior right there. The other call had come in the previous summer, and it was Ashley Rose who answered the phone that time. Caroline claimed that she was working on a school project and needed information about their family. Specific information, like everybody's date of birth. That's the sort of thing you'd be like, no, but then you're talking to a kid, so the kid will be like, okay. That obviously sounds immediately suspicious to us. I mean, what the hell school project requires personal information about your neighbors? But Ashley Rose was only 9 or 10 at the time, and Caroline was a trusted family friend and the big sister of her friend Elizabeth. Exactly, kids. They don't know any better. There was no reason for her to think that it was out of the ordinary, and it's not like most people keep their birthday a secret. Elizabeth Barber didn't know about either of those phone calls either, but she did remember another school project and another phone call. Back when they were in Mont Albert, Caroline had taken pictures of Rachel, allegedly for a school project. Photography was a common high school class at the time in the US. I'll assume the same was true in Australia. Really? Photography was not a class by us. Photography was an extracurricular. As such, Caroline wanting to take pictures of Rachel for school wouldn't have seemed weird. But the next year, after the Barbers had moved away, Rachel received a phone call from Caroline. She claimed that she could get Rachel real modeling work, and remembering this suddenly made things start to click for Elizabeth. Rachel had told Elizabeth about that phone call, and she was certainly willing to at least entertain the idea, but as far as she knew, Caroline had never actually followed up on it. Could this be the job with an old friend that Rachel had told Manny about, the one where she would get free clothes and enough money to buy those expensive sneakers? It certainly made sense on the surface, but Rachel had told Elizabeth about the previous phone call when it happened. Why would she suddenly feel the need to keep it a secret? Elizabeth didn't have all of the answers, but it was more than enough to get the police moving to investigate Caroline. Good. Oh look, you did all of the work for them and now they're happy to do something. Box Hill and Richmond had even decided to work together now, further calling into question why they didn't do that in the first place. The Barbers became a bit hopeful though. If Rachel was for some reason with Caroline, then maybe she was still alive. On Wednesday the 10th of March, the police showed up at the telecommunications company where Caroline worked, but she had called in sick that day. She had called in sick the day of Rachel's disappearance as well, and multiple times throughout the previous week, which was extremely out of character for Caroline. One day she'd even shown up to work, but was so visibly ill that her boss offered to drive her home. I'm not sure why there was a delay. Perhaps the police were just waiting on a warrant, but just after noon, on Friday the 12th of March, so 2 days later, the Richmond police showed up to knock on the door of Caroline Pran's apartment. There was no answer, so they left, but they returned at around 5:30 p.m. Among the officers was Detective Neil Patterson. That's the friend detective, right? Again, there was no answer at the door, but this time they went to the apartment manager to get the spare key. They unlocked the door, but were unable to enter. It had been deadbolted from the inside, which meant that Caroline must be hiding inside the apartment. They called the fire department to assist them, probably because fire engines are equipped with axes, while the average police cruiser is unlikely to have a battering ram in the trunk, but breaking down the door wasn't going to be necessary. Instead, they could use a ladder to enter Caroline's apartment through an open window. The window happened to be for Caroline's bedroom, and when firefighters entered the room, the first thing they saw was Caroline's body lying on the floor. That's a hell of a twist. Was she, dead? The door was unlocked for the police, and Patterson took the unconscious, to the hospital for treatment. She had suffered an epileptic seizure, something she'd been dealing with for a few years at this point, and it's believed that the stress of the police knocking on her door caused her to seize. It would be a few hours before she was awake, and doctors would allow her to be questioned, but by the time she woke up, there was going to be an awful lot to talk about. At a glance, everything about Caroline's apartment was extremely suspicious. She had been calling in sick to work, but at least half of her belongings were taped up in moving boxes, with a number of other boxes still in the process of being packed. It certainly seemed like she was trying to pack up and leave in a hurry. There was also an empty bottle of green hair dye in the bathroom, and when they found Caroline, there had been green streaks in her hair. She wasn't known for dyeing her hair, especially unnatural colors, so this was already unusual as well. In the kitchen were 2 unopened bottles of alcohol and 2 boxes of pizza, each partially eaten. There was also a pair of bags filled with size 8 clothing. These clothes were far too small for Caroline, but they were the perfect size for Rachel. That's all stuff that, upon a very cursory glance of the apartment, would at least raise a lot of questions and suspicion. But taking a moment to look more closely, the bedroom was filled with one smoking gun after another. Caroline was a compulsive note-taker and had a clear obsession with Rachel. Caroline's compulsively writing down her crimes. Oh, Caroline. The police found years' worth of handwritten transcripts of every conversation Caroline had ever had with Rachel, indicating that the fixation had been in place for years. That's something Rachel had been at least partially aware of, because when she was 12, she mentioned to a friend how weird it was that a 17-year-old babysitter seemed to really want to be friends with her. But the Barbers had always thought that Caroline was a little weird and withdrawn, so maybe they just thought she wanted to be friends with whoever she could find. Not only was the obsession with Rachel clear, but so too was Caroline's plan. Based on the numerous uses of the name in her writing, it seemed that Caroline planned to change her name to Jem Southall. Just like she had taken her mother's maiden name, she was now planning on taking Rachel's mother's maiden name. But where the first name Jem came from is anyone's guess. For all we know, it was a reference to Jem and the Holograms. Another reference that I don't get. Caroline viewed Rachel as being sort of the perfect rock star that everybody adored, so using the fictional celebrity's name wouldn't have been truly outrageous. However, Caroline may not have been planning on changing her own name. Using the information she received during the phone call to Ashley Rose, Caroline had been able to request a copy of Rachel's birth certificate. The fake backstory for Jem Southall said that she was a 16-year-old revhead, Australian slang for somebody obsessed with muscle cars. She obviously couldn't turn back time and become 16 years old, but with the birth certificate she could potentially pose as Rachel while requesting a name change, thus making Caroline Reed Robertson disappear forever. That's just speculation, as many of the more specific details of Caroline's plan were never revealed, but it certainly seems to fit. Now, normally in these cases, I'm like, well, Caroline got arrested at some point and then there's court in the future, which reveals all of this stuff. So why don't we know it? Did Caroline just shut the up completely? There were a lot of written descriptions of Rachel among Caroline's notebooks that highlighted just how jealous she was. As far as she was concerned, Rachel was the perfect girl living the perfect life. Caroline wrote of her, Rachel was always wild, let run barefoot in the country, began dating very young, very talented at classical ballet, rebelled and gave up a few times, tried modeling, dropped out of school early, year 9, began new dance school, strikingly attractive dancer's body, very clear pale skin, hypnotic green eyes, dyed hair, lots of different colours, quote ends. Immediately followed by that in the notebook was written, on the way to dance school, say that she can't tell anyone that she's meeting me as I'm not allowed to give the study results to anyone, ethics, highly confidential, not even your boyfriend parent. Drug Rachel, toxic over mouth, put body into army bags and disfigure and dump somewhere way out. No car, meet in toilet block, no cameras. People come into the city, maybe to meet friends, get birth cert as we will both go licenses together, then drug her. Well, 1, your writing is terrible, and 2, you've written down terrible crimes. That is already very much an example of barely coherent writing down your crimes, but there was more. Another note read, missing people applying for things like birth certificates. Is there a list that is checked against? Where do rights of the missing person come into place? 6 years? ? Private detectives. Rent a box so Rachel can't be traced. Rachel, final selection of psychology study, needs to pack a small backpack as though you're running away. Wallet, money, ID, session, etc. Photo, clothes, teddy, ballet shoes. Highly confidential. For the study to work properly, you can't tell anybody about this. $100 plus cost, transport, catch train to city, $2.30, max, full. What are you talking about? Meet her outside Flinders, cameras, order pizza, and lace with drowsy powder. After that, go through significe of bag things. Significe. Sick. It must just be a spelling. Then relaxation techniques. Then toxic cloth over mouth. Use army bag plus and dump off far, far away. Dump bag separately. Then I'll drive you home. This is barely readable. It's crazy notes. Crazy person. Whatever Caroline had done, it was clearly premeditated. Considering the phone call with Ashley Rose had been months earlier, Caroline was almost certainly planning the murder for at least that long. Based on how long and extensive the obsession appeared to be, there's a good chance it was much longer than that. But regardless, even if those 2 previous notes were a bit difficult to pass while reading them, they were clearly a confession. Caroline planned to drug, disfigure, and murder Rachel, then dump her body far away. At around 10 p.m., the doctors finally allowed the police to interview Caroline. She claimed that she couldn't remember much about what happened on the night of March the 1st, but she did know that Rachel was dead. She claimed the death was an accident, and that she'd buried Rachel on some farmland that her father owns. What are you doing? You write down your crimes, then the police come to talk to you, like, yeah, no, I know, she's dead. Lawyer. Like, I don't want to give advice to criminals, but lawyer. The next day, the police headed out to David Reed's property and interviewed the neighbours. Witnesses claimed to have seen Caroline there the other night, dragging a heavy bag up towards some trees. Police went to the area where the neighbours had pointed out and spotted a grave marker. When they investigated the grave, it was labelled Lucy, which was the Reeds' old pet dog, but they also saw an area of recently disturbed dirt. There, buried in a shallow grave, was the heavily decomposed body of Rachel Barber. The murder weapon, a phone cord, was still tightly wrapped around her neck. You know, the sort of thing that was definitely not an accident. With the body being found exactly where Caroline said it would be, not to mention all the other evidence, Caroline was arrested and officially charged with murder on the 13th of March, 1999. Guilty. But why? So this now brings us to the most confusing part of this case. What was the motive? It was clear from her notes that Caroline was extremely jealous of Rachel. In the sentencing hearing, the judge even opined that the written plan to disfigure Rachel's body was an indication of the level of jealousy that Caroline felt over Rachel's beauty. Caroline's not right in their head, right? Like, is she mentally competent enough to stand trial? From what I've seen so far, yes, put her in prison, but something's clearly broken in her brain to make her do this. It's also clear that Caroline absolutely hated herself. There were a lot of handwritten notes in her apartment, but the two that received the most attention were her self-portraits. One of them was labelled as age 14, meaning that she held on to the drawing of herself for 6 years. The unflattering drawing was covered in pimples and surrounded by words like loser, useless, worthless, boring, jealous, hopeless, obese, and so on. There were a couple of short poems written alongside the drawing as well. One read, "If the plastic surgeon lived overseas, what a good swimmer Carrie would be." The other said, "God made the seas, God made the lakes, God made me. Well, we all make mistakes." The other drawing was more of the same, though it focused more on specific physical characteristics such as big nose and pizza face. But if there was anybody Caroline hated more than herself, it was her parents. She absolutely abhorred her mother in every way imaginable. She also loathed her father, though not quite as much as her mother. There was no doubt that Caroline hated him as well, but she was also desperate for his approval and attention. Ever since the divorce, when David left Gail alone with their daughters, Caroline had written multiple long letters to her father in her desperate pleas for recognition, attention, or maybe just any reaction at all. In one of the letters to her father, Caroline wrote of her mother, "Why didn't she just have an abortion? Sometimes it makes me sick to my stomach that I was produced out of her." Jesus. That's like, what the f***? That's pretty intense. Yes, it is, Kevin. And it's speculated that there was a lot going on that has never been disclosed. There are whispers and allegations of various types of abuse that Caroline may have suffered growing up, but there is nothing definitive, and she never levied any of those accusations herself. For her part, Caroline had remained quiet about her past, as well as various details concerning the crime. As such, all we can go on are the facts of the case from her point of view, but so far, based on her writings, the motive doesn't make any logical sense. Caroline hated herself and believed that Rachel's life was all the things that she wanted for herself. She wanted to be Rachel, and it was as if she was under the delusion that Highlander rules would somehow apply. By killing Rachel, she could somehow steal her power and knowledge and in effect become the girl that she so deeply idolized. That is insane. If she actually believes that, then I don't think she's very mentally well. But I think she's just sick. Like, what's going on? Again, this doesn't make any logical sense. It's further confounded by the fact that Caroline wasn't trying to steal the life Rachel was living. Her plan seemed to be to briefly assume Rachel's identity for the sole purpose of changing her identity. If her delusion led her to believe that she could genuinely become Rachel by killing her, why would she then need to change her identity afterward? I don't have the answer to these questions, and I don't believe Caroline did either. Despite having meticulously planned out the murder, her actions and lack of notes on the topic indicate that she didn't really think through what was going to happen afterwards. Now, I'm going to run quickly through the events from Caroline's point of view to highlight just how poorly prepared she was for what she was actually doing. These are the events as best can be determined by the evidence available and what little Caroline actually did say. Okay, so she basically just shut her mouth. Like, that's why we don't know all of the details for sure. Or like, from her perspective. On the night of February the 28th, Caroline called Rachel with an opportunity to make some money. Based on her notes, her plan was to claim that it was a confidential psychological study for something or other. She insisted that Rachel could not tell anyone where she was going for ethical reasons, but they would meet the following day after school. Caroline also instructed Rachel on what she would need to bring with her for the study, essentially telling her to pack a bag as if she was running away. Once Rachel disappeared, this would give the illusion that she really had run away. Caroline called in sick to work the next day and then met up with Rachel. The two took the tram back to Caroline's apartment where she ordered some pizza for them. She coated Rachel's pizza with a large dose of antihistamine that was found in the autopsy and offered her some alcohol to increase the drowsiness effects of the medication. Rachel declined the alcohol, but she didn't notice the taste of the medication. After eating, Caroline suggested that they try some relaxation techniques, essentially just buying time while the medication took effect. She also asked Rachel to go over the significance of the items that she'd brought with her to fake her running away. This was probably to better understand the girl that she was hoping to become, though it may have just been a way to keep Rachel talking so that she could monitor exactly how much the antihistamines were knocking Rachel out. Once Rachel was asleep or close to it, Caroline grabbed the phone cord that she was going to strangle Rachel with. According to the prison psychiatrist that was tasked with meeting Caroline before her trial, she claimed to be in an almost trance-like state while all of this was happening. Caroline told the psychiatrist that as she stood there holding the phone cord, she had a brief moment of lucidity. She was suddenly aware of what was going on and she didn't want to do it, but she felt like she had to. She believed that she was already in so much trouble that there was no turning back, even though that was definitely not the case. Caroline had lied to a girl and given her Benadryl, which isn't great, but it's a far cry from murder. All she had to do in the moment of clarity was realize that she could stop what she was doing, let Rachel sleep off the drugs, then give her the $100 she promised and say that the study went well, but she wouldn't be able to share the results of it with Rachel. Unfortunately, we already know Caroline didn't think things through so clearly, and after that brief moment, she went back into a daze and followed through with her plan. She wrapped Rachel's body in a couple of blankets and hid it in her bedroom closet. The next day, Caroline went to work as normal, but all her co-workers said that she looked pale and exhausted. An hour into her shift, her boss offered to give her a ride home so that she could rest. But she didn't actually rest. She made 2 phone calls to her father, and he actually drove down to check on her because she said she was sick. She also called her co-worker, Donna, because she'd previously lent Donna $320 and needed the money back. The story was that she was moving some stuff to her father's house and needed the money to rent a van. On Wednesday, the 3rd of March, Caroline called into work sick again. But she also called Donna twice before work started to harass her about the money. She went to Donna's house that morning to collect $100 from her, and Donna drove them to an ATM to take out another $100. It's like a leg breaker. Afterwards, Caroline went home and Donna went to work. That afternoon, Caroline called for a taxi to take her to her father's property. She had the taxi driver help her load Rachel's body into the trunk, claiming that it was a sculpture that she was transporting. Once they arrived, she dragged the bag up the hill and buried Rachel where the police would find her. Caroline did show up for work on Thursday and Friday, and on Thursday she even mentioned Rachel's disappearance to co-workers. She stated that an old family friend of hers had gone missing, but that she wasn't really concerned because Rachel used to run away all the time. We know this isn't true at all, but they had no reason to suspect otherwise. The only thing of note that Caroline is known to have done over the weekend was to place the call to the barbers on Sunday to offer her condolences. But the next day was when things started going down. Caroline again called into work, but this was the day the police showed up to ask her some questions. Donna called Caroline to tell her the cops had been there, but she reiterated her previous lie about Rachel running away all the time and not being concerned. In reality, she was extremely concerned because now the cops were closing in on her. She hung up the phone and immediately went to the bank to request a $10,000 loan, claiming she needed the money to buy a car. Now, that obviously wasn't the case, especially since she didn't even have a driver's license, but there was no way the bank would have approved the loan if she said she needed it to help her flee from the cops and get plastic surgery. Caroline. It's like, so are you going to approve that loan or what? Because when I flee from the cops, I'm also definitely going to be fleeing from this loan. Like, I'm leaving my old life behind. You're not going to be able to chase me up. I mean, you probably will because this woman seems like a bit of an idiot. So maybe they would be able to. She'll gradually pay it off 25 cents an hour at a time from prison. Caroline continued calling in sick to work, and the next day she called the bank no less than 3 times to check in on the status of her loan. I'm pretty sure those repeated calls would have been a pretty big red flag to whoever was in charge of approving loans, but she was getting desperate. That Friday, at which point the bank had still not made a decision on the loan, Caroline again started making repeated calls to Donna to try and collect the other $120 she was owed. But by this point, it was too late. That evening, the police found Caroline in her apartment and brought her to the hospital before arresting her. Like I said, the point of looking at these events from Caroline's point of view and filling in some of the blanks with her obviously suspicious and desperate behavior is to highlight how poorly thought out this part of the plan was. Her notes showed detailed plans for exactly how she was going to kill Rachel and the measures which she was going to take to avoid detection, such as meeting her in a bathroom where there wouldn't be any cameras. But there were no plans for afterwards. It's as if she genuinely believed that as if by magic, she would instantly be transformed into a different person following the murder. If that's the case, then this is much more leaning towards like seriously mentally ill, if she actually believes that. Initially, following her arrest, Caroline maintained her innocence. She pled not guilty, claiming that she buried the body, but she wasn't the one that killed Rachel. According to her, the real killer was, well, you know, some guys. A couple of guys did it, and then they made her bury Rachel's body on her father's land. Despite Caroline meticulously writing down her crimes, her first lawyer actually believed this story. Ironically, the faith he had in his client was also the reason he was fired. She didn't want somebody stupid enough to believe that bullshit story, her words, to represent her in court, and rightfully so. Good lord. Caroline was going to have to stay in prison while she awaited trial, and at first, things didn't go well. She suffered repeated epileptic fits and engaged in self-harm in her cell, but these behaviors didn't last long. She wound up adjusting to life in prison very quickly. According to the psychologist, she had adjusted entirely too quickly and was settling into prison overly well. She began to see inmates as a family and quickly became dependent on the other inmates and the prison itself. What the fuck? It's like, no, she loved prison. It was perfect for her. Well, good news. Prison loves you too. It's where you belong. It took about a year and a half before the case was finally heard before a judge, though a lot of this delay was because of Caroline's initial insistence on pleading not guilty. However, after firing her first lawyer for being dumb enough to believe her lies, she was represented by the esteemed lawyer Colin Lovett. Colin was a huge deal. He spent 45 years as a lawyer and was defense counsel on around 200 murder cases, some of which were extremely high profile. When he passed away in 2021, the Sydney Morning Herald referred to him as the barrister with a heart of gold and one of Australia's best fighters for the underdog. This sort of case was his exact wheelhouse, and if there was anybody that could get Caroline acquitted, it was going to be Colin. It's interesting this guy gets remembered as like the barrister with a heart of gold rather than the guy who gets murderers off. Like, because we know Caroline's guilty as sin. Is he? Like, allegedly, from what we've read so far. I mean, come on. Thanks to Colin's extensive experience defending clients against murder charges, the trial was over in a single day. Australia's best fighter for the underdog had convinced Caroline to walk into a courtroom, plead guilty, and just pray they didn't sentence her to life in prison. Because she was very obviously guilty as and there was no judge or jury stupid enough to believe otherwise, even if there had been one lawyer who was. It is the job of a lawyer to be a zealous advocate for their client, and this statement was how Colin could best advocate for Caroline. Quoting, Rachel had everything going for her, and Caroline had nothing going for her. Caroline ultimately decided in the most illogical fashion that she would take the life of a child because she could then in some way become that child, or at least have the qualities of that person as she perceived them to be. Her motivations we can only guess at. I have certainly not come across the more frustrating or irrational taking of a human life. We can't explain it. She won't let us. So yes, the best defense that the experienced, high-profile criminal lawyer could come up with was, I cannot explain her motive. And despite Caroline being seen by multiple mental health experts, nobody could explain it either. She clearly had some sort of mental health issue or personality disorder, but as far as I can tell, it was never given a specific diagnosis. Nothing about what she did made sense. The best explanation was that she thought she could become Rachel by killing her, though even this delusion lacked any internal logic. Do you always need internal logic? People can just be cray-cray. But regardless of whether or not the motive made sense, she had pled guilty to the crime, and all that was left was the sentencing. Now, this was not an easy task for Justice Frank Vincent, nor should it have been. There was so much to consider that ignoring the cover letter, Vincent's decision was 19 pages long. To give the listeners at home a sense of scale, Simon is currently finishing page 26 of my script. That means it took the judge nearly 3/4 of the length of this episode, which is a long episode, to explain why he was giving the sentence that he was. And there was a lot in there. So, we're just going to hit the most important highlights. First, Caroline was young and a first-time offender. She had also chosen to plead guilty rather than wasting the court's time on a trial. That's really just basic sentencing guideline stuff rather than being specific to this case, but it had to be considered. More relevant to Caroline in particular was the troubling lack of details regarding her past and her motive. Colin had hinted at the possibility of abuse from her parents, but he couldn't come out and say anything directly. Caroline had refused to allow such discussions to occur in court, and she went to considerable lengths to prevent her lawyer, psychiatrist, and psychologist from saying anything in court regarding such allegations. According to her psychiatrist, even though she logically understood that no explanation she gave would make the crime of murder worse, quoting, Caroline in some ways was not a young woman facing trial for an awful murder. At a fantasy level, she was still a young child in trouble where revelation of motive brings the prospect of even more fearful punishment. Vincent also expressed concern over how dependent Caroline was becoming on the prison system. It had taken very little time for her to start calling the prison home and the other inmates her family, which was pretty concerning. If she was sentenced to anything other than life in prison, that meant she would eventually have to leave, and should still be pretty young when she got out, relatively speaking. Keeping her locked up too long had a strong chance of causing her to become institutionalized, but she still had to be locked up long enough to hopefully be rehabilitated. Is there rehabilitating someone here? I feel like rather than prison rehabilitation, she needs, to see a psychiatrist, often. Of course, since it was unknown what childhood trauma she had experienced or what her actual motive was for the murder, it was difficult to say just how much rehabilitation she needed. For that matter, it was difficult to say if the rehabilitation was even possible. There was a lot to consider, and deciding on a sentence in situations like this is an unenviable job. There were a lot of arguments, both for and against leniency, and it was clear that Caroline had been broken so badly that it went beyond low self-esteem to a point of genuine self-hatred. But regardless of how troubled or damaged Caroline may have been, perhaps the most important statement in Vincent's decision was this, quoting, "At this stage, at least, you represent a real danger to any who may become the unfortunate subject of your fixation." Ultimately, Vincent decided that Caroline would be sentenced to 20 years in prison, of which 14 and a half had to be served before she'd be eligible for parole. However, there was another concern in the courtroom that day that wasn't contained within the judge's decision. Elizabeth and Michael Barber were in attendance, and they were troubled by Caroline's appearance. Especially Michael. Not only had Caroline become worryingly accustomed to life in prison, but prison really seemed to be agreeing with her as well. When she arrived in court, she was completely unrecognizable. Caroline had dropped 60 pounds. Her curly hair was now straight and dyed, and the acne-riddled skin that she'd always hated was completely clear. According to Michael, there was a Rachel likeness there. The eyes. I kept thinking, she looks like someone I know. Then I thought, bloody hell. It has that feel about Rachel. At first glance, it's kind of weird. Everything is different. But she still has that look. It wasn't just her appearance either. The once friendless outcast didn't have a single enemy in prison, something that was seen as unusual. Instead, she seemed to be well liked in prison, as Rachel had been on the outside. On the other hand, Elizabeth didn't agree that Caroline now looked like Rachel. Instead, Elizabeth thought that she looked like a German cocaine smuggler that was housed in the same prison. The smuggler was a friend of Caroline's, and perhaps the unfortunate new subject of her fixation. Aftermath. In 2003, 3 years after Caroline's sentence was passed, Elizabeth published the book Perfect Victim about Rachel's death. The book was a collaboration between Elizabeth and true crime journalist Megan Norris. Elizabeth detailed Rachel's life, the family's heartbreak over their loss, and their struggle to convince the police that Rachel wasn't just another teen runaway, while Megan focused on the psychological analysis of Caroline in an attempt to explain what many experts had described as the most bizarre murder that they'd ever heard of. The book was adapted into the 2009 film Inner Skin. That same year, Manny released his first pop singles, with his album dropping in 2005. His first 3 singles all charted, with the most successful one peaking at number 7 in Australia. Unsurprisingly, it was believed that all of these songs were about Rachel, and Manny openly admitted that many of his songs were in fact about her. He never got over the loss of Rachel, and as far as I can tell, he hasn't dated anybody since. Admittedly, I didn't pry into that too hard, since it's really none of my business, but when it comes to public figures and that sort of information, it's usually readily available. Manny even publicly stated in 2013 that he still thought about Rachel every day. Caroline had been convicted in 2000, but the time she spent in prison awaiting trial was counted toward her sentence as a standard practice. She had been held without bail before trial, partly at the request of her own father, who believed that she would kill again if released. Jesus. He even had 5 specific girls in mind that he thought could be potential targets of Caroline. That meant that by 2013, 14.5 years had elapsed and Caroline was now eligible for parole. Manny's previous statement, as well as his admission that he had been suffering panic attacks at the thought of Caroline's release, was part of the large public outcry to deny her parole. The Barbers, unsurprisingly, also spoke out against parole, at least for the time being. Among other concerns, they hadn't once seen Caroline since the sentencing hearing. It's not like they wanted to have any sort of relationship with her, but they had no idea what she looked like anymore. In the 18 months between her arrest and her sentencing, Caroline had become completely unrecognizable. So with 13 more years having passed, there was no telling what she would look like now. The idea that Rachel's killer could be back on the street and they wouldn't even know her if they saw her was a terrifying proposition. But even if they did know what she looked like, they still didn't want her out yet. Most importantly, they feared that she would still be a danger to others if she was released. Of course, they also understood that Caroline couldn't stay in jail forever. They did want her to be paroled at some point, though it was for a very specific reason. If Caroline served her full sentence, then she'd be released, and that would be the end of it. But if she was paroled, then she would be legally monitored to ensure that she wasn't violating her conditions of release. Elizabeth was interviewed by reporters while protesting the potential release, and she said she wanted Caroline to serve 17 or 18 years, so that there'd be 2 to 3 years following her release when she'd be monitored. Though Caroline's parole was denied in 2013, she was released in 2015 at the age of 36 after serving 16 years of her sentence. She was going to be living on the opposite side of Victoria from the Barbers, where she would hopefully not be a threat to them nor interact with them in any way. They had no interest in speaking with Caroline, who in her 16 years behind bars never once expressed any remorse for taking Rachel's life, at least not explicitly. Leading up to her sentencing, Caroline had told her psychiatrist that she couldn't sleep at night because she was haunted by her actions, but Judge Vincent believed this to be self-pity over her situation rather than actual remorse for what she had done. And I'm inclined to agree with that assessment. For the 8 years since her release, Caroline has lived a quiet, anonymous life far away from the Barbers. According to Elizabeth, I don't think she is dangerous to us, but I don't want her to be dangerous to anybody. Wrap up. Now, the term senseless tragedy gets thrown around a lot, but while those events are often tragic, they still usually make some sense. There's generally a clear motive, even if that motive was based on a warped sense of reality. Or, barring a clear motive, we can often determine that the person was straight up insane and completely detached from reality. In such an instance, we may not understand how the person thought, but we can at least make sense of what happened in that the perpetrator was an irrational, crazy person. Neither of those are the case here, and Rachel Barber's death truly was a senseless tragedy. Caroline was known to be a logical and intelligent person, and by all accounts was not insane. Despite the best efforts of countless professionals to explain her motivation, it continues to defy all reason. Caroline simply won't let it make sense. That brings us to the only lesson that can be learned from all of this, and it's one that has been stated repeatedly on the Casual Criminalist. Don't fuck up your kids. More specifically, don't fuck them up so badly that they refuse to tell anybody what you've done to them, even after they've already been convicted of murder. And also, fuck the police. Like, police, get your together. You're an embarrassment in this episode. Rachel's death was a devastating loss for her friends and family, but they have continued to move forward rather than allowing grief to consume and destroy them. Ashley, Rose, and Heather have their own families now, and Manny is a loving uncle and godfather. And of course, Rachel's loved ones have all continued to honor the memory of her short but remarkable life, one that she led through songs, writing, and angry phone calls to disrespectful morning radio hosts. It was a whole thing. I normally end these episodes with a laugh to help ease Simon's mental suffering, but since Elizabeth is a published author, whereas I'm just some arsehole writing jokes for YouTube, I thought I'd leave you with her words instead. Quoting, "Rachel's death has put fear into the hearts of many parents. We can protect our children as much as it is humanly possible. We can love and shelter them as they grow up. We can warn them against the obvious dangers and perils of life. But how can we warn them against all people? I just thank God we had Rachel for 15 years, because, as I have said to friends, I'd rather have had her for 15 years than to not ever have had her at all." Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. What happens here, one of my writers, in this case Emma, thank you Emma, has written me a script, The Fiery Escape of Tarbo Bester. I have to say, I don't know what order these episodes have come out in, but this is a relief, because the last episode I recorded, in fact I did it just yesterday, was called The Toy Box Killer, and then I recorded another episode the day before that was, I think it was like about the worst serial killer in American history. So it's quite nice that this guy's going to be escaping from prison, because honestly I could use a break from people. You don't want to know what the toy box is. I mean, you probably do. You're probably going to watch that episode or listen to it, however this show's on YouTube as well as the podcast. But it is fucking grim. I promise you that, and I am glad that I have a little break from that today. So let's jump in. In the early hours of the 3rd of May, 2022, so recent, choir voices reverberated along the dimly lit hallways of Broadway, the segregation unit of Mangawoon Correctional Centre in Bloemfontein, South Africa. At around 2 o'clock, we were sleeping. Then we heard an explosion. After the explosion, we all woke up, even the other inmates. We could all smell the petrol, and we opened the windows while questioning what is going on. Everyone could smell the petrol, but we didn't know where it was coming from. Is it diesel or petrol? What's the one that smells really good? Although not everyone likes the smell. But whenever I'm at the petrol station, I'm feeling like, I can't remember which car it is. I've got a diesel car and a petrol car. And like one of them I think it's diesel. I think diesel smells real good. And you're just like, I'm like, yes. And I know it's probably terrible and it probably gave me cancer. But yeah, I mean, let's hope not. Black smoke started billowing down the hallways, and the inmates covered their mouths and noses with blankets and clothing, while others scrambled to open their windows. The inmates started pressing the panic buttons in their cells while they shouted and cried for help, and the smell of burning flesh mixed in with the petrol fumes. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. I was like, oh. At least this isn't an episode where people get horribly murdered. No, they're just getting burned to death in a prison. Also, I didn't realize prisons had panic buttons. I was in the movies, it's like, oh, what happens in the cell? It's like you and some like skinhead Aryan dude called John. And yeah, he's just going to stab you in your sleep and there's nothing you can do about it. That's how I imagine prison.
Now stand back, I gotta practice my stabbing.
It's not like, oh yeah, just press the panic button, everything will be fine. Oh, yeah, but by that point, John has stabbed you like 700 times with a sharpened toothbrush. Between 20 and 40 minutes later, we heard the second explosion. The second explosion was worse than the first one. Back in the control room, a report came in from one of the wardens that there was smoke in the corridors of Broadway. The two control room operators checked the CCTV footage but couldn't see any signs of a fire, so they contacted Broadway's unit supervisor, who ordered the guard who had reported the fire to deal with an emergency elsewhere in the prison. At 4 a.m., the control room operators reported that they confirmed that a fire had broken out in cell 35 and finally set off the emergency alarm while making numerous calls to the 10111 emergency police number, which went unanswered. I'd never seen that as low as 999 or 911 or 112 or 158 here in Czech, where I live. Also 112, because that's all across Europe you can use. Fun facts with Simon. Also, why aren't the police picking up? When the prison calls you to say that there's a problem, that should be like a priority. I don't know, the prisoners could be murdering. They're prisoners. It's what they do. I mean, some of them. Maybe some of them are not murderers. By then, the fire had been extinguished and cell 35 was cordoned off. The walls on the right side of the cell were black with acrid-smelling soot. The mattress had been overturned and was now a burnt-out husk, and a charred body lay underneath it. At 4:26 a.m., a nurse arrived at cell 35, and we then overheard from the nurses that Tarbo Bester is dead. Who was Tarbo Bester? Tarbo Bester was born on the 13th of June 1986 in what is now known as the Chris Hani Buragwanath Hospital in Soweto, Johannesburg. Soweto, not Soweto. Oh, I've always pronounced it Soweto, but apparently it's Soweto.
Soweto.
His mother, Maisi Mabaso, who had later claimed that she'd been sexually assaulted 9 months earlier, and as such, she didn't know who Bester's father was. Macy never reported Bester's birth to the Department of Home Affairs, and as such, he was never added to the National Population Register and didn't have an ID number or a birth certificate. Isn't that going to be a bit of a problem when you need stuff as an adult? Like, as a kid, I'm sure you could get through life without having, an ID. But when you become an adult, it's like, yeah, I want to learn to drive a car. And they'll be like, okay, just, I suppose. I know, because I have a birth... I didn't see my birth certificate. I'd never seen my birth certificate until I got married. And then it was like, I was like, yo, Dad, you got my birth certificate somewhere? And he's like, yeah, probably. Let me have a look and I'll dig it out. And it's like some ancient, I mean, not ancient, I'm not that old, but it was like from 1987, this birth certificate, like handwritten. I'm like, okay, thanks. Never seen it before. But I'd never needed it up to that point in my life. I don't know how it works. Like when I applied for a driver's license for the first time, they just send it to you. I'm obviously in the system because I'm not this dude. But I feel like not being in the system is going to cause problems in your life. The only record of his birth was a note that was made in the hospital's ledgers. In order to explain the discrepancy between their surnames, she'd later tell journalists from the independent newspaper Grounds Up that Bester was her grandparents' surname. At the time, Macy was still living with her parents, Joanna and Abel Maboso, on a farm in Eichenhof just south of Johannesburg, and they would look after him once his mother returned to work. Macy would later tell local news network EWN that, quote, I raised him till he was 1 year. When he was 1 year, my mother said I must give her the child because she will look after the child while I was working. When Bester was 2, his sister Stompy was born, and Macy left her 2 children with their parents so that she could move closer to work. I'll go to visit, and I'm coming back. At the end of the day, my mother, she shouted at me every day. She pushed me away. When she pushed me away, I said, no, I'll stay at my place. I won't go there again. The quote ends. Difficult to read quote, by the way. At one point, Macy went back to collect her 2 children so that they could live with her, but she was now living in a tin shack in a black township, and Bester insisted on moving back in with his grandparents because he didn't want to live in a simple 2-room shack in a township. Yeah, I mean, that's not unreasonable. How old was he? However old you are, it's like your grandparents have raised you since you're 1, so you're going to be much closer to them. And then someone arrives and is like, yo, you got to come live in a shack with me. I'll be like, bruh, I just want to stay with my grandparents. Thank you very much. I like the house more and I like them more. You left me when I was 1, mother. Bester would later tell forensic and investigative psychologist Dr. Gerard Labuscani, Emma even spelled that for me phonetically and it's still hard, that life with his grandparents wasn't ideal since he grew up poor and claimed his grandparents were alcoholics. Oh, okay. It sounded like quite nice compared to, but he didn't want to go to the tin shack. They worked as farm labourers, which meant that his grandfather would work the fields or help to tend to the cows, and his grandmother kept house for the family. Bester would play with the other farm workers' children, and when they got into trouble, his grandfather, Abel, would beat him as punishment. This was the 90s, though. I was South Africa, which I assume just generally got rid of corporal punishment later. Like my dad's from Zimbabwe, and he was like, yeah, when I was a kid, they used to beat me. And my mum, who's not, it's like, what? What are you talking about? When you were a kid? It's like my grandparents got beaten. And it's like, yeah, they were just like a little bit slower on getting rid of. And if I remember right, my dad said like the prefects at his school could beat him. And then when he became a prefect, it was the year that they took away the ability for the prefects to beat the kids, like with a whip. And I don't think he was disappointed, but he'd be like, God damn, he used to get whipped so hard. Not much else is known about Bester's early life, and what we do know was pieced together in the last year. Oh yeah, because this is all super recent. According to Nelleen Lowe, they'd owned a luxury eco-lodge just south of Johannesburg in 1990, and when Bester was 4 years old, he came and knocked on their door asking for food. The Lowe family took pity on the small boy and gave him food and clothes. This became a habit of his, and they took pity on the small, kind, soft-spoken but poor and neglected boy. He played with their children, and they gave him free rein inside their home, not knowing he was stealing whatever amounts of loose change he could get his hands on. But then Bester's grandfather allegedly discovered a pile of cash that Bester had been hoarding, and Bester told him that Mrs. Lowe had given it to him. According to Mrs. Lowe, there was a knock on the back door, and there stood a grandfather and this small boy. The old man asked if I had given money to the child. I said no. An old childhood friend of Bester's would later tell News 24 that they'd known Bester for most of his childhood and had always thought that he was a kind, friendly boy. To quote, I'll never forget when he got into the car for the first time. I felt so much for him. I was privileged, and I saw that his parents were torn. We bought him some groceries and dropped him off at his granny's house. They were so poor that they lived in the deep south of Johannesburg. It always felt like he was a brother to me, but it seems, even as a kid, he was deceiving people. He was polite and the nicest person. It seemed to be his modus operandi, and it fooled even my mother and father. I felt he was the brother I never had. After the end of apartheid in 1994, children of all races were encouraged to attend school together to help with social integration. According to Steve Mabona, the Gauteng Department of Education spokesperson, Joanna and Abel first sent the 11-year-old Bester to attend a predominantly white Afrikaans-speaking school in 1997. Because he didn't have a birth certificate or even certified documents that confirmed that his grandparents were his legal guardians, the school had to jump through multiple hoops to get him registered as a pupil. Mr. Mabona would later tell local news channel ENCA that, quote, we cannot deny the education of a child because he lacked documentation. We have a constitutional obligation to provide education to all our children. Okay, so yeah, not having documents did prove to be a hassle, but not an insurmountable one. According to the book The Thabo Bester Story by journalists Mauricia Damons and Daniel Stein, Bester was 3 years older than the other kids in his class and didn't do well in school, but he excelled at rugby and athletics and was well liked by the teachers and other students. In 1999, Bester befriended a boy named Zunaid Koch. Zunaid was 2 years younger than Bester, and Bester would spend most of his time with Zunaid's family, possibly feeling that it was a safe haven for him. According to Zunaid's mother, Shanaz, Bester would come home with Zunaid after school, spend the afternoon at their house, and then would go home. During school holidays, Bester was a constant fixture in their home, and at one point, Shanaz must have asked him what his home life was like because, quote, he always used to talk about his grandmother. He loved his grandmother. I asked him about his mum, and he told me no, he doesn't have a relationship with his mother. His father had passed on. Eventually, Zunaid's parents became Bester's unofficial guardians. They bought him clothes and paid for his school trips and took him to church, and Shanaz would later tell ENCA that, quote, Bester was a lovely child. He was always laughing. He was very kind, not abusive, not bullying any of the other children. He was never in any trouble that we could say we had to go to the school. In May 2002, Bester was 15 when his grandmother Joanna had a stroke. According to Macy, I go home. Tabo's not there. My mother's sick. I bring her here. With her help, we take her to the hospital. After she died, then we buried her. When we finished burying her, Tarbo's not there. We were looking for Tarbo. We couldn't find him. Before she passed away, Joanna had told Macy that Tarbo had been visiting with a friend and would return home soon. This friend was Zunaid, but it sounds like Bester never returned home once his grandmother had passed away. The 16-year-old Bester dropped out of school in September 2002, his final year of primary school. Unbeknownst to, I was like, primary school? But I guess primary school ends at 16 in South Africa. Unbeknownst to Zunaid's family, Bester was now living in a shack in a local township, along with a group of men that had taken him in. He would later claim that they'd abused him sexually in return for their protection, and that he did what he had to do to survive. This also meant that he regularly mixed with the criminal underbelly in the township, and they would teach him the skills he needed to survive. According to Bester, I resorted to crime to support myself. It is either you die or you make a plan. Zunaid was now attending Hyde Park High School, but he was still friends with Bester, who'd drop in every now and then to visit his best friend. According to Shanaz, my phone went missing in the house one day. We were all looking for it, and he helped us look for the phone, and we couldn't find the phone. And the next day, he left early, and he was gone. When Bester next visited their house, he was flush with cash, and Shanice asked Zunaid whether he thought that Bester might have stolen her phone. Zunaid told his mum that the phone wasn't even worth the amount of money Bester had in his possession, so she dropped the issue. Then money started disappearing around the house. Bester would disappear for days on end, only to be dropped off by men in fancy cars, and he would take Zunaid on shopping trips, after which the two of them would return home dressed in brand-name clothes and wearing golden chains around their necks. Bester is up to crimes. That sort of money, at that age, in this situation, it's crimes. Maybe drugs. In 2004, the 18-year-old Bester was already a practiced con man. Oh, okay, con man then. It's better than drugs, I suppose. Con man's kind of like glamorous compared to like drugs, which is just, not glamorous. He had stolen Zunaid's high school blazer and would wander around Hyde Park, an upmarket suburb in Johannesburg, wearing a Hyde Park high school uniform. Zunaid's blazer was lined with badges, and it enabled Bester to pretend that he was a top academic student good at sports and that he was a head boy, and he used this persona to con caring, well-meaning suburban mums out of thousands of rand. In the book The Tarbo Bester Story, one of these mums, Karen van der Merwe, explained that she met Bester one morning in September 2004. He'd been hitchhiking in his stolen school uniform, and when she asked if he needed help, he told her that he didn't have money for a bus fare and was now late for school. She offered to give him a lift, and on the way, Bester told her that his grandmother was in hospital and that he now had to take care of himself. He also told her about an athletics championship that was taking place in Durban, and he couldn't afford to go. Just like the Lowe family, Karen took pity on the well-spoken, friendly young man who spoke fluent Afrikaans and offered to help him out. She booked a plane ticket for him in a room in a hotel, gave him spending money, and promised to drop him off at the airport. Wow. You're a good person. On their way to the airport a few days later, Karen was listening to Bester ramble on about his life, and the red flags started popping up. Quote, I was driving into the airport when I noticed 2 holes in his earlobe. By then he had told me a lot of things that didn't ring true, and I suddenly realized that this was not the decent child of a devout Christian granny. Just in case her statement regarding the earrings confuses some people, back in 2004, the Afrikaans community in South Africa was still very conservative, like Mormon-level conservative. The idea that a well-brought-up Christian schoolboy would have multiple piercings in his ears, or, heaven forbid, a tattoo, was unheard of. It's because of their strict conservative and hypocritical upbringing that in the early 2000s, Afrikaans teenagers rebelled and started listening to rock bands like Die Antwoord and Fuck Off Polizika, aka Fuck Off Police Car. Anyway, it's like if you go too hard in one direction, your kids are going to rebel in the other. Anyway, once Karen realized that Bester wasn't who he pretended to be, she called a friend of hers, Belinda Watts, for advice. Belinda Watts' husband was the renowned investigative journalist Derek Watts, one of the late presenters of Carte Blanche, and Belinda told Karen that the boy in her car was a known con artist. Belinda told Karen to keep up the pretense that she was taking Bester to the airport, and then Belinda would have the police meet him at the airport. Soon after they arrived, Karen's car was surrounded by police, and the 18-year-old Bester was arrested. That seems like quite heavy. He's just conning her out of a little money. It's not good, but it's not like, do we need to surround her car with police? Can't we just go to his house later and arrest him? He's not a violent criminal, he's just a con man. Unfortunately, Karen decided not to lay any charges against him, and Bester was let go. A week later, he scammed another woman out of 200 rand and stole a third woman's purse. The two of them reported him to the police, and Bester was arrested yet again. Bester the con man. Bester was still wearing Zunaid's blazer when he was arrested, and Zunaid's father went to collect it from the juvenile detention center where Bester was being held. According to Shanaz, "My husband told Bester, 'I'm very upset and angry with you. Please stay away and don't come to my house again.'" When Bester was released from the juvenile detention center 6 months later, he called his mother to come and pick him up. It was the first time she'd heard from him in over 7 years, and Macy would later tell the news network EWN, "That day was the last day I saw Tabo." After his release, Bester worked hard on his craft. He initially lived on the streets of Johannesburg and became a petty thief. He also claimed that he used to sell fake concert tickets to university students in Pretoria, that he once rented out a pub in Soweto for a fake event, and charged the 800 attendees an extortionate entrance fee before fleeing the chaos. And he ran various fraudulent modeling and promotional agencies all over the country. Wow, he stepped up his game. Conning 800 people, that's quite impressive. I don't like it. It's just there's something fascinating about con people, isn't there? I'm fascinated by this. I don't know why. Why are people so fascinated by con men? Because I feel it's not just me. There's all sorts of books about this stuff. I find it very interesting. Later he'd go by the alias Tom Kelly and would contact beautiful women via Facebook. The charming Tom would tell them that they were the next best thing and invited them to hotel rooms and restaurants to attend glamorous photo shoots, during which he would rob them blind. According to the book The Tabo Bester Story, an advertisement for Africa's Next Top Model did the rounds in newspapers in March 2009. According to the ad, America's Next Top Model was looking for Southern Africa's next big star, and auditions would be held at the Sandton Convention Center. It cost 400 rand, $43 to enter, and the winner was set to win $100,000, or 731,000 rand in cash. Cash money, baby. It was based on a real campaign called West Africa's Next Top Model that had been launched in 2008 and even used the same poster design to make it seem more legitimate. ETV, a South African television station that had permission to broadcast America's Next Top Model, issued a statement to the media to warn all models and modeling agencies that the competition was a scam. But hundreds of women had already paid their entrance fee to the organizer, Tom Kelly, and they reported him to the police, resulting in Bester's arrest. Unfortunately, he was able to post bail and was released shortly after. A week after his release, Bester tried to convince Anton Taylor, a representative from the University of Cape Town Student Council, to allow him to organize a photo shoot on the campus. Bester claimed to be the owner of an American television network called Black Entertainment Television, as well as the owner of a local network called Bad Schoolboy. But when Taylor met Bester, he grew suspicious when Mr. Big Businessman wasn't able to answer simple questions about his company or planned photo shoots. That doesn't sound like a very well-prepared con man. Also, how old is he at this point? It's yes, I own an American television network, Black Entertainment Television, and one locally as well. It's how old are you? It's no, you don't. Then Bester claimed that he'd lost his bank card and asked if Taylor could spot him some money to pay for his accommodation that night, and the spell broke. Taylor reported Bester to the police, and just like that, Bester was back in prison. He was found guilty on 2 charges of fraud and spent some more time in prison, though no one seems to be sure exactly how long his sentence was. In the last year, multiple people have come forward to claim that they'd once been scammed by Bester, but we don't have any proof of these alleged crimes. However, we do know that shortly after his 25th birthday, Bester went from petty thief and scam artist to serial sexual assaulter. Oh no! I was this episode's going to be just a nice one about a con man and a thief. And now he has to do some sex crimes. Why? In 2011, Bester had placed several advertisements in local magazines, calling on models to audition for a role as an MTV presenter, but he would also contact potential victims through Facebook. A 24-year-old model agreed to meet him at a City Lodge hotel in Durban on the 19th of August 2011 and was immediately charmed by him. He had been richly dressed when he met her in the hotel's foyer and graciously escorted her up to one of the bedrooms. Later, he would end up sexually assaulting her by knife point and demanding that she tell him the PIN codes for her bank cards. The model fought back, and Bester stabbed her in the stomach and tried to strangle her. Oh no, what? After she passed out, Bester left her for dead, taking her cell phone and bank cards with him, and then went on a shopping spree at a nearby mall. Bester, wait. What are you doing? You're obviously going to go to prison for this. She knows who you are, basically. You're spending on the cards. There's going to be cameras. When is this, 2011? Come on. This is very bad criming. Luckily, the model survived the attack and was able to call for help. A week later, he'd attack a 26-year-old model in exactly the same way. She, too, survived the attack, and both women reported their attacks to the police. Shortly after, the police launched a manhunt for Bester and called him the Facebook R-wordist. Thank you for making it weird, YouTube. Yes, this early in the video, how are we in 23 minutes? Maybe we're safe using the R word, but yeah, YouTube doesn't like that. My videos get turned to yellow on YouTube, which means I don't really make any money, so I've got to be careful. At the time, Bester was dating the 26-year-old Nomfundo Taihulu. Nomfundo worked as a car salesperson at a BMW dealership in Sandton, Johannesburg, and she met Bester shortly after he was released from prison in early 2011. Bester bought a new BMW 1 Series from her and used his charm, telling her she would be perfect for a new TV show he was planning. The two of them dated for 8 months, and on the 19th of September 2011, Bester and Nomfundo flew down to Cape Town for a romantic holiday. They spent 2 nights at a luxury hotel, then moved to a bed and breakfast on Sunset Beach. According to Bester, the two of them argued on their last night together because Nomfundo had realized that Bester was still seeing other women. At around 2 a.m. the next morning, Bester decided that it would be best if he cut Nomfundo loose, so he attacked her and threatened her with a knife, demanding that she should hand over her laptop and cell phone. Oh my. That's a unique way to break up with someone. Nomfundo fought back, and in the ensuing struggle, Bester managed to stab her in the chest. He tied her up, demanded her laptop's password, and watched as she slowly bled out. He took a shower, got dressed, packed his bags, and left the room at 7 a.m. He told the owners that she was still asleep and that he needed a lift to town. That afternoon, Bester got on a plane and flew back to Durban. Nomfundo's body was only discovered at 9 p.m. that night. Okay, so he became a murderer. So much for my dream of it's it's about con men. Oh no, he does still crimes. Oh no, he's a murderer. The Facebook R-wordist. At the time of Nomfundo's murder, the KwaZulu-Natal police were still looking for Bester. The media reported that he was wanted for attempted murder, sexual assault and robbery, and the police had a list of all 13 of the aliases he used, with News 24 reporting that one of the aliases he used was Thomas Bester. He had multiple Facebook accounts, and even used them to taunt the police, posting the following status updates on one of his profiles. Catch me if you can. Why are people still bothering me? After he murdered Nomfundo, Bester deleted all of his Facebook profiles before he went into hiding, and then he told everyone to call him Mr. Boyson, which was a subtle taunt since he'd learned that Detective Boyson was the one who was investigating his crimes. On the 6th of October 2011, Bester hijacked a car in Alberton, a suburb south of Johannesburg. A police chase ensued, and Bester crashed the car, resulting in his arrest. He was taken to the police station, and there Bester mockingly told the officers on duty who he was, explaining that Detective Boyson from KwaZulu-Natal was looking for him. Detective Boyson then took Bester back to Durban, where he appeared in court a week later after being charged with 2 counts of sexual assault and 2 counts of robbery. During the trial, Bester pled guilty to all charges, but during his mitigation hearing, he reportedly told the court that he was a father to 3 daughters, and that as a father, he would never sexually assault anyone. After all, wait, didn't he just say he pled guilty? What are you doing? Do you not have a lawyer telling you what to do? After all, he was a victim of sexual assault himself. He claimed that he'd once been held as an older man's plaything for more than a week and had frequently been molested while hitchhiking. He had been molested both as a child and a teenager, and had been sexually attacked while he was in prison for fraud, resulting in him needing an operation done on his behind. Bester reportedly broke out in tears during the hearing and told the court that, quote, "I know I have done terrible things. This is not truly who I am. I want the opportunity to make things right." Bester told the court that the reason why he decided to plead guilty to all charges was to save his victims' families the pain of hearing what he'd done to their daughters. But despite his claims of abuse, Magistrate Sharon Marks told Bester that, quote, "You may regret your conduct, but that does not make you remorseful. You have not explained what motivated you to commit these crimes." Magistrate Marks then sentenced Bester to spend 15 years in prison for each sexual assault, as well as another 10 for each charge of armed robbery, which was a total of 50 years. That is a long time. That is about what he deserves, isn't it? However, he'd already been implicated in the murder of Nomfundo Taihulu, and on the 3rd of November 2011, just 3 weeks after he'd last been in court, Bester appeared in court in Cape Town and was charged with 1 count of murder. Dr. Labu Skachny would be asked to interview Bester before his trial, and during their discussion, he tried to get an idea of the type of person Bester is. Dr. Labu Skachny would later tell journalists Marcia Damons and Daniel Stein from Ground Up that Bester displayed signs of a personality disorder, that he was a narcissist, had a complete disregard for the consequences of his actions, and a big confidence that he wouldn't be caught, and needed to feel in control. I don't know why I feel confident that he wouldn't be caught. He seems like a bad criminal. Not as in, he's doing bad things, which he obviously is, but he's also pretty shit doing those bad things. in terms of evidence and witnesses and stuff like this. It's just he's not obeying those crime rules. A recording of their discussion went public in April 2023, and during their conversation, an animated Bester discusses his crimes, claiming that he hadn't even known that he'd sexually assaulted those women until the police started looking for him. The sexual assaults happened in a way that I didn't know what I was doing was sexual assault until I left the premises. If I knew I was doing sexual assault, I could have covered myself up using certain methods so that my fingerprints were not there. So it only became known to me that I did sexual assault when I left. Bro, you sexually attacked someone at knife point. What do you think sexual assault is? He also told Dr. Labiskachny that he felt he didn't deserve to spend the rest of his life in prison for Nomfundo's murder. According to Bester, he had feelings for her. Initially, she was just another target, but after they spent 2 days together, he'd started to feel something for her, and he hadn't meant to kill her. Didn't you stab and strangle her? And then left her to die? To quote him, I feel that I'm not somebody that you should worry about leaving in a room with me, that I'd sexually assault her. The murder, I feel, was just a pure, we fight over a knife, somebody gets stabbed in the process. And it was not my intention to never kill anyone. My intentions with her were straightforward. I liked her. Things got twisted whenever they got twisted, and we had a fight. The knife got out of hand. She got stabbed. I tried to stop it. If I went to the cops and said we had a fight and she got stabbed in the process, no one was going to believe me. The first thing to do, obviously, was wake up the owners of the B&B, let them come and call the cops and get an ambulance there. But I thought if I do that, that's like me saying, okay, I did the murder. That is my reason for running at that point. But not taking this away, I also feel I am responsible for her death. Yeah, you are. You stabbed her. Because if I did not bring the knife, she would not be dead. If I did not ask her to come, she wouldn't be dead. I'm responsible for her death. That is 100% certain. I'm not responsible for killing her. I did not kill her. I'm sure if I wanted to kill her, I'm not a stupid person. I could have done it in a way that the cops would not even know that it was me. At the end of the interview, Bester asked Dr. Labiskachny if he would be able to convince the court that Bester's abusive past was a mitigating circumstance, which might result in Bester receiving a lesser sentence for Nomfundo's murder. But Dr. Labiskachny told Bester that it all depended on the plea deal that the lawyers would be able to draw up for him, and that his so-called abusive childhood wasn't an excuse to sexually assault others. Yes, because as we bring up many times in the Casual Criminalist, plenty of people have shitty backgrounds, many of them where they're sexually abused, and they don't all turn out to be f***ing murderers, do they? Following their discussion, Bester decided to plead guilty to Nomfundo's murder, and on the 16th of August 2012, Judge Judy Cloet sentenced him to life imprisonment. During her judgment, she said, "The fact of the matter is that in your own version, this was nothing other than a sequence of brutal and callous acts which deprived this young woman of her life. It also deprived her loved ones of her presence in their lives. In these circumstances, the community at large will rightly expect this court sentence to reflect the seriousness with which crimes of this nature are regarded. No lesser sentence would be appropriate." Mangaung Correctional Center. If Thabo Bester's story had ended when he first arrived at Mangaung Correctional Center, or MCC as it's known, today's episode would only be 30 minutes long, but it doesn't end there. And according to Dr. Labiskachny, when I got involved in this case, it was actually not particularly interesting case. He was a guy who had sexually assaulted 2 people and killed someone. We saw countless cases like that. He was not an interesting person at all. He becomes interesting because he escaped the way that he did. Ooh, he escapes prison. Wait, in the beginning, that was his death in prison. So is he escaping prison, then going back in? At the time of writing, MCC is owned by a company called Bloemfontein Correctional Contracts, or BCC. BCC consists of 5 separate shareholders who all have a 20% stake in the prison. They're Old Mutual, a Pan-Africa insurance company, 3 black empowerment companies, and the British security firm G4S. Of course, because G4S somehow have their hands in everything. They're like that real-life umbrella corporation from those Resident Evil things. They just seem to do everything and have a massive private army. I think that it's like Their like private army is massive. Or like their private security force or whatever it is. G4S is scary. In 2000, BCC was awarded a 25-year-long contract with the Department of Corrections, and it has been speculated that this is mostly because the numerous political figures who are all shareholders in these black empowerment companies would greatly benefit if BCC won the contract. That sounds mega corrupt, doesn't it? The contract stipulated the BCC had to build and operate a state-of-the-art prison and then hand it over to the department once the contract expired in 2026. It was to serve as a trial run for privatizing the prison system, and in return, BCC would receive a one-off amount of 300 million rand, which would be used to build the prison. Once the prison started operating, they'd receive monthly payments, which would total about 1.5 billion rand over the course of the next 25 years. However, in April 2023, it was reported that by February 2023, the department had already paid BCC an amount of 1.7 billion rand and was expected to pay another 2 billion rands before the contract expired in 2026. Oh my lord. That went over budget, didn't it? The prison has been operational since 2001 and can hold up to 3,000 prisoners. G4S is charged with the overall management of the prison, but they employ several contractors who are responsible for various aspects of the prison's daily management. G4S trains the wardens and security personnel. A company called Integriton Integrated Solutions manages the surveillance and security systems. Another company provides medical care, and another provides food to the inmates. Mangawoon is considered to be a prime example of what a modern prison can be, and G4S proudly displays its name outside the prison walls. But in 2008, the University of Witwatersrand published the Wits Justice Project and reported that there had been over 5,000 allegations of abuse in the prison since it started operations, including the habitual torture of inmates, forced injections of antipsychotic drugs, and overall treatment that was considered inhumane in terms of the Nelson Mandela rules, which are the UN standard for how prisoners should be treated. Oh my lord. Like 5,000 allegations of abuse? Habitual torture? It's a fucking Guantanamo Bay or some shit. Multiple investigations were launched. A documentary called Prison for Profit took a deeper look at how MCC treated its inmates, and in 2013, the Department of Corrections, or DCS, took control of MCC for 3 months after the inmates managed to take a female warden hostage while the majority of the wardens were on strike. The department handed control of MCC back to G4S after 10 months, but in return, they wanted to be reimbursed for the 100 million rand that they'd paid G4S during this time. That court case is still ongoing. According to several whistleblowers, some of the wardens at MCC are not only particularly cruel, but they're also corrupt to the core. They deal drugs like weed, heroin, and crystal meth, or tick, as it's known here. And according to one witness, they'd confiscate a cell phone in one cell and sell it to a prisoner in the next one. Corruption is fucked up. Stop this. Because of the rampant corruption that is present in the prison, most of the inmates at MCC own brand new cell phones and regularly post videos of themselves on social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram, showing off their high-flying lifestyles and 5-star amenities. Really? This is a modern prison? It sounds like those prisons from Prison Break, when they go to Mexico. Some of these witnesses claim that the prison is run by several gangs, and that if you have the money, you can quite literally get away with murder at MCC. One inmate would tell Grounds Up that if you are a gangster, you are king. You are respected by the management and security, and almost everyone is scared of you, unlike if you're not a gangster. Shortly after arriving at MCC, Bester befriended members of the Bulgarian mafia and other fraudsters who were serving time at the prison and quickly learned the lay of the land. What's the Bulgarian mafia doing in prison in South Africa? You got far afield, Bulgarian mafia. I didn't even know Bulgarian mafia was a thing. One of the wardens would later tell Grounds Up that, quote, Thabo Bester was always hustling, always smuggling. Maroy Mpao, a former G4S employee, told Carte Blanche that during his time working at the prison, the wardens were told not to interact with the notorious conman, but despite this, quote, Thabo Bester was running the facility. One of the inmates would explain that, when I met him, I gave him the name El Chapo. He made an army for himself for protection. He paid people money, so no one would know what he was up to. Bester soon learned which wardens to target, and he started winning their favor by bribing them into performing small favors for him. Quoting, he'd come out of his cell and just look at you. He'd make a note on Monday. What are you eating? And on the 25th, when you get your salary, what's your behavior? Are you smoking? What are you smoking? If you're smoking this type of cigarette, he'd know you're probably broke. He asked for a pack of cigarettes here and a can of Coke there, and it would eventually escalate to the point that he was wearing his own brand name clothes and slept on a comfortable mattress. He wore expensive watches, had multiple cell phones, a Bluetooth speaker, a laptop, had access to the internet, and even recorded himself having solo dance parties in his cell. He's got a laptop and internet? Like, what the f***? Sort that shit out. Do they even have plugs in prison cells? How's he charging it? Initially, he used his internet access to try and convince the outside world that he'd been set up and that he wasn't guilty of the crimes he'd been charged with. He set up multiple profiles on Twitter using the aliases Tom Motshipa and TK Nunkwana, and would allegedly contact media houses offering the journalists who emailed him back incriminating evidence on corrupt government officials in exchange for money. When that didn't work, he returned to his old modus operandi and reached out to women via social media. He introduced himself as either a US-based businessman named TK Nunkwana or a local businessman named Tom Motshipa, and would offer them opportunities to grow their business and their wealth. Bester also started several companies while in prison, the most notable of which is 21st Country Fox Group Holdings, JP Morgan Investment Group, and Vibes Africa. He personally headhunted various people in the media industry, offering them extraordinary amounts of money to work for him. God damn. It's just this dude on the internet in prison, and he's like hiring people and starting a media company. People fell for his scams, and at one point he employed over 20 people who worked out of a high-end office building in Santon. What the f*** is going on? They all thought their boss, Tom Motshipa, was based in New York, explaining why he was only available to conduct virtual meetings at night. They all worked on ideas for multiple television programs that would never air, held auditions for TV shows that would never be produced, and promoted events that would allegedly be attended by A-list celebrities. Yeah, but where's the money coming from? I understand how the money's being spent, but how's it coming in? On the 13th of June 2018, one of his companies hosted an expensive launch party at the Hilton Hotel in Santon, during which Bester called in wearing a luxurious white suit and designer watch and had the crowd sing him happy birthday. In the book, The Tarbo Bester Story, journalists Mauricia Damas and Daniel Stein explain all his known schemes in detail for 4 chapters. So if you're interested in going, what the f*** and having your mind blown over and over, I suggest you check it out. I desperately want to read this book now. I find this sort of stuff, as I said, fascinating. For now, there's something else we need to introduce you to before we continue our story. And I'm sorry, Simon, but the pronunciation of some of the various names is going to become increasingly difficult from here on out. Oh, it was already difficult! Dr. Nandi. Nandipa Magudumana was born on the 4th of September 1988 in Bazana in the Transkei, which at the time was known as the homeland of the Xhosa people, which is similar to the Indian reservations that were established all over the US in the 19th century. At first, her family lived in a modest 2-room hut or rondeville, but later they'd expand the house, adding on several rooms. When Nandipa was 5 years old, the apartheid regime was coming to an end, and her family bought a house in the previously whites-only coastal town of Port Edward. According to her brother, quote, "We were among the first black people in Port Edward to own a house, so you can imagine the transition. It was the end of apartheid, and the tensions were high. It was fascinating. I was 8 years old. We could walk to the ocean because it was 100 meters from our house. So as a kid coming from a deeply rural area, and suddenly you've got white neighbors in the beach right there, it was mind-boggling and amazing. We had to adapt well because we weren't used to this new life and how to carry ourselves. The difference now was that it was a suburban area. The house was huge, and there was indoor plumbing, which we never had in Bazana. We could hear the ocean from our bedrooms. For us as kids, we'd never experienced stuff like that." Nandipa's father, Zoilila Sekulini, became involved in the transitional government after the fall of apartheid in 1994 and would later become the first black deputy mayor of Port Edward. The mother ran night school. Isn't it fucking crazy that it wasn't until 1994? I know it's like, it shouldn't shock me because it's like, oh, obviously I know about this. I was 7! And it's like apartheid was just coming to an end. Jesus Christ, South Africa, get your shit together. Their mother ran night schools in the area and is described by her children as being a workaholic who barely had any time for them. Nandipa is described as being an angel when she was growing up. She was a straight-A student, a prefect, had an interest in swimming, gymnastics, ballet and modelling. She would later explain that she had decided she wanted to be a doctor when she was 6 years old, and in the new South Africa, this was entirely possible. Nandipa studied for a Bachelor of Health Science degree at Wits University in Johannesburg and then went on to study medicine, becoming a qualified doctor in 2013. That December, the beautiful and hard-working 25-year-old Nandipa married a 43-year-old pediatrician who was known to his friends as Dr. Mac, and they would go on to live a life of luxury. Well, that's nice. Dr. Mac was a socialite, and his beautiful wife fit neatly in with his glamorous lifestyle. They lived in a 6-bedroom mansion where they regularly hosted their celebrity friends, and some of their friends would later explain that when you go to his house, you don't want to leave. Wow, this sounds all really nice. What sort of horrible thing is going to happen to ruin this for me? Nandipa wasn't just a pretty face, and she had some ambitions of her own. Yeah, she's a doctor. It's already pretty good. She worked in various hospitals for 4 years before she opened her own skincare and aesthetics clinic, Optimum Medical Aesthetic Solutions, in 2017. Her clients were the creme de la creme of Santon's high society, and she would affectionately become known as Dr. Nandi. She appeared on local TV and radio shows and soon became Instagram famous, making the Mail and Guardian's list of top 200 young South Africans and 50 powerful women. In 2018, Glamour magazine featured her in a full-page article saying, "Yes, she slays the fashion game, but don't get it twisted. She ain't here to just be a face or to be a blessee. She is a powerhouse medical practitioner and businesswoman." Even during the height of lockdown, Nandipa's clinic continued to flourish, and in June 2020 she bought a brand new Porsche Cayenne for 2.5 million rand, followed by a Range Rover worth 4 million rand just 2 months later, explaining in a Facebook post that she was so blessed and that hard work pays. Seems a bit she bought just 2 months later. It was the Porsche Cayenne, which is also an SUV, not enough. She went on expensive holidays, wore expensive clothes, and continued to slay like a queen. On the surface, Nandipa had it all: a rich husband, 2 beautiful daughters, and a thriving business. But it would come to light later that she'd already been involved with Bester since 2006. What? Why? Your life seems awesome. Multiple people, including Nandipa herself, would later claim that she'd met Bester while she was studying at Wits. She was 18 at the time and allegedly worked as a promo girl for a modelling and promotional agency that Bester was running on campus. It's possible that Bester became aware of her success while in prison and re-established contact with her sometime after her marriage to Dr. Mack. Why would you continue? If I was in this situation, I'd be like, no. Like, I was 18 and stupid, and now you've been in prison, and I'm a famous doctor. Like, hard pass on meeting up for coffee, alright? In 2016, she registered Vibes Africa Incorporation International, one of Bester's fake companies, and listed herself and Bester as directors. What are you doing? Prison records show that she first met him in prison on the 13th of January 2018, and she would visit him a total of 24 times over the next 3 years. She would later claim that they became engaged in 2020. Why are you doing this? I know he's like a con man, so he's like very charming, I'm sure, and all of this stuff, but this is objectively a terrible idea. During this time, Nandipa had quietly separated from the 50-year-old Dr. Mack, and she moved into a luxurious mansion in Hyde Park, Bester's old stomping grounds, in 2021. She ran 2 companies on behalf of Bester: Aram Holdings, a construction company, and Doctors Network Legacy, which ran events for medical professionals. Using these companies as fronts, the 2 of them were able to defraud Nandipa's friends and colleagues out of an estimated 15 million rands, or about $2.7 million. Wait, I'm just doing the maths on that. She bought a Range Rover for 4 million rand, which is basically a third of 15 million, or 2.7. A Range Rover doesn't cost $900,000. No, I used to drive a Range Rover, and it wasn't like a big and fancy one or whatever, but it definitely didn't cost me $900,000. That's insane. Her new carefree life wasn't all sunshine and roses, though, and soon the cracks started to show. Nandipa didn't pay her annual licensing fees to the Health Professionals Council of South Africa, and in April 2021 her medical license was suspended. She wasn't able to keep up the monthly payments on her Porsche and tried to get out of paying for it by driving over the border into Zimbabwe and just abandoning the car there, claiming that it had been stolen. She also introduced Bester to her family over video calls and told them that he was TK, her business partner and mentor. It didn't take long for her brother to figure out that TK was the infamous Tabal Bester, and he ended up blackmailing his sister for 100,000 rand, or $5,360. I'm sorry, is my maths? I don't know why I do public maths. It's a terrible idea. I'm just realizing I probably added an extra 0 to the price of that Range Rover, which makes it 90,000 American dollars, which makes a lot more sense. Siri, what's 15 million South African rand in American dollars? Oh, Siri's fucking useless. Nandipa didn't pay up, and when her brother started telling everyone who'd listened that she was involved with the infamous Facebook R-wordist, Nandipa took him to court for posting defamatory statements about her on social media, and her brother was forced to erase all records of his so-called unfounded allegations. Between April 2021 and February 2023, Nandipa seemingly carried on as usual as she kept posting inspirational posts to both Twitter and Instagram. She went shopping with her daughters, drove around in luxury cars, went on expensive holidays, and continued treating her patients despite no longer having a valid medical license. She also managed the various companies she had established, defrauded more people out of millions of rands, racked up thousands of rands in debt because, despite robbing people of millions, she somehow could no longer afford to pay her rent, disappeared for weeks on ends, and in January 2023 she explained to her clients that she was fully booked and would reopen her clinic again soon. How did your life become such a giant mess so suddenly? This is so crazy. Everything was going so well. That is until a small newspaper broke the story that Tabao Bester had escaped from prison and that Dr. Nandi had helped him do it. Oh, The Great Escape. Bester's plan to escape from prison wasn't as simple as hiring a helicopter, carving a revolver out of soap, or climbing through a window while a prison guard patiently waited for him to take a piss, and yet the media would later refer to it as his prison walkout. First, Bester and Nandipa recruited a prison warden that Bester was friendly with, the unit supervisor at Broadway, Senoha Matsuhara. Allegedly, Nandipa offered to pay Matsuhara 7 million rand, or $372,000, in exchange for helping Bester escape from prison. He then recruited Taboho Lipolo, a CCTV technician who worked for Integratron, and they offered him 2.5 million rand for his part in the escape. Some of their other accomplices would be bribed with smaller amounts, and others received no money at all. The first attempt was supposed to take place between the 15th and the 18th of April 2022. A few days before, Lipolo tested the security system by manually disabling the CCTV recording devices, or DVRs, for a few hours. Because CCTV cameras were still on and working, no one raised an alarm. However, to cover his tracks, Lipolo reported that there'd been a power outage and that as a result, they'd lost several hours' worth of footage. Nandipa travelled down to Bloemfontein on the 13th of April 2022, and while she was in town, she took a trip to Bloemfontein Government Mortuary. There she identified one of the unclaimed bodies as belonging to her father. The man had already been dead for 6 months and had been killed in a hit-and-run incident on the 9th of October 2021. Nandipa signed all the necessary documents and requested that her father's body be taken to a local funeral home before they held a small funeral service for him. The service was held under the cover of darkness, and when the coffin was lowered into the ground, it had to be weighed down with old cooked meat. Oh wow, I see what's going on. She's stolen the body, hasn't she? Meanwhile, Bester had submitted an isolation request on the 15th of April, claiming that he'd been threatened by the 26 Numbers gang and that he wanted to be placed in the segregation unit for his own safety. He couldn't be moved to Broadway before the DCS officials approved his request, and he could only be moved if there was an empty cell available. But there wasn't, and because it was a crucial part of their escape plan, they decided to abort the escape attempt. According to several witnesses, Bester received a late-night visitor on the 16th of April, but no official records of this visit exist. Bester cancelled his pending isolation request the next morning, and the body they'd kept on ice was thrown into a river where it would be discovered by passers-by on the 29th of April. The mortuary tag was still attached to its toe, and it would later enable the police to link the discarded body to Nandipa. Well, that was a terrible idea. You should have obviously got rid of that and made the body unrecognizable. Why would you not do that? Their second attempt were always scheduled to take place in the early hours of Tuesday, the 3rd of May 2022. That Monday was a public holiday, and MCC was guarded by a skeleton staff. On the 23rd of April 2022, Nandipa walked into the National Hospital in Bloemfontein and told the officials working there that she wanted to claim a body. She'd told them that it belonged to the brother of a friend of hers, a Zimbabwean immigrant named Zando Moyo, and once again she had all the documentation she needed ready. She identified the body, signed the necessary paperwork, and then had the body transported to a local funeral home. Wow, you could just go into hospital and take a body, apparently. Just like they'd done the first time around, they held a small funeral late at night, but this time the coffin was weighed down by 3 10-kilo bags filled with cornmeal, aka coarsely ground dried maize meal, or millipap, as we know it. On the 27th of April, Nandipa's father, Zolila Sekulini, rented a bucky, aka a pickup truck or an Uzo, at the O.R. Tambo International Airport in Johannesburg. That same day, Bester once again applied to be moved to a single cell. 2 days later, the unit supervisor, Matsuhara, drove the bucky to MCC. On the back was a wooden television cabinet that was scheduled to be repaired in the prison skills development workshop, and they'd hidden the decoy body inside of it. What was in there? A wooden television. Jesus Christ, how big is that television? You fit a body in there? Once he arrived at the prison, Matsuhara was initially waved through the sally port because the guard on duty recognized him, but a supervisor insisted that, as per prison policy, the bucky had to be thoroughly searched before it could enter the premises since it was a private vehicle. According to the witnesses, the supervisor was called away by a control room operator before this order could be carried out, and Matsuhara parked the bucky in the inner complex at MCC. The cabinet was unloaded and was stored untouched in the workshop for the next year. Bruh. That cabinet, there's a dead body in there. That shit's gonna smell terrible. On the 30th of April, the inmate who was housed in cell 35 allegedly applied to be moved back to general population. His application was approved, and he was dragged kicking and screaming out of his cell, insisting that the wardens were going to have him killed. Later that day, Bester was moved into cell 35 and he jokingly told the other inmates that he wouldn't be staying there for very long. To ensure that he wouldn't be inconvenienced while he waited to be sprung from prison, the wardens even ensured that his cell phone, his laptop, and his other belongings were also moved to his new cell. This is so corrupt, Jesus Christ. On the 1st of May, Lipolo, the CCTV technician, wheeled a black dustbin containing the decoy body from the skills development workshop into the prison yard and was caught on camera sweeping the yard to avoid suspicion. He dragged the dustbin towards Broadway's emergency door and entered the building by swiping his access key, bypassing the usual security measures altogether since as part of the control room staff he was allowed access. The cameras didn't record him entering the building since the emergency door was located in a known camera blind spot and it is conveniently located across from cell 35. Lipolo then dragged the bin to the dark room, or the solitary confinement room, and left it there since the room was no longer in use. The next afternoon, Lipolo seemingly left work at 4:30 p.m., but instead of leaving the prison, he hid in the dark room. At 7:30 p.m., he slipped into the control room once the wardens had finished roll call and unplugged the DVR system for the CCTV cameras in Broadway. Lipolo then dragged the dustbin into Bester's cell. One of the control room staff opened the cell door for him, and Bester helped him unload the body and place it on the floor. They poured petrol over the body, placed Bester's mattress on top of the body, and then doused it in petrol as well. After that, Lipolo took his dustbin and hid away again. It's pretty clever. It's pretty elaborate, to be honest. At 2:15 a.m. on the 3rd of May, 2022, there's a loud explosion somewhere in Broadway, and a fire breaks out in cell 35. Matsuhara orders the other wardens to attend to a fight that had broken out somewhere else in the prison, while he reportedly walked up and down the smoke-filled halls in Broadway talking on his cell phone. Bester's cell door is opened, and Bester and Matsuhara light a petrol bomb in Bester's cell. They close the cell door behind them, and the two of them slip out of the building using an emergency exit. The second explosion is heard at around 3 a.m. Around this time, CCTV cameras outside the administrative building capture split-second footage of what is thought to be three figures running away from the building. By 4 a.m., Matsuhara ensures that the fire is put out using fire extinguishers and the cell is cordoned off. The fire is officially logged in the control room's logbook, and later G4S would report that the fire only broke out at 4 a.m. Around 5 a.m., the person whose charred remains are discovered in cell 35 is declared dead, and one of the inmates is ordered to clean the cell before the police arrive on the scene, possibly so that he could remove crucial evidence like the remains of the petrol bomb. The next day, the Department of Correctional Services would issue a media statement to explain that Thabo Bester had killed himself in his cell. Several investigations into his death were launched, but because no one suspected that it escaped, these investigations would drag on for months. And just like that, Thabo Bester was a free man. That's pretty nuts. Although, who would choose to kill themselves by hiding under a mattress, covering it in petrol, and setting it on fire? That sounds like the worst possible way to kill yourself. Blowing the whistle. Ground Up is a non-profit, human rights-focused news agency based in Cape Town, South Africa. According to their website, Ground Up started as a project between the Community Media Trust and the University of Cape Town's Centre for Social Science Research in April 2012 and became a standalone non-profit in June 2020. During an interview with Rebecca Davis, a senior journalist with Daily Maverick, journalist Daniel Stein explained that, quote, "We generally focus on stories of service delivery. We like to expose fraud and corruption, and mainly in areas that other investigative centres don't focus on." His colleague, Marcia Damons, explained that back in October 2022, their editor, Nathan Geffen, called her into her office one morning and told her that he had a prison story that he wanted her to cover, but that the details surrounding it were strictly confidential. Quoting her, "He basically asked me if I knew who the Facebook rapist was, and he told me that his name was Thabo Bester." Nathan told me that earlier that year, in May, a fire had broken out in Bester's cell, and he was assumed to have died by self-immolation. But Nathan had received a tip-off, leading him to believe that the investigation was dragging on, because at this stage, it had been about 5 or 6 months since the fire had broken out, and there was no public updates on what was happening. The whistleblower was Justice Edwin Cameron, a retired Constitutional Court judge and the head of the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, or the JICS, which is responsible for overseeing conditions in prisons and the treatment of inmates. He told Nathan that the authorities had been aware that Thabo Bester had likely escaped from prison, and yet nothing was being done to find him. Marcia started her investigation into the story by requesting updates from all the relevant stakeholders and got her hands on all the publicly available documents relating to Bester's death. Quoting her, "For the first couple of articles, it was mainly just me trying to understand what exactly happened the night of the fire and where the authorities were with the investigation, but obviously we were not aware of the fact that the story would end up blowing up in the way that it did." Yeah, it's a hell of a story, isn't it? It's like a movie-style prison break. During the course of her inquiries, Marcia learned that following the fire on the morning of the 3rd of May 2022, the police were called and arrived at MCC at around 6:55 a.m. The forensics team was called in and they arrived at 10:30. The cell was processed, photographs were taken, and the body was moved to the state morgue in Bloemfontein. All of Bester's belongings were moved to the administrative building for safekeeping until his next of kin was able to come and collect them. The only contact on file was Bester's uncle, and he was called and told that Bester had passed away. Once the police gave the go-ahead, the cell was cleaned out and repainted, and a few days later, a new inmate would take Bester's place. On the 4th of May, an autopsy had been performed on the body that was found inside of cell 35. The pathologist, Dr. Jacobus Hendrik Fauché, found the victim's cause of death was blunt force trauma and that it had already been dead for several days before the fire broke out. Well, okay, so it's not the guy. They know this. Why are they covering it up or not investigating it? That seems crazy. Dude broke out of prison. Without going into the specifics, the pathologist noted that the body had been refrigerated at some point and had already started to decompose before it ended up in the fire. Wasn't he left there for like a year? Didn't we say that? Furthermore, the body on his autopsy table measured 145 centimeters or 4'7" and weighed approximately 50.2 kilos, but prison records showed that Thabo Bester measured 1.7 meters or 5'5". It's worth noting that bodies can shrink if they're burnt, but the body wasn't so badly burned that a height difference of 25 centimeters could be explained away as a result of the fire. Samples of his blood were sent away for testing and DNA analysis. Most notably, however, is that Dr. Fauché reported that the body smelled of paraffin. Meanwhile, staff working in the administrative building at MCC also reported that Bester's belongings smelled like petrol, and the operations director contacted the police to report that an accelerant had been used to start the fire. And since spontaneous combustion is not a thing, I just want to say, well, thank you, Captain Obvious. By this point, 3 different investigations were taking place at the same time. After Bester's death was reported to MCC management, MCC director Joseph Monyante tasked G4S audit and risk director Gert Bulleveld with investigating Bester's death and determining how they could prevent another similar incident from occurring again. Bulleveld and his team took statements from the guards who were on duty that day, reviewed the CCTV footage with the help of CCTV technician Teboho Lepolo, and checked the various logs and timesheets to find out what had happened that night. Bulleveld and his team found that on the night of the fire, the CCTV cameras for Broadway weren't recording, and as such, there wasn't any footage of what happened that night. They also found a statement made by unit supervisor Sanauha Matsuhara, which didn't match up with the events of that night, and that the cell locking mechanism had reportedly malfunctioned shortly before the fire was logged. Bulleveld and his team questioned Matsuhara, and when he was unable to provide them with a verifiable account of his movements that night, he was reported to HR. The 2 control room operators also faced disciplinary action, and all 3 men would be dismissed in June of 2022. Yeah, that's it. They essentially help with a prison break and they're just getting fired? I feel like you assist a prisoner get out of prison, surely you've got to go to prison yourself. And it's probably not going to be a good time for you because you used to be a prison guard. As part of their investigation, Bulleveld and his team requested a copy of Bester's autopsy report on the 17th of May, but would later claim that the police had denied their request, resulting in them dropping their investigation into the cause of Bester's death and just ignoring the cause of it entirely. Instead, the police informed MCC management a week later that the investigation was now a murder investigation, and as such, they needed more information. On the 2nd of June, Bulleveld and his team provided the police with the information they had requested, as well as their findings so far. Meanwhile, JICS were doing their own investigation into how Thabo Bester had offed himself. They requested information from both MCC and the police, and they received reports from both parties, including whatever CCTV footage was available. It was JICS investigators who discovered the split-second footage of the 3 figures running away from the segregation unit building that night, suggesting that Bester had escaped. Following the news reports of Bester's death, Macy, Bester's mum, had contacted the police in order to lay claim to his body so that she could bury him. She was told that his body had been moved to Soweto, but was denied access because of the murder investigation. She was interviewed by a journalist, and because of this interview, the police were able to track her down in June 2022. They took a sample of her DNA, and on the 1st of July, the DNA analysis explained that Bester's DNA didn't match with the DNA of his biological mother. Well, I mean, obviously not. He wasn't the right size, but DNA is a good way to confirm it, isn't it? On the 3rd of August, MCC sent a copy of their preliminary report to JICS, and on the 10th of August, the police sent them copies of the autopsy report and the DNA analysis. Both reports indicated that it was likely that Thabo Bester was still alive. And then, on the 12th of October 2022, an inmate wrote a letter to the Free State High Court to report that one of the unit supervisors had helped Bester escape from prison, and a 4th investigation was launched. When the investigation report was published in December, it also confirmed that Bester hadn't died that night, and a copy of the report made it to Ground Up's reporters. On the 8th of November 2022, Ground Up published an article titled "Many Mysteries Surround the Death of Facebook Rapist Thabo Bester." It was followed on the 20th of January 2023 by an article titled "Murder at Mangwan Prison. Leaked report shows Facebook rapist was dead before a fire broke out in his cell." It was around then that Ground Up's editorial team realized that they might have bitten off more than they could chew. According to journalist Daniel Stein, when the story came across Nathan's desk, there was definitely the type of conversation where we said that crime is not our beat. Obviously, a sensational story like this is not our best, but I think that the main reason why we took it on was that it was clearly a massive failure by the investigative authorities in this case. Yeah, a dude escaped from prison and left behind a body that was completely different to his body, and you're still like, hey. The assumption and thinking was that just by asking questions and putting pressure on the authorities that they would come clean, and that it would pressure them to sufficiently disclose the truth and investigate properly. And it was by February 2023, so several months after Marcia had written her first article, and we realized that that was not going to happen, and that it was going to be our job as Ground Up to expose this, and we really doubled down on getting the story out as soon as possible. The two of them teamed up, and on the 15th of March, Ground Up published the article that would thrust Thabo Bester and Dr. Nandi into the spotlight. Did the Facebook rapist die in his cell, or did he escape from prison? Hell of a good title, isn't it? No wonder this got attention. Ground Up explained the basic facts of the case that had already been covered in their previous articles. They then explained the celebrity doctor Nandipa Magadamana had tried to collect the body just days after the fire, claiming to be Thabo Bester's wife. The next morning, a woman called Ground Up and told Daniel that she was pretty sure she'd spotted Bester at Woolworths in Sandton a month after his escape. FYI, here in South Africa, Woolworths is marketed as a high-quality grocery and apparel store. Basically, it's our equivalent of Waitrose in the UK. I've been to a Woolworths. Woolworths in the UK is just, it doesn't exist anymore, but it used to be kind of a crappy department store sort of thing. But Woolworths in South Africa is quite nice. I went to Cape Town a few years ago, and I remember where I was staying, the Airbnb was near a Woolworths, so I'd buy food there. It was nice. She explained that she'd been shopping at Woolworths on the 30th of June 2022 when she noticed Dr. Nandi shopping with her family. Her best friend adored Dr. Nandi, so the woman was already familiar with her. The woman low-key stalked Dr. Nandi and her family as they shopped and realized that the man dutifully following Dr. Nandi around wasn't her husband. He was well-built, had long black curly hair that he'd tied back, wore a khaki-colored hoodie, faded jeans and sunglasses, and looked nothing like the 52-year-old Dr. Mack. The woman snapped photos of the adulterous couple to send to her friends, then forgot about them until she read Ground Up's article about Dr. Nandi's possible involvement in Thabo Bester's escape. She provided Ground Up with copies of the photos, and they analysed the metadata to confirm her story. After comparing photos that had been taken of Bester during his court trials in 2011 to the photos she had provided, Marcia and Daniel knew that they now had the proof they needed to convince the public that Thabo Bester had indeed escaped from prison. On the 16th of March, they published an article titled "Man Resembling Thabo Bester Spotted in Sandton Nearly 2 months After His Supposed Death from Prison Fire." And the story exploded. By the 24th of March, several media outlets were reporting on his escape, and by the end of March, every single news story covered another aspect of the saga. At first, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Police, and the Department of Corrections all insisted that Bester had died in his cell that morning. But on the 25th of March, the Department of Corrections, or DCS, finally confirmed that Thabo Bester had indeed escaped from prison and that the department's track and trace team had been authorized to hunt them down. This came 3 days after Ground Up reported that another whistleblower had already reported Bester's possible escape to the department on the 11th of June 2022. The biggest question is, why are you doing something about this? Do you not care? I mean, I know it looks bad for you, but you have to... Someone's going to find out eventually. A rental estate agency called the local newspaper, the Sunday Times, and reported that Bester was renting a house worth 12 million rand in Hyde Park. And on the 24th of March, the media descended on the property, only to find that Nandipa and Bester had already fled the house. Quoting, "On the 21st of March, at around 9 a.m, a staff member calls in a panic to say there are armed people at the gate busy breaking in. These thugs, I call them thugs because they were armed to the hilt, wearing bulletproof vests, and they came in driving Mercedes with blue lights on. They were just there to escort the removal vans, which came to take away all their stuff. But once the furniture was removed, they stayed stripping the interiors, taking the stove and other furnishings. You could see they left in a hurry because of the way the cupboards were left, all the clothes all over the place, so it looked like they packed and left." According to the estate agency that leased the property to them, Nandeepa had champagne taste and had been paying a staggering 65,000 rand or $3,400 per month for the house that she was renting. She was also renting another property next door and was in the process of converting it into a clinic so that she could move her practice there. But in the months following Bester's escape, Nandeepa had quickly been running out of money, and work on the half-finished clinic had stopped earlier that year. The media took photos of the disarray inside the house, as well as the remains of the documents, cell phones, and other items that had been hastily burned in the backyard. Oh, you burning those documents. On the 4th of April, the media reported that the police had finally decided to investigate the Hyde Park mansion, claiming that they were looking for a Zimbabwean immigrant named Zando Moyo, the couple's gardener, since he hadn't been seen since Nandeepa and Bester had fled the property. It was suspected that they might have killed him, so a forensics team was sent to gather whatever evidence they could. However, at that point, the house had already been thoroughly cleaned out and was again on the market, and the police were heavily mocked for being so late to the party. Overall, the police were tight-lipped over their investigation into where Bester and Nandeepa had fled to, but an anonymous source told City Press that, quote, "We have police officers stationed at the Lesotho, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Eswatini border posts who've been instructed to be on the lookout, as we suspect the couple could be heading to another country. The search has been ongoing for a long time now, and we think that they may have already left South Africa or are on their way out." Interpol issued a red notice, informing international authorities that Bester was an escaped convict, and on the 7th of April 2023, the Justice and Correctional Services Minister Ronald Lamola issued a media briefing explaining that, quote, "The Minister of Police and the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services can confirm that escapee Mr. Thabo Bester, with his accomplice Dr. Nandeepa Magaduma, along with a Mozambican national, have been arrested in Tanzania late last night." It's crazy that this dude breaks out of prison successfully and then is like, yeah, I'm going to hang around in this country. Bro, if you escape from prison, you've got to leave. You've got to go to Lebanon or like a country that doesn't have extradition with South Africa, because otherwise you're fucked. Like, eventually they will come for you. You've got to leave. You don't have a choice. According to Fidelity, a private security company that is owned by G4S, they had been working closely with the DCS's track and trace team to track Bester down and had offered a reward of 100,000 rand to anyone who could provide them with the information that would lead to Bester's arrest. They'd been tipped off by multiple people that Bester and Nandeepa had been driving a black Mercedes-Benz, which enabled the authorities to track them north through Zimbabwe and into Tanzania using CCTV footage. While the couple was staying at a hotel in Arusha, quote, "They were spotted by people working with South African authorities. They were driving a black SUV and were followed from a hotel while heading to the border of Kenya. In their possession were several fake passports." You got a fake passport and you haven't fled the country? What's up? And according to the Minister of Police, Becky Sile, none of them were stamped, suggesting that they'd been crossing borders illegally, possibly assisted by the Mozambican national and the stacks of cash that they still had in their possession. Yeah, that's... What? Why are you not in a non-extradition country? Why? Like, what's going on? Like, just leave and never cross a border. Like, Interpol won't get you unless you cross a border, and you've got to go to a country where they're just not interested in you. And I guess the reason you can't cross a border with a fake passport, because the fake passports are probably not that good. They're the sort of thing that would stand up to scrutiny, like, I don't know, if you're opening a Blockbuster account or something. But if you cross a border, I don't know, whatever that machine they scan it in, and then they look at stuff on the computer. That's not just for show. They're definitely looking you up. The Tanzanian police contacted the South African authorities, who provided them with the information they needed to confirm Bester and Nandeepa's identities, and then a team flew to Tanzania to start the process of bringing the notorious couple back to South Africa. Back home, the public had mixed feelings about what had become known as the Bester saga. I had already written a short about it and emailed Simon to pitch this script to him. I think that's why I had the vibes at the beginning that this dude set a body on fire. Like, I didn't want to spoil it for everyone, but at the beginning I was kind of like, this dude's still in prison. This dude escaped from prison. That's not his body. And I think now I know why, because I remember it from this short. My family were discussing the various news articles on Bester's arrest around candlelit dinners, thanks to a particularly bad wave of load shedding, and various commenters asked questions like, why all the focus on this criminal? The headlines should be what the Minister of Electricity is doing to get the country out of stage 6 blackouts. There's a lot more to this that we'll probably never get to the bottom of. It would not surprise me if there was a senior ANC member involved. ANC's like the big South African political party, right? The corruption is immense. I'm confused. Apparently, there were suspicions about his escape at the time, reports were issued about the anomalous autopsy results, among others, yet nothing seems to have been done by the various authorities until the ground-up expose. It must have been a coordinated cover-up with the blessing and support of some very senior management, or am I missing something? Yeah, that's that last one there, the one about being confused. I am also confused. How did they not look for him? And they weren't the only ones demanding answers. Passing the buck. Now, usually, this is the section where we delve into the court case surrounding the story that we're covering today. However, since the majority of the court cases are still ongoing, we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to take a look at the 2-day parliamentary briefing into Bester's escape that took place on the 12th and 13th of April 2023. At the time of recording, that's basically a year ago. So this is all very, very recent for Casual Criminalist. The briefing was hosted by the Parliamentary Committee on Justice and Correctional Services, and representatives from J4S, JICS, Integratron and DCS were all asked to attend. They all presented their case to members of Parliament and were then subjected to up to 4 hours worth of questions by these MPs. One of these MPs was Glynis Breitenbach, an ex-national prosecutor whose hard-hitting questions made her Twitter famous and whose statements were most quote-worthy. Over the course of those 2 days, anyone with half a brain could see that in the year following Bester's escape, the investigations into the fire in Cell 35 had become so mired in bureaucratic red tape that it had been a shitstorm waiting to burst. Judge Edwin Cameron, the investigative judge at JICS, opened his presentation by admitting that he was the person who told Groundup to investigate Bester's escape. He also told the committee that at first no one wanted to believe that Bester had escaped, which made them overly cautious during their investigations. We now know much more about what happened, but it wasn't clear in the beginning, even as the facts started to come before us, even as we got to that post-mortem report, it seemed beyond credibility that there was a faked scene and an escape. Cobus Groenwood, the regional commercial director of G4S Africa, led G4S's presentation and explained that they'd always been under the impression that Bester had killed himself. After all, the police never indicated that Bester hadn't died that day. G4S tried to pass the buck, allegedly. Wait, what's this called? Yeah, this title is called Passing the Buck. It's like everyone's like, no, it wasn't my fault, it was the police. No, it wasn't my fault, it was the prison. It wasn't my fault, it was G4S. He then went on to explain that G4S's only goal was to figure out where the holes in their system were, so a compliance audit was ordered. Within a month, they'd identified several of the people who'd later be arrested by the police for their involvement in Bester's escape, and had dismissed 3 of them. They upgraded their security systems, fixed the holes in their controls, and moved on with their lives, trusting in the ever-competent police to find out how Thabo Bester had managed to kill himself. After all, since the prison opened back in 2001, they'd only had 3 escapes, all of which happened away from prison grounds. Bester's escape was a rare phenomenon. I feel like there should be no escapes from prison. That should be your goal. It's like, no, we're doing great. You see, people have escaped. It's like, how about that's not doing well? G4S's management team seemingly didn't raise any concerns regarding how the cell had caught fire. They didn't try to find out who might have wanted to kill Bester or how they'd managed to murder someone in their custody. Oh yeah, this does, I'm always like, I was told it was a suicide thing, so I'm like, yeah, it's a suicide, but this does seem more like a murder, doesn't it? Because it's like a brutal way to die. They didn't try to find out what had motivated at least 3 of their employees to shirk their duties that night, and when multiple inmates from Broadway emailed prison management from their illegal cell phones and tried to report that Bester had escaped, they were told to use proper channels of communication and mail them a letter. Instead, are you shitting me? G4S would claim they'd fully cooperated with all the stakeholders involved, which included the police, JICS, Department of Corrections, but all of them would complain that getting information out of G4S was like squeezing water from a stone, and that when they visited MCC to talk to witnesses or some of the wardens who'd been on duty that night, they either didn't cooperate with them or had been transferred to a different prison. Judge Cameron would later tell the committee that the police had already told both JICS and G4S that Bester had likely escaped back in August 2022. In fact, Judge Cameron had personally informed the director of G4S in November 2022 that Bester had escaped that night. They just chose to turn a blind eye to the facts. According to Judge Cameron, what happened that night wasn't a rare phenomena. It wasn't a rare incident. It was the culmination of a process of degradation and rottenness. The police commissioner, on the other hand, explained that they'd known that something was fishy from the moment they'd entered Bester's cell. They opened an inquest into Bester's apparent demise, and when the autopsy report arrived on the 6th of May, 3 days after Bester's escape, they suspected that they were now dealing with a murder. However, the day before, Nandipa had arrived at the morgue in Bloemfontein to lay claim to Bester's body. She told officials that Bester was a customary law husband, aka they're married by way of a traditional African wedding, and their marriage isn't necessarily registered with the Department of Home Affairs, and requested that his body should be moved to Soweto so that she could arrange for his body to be cremated. Sounds like an excellent way to make that body that is clearly not him disappear. Constable Lagoa, a member of the investigation team stationed in Bloemfontein, was the one who noticed that Nandipa had already laid claim to 2 other bodies within the span of a month and reported it to his supervisor, Brigadier Shuai. Yeah, this is mad suspicious. Like, you're claiming multiple bodies? What the fuck? You get on some list. Brigadier Shuai then called the morgue in Soweto and told them that no one was to remove Bester's body from the morgue, which led to Nandipa filing an application with the High Court in Pretoria, asking for Bester's body to be released to her immediately. Brigadier Shuai then contacted the state's attorney, who ensured that Nandipa's application was denied and that vital evidence, aka the decoy body, didn't go missing. Yeah, because she's literally trying to burn the evidence, and that should not be happening. But this is where the investigation took a wrong turn. You see, during their presentation, the police explained that from the beginning, their investigative efforts were assisted by the National Prosecuting Agency, or the NPA. They were literally running all over the country looking for witnesses and interviewing people, and every time that they presented their case to the NPA, they were told that they still didn't have enough evidence to warrant an arrest warrant, and they had to dig deeper. The problem is, the higher-ups were no longer focused on investigating Bester's death or apparent escape. They were convinced that Nandipa was dealing in illegal body parts and that they just stumbled onto a major criminal organization. Okay. No! He just escaped from prison and they used the body, guys. It's right there in front of you. They were convinced that Nandipa was just a small fish and that they had to wait for the big fish to show their faces before they could arrest her. And yet no one kept an eye on her movements in the months following Bester's so-called death. What? If you genuinely believe that you're tracking some major criminal organization that's selling body parts for some reason, then maybe keep your eyes on her. This is all very incompetent, isn't it? And corrupt. Also, that they wouldn't jeopardize their highly confidential investigation by alerting Nandipa and her cronies that they were onto them. Meanwhile, Macy had provided the police with her DNA, and when the DNA didn't match the DNA of the decoy body, her DNA was matched to others on the system, and it came to light that the police didn't have a record of Bester's DNA on file. The commissioner explained that because Bester had pled guilty during a sexual assault trial, his DNA was never compared to the DNA that had been found in his victims' bodies, so it was never loaded into the system, and the original samples were destroyed. Instead, the police had to find other members of Thabo Bester's family who were able to confirm that Macy was his mother. Only then were they able to deduce that Thabo Bester was probably still alive, and on the 10th of August 2022, they presented their findings to the JICS. By July, multiple people had already blown the whistle and informed JICS representatives that Bester had escaped that night. Some of them were wardens who worked at the prison, and some of them were inmates in Broadway, all of whom were transferred to new prisons to keep them safe. Judge Edwin Cameron, meanwhile, was growing increasingly insistent that they had to warn the public of Bester's escape, and he called Minister Ronald Lamola, the Minister of Justice, on the 26th of October to warn him that Bester may have escaped. The minister then called the National Commissioner, who explained that the situation was, quote, broader than just an escape. There are multiple bodies, there's a suspicion of a scheme, there's a huge network that is being investigated that might be alerted with any process that might jeopardize the investigation. The minister claims that he did ask the National Commissioner to prioritize the case, and that whenever he followed up on the case, he was told that the investigation was still ongoing. The Department of Corrections, meanwhile, was busy with their own investigation. It seems that they were mostly focused on G4S's management of the prison and how it differed from how DCS managed their prisons. They also suspected, early on, that Thabo Bester had escaped, and yet nothing was done. In the meantime, The police were waiting on DCS to do a head count of the inmates at MCC and confirm that Bester wasn't somehow hiding in another cell before they could file the necessary paperwork and officially start investigating his escape, which was only done on the 16th of January 2023. That meant that by October 2022, 6 months after Bester had escaped, the Minister of Justice, the National Prosecuting Authority, the Department of Corrections, G4S and the police had known that Thabo Bester had escaped. Yet they all waited until March of 2023 when the reports on the matter were finalised before they did anything about it, by which point the people of South Africa already wanted to know why the f***ing would warn them that a serial rapist and killer was once again free. It's insane. And also, those early months, you gotta go get him. You gotta be fast, because otherwise, if he wasn't an idiot, he'd be in Lebanon already. When the committee asked the police commissioner and the head of the Department of Corrections why it had taken them so long to warn Bester's victims and the public that Bester had escaped, they both offered the same excuse. G4S had hindered their investigation because they'd insisted that Bester had died that day. G4S insisted that they complied with all of the requirements stipulated in their contracts with DCS, and Minister Lamona apologised to the people of South Africa for not warning them of Bester's escape sooner, all the while insisting that he'd done everything that was required of him at the time. Minister Becky Seeley, our idiotic Minister of Police, also offered his apologies, all while explaining that they had to prioritise their investigation into their make-believe body part smuggling ring. What is the motivation for body part smuggling? Why? What's the reason? In response to that, MP Glynis Breitenbach would say that, quote, "While you were so busy protecting the secrecy of your investigation, if Bester had murdered another woman, had attacked another woman, what would you have said then? Clearly, there were sexual assault survivors out there trying to live their lives and hoping not to run into Bester while out shopping for groceries, but nothing was done to support those people, warn them, and protect them. It's an absolute disgrace that the victims of this man were not warned, were not prepared, were not protected. It's an absolute disgrace, and you should hang your head in shame. All of you. Yes, you're goddamn right." The chairperson of the committee closed the parliamentary briefing by explaining that it had been a necessary process and that the committee would draw up a list of recommendations for the parties involved to implement. How about one of the recommendations? Get the guy, once he escapes from prison, faster. One of the recommendations was that the Department of Corrections had to end its contract with G4S and take full control of the correctional centre following the dismissal of the Director of Contract Management, the Controller, and the Deputy Controller. Most South Africans were mollified by this show of parliamentary power and went on to complain about Stage 6 load shedding instead. But there was one question that most South Africans needed an answer to. Who did the body in cell 35 belong to? Isn't it just going to be a random body? Didn't she steal it from a morgue? The forgotten victim. On the 22nd of April, 2023, we got our answer when multiple newspapers reported that the body in cell 35 had been identified. It had been the 32-year-old Katlego Mafolo, an unemployed father of two from Bloemfontein. He was born in 1990, was raised by his grandmother and his aunt. His mother was working in Johannesburg at the time, and he met his father, Balfo, for the first time when he was a teenager. He grew up poor, but liked to play soccer, and proudly supported his local soccer team, the Bloemfontein Celtics. He used to work as a waiter at various fast food restaurants, but struggled to keep a job. According to his aunt, quote, "He really loved his children. It hurt him that he couldn't support them financially, but he had so much love for them." According to his cousin, Katlego's dream was to become a celebrity, to be in the media, to be known. He's not been killed by any of our characters in today's episode, though. He's just died some other way. Katlego went missing sometime around April 2022. He disappeared from social media, which alerted his father that something was wrong. Batho then travelled to Bloemfontein to look for his son, and the family only reported him missing in mid-May. According to the police, Katlego had collapsed in town one day and was taken to the National Hospital. There, the staff did what they could, but he passed away later that night due to a severe brain injury. Later, his cause of death would be in question, but once the news of Bester's escape broke, his autopsy would reveal that he'd suffered blunt force trauma to the front of his head, suggesting that he'd been attacked. His missing persons report would later be compared to the forms Nandipa had completed when she claimed the body from the National Hospital's morgue and enabled the police to finally identify him. They asked for samples of his mother's DNA to confirm this, and according to Bartho, at that time, police did not tell us the DNA was for testing the body found in Thabo Bester's cell. It was only when we got the results that it was discovered that the body is Katlego's. It has been speculated that Katlego had been targeted specifically, and at first, everyone involved in Bester's escape was charged with murder. No, he's just a random body. unfortunately, who was attacked, but that's a different investigation. However, since the National Prosecuting Authority wasn't able to prove that he'd been murdered, the charges were withdrawn. Of course, now Catlego's family has a vested interest in seeing Bester, Nandipa, and their accomplices appear in court so they can account for the heartbreak they'd inflicted on Catlego's family. The Bester Saga. Over the last year, Bester, Nandipa, and their co-accused appeared in court on multiple occasions for their bail hearings, most of which were approved. The charge sheet listed 12 people in total, and 9 of them have been charged with multiple crimes. The charges against 3 of them have been dropped completely by December 2023. Thabo Bester was charged with fraud, violation of a body, corruption, arson, defeating the ends of justice, and of course, escaping from prison. He made headlines when he appeared in court wearing clothes worth tens of thousands of rand and claimed that he wasn't Bester since the Department of Home Affairs couldn't prove that such a person existed. The judge laughed at his claims, pointed to him and said, "There is a person in the accused box that happens to be Thabo Bester," effectively dismissing Bester's claims. The Department of Home Affairs would later confirm that with the help of Macy, they'd been able to assign Bester his own ID number, and he was issued with his very first legal ID. Since he still has to serve his prison sentence, he was sent back to prison and is currently being held at Kugosi Mampuru 2 Management Area, a maximum security prison in Pretoria, the same one where Rosemary Ndlovu is currently being kept. Ah yes, we've done a video on that monster previously. Nandipa was charged with fraud, violation of a body, corruption, arson, assisting an escape from prison, harbouring and concealing an escaped offender, and defeating the ends of justice. Initially, she appeared in prison wearing a hood and mask in shame for her actions, but she has since dropped the act and made news headlines for openly flirting and holding hands with Bester while they attended trial. Despite their canoodling, as one journalist put it, she has claimed that Bester had kidnapped her before they fled to Tanzania, and then claimed that her extradition from Tanzania was unlawful. This has since been disproven, and she's currently being held at Johannesburg prison. She's the big surprise of today's episode. I was like, wow, this person's doing great. And then it's like, what have you done to your life? Their other co-accused faced similar charges and included Nandipa's father, whose involvement shocked everyone familiar with him. He'd also gone into hiding after the news broke that Nandipa had likely helped Bester escape from prison, though his involvement only seems to be that it hired the bucky that was used to transfer the body, as well as Nandipa claiming that the first body she'd claimed belonged to him. Senoha Matsuhara, the unit supervisor, who so blatantly failed to perform his duties that night, also appeared in court. Despite being promised 7 million rand in exchange for helping Bester escape, he'd only received 85,000 rand, or 4,500 American dollars, and had used the money to put down a deposit and take out a loan on a brand new Volkswagen T-Roc, which was worth about 650,000 rand. The monthly payment on the T-Roc is 9,500 rand, and since Matsura was only earning between 15 and 18,000 a month at the time, this drew the attention of his colleagues, who'd later informed the police of this extravagant purchase. Yeah, it's like if you're a cop in a low-paying job and stuff like that, and you suddenly start having money, that's mad suspicious. You got to come up with a good story, like your rich uncle died or something. Taboho Lipolo, the CCTV technician who'd switched the cameras off that night, had handed himself over to the police once the news broke that Bester had been caught, claiming that he was fearing for his life. He'd later explained that he'd only received 40,000 rand for his role in Bester's escape and basically confessed all during his time in court. The 2 Central Control Room officers who'd been on duty that night had also been arrested, but one of them would later be acquitted of all charges. 4 G4S prison wardens were also implicated, but since charges against 2 of them had since been dropped, I'm not going to mention them here. Xander Moyo, Nandipa's gardener, was also implicated in the escape, had also gone into hiding shortly after the news of Bester's escape broke, and his disappearance had sparked the search of the Hyde Park mansion. According to ENCA, he knew that Bester was an escaped convict and had been handsomely reimbursed in return for keeping his secret. From what I've read, the investigation against Bester is still ongoing, and Nandipa's trial is set to begin in February of this year. Well, that's about now, actually, in Bloemfontein's High Court, and one of the questions that the public still wants answers to is, why did a beautiful, wealthy, intelligent woman like that get involved with a piece of scum like Bester? It's a fantastic and mysterious question. I think he's just mega charming. We've already discussed the phenomenon of hybristophilia, or Bonnie and Clyde syndrome, on this channel, but most of those cases involve serial killers who won't ever leave prison, and most of those women end their relationships with their soulmates once they actually spend some time with them. One example is from our episode on the Casanova killer, in which Paul John Knowles went to live with his fiancée, Angela Kovic, after he was paroled from prison. Angela soon realized that Knowles wasn't quite the charismatic romantic hero that she thought he was, and she dumped his ass. But there are some women who fall for a killer and then break all of the moral codes to please them. One of these is Victoria Compton, who we discussed in our episode titled The Real Life Harley Quinn. She'd fallen in love with Kenneth Bianchi, one of two serial killers who would collectively become known as the Hillside Strangler, and at his request had strangled a woman named Kim Breed to death. Another example is Carla Homolka, who we covered in our episode Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka, the Ken and Barbie Killers. Today, together with her husband Paul, they'd sexually assault over 20 women and kill at least 3. Paul had emotionally and physically abused Carla for the entirety of their relationship, and Carla only turned on him after she'd ended up in hospital as a result of one of those beatings. Forensic psychiatrist Graham Glancy would explain that she was a classic example of Bonnie and Clyde syndrome, and where Paul scored 35 out of 40 on the psychopathy checklist, Carla only scored 5. Now, compared to these two women, I think it's fair to say that Nandeepa was indeed the Bonnie to Bester's Clyde. I think that at first, Nandeepa was motivated by greed. She achieved her celebrity status and lavish lifestyle by marrying her much older husband, and when he could no longer provide her with what she needed, Bester stepped in to fill that void and promised her wealth beyond her wildest dreams. Just like Veronica, Nandeepa committed most of her crimes while Bester was still in prison and lavished in the millions of rands that she was raking in, spending it on expensive cars and luxurious holidays and decorating her Hyde Park mansion. Once he was released, however, they lived together like an ordinary everyday couple, and maybe Nandeepa thought that she could change him. But by that point, they were quickly running out of money, which would have put a severe strain on their relationship. I think Bester would have continued to pressure Nandeepa into taking part in bigger, more elaborate crimes, but she was already struggling to keep up the appearance that nothing was wrong. But I don't think their relationship would have lasted much longer. As soon as she stopped being useful to him, Bester would have cut her loose as well, leaving her to face the ruin of what her life had become, if he let her live, that is. During an interview with journalists Marcia Damons and Daniel Stein, forensic investigative psychologist Dr. Gerhard Labusachny explained that, "I think everybody's a means to an end for him. I don't really think he cares about anybody. You're only on his radar for as long as you have some benefit to him. If you don't have benefits anymore, you're out. I'm not saying he's going to kill you, but you serve no purpose. He doesn't care what happens to you." Sounds like pretty psychopathic, doesn't it? So maybe going to prison is the best possible ending that Dr. Nandi could have asked for. We'll just have to wait and see if South Africa's legal system feels the same way. And now for some dismembered appendices. Number 1. Early in May 2023, the Department of Corrections announced that they were ending their contract with BCC. BCC had 90 days to prepare before they had to hand the prison over to the DCS, or alternatively, they could attend a mediation session where both parties could decide how they were going to move forward. The mediation session failed, and the matter had to be taken to court. For now, Mangwang Correctional Center is managed by the Department of Corrections, but as far as I know, we're still paying G4S millions of rands in taxpayer money until their contract term runs out in 2026. I feel like this is, allegedly, in my opinion. I don't know what the contract says, but letting someone escape and then doing nothing about it, allegedly, is kind of like... I feel like maybe the contract should be ended a little bit early, maybe, my opinion. Not legal. Number 2, the Koch family kept in contact with Bester throughout the 10 years he spent in prison. They visited him, attended family days and other prison-sponsored get-togethers, and all the while he'd keep trying to get them to give him money, reportedly claiming that he was diabetic and needed money for better, healthier food. Classic con man continues the con. And even when people know they're being conned, they're somehow taken in by him. It's quite impressive, really. Number 3. In September 2023, Marcia Damons and Daniel Stein received the prestigious Nat Nakasa Award for Media Integrity for their work on the Thabo Bester story. The award is our version of the US's Pulitzer Prize. Number 4. Before the release of the book, The Thabo Bester Story, both Bester and Nandeepa tried to stop its publication, claiming that they hadn't approved of its contents. Obviously, their attempts didn't work, and if you want to piss them off even more, why not buy it on Amazon? Number 5. Despite numerous requests, neither Netflix nor the local streaming service Showmax has agreed to do a show on Thabo Bester's prison escape yet. But according to Showmax's CEO, filmmakers are more than welcome to submit their pitches. The escape is very movie-like. Number 6. According to the Department of Home Affairs, there are actually 3 Thabo Besters still alive. One had immigrated to the US years ago, but was still pestered by internet idiots who want to know if he was the Thabo Bester. The other Thabo grew up not far from the infamous Bester, and when news broke that there was a warrant out for his arrest, Thabo showed up at his local police station and told the police that it was not the droid that they were looking for. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed it. Why not leave the show a review on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts? And, yeah, that's it. I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Casual Criminalist. Settle in for a long one. This is the Snowtown murders, insanity, torture and bodies in barrels. We're in for a grim, very, very long 54-page journey today. Thank you, David, who wrote today's script. The format of the show, if you're new here, I read it, never read it before. Let's jump in. I think we found the bodies. These were the first words uttered by Detective Senior Constable Steve McCoy to a mustering platoon of investigators from the State Police Major Crimes Branch, the local Snowtown Constabulary, and the Crime Scene Investigation Squad. It was 1 p.m. on May the 20th, 1999, in the sleepy town of Snowtown, with a population of just 400 people, 145 kilometres north of the city of Adelaide in South Australia. We're down under today, are we? David is down under. David lives in... Well, I don't want to tell you exactly where David lives. It's a bad idea. Don't dox David. But he lives in Australia. I suppose I could say, say the town, but now I can't remember its name. I'm sorry. Never mind. Pointless aside. Minutes later, at precisely 1:12 p.m, law enforcement arrived at 30 Railway Terrace in East Snowtown. The address was the site of a small, derelict bank that had closed down 4 years earlier in 1995. It was a shabby red brick building with white paint peeling off the rotten wood pillars, which held up a crude, corrugated steel awning that had once shielded the bank's customers from the harsh Australian sun. The front entrance of the bank itself was covered by a rusting steel shutter, which hadn't been lifted since the day the bank closed down. The only functional entrance to the bank was around the left-hand side of the building, past an equally dilapidated fence that opened from the street. The old bank was in many ways symbolic of a wilting, shrinking town. A town of 400 people has its own bank? 400 people is not that many people. Just like the hundreds of towns across Australia that had gone into remission in the latter half of the 20th century as people flocked to the country's 5 major cities, that now contains roughly 65% of Australia's total population. For the record, Snowtown was named after the Snow family, a prominent clan of people who lived in the area in the late 19th century. There is no snow in Snowtown. It is a warm Mediterranean climate that, even in the depths of winter, rarely dips below 16 degrees Celsius or 60 Fahrenheit. That sounds nice. Like, Australia does sound like the weather sounds so nice in Australia. Like Europe, the weather is so cold in the winter, whereas Australia, it's like, yeah, winter it's 16 degrees. I'm like, god damn. Winter here is like minus 16 degrees. After all, Australia is the land of sun, surf, and horrendous poisonous shit. The land I love, God bless her. The old bank at 30 Railway Terrace had recently been leased to a man named Mark Lawrence, who used the building for storage. Lawrence was a puppet. He wasn't from Snowtown, and the man controlling him could easily have chosen a building in any number of the surrounding communities to store his stuff. But it was Snowtown that he selected for the task, and in doing so, it was the name of Snowtown that would bear an enduring stain of notoriety. The locals still curse the fact that they were randomly chosen by Mark Lawrence and his master to this day. I was confused there for a second, because I'm like, wait, Mark Lawrence is a puppet? In what sense? So whose bidding is Mark Lawrence doing? People are doing crimes together, and that's already breaking the rules. Don't do crimes with other people. It just increases the chances that you're going to get snitched on. Using a key given to them by Lawrence's friend, Dennis Caldwell, local detective Rick Day opened the side door to the bank. CSI Constable Gordon Drake was the first inside. Despite his senses immediately being bludgeoned by a sickly sweet odour, Drake walked through the staff kitchen area to the front part of the bank. The lobby and teller's counter had been filled with boxes full of old electronics, televisions, computers and the like. An air freshener was plugged into a power socket in the corner of the room. Doubtless this was in a feeble attempt to cover up the putrid stench that filled the building's interior. Bruh, I'm assuming that there's like bodies in there. Is that what you do? Oh yeah, well we plugged a Glade air freshener in so no one will know. And it's like when you do a horribly stinky shit and then you give it like a little squirt of air freshener and you're like, no, it just smells of shit and air freshener, which is somehow worse. Because it's like, it's just covering it up. Like, I don't understand when people, like, when there's a bad smell, people are like, just breathe through your mouth. And I'm like, at least when it's going through my nose, I feel like it's getting filtered a little bit. And I know I have to smell it, but it's like, through the mouth, it's like, you can almost taste that fart. Grim. Not as grim as these bodies, but still grim. When CSI officer Bronwyn Marsh followed Drake into the building, she immediately began to dry heave and had to retreat back outside. All the officers present knew what that smell was. Rotting flesh. Gordon Drake walked back to the bank and took note of a vault door with flaking white paint that had long since been stained yellow. It had an old-fashioned dial combination lock. Drake dusted the door for fingerprints. He found one in the vault door's top left-hand corner. Then, Drake went back outside and declared that they'd need to figure out how to break into the vault. Dennis Caldwell replied, "No worries, mate." The combination lock didn't work anymore, and they had simply been picking the lock open with a piece of wire. Caldwell retrieved an old strip of fencing wire and used some pliers to bend it at one end. Drake took the wire, inserted the bent end into the lock, and after several minutes of jiggling it, he felt the locking mechanism move. Wait, that's how easily he breaks into a bank's vault? This guy needs to be like a master criminal, holy shit. He's just like, yeah, no, I'll just use this piece of fence and I'll break into a bank's vault. It was now 2:24 p.m. The cops were ready to confront the source of the stench. Adelaide detective Greg Stone strapped on some plastic gloves, approached the vault, grabbed the heavy handle, and opened the door. The entrance of the vault had been covered with a black plastic sheet, split down the middle and taped up again. This was in an effort to contain as much of the foul stench as possible. Stone peeled back the tape, breaking the seal, and a gust of death pervaded the bank. It's difficult to explain to people who've not smelt a dead body just how strong and overpowering the odor is, and for how long even a burst of it can linger in the air. Stomach-churning and sickly sweet. It's the worst thing you will ever smell. Yeah, I can imagine. I've never smelled a dead body, but I know what it smells like. You know when I don't know, you go to cook some chicken or whatever and it's slightly off and you're like, oh, that's not good. So you throw it in the bin and then, you don't empty the bin for a couple of days. Then you open up the bin and you're like, oh God. So I can only imagine like bodies is like that times 100. Stone turned on his flashlight and stepped into the vault, followed closely by Drake, who was filming the entire thing on a camcorder. In the right-hand corner of the vault were 6 large plastic black barrels. On top of the lids of these barrels were various knives, a pair of rubber gloves, and a pair of handcuffs. On the left-hand side of the vault was a lounge chair, a tray with more knives on it, a handsaw, a man's belt, and 3 large bottles of hydrochloric acid. There were also a couple of full garbage bags, and with utter futility, a spray can of air freshener. Given the situation and the stench in the air, there was little doubt that the black barrels contained human remains. At 2:30 p.m., Steve McCoy ordered everyone to exit the bank and made a phone call to his department back in Adelaide, calling for backup. Chief Superintendent Paul Schramm, head of major crimes, got the call. "Boss," McCoy said, "we've got bodies." Schramm assembled a team, determined to go to Snowtown, and lead it himself. A few hours later, in the early evening of May the 20th, 24 more law enforcement officials drove into Snowtown. The cops spent the next few hours readying their equipment and formulating a plan. Locals were told that the cops were investigating a drugs bust to avoid undue alarm and to stave off the media circus for as long as possible. At 9 p.m, CSI technicians entered the bank. This time, they were in full hazmat suits. Fun fact, much of the rotting odors off corpses are particulates. In other words, the miasmas you're inhaling into your lungs are actually tiny pieces of dead bodies floating through the air. Yeah, that's how I feel about poos. Like, that smell. I'm like, yeah, breathe through your nose. At least maybe the nose is filtering out those bits of shit. Or dead body. Chief Schramm gave the order to open one of the barrels. Senior Constable Drake stepped forward. He unscrewed one of the plastic lids. Even though he was a veteran forensics officer wearing a full hazmat suit, Drake recoiled from the ever-intensifying stench, exclaiming, "Crikey, that's rank." Wait, how can he smell it? He's in full hazmat. That means there's like oxygen coming in from like a little tank, right? Or is he just like, he knows, he can imagine. You can just imagine what that smells like, can't you? Because you're like, oh no, oh God. Floating in a necrotic soup of hydrochloric acid, corroded flesh and human excrement were several limbs, 2 torsos, 2 skulls, and the bobbing scraps of human intestines. Oh, dude. The other 5 barrels were unsealed to reveal similarly gruesome sights. The perpetrators, whoever they might be, were stupid enough to use the wrong kind of acid. Hydrochloric acid is a pretty weak reducing agent and is generally not used to break down organic materials. You gotta use lye, isn't it? The drain cleaning one? That's it, because like you put that stuff down your drain and it dissolves all the hair that's in there, that's been trapped and causing your shower to block up or whatever. That's what you use. Lie. You're welcome, serial killers. The killers should have used sulfuric acid or nitric acid. I think it is sulfuric acid. Isn't lye sulfuric acid? Instead, the hydrochloric acid had preserved some of the flesh on the bodies, tightening it to the bones as if they were mummified. Perhaps the reason why the barrels were stored in the bank was because the murderers thought the acid was taking longer to break down the bodies than anticipated. Thus, they had tried to dispose of the evidence and wound up creating a nausea-inducing homing beacon for law enforcement instead. Detective McCoy later recalled, quote, "The stench was unbearable. It permeated your hair, your clothing, everything you had on you, the stench got into. It was horrific, it was putrid." Yeah, you can just imagine it getting into your skin, can't you? Like, that's the sort of thing. It's like, I'll just go home and it'll be like, my beard smells of bodies. Well, goodbye beard, we're growing another one. At 2 a.m, The barrels were resealed. They were full of liquid and could not be easily moved, and they certainly could not be turned on their sides and rolled out of the bank, lest they begin to leak their foul content. A handcart was retrieved, and one by one, the barrels were brought out to a police trailer parked on the street. From there, the 6 barrels, along with other evidence found in the bank, were taken to police headquarters in Adelaide. By 4:30 a.m., everything was assembled in a forensics lab for further examination. They still had no clear idea who the bodies in the barrels had been. Meanwhile, there remained the task of hunting down the perpetrators of this hideous crime and bringing them to justice. Once the senseless and sadistic details of the murders had been revealed, they were almost as sickening as the dismembered remains, entombed in gallons of greyish-green soup that the police had discovered in the unsuspecting rural community of Snowtown. Meet John Bunting. John Bunting was born on September 4th, 1966, in the city of Brisbane, Queensland. David specifies land, not Lund. Queensland. I feel like that's just my British pronunciation. It'd be like, I think I can pronounce it Queensland if I want to. Like, I take effort to say everyone in the UK calls Los Angeles, Los Angeles. And I'm like, okay, I'll call it Los Angeles because everyone got upset. But there's just places, I know it's in different countries and all that, but it's like, I'd say Queensland. Queensland. Sounds weird. He was the only child to Jan and Tom Bunting. Jan was an office worker who was a bit domineering and ran an immaculate household. Tom was a labourer in a printing factory. He loved to play guitar until he got some of his fingers cut off in an industrial accident. They lived in the inner city shithole suburb of Inala with high rates of unemployment and even higher rates of crime. It was one of those post-war public housing developments that turned out badly. Brisbane law enforcement used to refer to Inala as the flea pit. Lovely. Nevertheless, the Buntings were employed and lived a solitary life, interacting very rarely with other people in the neighbourhood. They saved up for a vacation every year, usually fishing trips by the coast, including roaming the Great Barrier Reef or driving around and sightseeing the peerless beauty that is so abundant in regional Queensland. By and large, John enjoyed a stable, healthy upbringing that was the envy of the other kids in the flea pit. It's said that Jan and Tom Bunting doted on their son, with John's only complaint about his parents being that his mother didn't respect his privacy, and in general, John spent more time around his father than his mother. When he was a boy, John took an interest in a vast array of pursuits: astronomy, electronics, photography, chemistry, geology, and physics. He and his friend Kurt Bertrand frequently used to visit museums and art galleries. They also photographed the moon through a telescope. In order to indulge John's interest in photography, Tom built his son a darkroom in their home. John made his own bottle rockets and stink bombs. He even built a boat with his father in the backyard. John and his friend Kurt also once secretly built a tunnel underneath the Bunting household, 4 meters below the earth, and braced with wooden beams and bricks, reaching a length of 5 meters before Tom Bunting discovered what his son was doing and forced John to fill the tunnel in. John later wanted to study chemistry and physics in school, but he didn't have the math credits for it. That's awesome. Like, that was my dream. Like, I just loved digging holes when I was a kid. I don't know why. Like, I just loved digging. And it was always like, oh yeah, it'd be cool to dig an underground tunnel. This kid did it. Legend. Wait, is he going to be a horrible murderer? Did I just call him a legend? Oh my god. According to John, when he was 8 years old, he was at a friend's house when they were locked in a room by the friend's older brother. The two boys were then strapped down to a bed and sodomized. Oh my lord, this got dark very quickly. John alleges he was beaten and burned with cigarettes. Later it came out that this older male had been sexually abusing his younger brother for years. Once it was all over, John and his friends were not freed, but remained strapped to the bed. John claims that the older brother got on the phone and said, quote, "I've got these two conditions. We're going to have a party." John claims that numerous other men in their late teens and early 20s came over to the house and took turns R-wording them. Then his friend's father came home, was enraged at what he saw, freed John, and sent him to the hospital. Oh my god, can you imagine coming home and finding this to be like, what the is going on? Son, you gotta go to prison, my dude. Like, what the is this? John claims that he never dared to tell his parents what had happened, and when he returned home that night with contusions all over his face and body, he said that he'd been in an accident. John also claimed that the older brother escaped the wrath of his father by running out of the house, getting on a motorbike, speeding down the street, only to get hit and killed by a bus. Now it sounds like the group of men coming over feels like a bit of a stretch from like a believable but horrific story to like, okay, maybe. And then now he just happens to speed off on a bike and get hit by a bus. Seems rather convenient. Whether this account of childhood sexual abuse is true, we shall never know, since we only have John's word for it. Elements of the story certainly seem quite fanciful. Yeah, I agree, David. It's like that. It seemed to start off as just a horrific story, and then it turned into something like, I'm not sure I believe you anymore. However, it is possible that childhood trauma of some description had occurred and messed John up. By the time John had reached his early teens, it developed an unusually obsessive hatred of both pedophiles and homosexuals. He saw little difference between the two, claiming that most gay men preyed on little boys for lack of options because most men in the world were straight and didn't want to have sex with them. I imagine those boys also didn't. It's quite an unusual opinion to have. Yeah, that's weird. John's contorted psyche started to manifest itself in other ways. He started collecting insects and arachnids, even the highly poisonous redback and funnel web spiders, and drowned them in brake fluid, battery acid, and pool chlorine, just to see them convulse and die. Uh-oh. Get him on that list of people torturing animals. He became fascinated with firearms. He started to take an interest in Adolf Hitler and contacted a neo-Nazi group in Sydney who promptly sent him a copy of Mein Kampf. He later painted a swastika inside the trunk of his car and tried in vain to purchase an SS officer's uniform and a Nazi flag. Bruh. What are you up to? Why are you doing this? The ideology of Nazism had a special appeal for John because of its violent, murderous hostility toward homosexuality. I mean... Like, not that I'm like, yeah, he should hate homosexuals, because obviously that's bad. But it's not like, oh, why do you like Nazis? I just hate homosexuals. Can't you just hate homosexuals and not be a Nazi? Like, or, I mean, best yet, let's not do either. But why does one have to lead to the other? That seems like a bit much. At age 13, John claims he began gay bashing with an older man in his 40s named Benny. The latter had gone through an abusive childhood, been sexually assaulted by his father, who also allegedly cut off some of Benny's toes with bolt cutters. According to John, Benny got him to wait on a street corner at night in downtown Brisbane as bait. When a man approached John, thinking he was a rent boy, Benny would emerge from the shadows and beat the ever-loving shit out of the man. Again, it's unclear whether any of this is true or just a figment of John Bunting's feverish imagination. When John was 15, he got a girl named Lisa pregnant. She had a daughter named Tammy. Lisa passed Tammy off as the daughter of her older boyfriend and moved in with him. The relationship lasted 2 years before the boyfriend discovered the paternity fraud and tossed Lisa and Tammy out on the street. Soon after, the mother and daughter moved to England. John had next to nothing to do with the child when she was born, and as an adult, he never contacted Tammy and seldom spoke of her existence. When John was 17, he dropped out of high school at the start of year 12. I'm assuming it runs like UK years 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so 17 years old, 16, 17 years old, if I'm not mistaken. The first job was for a signwriting business. The next was for a repairman for a Brisbane-based sporting goods company. John would travel all over Australia, putting up and repairing volleyball, football, rugby and ground hockey nets at various sports centres and gymnasiums. He even made it as far as Tasmania. I don't know, is that far? I've never been to Australia. Its geography is a bit of a mystery to me. I know it's massive and everything's like really spread out. Whenever John was back in Queensland, he would link back up with Benny and engage in various criminal activities. According to John, they continued gay bashing. They also broke into the houses of convicted or suspected paedophiles, trashed the place, killed any pets, and smeared the words, a word that I probably don't want to say this early in the video. It begins with an F and continues to agate, in shit on the wall. John claimed to have even killed a few pedos, but the latter claim is unverified and likely untrue. John was known to run his mouth relentlessly and spin wild-sounding yarns. John quit the net repair job and started working at a crematorium. He moved into a house that he shared with his friend, Mark Day, who remembered John as bragging about his gay bashing but didn't really believe much of it at the time. In early 1985, when John was 18, his friend/mentor Benny was diagnosed with throat cancer, hospitalized, and died soon after, but it's unclear whether Benny even existed at all. The following year, in February 1986, Mark Day and John Bunting planned an epic road trip that would take them down into the states of New South Wales, Victoria, and then on to South Australia, and ultimately wind up in the city of Perth in Western Australia. Indeed, if you want to cross Australia by car, you're better off heading south first and then continuing along the civilized coastline. God forbid you take the tiny roads directly across the outback, where an inexperienced driver runs the risk of breaking down, being out of mobile range, and dying of dehydration before anybody comes past, or else simply getting robbed and murdered and never found again. Oh my god. Is the outback that bad? I imagine like you could break down and there's no one there, and so you die of like exposure or whatever, or dehydration, that kind of thing. But just getting murdered? It's like, oh, there's a car coming past. They could rescue me or they could murder me. Some Wild West Australia. The expedition involved a total of 10 people, 7 young adults and 3 children. The latter technically included Mark Day's 14-year-old pregnant girlfriend, Esme Kennedy. Mark was 18 years old. 16 was the age of consent in Queensland, with no close-in age exemption. Also, they're not close in age. They're 14 and 18. That ain't f***ing right. The relationship was completely illegal. Esme should have also been in school. Yeah, no shit, she's 14. Did he say that she's pregnant? Jesus Christ. What are you up to? The car carrying John, Mark, Esme, and 2 other young people, Kevin and Michelle, made it as far as Adelaide in South Australia before the car finally broke down, unable to be revived without professional repairs and new parts bought at great expense. So the party of 5 lived in a caravan park to the north of the city for a few weeks, while the other car carried on to Perth. Adelaide was pleasant enough. It's definitely the most underrated of the 5 major Australian cities. It's often overlooked, with most people just rocking up to Sydney to see the Opera House, Harbour Bridge and other historical landmarks, and Melbourne to see, the tram lines, a play, and eat at a vegan restaurant or some shit like that, and whatever else those champagne-swilling communist agitators do down there. David, spicy. I don't know enough about Australia to get the jokes, but I assume this is some, in Australia jokey vibes. Just kidding. Sort of just kidding. Meanwhile, the weather in Adelaide is good. Not too hot, not too cold. The city is large and cosmopolitan with all the amenities and bars and restaurants a young person might desire. But not too big that prices are too high, or everyone in the city is a sharp-elbowed arsehole. Some obnoxious millennials and zoomers have taken to calling the city Radelaide because it's so rad. Wait, really? I used to... Me and my contemporaries, when we were at school, would say rad in the 90s. That's still a thing? Rad, bro. John Bunting got a job working as a handyman at a car museum and therefore decided to stay for good. After a few weeks in the caravan park, Esme miscarried her baby. In the aftermath, she broke up with Mark, who promptly returned to Brisbane. Meanwhile, John and Esme fell into a relationship. Again, a reminder, Esme was only 14 and should have been in school, and moreover, the age of consent in South Australia was actually 17. John Bunting was nearly 20. The f***, man. No. Half your age plus 7. 20, 10, 17. If you're 20 years old, you can date someone who's 17, and it's not too weird, and it's legal. Importantly. Such was Bunting's selective attitude towards child predation. After a year, John and Esme broke up, and she returned to Brisbane. Thereupon, John, Kevin and Michelle rented a house together in Adelaide's rather rough and impoverished northern suburbs. In 1988, when John was 21, the car museum informed him that they could no longer afford to keep him employed, but they wrote him a fairly stellar reference, which allowed him to get another job at an industrial abattoir called the South Australia Meat Corporation. I would very much prefer being in the car museum. We were at your great reference, so you got to go be around dead animals all day, whereas before you're just looking at nice cars. No. John Bunting worked at the evisceration table, removing spleens, bladders, intestines, and other offals. I don't know. No. I don't want to do that job. That doesn't sound nice. Bunting would later boast that his favourite part of the job was slaughtering the animals. Just f***ed up, bro. But there's no record with the company that he ever worked in that position. Meanwhile, Kevin and Michelle didn't really appreciate having Bunting as a housemate. He was constantly raving about how he wanted to beat up or kill pedophiles and homosexuals. With his wages from the abattoir, he amassed a large collection of handguns, rifles, and shotguns that he kept under his bed. Kevin also discovered in the attic above the laundry room that Bunting had concealed a blowtorch, a bottle of poison, a length of rope, a knife with a curved blade, and a balaclava. He's got a little murder kit up there, a torture murder kit. What the f***? Then one afternoon, Bunting killed Kevin's pet bull terrier and hung it in the shed. He admitted doing it to Michelle. To avoid confrontation that could turn violent, Michelle agreed to tell Kevin that the dog had run away. The f*** you doing, mate? Why are you doing this to his dog? In January 1989, when John was 22, he signed up for a metalworking course offered at the abattoir. It was there that he met 18-year-old Veronica Tripp, who had hearing and vision problems and intellectual disability and was functionally illiterate. They regularly went to the movies together, but Veronica claims that Bunting always picked the movies, and they were invariably violent. When Veronica turned 19, she moved out of her parents' place and into a house with Bunting, and into the house with Bunting, Kevin and Michelle. A few months later, in September 1989, Veronica Tripp and John Bunting got married at a registry office. While living together, Veronica claims that Bunting often flew into a rage, but was never physically violent toward her. She also claims that John wanted sex every day, but wasn't particularly kinky or depraved. No hint of the wanton sadism that he displayed towards animals. Yeah, it's like, it's not an attractive quality, is it? It's like, what do you do for hobbies? I really love my job. It's like, what are you into? I work in an abattoir at the evisceration table. And what do you do on weekends? I just continue. I just kill dogs. Dude, it's fucking weird, man. On December the 14th, 1991, John and Veronica moved out and got a place of their own on 203 Waterloo Corner Road in the sketchy suburb of Salisbury North, yet another government housing estate gone wrong, much like the Brisbane suburb of Inala, in which John grew up. Soon afterward, John's parents, Jan and Tom Bunting, moved down to Adelaide to be near their son. They rented a house nearby, also in Salisbury North. Jan didn't think much of Veronica, but in turn, Veronica's father, Jim, had a huge dislike for John Bunting. Jim said, quote, "He's got a cruel, filthy mouth, and I think he's trouble." Well, Jim, you bang on, mate. Meet the neighbours. Bunting's decision to move to Waterloo Corner Road in the North Adelaide suburbs was a fateful one. His neighbours, in Salisbury North, were a real who's who of what's that smell, a veritable hive of scum and villainy, a gaggle of bogans, hard knocks, and petty criminals who were often emotionally damaged and even mentally deranged. Many of them were also easily manipulated and would eventually become Bunting's accomplices. Others would become his victims. Now let's first start with Robert Joe Wagner. He was born in November 1971 in New South Wales. His mother relocated Robert and his sister to Adelaide in 1974. As a child, Robert was regularly beaten by his mum's new boyfriend, and when Robert was 7, he was sexually abused by the teenage son of one of his mother's friends. Robert didn't talk about what happened. In fact, he barely spoke at all for several months. And then, still at the shockingly young age of 7, Robert attempted to end his life by taking an overdose of his mother's sleeping pills. After that, Robert was never quite the same. He struggled at school and was functionally illiterate, even being held back a year in primary school. In 1984, at the age of 13, Robert stopped turning up to school altogether. Robert then ran riot around the neighbourhood, disappearing for days at a time, with his mother frequently reporting him missing to the police. In mid-1985, Robert Wagner, still just 13 years old, met 30-year-old Vanessa Lane and spent days at a time at Vanessa's house, which was in Salisbury North. They formed a sexual relationship. 13 and 30. That's just straight up pedo. I mean, obviously. Jesus Christ. This wasn't just because of the blatant statutory rape. Vanessa Lane was a male-to-female transgender born in Snowtown in 1955 under the name Barry Wayne Venables. Lane's father was a violent alcoholic, and Lane's mother, Sylvia, was extremely neglectful, almost causing her child to die of malnutrition. Lane briefly spent time in foster care before Lane's grandmother won guardianship, raising Lane in poverty in the mining town of Port Pirie. At the age of 9, Lane began dressing up in a hot pink skirt and fishnet stockings, much to her grandmother's confusion and chagrin. At age 11, Lane came out to friends and shortly thereafter initiated sexual relations with some of them. By 15, Lane was walking the streets of Port Pirie, waving at men in their cars who slowed down, honked, and yelled catcalls. Lane's grandmother did not approve of Vanessa's sexual relations with the neighbourhood boys, and Lane's mother, Sylvia, who also lived in Port Pirie, began claiming that Vanessa Lane wasn't her child, but that they'd somehow gotten her mixed up in the maternity ward. When Lane was 17, she departed on a cross-country trip, living in Adelaide, Sydney, and Melbourne. To pay the bills, Vanessa Lane worked as a gardener and landscaper for 2 weeks before claiming she permanently injured her back in order to collect disability funds. Fraud was, and still is, a big problem in the Australian welfare system. Now, in late 1980, when Vanessa Lane was 25, she was arrested for sexual assault of 2 boys under the age of 12. Lane was sentenced to just 4 months imprisonment. Bro. 25-year-olds sexually assaulting 2 12-year-olds and you get 4 months in prison. Are you joking? That should be years. The judge explained that the shortness of the sentence was in light of Lane's gender dysphoria. Quote, "I am aware that you have medical problems and problems in establishing your own identity." Yeah, fine. That's all fine. No problem with that. But that doesn't mean that you can go and sexually assault children, does it? Now, people can understand and have sympathy for that, but it does not permit you to go around doing these sort of things for your own gratification. Yeah, obviously not. So throw the book at her. Don't give her 4 months for sexually assaulting 2 children. What the judge? In turn, Lane declared at the sentencing that the reason why she had perpetrated the crime was because she was mentally traumatized by her family not accepting her lifestyle. Look, and again, comes up all the time on Casual Criminalist, there are plenty of families that don't accept their children's lifestyles. And it's bad. It's not good. But not an excuse to go and sexually assault children. Lane was sent to an all-male prison, where, as a convicted pedophile, the inmates spat in her food, shouted insults and threats, and frequently inflicted violence upon her. Oh no! After being released, Vanessa Lane moved to Salisbury North in Adelaide, where Lane was witnessed on multiple occasions approaching underage boys. It wasn't long before Lane gained a reputation, with the house frequently being vandalized or pelted with rocks, and with Lane herself being the recipient of loud insults when she walked down the street. Vanessa Lane was ordered by a judge to attend counselling sessions, but when the counsellor tried to delve into the cause of Lane's paedophilia, she declared, quote, "This feels like a church confessional and isn't going anywhere." and promptly stopped attending. 5 years later, in 1985, Vanessa Lane, now 30 years old, met 13-year-old Robert Wagner and formed a sexual relationship. This is so f***ed up. Stop it. When Wagner's mother Carol found out, she forbade her son from seeing Vanessa. Robert ignored this demand, so Carol went over to Vanessa Lane's house and confronted the both of them. Robert said he wanted to stay with Vanessa, who was holding Robert's arm and stroking his chest. Carol went home and phoned the police. Robert was brought home, but Vanessa wasn't immediately charged. Why not? Charge her! Come on! However, it was only a matter of time until, should the relationship continue, Vanessa would be arrested for the sexual abuse of a minor and sent back to prison. And so, in January of 1986, 2 months after Robert had turned 14, he and Vanessa ran away together. They disappeared without a trace. Robert's mother didn't hear a word from her son for nearly 4 years. Vanessa Lane and Robert Wagner returned to Salisbury North in late 1989, shortly after Robert had turned 18 years old. With the age of consent in South Australia being 17, the police could no longer do anything about the relationship, and Wagner vowed that he'd deny any allegations of being groomed or kidnapped. Police did not pursue the matter further. The now 34-year-old Vanessa permitted Robert to resume contact with his mother. But Lane never allowed Robert to visit Carol when Vanessa was not also present. Lane and Wagner rented a house together on Bingham Road in Salisbury North, across the street from an elementary school. Neither of them worked. By this point, Wagner had also figured out how to feign a physical illness to collect disability payments. Lane no longer dressed in stereotypically female clothing, but presented as male, but still preferred to be addressed as Vanessa, although sometimes she would occasionally insist on being called Barry. Lane and Wagner lived in a house with several pet cats, which they did not clean up after, resulting in the house reeking of piss and shit. Lovely. Because Lane and Wagner were periodically the targets of vandals, they bought 2 large Rottweilers for security. Yep, that's going to work. Rottweilers are scary, man. They did not clean up after the rather sizable digestive leavings of these animals either. The couple would also perform acts of bestiality on the dogs, with Wagner holding down one of the canines while Lane violated it. The fuck? Why do we have to have bestiality in here as well? It's already sick enough. Sometime in the intervening 4 years, Robert Wagner had become a neo-Nazi. Oh, there we go. He named one of his Rottweilers Adolf and had a screensaver on his computer that read, "Adolf Hitler is still alive." This seems unlikely, given that in 1989 Hitler would have been 100 years old, but I digress. Yes, he also shot himself, and they know that. It's confirmed. In 1989, Wagner joined a group called National Action, Australia's answer to the KKK. Wagner wanted to have a swastika tattooed on his forehead, but no tattoo artist in Adelaide would do it. Good for you, tattoo artists. Someone comes in and be like, "I want a swastika." Be like, "Not here, mate. We're not that kind of tattoo shop." Wagner was thrown out of National Action after only a year for being, quote, "too radical for the group." Too radical for Australia's KKK, huh? Oh no. When John and Veronica Bunting moved to Waterloo Corner Road on the 14th of December 1991, they met their next-door neighbour, Robert Skews, a welfare recipient in his mid-50s who suffered brain damage at birth and had spent a good portion of his adult life homeless in Sydney. It was Skews who, that same evening, introduced John to Vanessa Lane and Robert Wagner. Wayne and Wagner helped John Bunting move his stuff into the house. John's initial instinct was to despise Lane and Wagner since they were same-sex attracted, and it was clear that Lane was an unrepentant pedophile. However, as they talked, Bunting realized that Wagner not only shared his affinity for Nazism, but that Wagner had also been sexually abused as a child. As such, Bunting quickly felt that he and Wagner were kindred spirits. Meanwhile, Bunting tolerated Vanessa Lane, especially once it became clear that Lane was able to provide inside information on Adelaide's bevy of other child predators. Lane and Wagner were seen frequently at Bunting's house from that point forward. Shortly after moving in, John Bunting befriended another neighbour, 33-year-old Mark Ray Hayden, whom he met at a metalworking course in 1992. Born Mark Ray Lawrence in December 1958, he was raised mostly by his father, Edward Lawrence. His mother was schizophrenic and frequently institutionalized. Mark's father worked at the General Motors Holden factory. In 1997, when Mark was 18, his dad got him a job there, spray painting cars, but Mark lasted only 2 years on the job before getting fired for stealing. From that point forward, he refused to ever work again and went on welfare. He managed to scam a carer's pension out of the government, claiming that he looked after him. Mark Hayden was also barely educated and had been described by people who knew him as slow, speaking only in monosyllables, if and when he spoke at all. He spent his days drinking and tinkering with cars. Another neighbour Bunting got to know was 52-year-old Jeffrey Williams, another permanent welfare recipient. Williams would regularly have Lane, Wagner, and Bunting over to his house. However, Bunting didn't like the man, suggesting that Williams was gay. According to Veronica Bunting, her husband once spray-painted the offensive word, I'm probably far enough into this video, fag on the fence in front of Williams's house. Bunting also fantasized about murdering Jeffrey Williams and filling Williams's house with the bodies of other quote-unquote undesirables and cutting a hole in Williams's throat into which Bunting would insert a chihuahua. What the f***? It's incredibly weirdly specific. Bunting found the mental image of barking at a corpse to be hilarious. Happy pants. In the spring of 1992, John Bunting was introduced to 18-year-old Clinton Douglas Tresize. He was born on the wrong side of the tracks in Adelaide on the 5th of December 1973. Clinton's parents got divorced when he was 3, and his mother put Clinton and his brother Scott into the childcare system. His sister, Sherry, stayed with their mother. For the first few years, Clinton's mother paid weekly visits to the boys' home where Clinton was staying. For the first few years, Clinton's mother paid weekly visit to the boys' home where Clinton was staying. His father also kept periodic contact, but for the most part, Clinton was raised by child welfare officers and later a sequence of foster guardians. Like many of the people mentioned here, Clinton's formal education was extremely limited. In the early years, Clinton frequented a number of evangelical churches, but ultimately decided that Christianity wasn't for him. When he did hit puberty, Clinton realized he was gay, which caused some friction with his family, as did Clinton's decision to drop out of school and run away from his foster home. Nevertheless, his mother, father, and sister kept up periodic contact with him. In early 1990, Clinton was 16, homeless, and drifting around Adelaide. It was then that he made the acquaintance of Vanessa Lane, whose interest in Tresize was obviously sexual. Not long afterward, Clinton Tresize managed to scam himself some disability payments and move into government housing in the rough northern Adelaide suburb of Elizabeth, not far from Lane and Wagner in Salisbury North. Like many of his neighbours, Tresize largely lived in his own filth, with half-empty cans of food and pet feces strewn about the place. Putrid smell of rot perpetually filled the house. However, in an attempt to get his life together, Clinton Tresize began taking night classes to make up for the shortfall of his childhood education. There, he befriended a fellow student named Stephen, but the friendship ended abruptly after Clinton sexually propositioned him. When in 1992, Lane and Wagner introduced John Bunting to the now 18-year-old Tresize, and Bunting immediately loathed the young man. Though John tolerated Wagner, and to a lesser extent Lane, at least in principle, Bunting hated homosexuals. Also, he said, Tresize had bleached blonde hair, wore bright orange nail polish, and usually clothed himself in neon-crusted fabrics. He was openly gay and acted effeminately. Bunting contemptuously dubbed Tresize Happy Pants on account of his flame red and purple trousers that he often wore. On July 10, 1992, Clinton Tresize visited the Department of Family and Community Services to speak with a financial counselor. On the set 22nd of July, Tresize withdrew some money for his bank account. That's the last record we have of him being alive. After that, the government disability deposits just started stacking up in his account. Now, sometime between the end of July and the end of August 1992, John and Veronica Bunting paid a visit to the household of Wagner and Lane on Bingham Road for afternoon tea. Wagner, Lane, and John all chatted while Veronica played with one of the cats on the filthy, feces-laden floor. After an hour, Wagner, Lane, and Bunting got up to leave, with John commanding Veronica to wait at Lane and Wagner's house. That got Bunting's wife out of the way. After all, she had an intellectual disability and wouldn't ask too many questions. The trio then proceeded to John's house on Waterloo Corner, where they agreed to meet Clinton Tresize, have a few beers, and hang out. While Tresize was sitting with a drink on the living room sofa, John Bunting crept up behind him and struck Tresize in the back of the head with a shovel. Tresize fell to the floor. Bunting then set about bludgeoning the victim multiple times with a hammer, cracking the back of the boy's skull open. Because the blows with the hammer were so fierce, the front side of the victim's skull, which was resting against the floor, was also fractured. Clinton Tresize's death was not instantaneous. At some point, the victim raised his left hand to defend himself, only for it to be struck with the hammer. But the young man wasn't tortured over the course of several hours, like many of Bunting's later victims. Oh, good. So we got that to look forward to, have we? Just, it's not enough that he's fracturing this kid's skull. Jesus. After Tresize was dead, Bunting wrapped up his corpse in black garbage bags. Wagner and Lane helped Bunting throw Tresize's body into the back of Bunting's station wagon. By this time, Wagner was completely under Bunting's spell and was all for the brutal murder of homosexuals. This might sound like a contradiction, and it is, but lately Wagner had become more emotionally distant from Lane and point-blank refused to take the submissive role in sex anymore. Lane, meanwhile, was simply too terrified not to go along with things. It's also possible that Bunting had some leverage over Lane about her more recent activities with underage local boys. Bunting, Wagner, and Lane drove the station wagon 20 minutes from Salisbury North to the rural township of Lower Light. They pulled into a sheep paddock. and dug a shallow grave. Thereupon, Trey Size was unceremoniously dumped into the hole and covered in a layer of soil. Bunting wiped his hands on his jeans, turned around and walked toward the station wagon without looking back. The trio returned to Wagner and Lane's house, where they found Veronica asleep on the couch. Bunting took her home. Sometime afterward, Bunting broke into Trey Size's house and stole his television and other electronics. On August the 31st, Clinton Trey Size's father, Doug, and sister, Sherry, paid a visit to Clinton's house because they hadn't heard from him in a while. They found the house in a messy state, but most of Trey Size's personal effects were still there. They took note of the smell of rotten food and feces. A few months later, when the rent was not paid to the South Australia Housing Trust, Doug and Sherry removed Trey Size's stuff from the property. Sherry Trey Size later claimed that she'd filed a missing persons report, but no record of it exists. It's very odd. Like, the person clearly seems to be missing, and he's your family. There's no record of you filing a missing persons report, and you're just like, oh no, I did. It's like, that doesn't seem... Are you not more concerned? Conversely, police assert that because there may have been some friction in the family in recent years, they did not immediately report Trey Size missing and merely assumed that he'd gone off somewhere, and that Sherry's later assertion was to avoid embarrassment. But he just left his house and all of his belongings? What about his, ID? What about money? He just took nothing? It's very weird. Like, if I go missing and my phone and bank card and ID and driver's license and stuff are also gone, then it's like, I've gone somewhere. If that stuff's still at home, it's like, I've been kidnapped and murdered. Because who the leaves their house without that stuff? Especially for a longer time. Indeed, Sherry and Clinton did not get on well, and so she did not visit regularly. This latter version of events seems to be borne out by the testimony of Clinton Trey Size's brother Scott, who would later say, I just thought he'd got jack of all the shit that was going on in his life and decided he was better off away from it all and picked up and moved away. I just thought he'd gone for a different change of life. It was a very difficult sentence to read, Scott. A few weeks after the murder, Vanessa Lane approached Veronica Bunting and said that she'd seen John kill a friend of theirs. Lane appeared to be terrified and begged Veronica not to tell John Bunting. But she did, and her husband denied it. A little later, Vanessa Lane approached Veronica again and described the murder in greater detail, identifying the victim as Happy Pants. Veronica again related this story to Bunting. This time, he didn't bother to deny it. To quote Veronica, John told me parts of what they did. John said that he took someone up to lower light and buried them in a hole. His name was Clinton Trey Size. I've never told anybody about this conversation as I didn't want to get killed. I believed that if I did tell somebody, John would kill me. John was not particularly upset that Veronica found out. He merely ordered her to keep her mouth shut. He felt confident that she'd do as she was told. Meanwhile, Bunting concealed his fury at the fact that Vanessa Lane kept running her mouth. One day, John vowed he would dispose of her. Yeah, Vanessa Lane is just very what's her name? The other one, Veronica, is like, oh my god, I know. And if I say anything, he's going to kill me. And Vanessa Lane's just like, yo, he's murdering people. Vanessa, you're going to get killed. In the autumn of 1992, John Bunting began digging a tunnel under 203 Waterloo Corner Road. He told his wife it was for an underground bunker. Again, this guy just likes to dig in tunnels. I also like digging tunnels. Veronica did not pursue this matter with any questions. After a few weeks of digging, Bunting enlisted the help of his son Mark Hayden, whose job it was to ferry the bucket full of stones and dirt to the surface. Earlier in 1992, Hayden had gotten married to a woman named Christina, and during the summer, they'd had a son together. However, by the end of 1992, the marriage was over. The otherwise quiet Mark Hayden was well known for his extremely foul temper. In early 1993, Robert Wagner joined the excavation, swinging a pickaxe, shifting the heavier boulders, and carrying heavy wooden beams. Bunting briefly tried to teach Wagner to read, but gave up once Wagner got bored. Due to the intensive work involved in digging the tunnel, Hayden, Wagner and Lane, who jealously refused to be left home alone, almost became permanent fixtures at Bunting's house. Bunting also regularly invited strangers into his home, mostly delinquent teenagers and drug addicts, much to Veronica's mounting frustration. It's like, dude, what are you up to? Why are you digging a hole underneath the house? And who are these random drug addict teenagers doing here? And why did you murder someone? Oh god, Veronica, I don't want to be in your position. This is up. Bunting also brought home a menagerie of stray animals, including a female German shepherd that he named Kelly. In order to avoid mowing the lawn, Bunting also brought home a sheep that he'd stolen from the South Australia Meat Corporation, where he continued to work. That sheep's probably like, yes! Going from a life literally at the abattoir to, and about to be put on his eviscerating table, to just chilling out in his garden and eating grass. Well, at least the sheep ended up happy. Bunting was the only one in his circle of friends who actually had a job. However, in 1993, Bunting broke his arm in a motorcycle accident and had to take several weeks off from working at the abattoir. Once Bunting recovered, instead of returning to the meat factory, he and Hayden got jobs pouring molten iron at the local foundry. After a few months, Bunting quit working there, claiming to have hurt his back. He tried to get on disability, but unlike what seems to be everybody else in the f***ing neighborhood, Bunting was unsuccessful. Instead, John refused to work anymore and went on job seeker benefits, which is a decidedly less generous handout than disability payments and, at least in theory, was supposed to be much more temporary. Yeah, job seeker is like you've got to be looking for a job, right? I think you've got to, I've not ever been on it, but at least in the UK, you've got to show, evidence that you've been applying for jobs and stuff and trying to get off it, because you can't be on it forever. Job seeker paid his food and rent, which was already low thanks to the South Australia's Housing Trust, and John scrounged additional money for his car, guns, drugs, and booze by going out with Robert Wagner, breaking into houses and stealing people's electronics for resale. Meanwhile, the undiscovered body of Clinton Tresize continued to rot in a farmer's field. Meet Elizabeth Harvey. In March of 1994, the now 27-year-old John Bunting met 40-year-old Elizabeth Harvey, another unfortunate who would fall under Bunting's spell. She was born Christine Ann Eude in September 1953. When Christine was only a child, her mother left her father and ran away with a man who turned out to be an abusive drunk. For several years, Christine and her siblings were regularly beaten and sexually abused by this man, an ordeal that was only cut short when he suddenly dropped dead of a heart attack. Nevertheless, the psychological damage was already done, imbuing Christine with chronic depression and hypersexuality. She attempted suicide at the age of 15. In 1970, when she was 17, Christine started a 6-year-long affair with an older married man. At age 23, Christine fell pregnant and the man broke things off and told her he wanted nothing to do with the child. When Christine asked him how she would explain the pregnancy to her mother, he replied, quote, "Look for 3 wise men and the Star of Bethlehem." Christine, Jesus Christ, piece of shit of the year. I mean, normally I'm like, that guy's such a piece of shit, but we've got John fucking Bunting in this episode, don't we? He's already smashed someone's face in with a shovel. So this guy's basically a legend compared to him. But no, he's also a piece of shit. Christine's first son, Troy Eude, was born on August 30th, 1976. 3 years later, in early 1979, Christine answered an ad looking for a housemaid in the newspaper and flew out to Broken Hill, New South Wales to meet a potential employer, a 43-year-old named Spyros Vasakis. He owned a struggling Greek restaurant. Vasakis picked Christine up from the airport and immediately took her on a dinner date. Instead of becoming his housemaid, 3 months later, Christine became his wife. Holy shit, okay. Soon after, the Greek restaurant went belly up and the couple relocated to Adelaide. Spyros refused to get a new job and the couple went on welfare and moved into government housing. The marriage was not a happy one. Wait, so this guy went from looking to hire a housemaid, like domestic staff, to being on benefits, essentially. Bruh, your life went downhill real quick. The marriage was not a happy one, with Spyros practicing marital rape on a regular basis. Jesus Christ, there are so many pieces of shit in today's episode. It's quite something. As a result of one of these coerced unions, Christine gave birth to their son Jamie on December the 24th, 1979. She gave birth to another son, Adrian, in 1981. That year, Christine briefly moved into a separate dwelling provided by the South Australian Housing Trust, but stayed married to Spyros, with the children bouncing between them. Vlasakis sexually abused both his stepson Troy Eude and his biological son Jamie. Oh my god, Spyros, you go from piece of shit to bigger piece of shit to total piece of shit. After 18 months, Christine moved back in with Spyros, who immediately started raping her again. Christine fell pregnant and gave birth to their youngest son, Christopher, in 1985. Then at 3 a.m. on June the 13th, 1986, Spyros Vlasakis dropped dead of a heart attack. Oh no! What a shame! Spyros is dead! Yes! Just like Christine's abusive stepfather had done years prior. Their son, Jamie, 6 years old, watched him die. Is David implying that Christine's killing them? I don't think so, right? But it's good that these people die because they're horrible pieces of shit. Within 2 months, Christine was looking for a new man. She quickly met Marcus Johnson, a middle-aged divorcee who was working at a car factory. To shake off the name Christine Vlasakis, she legally changed it to Elizabeth Harvey. Okay, most people normally just would change the surname back to their maiden name or whatever, but she's like, nah, going for a whole new identity. Marcus was decent to Elizabeth, aka Christine, and they stayed in a common law relationship for several years, during which Elizabeth's eldest son, Troy Eude, reached adolescence and started sexually abusing his younger half-brother, Jamie Vlasakis. Why? And I mean, yes, it's because he's super f***ed up because of fucking Spyro. Like, don't f*** up your kids how many times? Elizabeth and Marcus were not aware of this at the time. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harvey fell into multiple depressive episodes, aggravated by the fact that Marcus asked her to get 2 abortions. Marcus Johnson didn't want any more children. He already had 3 kids from his previous marriage that ended in 1980, one of whom, David Johnson, had come to live with Marcus, Elizabeth, and her 4 sons. But Elizabeth resented having to get abortions. Numerous fights and separations dotted their declining relationship. Well, I'll tell you what, if you don't want kids and you don't want abortions, let me introduce you to the novel concept of f***ing birth control. Marcus and Elizabeth finally married in 1992, hoping that it would resuscitate things. No. It's a bad idea. It's like people who are like, well, my marriage isn't going very well, so let's have another kid and see if that fixes things. It's not going to fix things. Kids make marriages harder, because kids are hard. It's like, I love my kids. I love my wife. But, like, kids are hard work, man. It's like, it's a lot. Elizabeth, already thinking of getting a divorce before the marriage license was even signed, decided to keep her adopted surname Harvey. Meanwhile, Elizabeth had become hooked on Valium, gambling and shopping binges to deal with her depression. Marcus and Elizabeth divorced after 10 months of marriage. Elizabeth Harvey was left to raise her 4 sons on her own, impoverished, living in Salisbury North, strung out on benzos and suffering from mental illness. Then, in autumn of 1993, she found a lump in one of her breasts and underwent testing for breast cancer. A few months later, in November, Elizabeth's mother died of throat cancer. Is that the second person to die of throat cancer in today's episode? God damn. Sending Elizabeth into a full-blown nervous breakdown. She was sent to a mental ward. Her neighbour, Jeffrey Payne, looked after her sons while she was locked up, but it turned out that Jeffrey Payne was a pedo. What the? How? Is Australia just pedophiles? Like, what the f***'s going on in Australia? He targeted 13-year-old Jamie Vlasakis and threatened to hurt Jamie's brothers and kill his mother if Jamie did not comply. How about you don't leave your children with random neighbours? Jeffrey Payne, the pedo. After a few months, Elizabeth Harvey was released from the mental ward. Also, it turned out that the tumour in her breast was benign. God, that's got to be scary, right? When you're like, what's this lump? And then they're like, oh, it's benign. You're like, yes. I remember once I was like, I had a lump in my neck. It's gone now, but it was there for a while. And I'm like, oh God, I'm definitely dying. I'm definitely dying. And I went to the doctor and he's like, don't even need to biopsy that. It's just like a lymph node that's swollen and it'll go down. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, oh, thank God. And like a few months later, it just disappeared into like basically nothing. And it's like, it's one of those things where you're just like, I'm definitely going to die. I think I must have been like in my early 20s. And I was like, I'm definitely going to die. And they're like, mate, it's nothing. It's just a swollen lymph node. I'm like, yes! Yeah, I feel like I've survived cancer. And it was just, I don't know. I'm a hypochondriac. I'm always like, any little thing. And it's like, well, that's it for me. Game over. But she was still in poor shape mentally and was oblivious to what was going on between Payne and her son. But help came from the most unlikely quarter. Convicted child predator Vanessa Lane was an acquaintance of Jeffrey Payne's, surprise, surprise, and Payne had bragged to Vanessa about molesting Jamie Vlasakis. And, with the contorted logic of a paedophile, Lane became jealous of that fact and resolved to tell Jamie's mother what was going on. Well, a couple of things, Jeffrey. What the f*** are you doing telling people that you're, like, molesting people? That's f***ing, great. I mean, do it, because then you'll get busted. But it's like, that seems a little bit insane. And Lane's also insane. What the f***'s going on? So on March the 3rd, 1994, Vanessa Lane and Robert Wagner showed up at Elizabeth Harvey's house and told her that Payne was abusing her son. Elizabeth called the police and Jeffrey Payne was arrested. Payne confessed to the crime. However, he was soon released on bail. How about we don't give bail to paedophiles who are abusing... What the f***? And returned to his home across the street from Elizabeth Harvey's place while he awaited trial. Are you smoking crack, Australian justice system? Payne would sit on his front porch and yell filthy taunts at Elizabeth's sons, referring to them as, quote, my boys. He would also take photographs of them and declare that they were going to be used as masturbatory aids. Get that guy in f***ing prison, lock him up, and throw away the key. Vanessa Lane found out about this and told John Bunting, the self-appointed local pedo slayer. Within the hour, Bunting came riding down the street on a motorbike armed with a .38 revolver. After introducing himself to Elizabeth Harvey, Bunting took Robert Wagner across the street so they could have a little talk with Jeffrey Payne. It's the first time I'm like, yes, Bunting, go! Bunting did most of the talking, issuing vicious threats, while Wagner stood behind him, obsequiously. David, it's a big word. I don't know what it means, David. Obsequiously. Look up. Obediently. Obediently nodding his head. There we go. That was easier, wasn't it? Payne accordingly stopped harassing Elizabeth's children. Nevertheless, John Bunting, Robert Wagner, Mark Hayden, and Vanessa Lane spent the next several days in Elizabeth Harvey's kitchen discussing how they could murder Payne to make an example of him. Their favourite strategy was to knock Payne unconscious, put him on a motorbike, and push him off a cliff, making it look like an accident. That is overly complicated. Elizabeth's ex-husband, Marcus Johnson, occasionally witnessed these discussions. He later wryly observed, quote, Vanessa Lane was present in a lot of these conversations, and I couldn't work out where she fitted in at any time, being on both sides of the fence, as it were. Despite all this talk, Geoffrey Payne was never harmed, possibly because Bunting knew that if Payne were to die in a suspicious accident or simply disappear, police would immediately consider Elizabeth Harvey and her new friends as suspects. Instead, Geoffrey Payne went on trial, was convicted, and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. That's not enough! He's sexually abusing children! 4 years? And he seems like pleased with himself. He's like sitting on the porch being all like disgusting. How about we give him like longer than that? Afterwards, Bunting, Wagner, Hayden and Lane continued to spend time in Elizabeth Harvey's kitchen, plotting revenge against other neighbourhood paedophiles, real or imagined. Bunting even took Elizabeth Harvey aside and warned her about Vanessa Lane. It was not long before the mentally unstable and emotionally vulnerable Elizabeth, who was 13 years older than Bunting, fell in love with him. They began a clandestine sexual relationship, despite the fact that Bunting was still married to Veronica. Additionally, Elizabeth's son, Jamie Vlasakis, now 14, took a shine to John Bunting, treating him as a father figure, and joined his little gang. For his part, Bunting convinced Jamie to stay in school and took him for bike rides and to the movies. Bunting also got Jamie to watch as he killed and skinned neighbourhood cats and dogs, and even tried to cajole Jamie into shooting a dog in the face. When Jamie was unable to do so, Bunting did it himself. What the f***? It's like, oh, what were you doing this afternoon, adopted dad? Like, not literally adopted, but you know what I mean. And it's like, oh, we're going to go for a bike ride, we're going to go to the movies, and then we're going to skin that dog alive. Bruh, what the fuck? So all in all, Bunting wasn't the greatest role model for an impressionable teenager. Yeah, no shit. The Wall of Spiders. The incident with Geoffrey Payne set a fire underneath John Bunting. The anti-pedo planning sessions became a weekly event being held every Friday night in Bunting's kitchen. It usually went like this. Vanessa Lane would denounce various people in the northern suburbs of Adelaide as predators, and then everybody would listen to Bunting rant for the better part of an hour about how disgusting they were. Then the conversation would turn to predators that they'd already quote-unquote researched. Bunting would rant some more, then he'd walk into one of the bedrooms and remove a yellow post-it note from a billboard that he called his Wall of Spiders. This was a motley patchwork of names, addresses, phone numbers, and photographs of real or imagined paedophiles, with scribbled summaries of their alleged crimes, connected by yarn to illustrate their connection to other suspects on the wall. It was the spitting image of the Charlie Day conspiracy meme from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah, is this actually something cops do? They use those little pins and they use the little ropes to tie everything together. I imagine they do it on computers nowadays, right? Having removed a post-it note containing the information about one of the accused predators from the Wall of Spiders, John Bunting would come back into the kitchen, call their home number, and start verbally abusing the person on the phone. The calls would always end with the threat of violence or outright murder. The recipients of these calls may well have been predators, but more often than not, they were mostly just gay, with no record of criminality whatsoever, with a few others being straight guys that Vanessa Lane accused at random to stay relevant and useful to Bunting. What the f*** is going on? When calling them on the phone wasn't enough, Bunting would lead the gang over to the houses of his targets and graffiti foul slurs on their fences and walls. Bunting might also damage their parked cars or sabotage the engines. In addition to the Wall of Spiders, Bunting kept small dossiers of information about the various targets in a file folder. Unbeknownst to Vanessa Lane, that included one about her. Quote, interests, hanging around toilet blocks, looking for young children, wearing pufter pants that show all his wares. Punching dung with everyone and everything, making a constant nuisance of himself, and flaunting the great side of his homosexuality if anyone is stupid enough to listen. Type of deviance, rock spider. Jobs in other rock spiders for the ego, denies that he is one. Known toucher of children, especially around the age of 12 to 14, would not torture victims but psychologically changes by playing power games. He believes that it is a form of love to do this to children. He has no conscience and cannot make up his/her mind if he is straight or gay, male or female. Takes hormones to create breasts and hormones to remove hair from its body." Quote ends. On August 16th, 1994, the sun-bleached bones of Michael Tresize were discovered by two farmers in a sheep paddock near Lower Light. The remains had been unearthed from the shallow grave by foxes, scattered a distance of 50 meters and picked clean by birds. Tresize had been dead for 2 years. The farmers called the police, and 2 detectives from Adelaide's Major Crimes Branch arrived and cordoned off the area. Because there was no identification found with the bones, the coroner listed Tresize as John Doe and listed the cause of death as homicide by blunt force trauma. Police made a public appeal on the television asking anyone who had a male friend or family member between the ages of 15 and 20 go missing in the last 5 years to be in contact. Eventually, the police offered a $100,000 reward if someone could help identify the victim. Michael Tresize's family did not get in contact, and none of the resulting tips panned out. His body remained unidentified. But at some point it's going to be identified, right? Because, obviously, we're sitting here in the future with our hindsight, and we know it's him. I'm wondering how this all comes falling down. I feel like there's just too many people involved in this. There's way too many people involved in your horrible crimes. At some point, someone's gonna, roll over or get pinched by the police, and they're gonna then roll over. Something's gonna happen. By 1995, Elizabeth Harvey and her sons had practically moved into John Bunting's place, along with the boys' numerous friends who would show up, get drunk, or do drugs. The place was transformed into a mixture of a doss house and a crack den. No longer hiding his sexual relationship with Elizabeth Harvey, Bunting threw his wife Veronica out of the house. With the aid of her parents, Veronica filed for divorce. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harvey, being hypersexual, once made the mistake of dating another man. Bunting threatened to kill Harvey, then found her boyfriend, put a revolver to his head, made him get on his knees and beg for his life. Bunting pulled the trigger. It clicked. There were no bullets in the gun, but the message was received. Elizabeth Harvey was John's, and no one else's. Meanwhile, one of Bunting's cronies, Mark Hayden, had begun a relationship with a 33-year-old woman from Sydney named Verna Sinclair. Between 1978 and 1988, Sinclair travelled Australia, working mostly as a prostitute and having 7 children with 5 different men. Verna Sinclair dumped the first 3 kids into the childcare system, convinced her sisters to adopt the next 2, and kept the 2 youngest, William and Chris, with her on her travels. When Verna Sinclair first arrived in the northern suburbs of Adelaide in 1994, she was initially quite attracted to John Bunting, but when it became clear that he was involved with Elizabeth Harvey, Sinclair turned her attentions to Mark Hayden. Shortly after, they began dating. Verna and her 2 sons moved in with Mark, who still lived with his father, Edward, who had recently suffered a stroke. Edward had worked all his life in a car factory to buy that house. In 1995, while Mark, Verna and the boys were on vacation in Queensland, Edward was left at home with no food or ability to wash himself. He fell down the stairs and broke his hip. When Mark and Verna returned, they shoved Edward into an aged care facility, getting Edward's house to themselves. Frail and broken, in a bed in the old folks' home, Edward Hayden signed over the property deed to his son. Wow, son's really... dude. By 1995, John Bunting had completely poisoned Robert Wagner against Vanessa Lane. The now 40-year-old recalcitrant paedophile attempted, all too late, to get the 23-year-old Wagner to stop seeing John. But all this accomplished was more friction between Wagner and Lane. Their arguments frequently turned violent, exploding even in public. Robert's mother, Carol, recalled that on one occasion, she and Wagner were driving in the car when Vanessa Lane drove up behind them, rammed Carol's vehicle, and pushed them into oncoming traffic. Robert Wagner got out and started bashing and kicking the sides of Vanessa Lane's car. When Vanessa got out, Wagner started punching and kicking her in the middle of the street. When a Molotov cocktail was thrown at Wagner and Lane's house in retaliation for Lane harassing one of the local boys, the friction got even worse. Then, John Bunting told Elizabeth Harvey that he'd seen Vanessa Lane touching one of her sons. Whether this was a real allegation or a false one made by design, it worked in Bunting's favour. Elizabeth found Lane, punched him in the mouth, and then called Wagner to finish the job. He assaulted Lane, causing the latter to flee. Wagner, Bunting, and Harvey laughed at how Lane ran, calling it, quote, Barry's chicken faggot dance. Over the course of the next week, Wagner beat Lane every single day, often screaming, quote, "You bastard, you took me when I was 14. The police were called in and advised Vanessa Lane to move out and cease contact with Robert Wagner to avoid a dark result. Lane promptly fled and vanished into Adelaide's seedy underbelly. Unable to afford the rent on his Bingham Road house by himself, Robert Wagner briefly moved in with his mother Carol before moving into John Bunting's already overcrowded house at 203 Waterloo Corner Road. Wagner quickly started dating women in an effort to prove to Bunting that he wasn't gay. A few months later, Bunting, Wagner, Harvey, and Harvey's boys moved out to a farmhouse in Bacara, a rural township 175 kilometers east of Adelaide, with a whopping population of 20 people. This allowed an increasingly paranoid Bunting to conduct his operations against the men on the wall of spiders away from prying eyes. In order to retain his possession of 203 Waterloo Corner Road, but not have 2 rental properties listed under his name when he was supposedly on welfare, John Bunting telephoned his ex-wife Veronica and ordered her to move back into the Waterloo house. She obeyed without question. Jesus, he's got that hold, doesn't he? She's scared of him. Bunting signed over the lease to be in Veronica's name, but Bunting's friends continued to use 203 Waterloo as a doss house and a drug den, even with Bunting, Elizabeth Harvey, and Harvey's 4 children paying frequent visits and staying overnight. Thus, the intellectually disabled and easily manipulated Veronica Tripp remained Bunting's useful puppet. Elizabeth Harvey, meanwhile, informed her ex-husband, Marcus Johnson, there is a room available at 203 Waterloo. Marcus moved in without Veronica's consent. However, this turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as Marcus and Veronica soon developed a platonic rapport and began looking after one another. Neither of them, however, opposed Bunting's continued use of the property. Marcus Johnson once said of Bunting, quote, "He was not interested in sport. He had no hobbies. It just seemed as if the sun rose and the sun set on paedophilias, and that was virtually all he would discuss." I think he means pedophiles. It's noted here that it's incorrectly spelled. On October the 26th, 1995, over 3 years since the murder of Clinton Tresize, his mother Marilyn finally lodged a missing persons report. An investigation was conducted, and a photograph of Clinton Tresize was sent to the South African Forensic Science Centre for comparison to the cracked skull found in the sheep paddock at Lower Light in 1994. Unfortunately, the 2 forensic technicians working the case made a mistake. They concluded that Clinton Tresize's bone structure did not resemble the skull of the John Doe. This prevented a police investigation into Tresize's murder, along with the likely suspects Tresize was spending most of his time with in 1992. If the forensic techs had gotten it right, Bunting's gang probably would have been caught as a result. Instead, Tresize's skeleton went unidentified for a further 4 years. As a result of this error, many more people were going to die. Meet Suzanne Allen and Ray Davies. Susan Phyllis Martin was born in the town of Mildura in the state of Victoria on June 26, 1949. When she was 14, she left home to work at a sheep station in New South Wales. 20 years later, she had had 2 failed marriages and 4 children. The kids were all in custody of her ex-husbands and had very sporadic contact with her, maybe a visit every year or 2 and a card at Christmas. By the time she was 34, she changed her first name to Suzanne and retained her second ex-husband's surname, Allen. In 1983, she moved to Adelaide, went on welfare, and rented a house on Ghent Street in Salisbury North. When Suzanne Allen was in her early 30s, doctors diagnosed her with a series of maladies: obesity, asthma, heart disease, high blood pressure, carpal tunnel, and an intellectual disability. While living in Salisbury North, Suzanne was an avid attendee of nightclubs where she tried to find a new man. The 1980s were replete with Suzanne entering and exiting one toxic relationship after another. In 1989, when Suzanne was 40 years old, she met 20-year-old Ray Davies. In keeping with the theme of almost nobody in the story retaining their names, Ray Davies was born in June 1969 as James Leslie Davies. Dude, why is every... There's already enough characters in today's story that I've got to keep track of, and you've got to keep track of in your brain, and they're all changing their names, which is not making things easier. Both of his parents had intellectual disabilities, and they passed that on to their son. He was raised by an aunt. As a child, Davies dressed up in girls' clothes and played with dolls. When Davies was 13, his aunt caught him having sex with a dog. Bruh, dude. Oh, God. By the time Davies was 20, having arbitrarily changed his name to Ray, he had a criminal record for theft, assault, and yet more bestiality. In 1989, Ray Davies moved to Adelaide, living out of a motorhome and frequenting the city's gay nightclubs. Very quickly, Davies befriended Vanessa Lane and Robert Wagner. They offered to help Davies find a permanent place for his motorhome in Salisbury North. Suzanne Allen, ultimately, was their huckleberry, cheerfully agreeing to let Davies park his motorhome in her backyard. Suzanne, of course, had an ulterior motive. She was lonely, and very quickly she goaded the bisexual Davies into a relationship. He moved into Suzanne's house, with the motorhome still being kept in the backyard. Unbeknownst to Suzanne Allen, Davies still used it for sexual liaisons with men, and you guessed it, to occasionally have sex with dogs. What the fuck is going on with Australians in today's episode? Why is everyone a fucking weirdo? He also approached children on the street, and more than once his neighbours caught Davies masturbating in public. Due to Davies' mental disability, the neighbours cut him some slack, and more often than not, they just returned him home. Okay, so he's got to be fairly mentally disabled, right? For people to be like, that's okay because he's not all there, right? He's pretty far gone then, in my opinion. Like, and he's having like sex with dogs and stuff, bro. Come on. Despite all of this, the relationship between Ray Davies and Suzanne Allen lasted for 4 years, with Davies committing several acts of domestic violence against Allen in 1990, because of course he did, because that's another thing that's in today's episode, isn't it? Endless domestic violence. In 1993, they got engaged to be married, but then Suzanne got a report from one of the neighbours that Ray Davies had been hiding in the bushes and masturbating as some young girls walked past. Suzanne broke off the engagement, but due to the fact that Suzanne was intellectually disabled and lonely and perhaps not the best judge of things, she and Davies still remained friendly and let Davies live in the motorhome behind her house. As disgusting as the history of Ray Davies appears to be, it seems quite likely that he had a much worse mental impairment than doctors and social workers believed, and really should have been institutionalized. Yeah, that's what I was kind of saying earlier. This guy seems like he needs proper help. Davies is less a care of malevolent sex predator than he is a severely mentally handicapped person who received inadequate treatment and was just left to run amok. For instance, when Elizabeth Harvey met Davies in 1994, she claimed she could not understand a word he said and, quote, he could barely string 4 words together. Meanwhile, in 1995, Suzanne Allen developed an infatuation with John Bunting. There are conflicting reports as to whether Bunting had sex with Allen at some point. Elizabeth Harvey didn't seem to think so, believing that the affections were entirely one-sided and that Bunting wouldn't take the 46-year-old obese, intellectually disabled woman seriously. On the other hand, Bunting regularly paid visit to Allen's house, though he usually brought Robert Wagner with him. Either way, Suzanne began writing Bunting love notes in which she called him her angle. Oh, it's supposed to be angel, but she doesn't know how to spell angel. David writes, he says, like, it's not a typo, this is what she says. And left little lipstick kisses on the paper. Until Bunting moved out to Becara, she drove past 203 Waterloo Corner Road every single day in her car. Oh no, Suzanne's being weird. Then, in early December 1995, Suzanne Allen stormed into her backyard, hammered on the door of the motorhome, and accused Ray Davies of molesting 2 boys that she knew. Whether this was true or not, we shall never know for certain. During the confrontation, Davies struck Allen in the face. She went to the police and got Davies slapped with a restraining order while police investigated her complaint. Davies moved his caravan elsewhere in Salisbury North. But Suzanne Allen also told John Bunting about her allegations. On December the 25th, 1995, Bunting and Wagner ambushed Davies outside of his caravan and beat the living shit out of him. They then handcuffed Davies and forced him into the trunk of their car. Elizabeth Harvey and her children were staying with Veronica at 203 Waterloo Corner Road at the time, so the coast was clear for Bunting and Wagner to use the farmhouse at Becara to further torment Ray Davies. They drove the 2-hour journey out of Adelaide, stopping at a roadside restaurant for some lunch while Davies was in the boot of their car. Bunting and Wagner then frog-marched Davies into the farmhouse. They pushed him into the bathroom and forced him into the tub. There, Ray Davies was tortured for several hours, beaten, bludgeoned, burned, with a variety of insults and homophobic slurs being screamed in his ears. But worst of all, Bunting got a heavy metal pipe and smashed Davies countless times in the groin. Later, Bunting would brag that Davies' testicles had swollen to twice their normal size. But suddenly Bunting stopped. He didn't want to kill Davies yet. This was a shining moment in his campaign against local pedos. Bunting wanted to share it. Accordingly, Ray Davies was marched out of the farmhouse again and stuffed back in the car trunk. Bunting and Wagner then drove all the way back to Salisbury North, arriving at 203 Waterloo Corner Road. Bunting burst into the kitchen, where Elizabeth Harvey was sat, strung out on her usual dose of anti-anxiety meds, and declared, "I've got a present for you." It was Christmas after all. Numbly replied, "Well, bring it in then." Bunting and Wagner went to the car and dragged Ray Davies into the kitchen. Harvey later recalled, "He was obviously in a lot of pain. He was handcuffed. I couldn't think." They took him into the bathroom and started yelling and screaming at him, calling him a faggot and a baby rapist and things like that. Bunting and Wagner stripped Davies naked. They dragged him into the bedroom and made him look at the wall of spiders. Then they laid Davies on the mattress and commenced beating his groin with the metal pipe again. At some point during the assault, Jamie Vasakis and Marcus Johnson came to the front door of 203 Waterloo, but Elizabeth Harvey quickly told them to go away. She returned to the bedroom, where Davies was being tortured. Bunting asked Elizabeth, "Do you like your present then?" and ordered her to take part in the assault. Elizabeth Harvey grabbed a sharp ceramic garden tool and stabbed Davies multiple times in the leg. Then Harvey and Wagner retrieved a set of car jumper cables, wrapped them around Davies' neck, and strangled him to death. The trio of murderers dumped Ray Davies' body in the tunnel that Bunting and his friends had dug underneath 203 Waterloo, with Bunting joking that Davies was still cupping his balls as they threw him in. At the time, they didn't even bother to cover his body. When Jamie Vassakis came home, Bunting immediately told him about the murder and delighted in including the detail that his own mother had taken part. Jamie wasn't sure whether or not to believe the last part. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harvey fell further into the benzos to cope with what she'd done, and in early 1996 she briefly committed herself to a mental institution. It was a full 6 months before Elizabeth Harvey dared to mention the murder to John, half hoping that it had just been some kind of terrible dream. John Bunting also told Suzanne Allen about the murder of Ray Davies, which, in these extremely contorted circumstances, only deepened her infatuation with him. What the f***? As far as Suzanne was concerned, Bunting was her knight in shining armour who had delivered her from a monster. Suzanne and Bunting were friendly throughout the first few months of 1996, with Bunting regularly visiting Suzanne's house. Again, it's unclear whether Bunting had a sexual relationship with her, but either way, he certainly enjoyed the hero-worshipping adulation. Meanwhile, John Bunting broke his rental contract on the farmhouse at Bacara and moved Elizabeth and the 4 boys to a government-subsidised house on Lomond Street in the small town of Murray Bridge, 75 kilometres to the southeast of Adelaide. Nevertheless, Bunting retained 203 Waterloo as his secondary residence, where he frequently stayed with Veronica and Marcus on the lease. In May 1996, John Bunting started to get irritating with Suzanne Allen's constant love letters, surprise visits, and her cloying, fawning attentions. He began avoiding her, driving into his car and taking off whenever she arrived at 203 Waterloo, which was literally every time the Bunting was in town. But this avoidance only invigorated Suzanne Zada. Susan, get the message. Susan, it's not happening. The love letters got more frequent. No, Susan! Bunting constantly bitched to his neighbour, Robert Skews, that he couldn't take it anymore. So when Suzanne Allen's daughter Annette moved to Adelaide, Bunting took Annette aside and warned her that Suzanne had better back off, or there'd be consequences. Annette told her mother. In response, Suzanne hid inside her house for weeks, utterly heartbroken. Well, Suzanne, I gotta say, could he have been more clear? Suzanne, come on! But here was the problem for I stopped offending Bunting. But yeah, Suzanne, get the message. But here was the problem for Bunting. He had told her about the of Ray Davies. Of course he had. Oh no! Nobody seemed to really care that the man had disappeared. He wasn't even reported as missing, but Suzanne Allen knew too much, and hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Who knows what she might let slip. Uh-oh, he's gonna murder her, isn't he? Uh-oh. To better justify his homicidal intentions toward Allen, Bunting claimed that she stood by, ignored, and enabled Ray Davies' predatory activities for years. He labelled such women as tooth fairies. Then, in June 1996, Suzanne Allen simply disappeared. Oh, I wonder where she went. She went into a barrel. That's where she went, because Bunting murdered her. That's my prediction. That big brain. Bunting and Wagner had shown up to her house one day, murdered her, dismembered her, and placed her 11 different body parts in trash bags, and then dumped the bags in a tunnel under 203 Waterloo. Oh, in the tunnel. Of course, they were digging a tunnel. I forgot about that. So weird. What's the tunnel about? Nearby, the corpse of Ray Davies. Then, in October, after both Veronica and Marcus had moved out, Bunting and his cronies simply filled in the tunnel. Davies and Allen were entombed in several tons of dirt and brick a dozen feet underground. There are some unverified claims that after Bunting and Wagner disappeared, Allen, they briefly used her head as a football, laughing as they kicked it back and forth to each other. That's f***ing weird. Also, is that going to work? Heads are really heavy. Have you ever lifted someone's head up when they're just relaxing? I don't want to get too morbid here, but kicking that head's going to really hurt. It's going to be like kicking a rock. Feels like I know something about kicking heads. I don't. But heads are heavy. You just think they're light because your neck's so powerful. Nobody knew where Suzanne Allen had gone. Her personal effects were still in the house, as were her unfed pets. She didn't even bother to say goodbye to her daughter Annette. A few days later, Suzanne Allen's car went missing, and then her house was ransacked with all the furniture being stolen. In reality, Bunting and his gang stole all of these things and then sold them off. If you've murdered someone, don't do smaller crimes around them that just increase your chances of getting detected. Why would you do that? It's not worth the $40 you're going to sell an old couch for. John Bunting and Robert Wagner began circulating rumours that Suzanne Allen had owed money to a couple of shady characters from downtown Adelaide and had gotten beaten up a few days before her disappearance. Later, Bunting claims that Ray Davies was one of the thugs that had assaulted her, and then Bunting claimed that Suzanne had successfully got into hiding and was now living in the town of Gawler, 55 kilometres north of Adelaide. He added that Suzanne had met a young buck in his 20s and had gotten married. Admittedly, John Bunting was laying it on a little too thick and fast, not to arouse suspicion. Yeah, it's John... It feels very prepared, doesn't it, John? It seems like you really thought this through and came up with a really, in-depth background story about her disappearance, John. Weird, John. Suzanne Allen's brother, John, oh great, there's already enough characters in this, and now we got two bloody Johns, like Good John and Bad John, travelled to Adelaide in November 1996 in an effort to locate her. There he observed Allen's ransacked house and reported Suzanne missing. Police investigators found that Suzanne's bank account was still active, her disability payments were still being deposited in her account and then withdrawn like clockwork, a total of $17,000 since June. They were being withdrawn from a bank in Murray Bridge. In reality, Elizabeth Harvey had been impersonating Suzanne in order to collect the money. When police saw that Suzanne had changed her address to one on Lomond Street in Murray Bridge, they found the residence was leased to John Bunting. Oh my god. If police don't tie this together, it's like, what the f***? It's like, he couldn't be less careful. He's like, yeah, we murdered someone, we stole her couch, and now we're just taking money out of her bank account blatantly. When police interviewed Bunting about this, he claimed that Suzanne had stayed with him briefly in Murray Bridge before moving interstate to be with a new lover of hers, whom Bunting called Andy. Astonishingly, this cock-and-bull story was enough to satisfy the police, and they didn't pursue the disappearance of Suzanne Allen any further. No, police, come on! John Bunting, hardly a criminal mastermind, had once again gotten away with murder. Yeah, because the reality is like, well, often it's like, oh yeah, you got to be real criminal mastermind to get away with crimes. It's like, no, you don't. You don't even have to be careful, apparently. The last thing she heard was laughter. In 1997, Robert Wagner stopped speaking about Vanessa Lane entirely, and he would get violently angry if anyone dared to bring up the subject. Once, when someone mentioned Lane in conversation, Wagner lost it completely and punched a brick wall, shattering his fist and earning him a trip to the emergency room. Good lord. What is a shattered fist? Is that like where many bones are broken? Oh, that's going to be like... Hands are really complicated. There's all sorts of little bones in there, and like the motions are so precise. that's going to be a recovery time. That's not going to be fun. Put simply, the decade Wagner had spent with Vanessa Lane just stood in such stark contrast to the hypermasculine, red-blooded heterosexuality that he now wanted to project, that he preferred to act as if the past 10 years had never happened. Wagner deliberately cultivated his interest in sports, guns, cars, and he even joined the volunteer fire department. It's compensating much, are you? It's like, did you just Google masculine activities? He also dated a string of women, the most recent of whom was 28-year-old Vicky Mills, a single mother of 3, originally from the Blue Mountains in New South Wales, who had done her time collecting bruises and horror stories in the shithole district of King's Cross in downtown Sydney. Vicky Mills soon fell pregnant with Wagner's own child, and the couple moved in together at 36 Mofflin Road in the North Adelaide suburb of Elizabeth. Vicky's 3 young kids quickly started to think of Wagner as their father. Vicky Mills had a cousin, 29-year-old Nicole Zarita, a single mother of 2 who owned a house in Salisbury North. Both women had fled from the wrong side of the tracks in Sydney in 1992, coming to Adelaide in search of a better life. Zarita had largely achieved that life, finding steady work and becoming a homeowner. In July 1997, Zarita took on a housemate, 19-year-old Michelle Gardner, a male-to-female transgender person. Gardner had a brother named Peter, whom Vicky Mills had once dated. Even after Vicky and Peter broke up, Michelle remained friend. Oh my god, there's so many characters. Just try to keep track of everybody. Gardner had a brother named Peter. So Gardner is the woman who is staying in this person who's the sister of the other person. Oh my god, David. Do we need all these characters? There's so many characters! Gardner had a brother named Peter, whom Vicky Mills had once dated. Even after Vicky and Peter broke up, Michelle remained a friend of the family, so it just made sense to have Michelle Gardner move in with Vicky's cousin, Nicole. I am utterly lost with these characters. There's like 8 people! It's like my brother's cousin's sister's pet. Like, what the f***? So it just made sense. Zarita... also thought that Gardner was great with her 2 kids. In short, Nicole found Gardner to be the ideal housemate. Alright, I'm just going to go with it and hope that this makes sense later, because I'm lost with the characters. Given the times, Michelle Gardner took the precaution of not going out in public dressed as a woman. She presented as a gay man and went by a birth name of Michael. But at home or with friends, Gardner dressed up in skirts, stockings and a wig. She could not afford any surgeries or hormone treatments. Like many people in this story, Michelle Gardner had a rough childhood, where her stepfather didn't approve of Michelle's sexuality and was entirely unsympathetic to her struggles with gender dysphoria. He was also verbally and physically abusive. Gardner's mother also did next to nothing to defend her child, and worse, when Michelle was 14, she was sexually assaulted by a friend of the family, and Child Services took one look at Michelle's home life and ordered the teenager into foster care. I mean, I know, like, foster care's not brilliant, but her home life is really shit, so maybe that's a good decision. However, at the age of 19, despite all past difficulties, Michelle Gardner was out on her own and finally building a life for herself. So Michelle Gardner is a friend of the family of Vicky Mills, who's dating one of the main gang today. Okay. okay. Unfortunately, Michelle Gardner's status as a housemate and friend of the family brought her constantly into contact with Robert Wagner, who loathed Gardner from the start. Okay, because Robert Wagner is... so she's... she's the housemate of Vicky Mills, who's dating Wagner, so Wagner's kind of up in her face all the time. By this point, John Bunting was firmly rooted in Wagner's head, and Wagner is pretending to be all masculine. And so he's seeing the situation, is probably not a giant fan of it, because it's basically just reminding him of himself. He took one look at Gardner and saw a gender-bending gay guy and thus a likely pedophile. And Michelle Gardner simply reminded Wagner a little too much of Vanessa Lane, who was actually a predator. One day in August 1997, Robert Wagner observed Michelle Gardner roughhousing with Vicky Mills' eldest son, and Gardner playfully put his hand over the boy's mouth to stop him from yelling. Wagner interpreted this move as sinister and flew into a rage. He let loose with a torrent of verbal abuse directed at Gardner, who quickly retreated back to Nicole Zarita's house. It was in that moment that Robert Wagner resolved to kill Gardner. Okay. There we go, he's gonna kill someone else. Fine. Did we need 100 characters? On September the 6th, Nicole Zarita, who I've already forgotten who she is, left state with her kids. This left Michelle Gardner alone in the house. It was too good of an opportunity to pass up. Accordingly, Bunter and Wagner drove over to Zarita and Gardner's house in Salisbury North. Wagner used Vicky Mills' spare key to gain entry. The two men found and quickly subdued Michelle Gardner, handcuffing her and binding her feet. They kicked the shit out of Gardner for good measure. Then Bunting and Wagner ransacked the place, taking all of Gardner's stuff and stealing some of Nicole's furniture, her TV, some movies on VHS, and a vacuum cleaner. This was to make it look like Michelle Gardner had suddenly moved out and robbed Nicole on the way out of the door. Then Bunting and Wagner tortured Gardner, beating her and burning her with cigarettes until she wrote a note addressing Nicole, thanking Zarita for letting her stay there and promising to keep in touch. The letter also included an apology for stealing Nicole's stuff, which Michelle, writing under the duress, had done so to help pay for a sex change operation. In the chaos of the assault, and perhaps on purpose, Michelle dropped both the letter and the wallet underneath her bed to delay Zarita discovering the false story, perhaps so she'd contact the police. Bunting and Wagner drove Gardner to Murray Bridge. In May 1997, Bunting had moved from Lowen Street to 3 Burdekin Avenue. In the garden shed, they forced Gardner to call a friend and say that she was leaving town to sort out some personal problems. When the friend asked where Gardner was going, she replied that she was moving to Snowtown. After ending the call, Bunting and Wagner continued to beat Gardner mercilessly, burning him several more times with lit cigarettes and attaching jumper cables and a car battery to Gardner's genitals and electrocuting her. Then, Bunting and Wagner grabbed a rope and tied it around the victim's neck, attaching the other ends to a roof beam. They measured the length of the rope to be long enough that Gardner had to remain standing on her tiptoes. If she collapsed, she would hang herself. Once the rope was secured in place, the torture of Michelle Gardner continued. Bunting mocked Gardner, calling her, quote-unquote, the biggest homo, and adopting an effeminate camp sing-song voice when he said, "Oh, Michael, stand up. Stay on your feet, you naughty boy." Bunting thought the situation was hilarious and couldn't stop laughing. When Michelle Gardner could take no more, her legs buckled underneath her and she began to suffocate. Robert Wagner had adopted the nickname Papa Smurf because of how he made the victims turn blue when he strangled them, now grabbed the rope and tightened it around Gardner's neck. Bunting's laughter was likely the last thing Michelle Gardner heard before she lost consciousness and died. Bunting and Wagner went out and bought a large black barrel with a screw-top lid. They placed Gardner's whole body inside, headfirst, with the rope still around her neck. Her right leg was bent to fit inside the barrel, but there was not room to fully bend the victim's left leg, which resulted in it being partially extended, so they had to cut off Gardner's left foot in order to get the barrel lid closed. The foot has never been recovered. They dumped hydrochloric acid over the rest of Gardner's body in an attempt to dissolve it. Oh, right, and this was what we found at the beginning, that they're using the wrong type of acid. Once the barrel was sealed, Bunting and Wagner left it in the shed behind the house. Bunting would later tell the neighbours that the malodorous barrel was for compost. And when he later told 17-year-old Jamie of Lasakis about the murder of Michelle Gardner, Bunting, again, howled with laughter. I've forgotten who Jamie Vlasakis was already. Wasn't he oh God, I don't know. On September the 16th, 1997, Nicole Zarita returned home. Okay, so she's the homeowner that Michelle was staying with, who was like, again, I don't remember. It's too many characters. At this time, don't worry about it, dear audience. We'll be fine. Look, Bunting's murdering people in his facility who he has problems with. Jesus. At the time, Zarita did not find Gardner's concealed note, which had fallen along with Gardner's wallet under the bed in Gardner's room. Zarita had a hard time believing that the kind and gentle woman would just suddenly rob her and leave, but there were no signs of forced entry into the house, so ultimately Zarita concluded that Gardner must have robbed her after all. Nicole looked for Gardner all over Adelaide, hoping to find her and get her stuff back. A few days later, Robert Wagner and John Bunting visited Nicole's Arita and claimed that they'd seen Michelle Gardner at a petrol station talking to some gay men. Wagner claimed that they yelled at Gardner that she was quote-unquote a thieving poofter, and that Gardner had got in her car and drove away. Bunting and Wagner repeated this story to anybody who would listen. On September the 23rd, Nicole found Gardner's wallet and coerced note under the bed. Nicole concluded from the note that 19-year-old Gardner had fallen in with a rough crowd who were giving her bad advice. Nicole did not suspect foul play. Then, Vicky Mills called her cousin and told Nicole that Michelle Gardner had left a message on her answering machine requesting her wallet back. When Nicole went over to Mills's house to listen to the message, Mills claims that she had accidentally deleted it. All of this was shit, of course. Bunting and Wagner realized that the wallet wasn't in the pile of Gardner's stuff that they'd stolen, and the wallet contained Gardner's ID, Centrelink card, and bank card, which Bunting and Wagner needed to withdraw Gardner's continuing welfare payments. A few days later, Nicole Zarita got a phone call from a man who claimed to be a friend of Gardner's saying that Michelle wanted her wallet back. Nicole replied, quote, "Yeah, and I want my stuff, so Michelle better come and see me." It's like, yeah, I'd like my wallet back. How about you give me all my shit back that you stole? Like, what the f***? The man phoned several more times. Eventually, someone impersonating Michelle Gardner phoned Nicole, asking if she'd come and meet in the park to hand over the wallet. Nicole knew the person on the line wasn't Michelle and declined. In response, the person claiming to be Michelle said, "I just want to tell you, your kids taste nice." The f*** is that? A few days later, the fake Michelle called once again and told her, quote, "If you don't stop mucking me around, I'll have to come over and gut you myself." By this point, Nicole was worried that something nasty had befallen Michelle Gardner. Yeah, no shit. It's like someone's pretending to be her. You haven't seen her. She just disappeared. And they're wanting her wallet. It's like that is extremely suspicious. But Nicole did not report her missing, nor did Gardner's estranged family. Well, the family's estranged, so, I mean, not great, but you can see why they wouldn't report her missing. But Nicole, what the f***? This is really suspicious. Also, did you not report that someone had stolen all of your shit? And now, you might want to follow up with the police and be like, yeah, something weird's going on. Meanwhile, Bunting sent over Jamie Vlasakis to hang out with Nicole in order to spy on her and convince her to hand the wallet over. Vlasakis persuaded Nicole to give him the wallet and to break into a business during the night, steal some stuff, and leave Michelle's wallet behind. That way, the cops would be responsible for locating Michelle, and the wallet would no longer be in Nicole's hands, avoiding any more phone calls and threats. Of course, Jamie Vlasakis handed the wallet over to John Bunting, who began draining the welfare payments out of Gardner's account. Vlasakis, meanwhile, was the one who sold off Nicole's TV, furniture, and VHS tapes. Jamie used the money to fund his newly acquired heroin habits. It appeared that life with John Bunting as a father figure was taking its toll. Papa Smurf gets his revenge. In 1997, one of Bunting's thugs, Mark Hayden, married his girlfriend, Verna Sinclair, who, in keeping with the weird trend of this story, changed her first name to Elizabeth. Like her husband, Elizabeth... Guys, there's already enough characters! Stop changing your names! Like her husband, Elizabeth Hayden was well aware of the murders that were going on. In fact, Mark Hayden may well have participated alongside Bunting and Wagner in some of the murders so far recounted. Allegedly, but this has never been verified. He was certainly a close friend of John Bunting's, who was often seen in his company, regularly partook in conversations about the men of Bunting's Wall of Spiders, and was later charged with 12 counts of murder. But 10 charges were dropped and 2 resulted in a hung jury, and Mark was only convicted of helping to dispose of the victims' bodies. On a completely unrelated note, my computer has developed some sort of malfunction where the words "do the math" randomly appear in all caps on the page, and for some reason I can't delete them. What a coincidence. It's like, yeah. You can figure out what's going on here, can't you? He had 12 things that he got off on. As for Elizabeth Hayden, she'll become very relevant quite soon. Okay, so Elizabeth Hayden was Verna Sinclair, who's Mark Hayden's, who's one of Bunting's thugs, who's allegedly involved's new wife, oh god. Meanwhile, Vanessa Lane had arrived back on the scene. Who's Vanessa? No, I'm just kidding. Vanessa's one of the main characters. In December 1996, Lane had been trying to turn over a new leaf. She repaired relations with her mother, Sylvia, by claiming to have found Jesus. She volunteered with the Salvation Army. There, Lane met single mother of 3, Michelle B. Hay, attending church together. There she met single mother of 3, Michelle B. Hay. Lane went by the name Barry, identified as a man, and told B. Hay that he was straight. They started attending church together. After a couple of weeks, Barry confided in Michelle B. Hay, a highly sanitized version of the past, that he quote-unquote had been a homosexual and that he used to dress up in women's clothing. He made no mention of his paedophilia. Barry Lane told Michelle B. Hay that he had accepted Jesus as his personal savior and was now a straight man looking for a wife. By January 1997, Barry and Michelle were talking about marriage, and by February they were engaged. They continued to live apart until the wedding. However, this didn't stop Barry Lane from committing several acts of domestic violence against Michelle. He once hit her so hard that he split both of her lips open. Once the Department of Families and Community Services got wind of the fact that Barry Lane, a convicted child predator with many more suspected cases of molestation in his file, was going to get married to a woman with 3 young kids, they immediately got in touch with Michelle Behe to warn her. Wow, look at that! Competence from the authorities, I like that! Yes! When it looked like Behe was going to marry Lane anyway, bruh. No, don't do that, for God's sake. They stipulated that until further notice, Lane could only have access to Behe's children in visits supervised by a welfare officer. Excellent choice. However, Behe and Lane quickly began to flout this order, with Lane coming over to Behe's house under the cover of night. Behe, you know they're doing this for your own good, right? And your kid's good. How about you think about that for just like a moment? He's a convicted child predator. Behe, get your shit together. But while Michelle Behe talked a lot about how Barry Lane had been cleansed of sin, from the moment she learned about Lane's convictions, their relationship slowly deteriorated. Yeah, look, I can understand how people who are very religious are like, oh yeah, no, they cured your gay. They cured your gayness and now you're a straight man. Boom, magic. Hail Jesus. But it's like, yo, he didn't mention that he was a child predator. And now you're like, oh yeah, no, I guess they cleansed that sin as well. I hope. Oh, God. Things worsened on April the 26th, 1997. Barry Lane invited a lodger into his house in the northern suburb of Hectorville, 18-year-old Thomas Trevelyan, a paranoid schizophrenic who often laboured under the delusion that he was a soldier in the Australian army. He always wore army surplus fatigues or hunter's camouflage. Sometimes he claimed to be a sergeant, sometimes a lieutenant, sometimes a major. Trevelyan was prone to outbursts of violence and at one point slashed Barry Lane with a knife. Nevertheless, Lane kept him around because, in the boy's delusional state, Lane was often able to convince Trevelyan to have sex with him. Michelle Behe suspected that Barry was quote-unquote straying back into sex with men, which became abundantly clear when she discovered that Lane and Trevelyan shared a bed. The next line is going to be, Michelle decided to marry him anyway. Like, no, Michelle, stop! She broke off the engagement, excellent, but nevertheless maintained contact with Lane, being concerned for his general well-being and, of course, his immortal soul. Okay, Michelle, you do you, but at least you broke off the engagement. When John Bunting got wind of Barry Lane's latest activities, he was disgusted. Bunting now considered Lane to be at the centre of the web on the wall of spiders. He wasn't an informant, he was a ringleader, previously sacrificing a few pawns to John Bunting while he continued his own predations unscathed. Bunting also hadn't forgiven Lane for blabbing about the murder of Clinton Tresize to his then-wife Veronica. Lane might still tell someone else and land Bunting in prison. It's kind of amazing that John Bunting is not in prison, given how many people he's told about his murders, and who have then told other people about the murders. Like, how? Get your shit together, police. Thus, John Bunting knew that Lane's murder was long overdue. Robert Wagner, likewise wanted Barry/Vanessa Lane dead. As far as Wagner was concerned, Lane had ruined his life by grooming him into a lover at a young age and then violating him for nearly a decade. And now, Lane was doing the same thing to yet another vulnerable teenager. And indeed, it was clear to everyone in the neighbourhood that Trevelyan didn't consent to being touched by Barry Lane, and he often publicly resisted the 42-year-old's attempted caresses. But Trevelyan didn't have the mental clarity to get out of that damned house and away from Barry Lane. However, Bunting and Wagner secretly got in touch with Trevelyan and encouraged the teenager to seek his emancipation. Accordingly, the two older men laid out a hideous plan. This is just like... So these two pieces of shit are going to go and do something about this other piece of shit. It's like... I don't like anybody. On night of October the 17th, 1997, John Bunting, Robert Wagner, and allegedly another accomplice from Salisbury North, whose name was subsequently suppressed by court order, lit out for Hectorville. The 2 or 3 perpetrators were let into Barry Lane's house by Thomas Trevelyan. Bunting and Wagner subdued Lane, handcuffed him, dragged him into the bedroom, and forced him onto the mattress. They shoved a rolled-up surgical bandage into Lane's mouth to muffle his screams and held it in place by wrapping several layers of packing tape around his head. For the next several hours, they tortured Barry Lane, hitting him in the face, stomach, and testicles, and taking a pair of heavy pliers and crushing Lane's toes one by one. Thomas Trevelyan was ordered to participate in Lane's torture, which he readily did. Yeah, but Thomas Trevelyan is not mentally competent. He's a paranoid schizophrenic who thinks he's in the army, and this dude's been abusing him. I don't hold that too much against him. Like, This is just crazy. After Barry Lane passed out from the pain, Bunting and Wagner relented and removed the tape and bandage. They slapped Lane several times in the face to revive him. They demanded Lane's bank card and PIN number, which Lane quickly surrendered. They then retrieved the telephone from beside the bedside table. They forced Lane to call his mother Sylvia in Port Pirie, to insult her, call her a whore, and say that she wasn't his mother and wanted nothing to do with the family, and that he was moving to Queensland. After a few minutes of this, Bunting hung up the phone. Sylvia thought she could hear Thomas Trevelyan's voice in the background. Sylvia immediately got on the phone to her other son, Cyril, and asked him to drive over to Hectorville to check on Barry. Good move. You should have called the police to check on Barry, to be fair. But that's better than nothing. Cyril was willing to go until he realised that his car didn't have enough petrol in the tank for the journey. Barry was on his own. I get the feeling like Cyril might have made more of an effort. Maybe his mother should have been more, urgent about it. Next, Thomas Trevelyan telephoned Michelle Behe and told her that he and Barry had gone to the Clare Valley wine region for a few days vacation. However, he said that the car had broken down, so they'd been delayed returning. Then Barry Lane was put on the phone and he said, quote, "I love you and I love the kids," before asking Behe to collect his mail and feed his dogs. The line suddenly went dead. Michelle Behe could have sworn that there was something strange about Lane's voice. It sounded strained, anxious. Then Bunting took out a tape recorder and forced Lane to say a few phrases into it that Bunting could use on the telephone after Lane was dead. With that, the bandage was stuffed back into the victim's mouth and secured again by tape. The rest of his toes were crushed. Then Robert Wagner came in to administer the coup de grace by strangling his former lover with his bare hands. Wagner crowed about his nickname, Papa Smurf, and jokingly said to Bunting, "First they go blue, then they go poo," the latter part referring to the phenomenon of dead people relaxing and voiding their bowels. Yes, I got that, David. Like Michelle Gardner, Barry Lane died to the sounds of John Bunting laughing, jeering, and mocking him. The victim's corpse was then rolled up in a carpet and left in the hallway, with Bunting and Wagner lazily and carelessly deciding to come back in a few days to dispose of it. After they left, Thomas Trevelyan went to sleep in the same bed that had just murdered someone in. The next day, Trevelyan went to stay at Robert Wagner's house. Wagner's girlfriend, Vicky Mills, was immediately creeped out by the leering young man, pointlessly dressed in camouflage. What is this guy doing? Just get out of there. I know he's not there. He's not mentally there, so we can't. It's just like, dude, you've made some errors. This is not a good place to be. A few hours after Trevelyan departed for Wagner's house, Michelle Behe showed up to collect Lane's mail and feed his dogs. On the way out of the door, Michelle stepped over a roll of carpet that, little did she know, concealed the body of Barry Lane. Oh my lord, these guys are so careless. That's nuts. 2 days after the murder, Barry's sister Crystal, who lived in Queensland, received a phone call. It was from Barry, and it was odd to say the least. After Crystal said hello, Barry immediately began talking, and he ignored all of Crystal's attempts to interrupt. Barry said that he'd been in Queensland for a few days, either by bus or hitchhiking, and then the line went dead before Crystal could respond. Of course, this was the recording that Barry had been forced to make before Robert Papa Smurf Wagner had murdered him. That's creepy. In my mind, I was kind of like, I'm not sure what they're using the recording for, but it's definitely to... I was like, it's either to access his bank or something, to be like, yes, I'd like to make a withdrawal or something like that, because they like stealing the money from the things, or to make someone think that he was alive even after he was dead, to throw the police off the timeline. On October the 21st, 4 days after Lane's murder, Bunting and Wagner went back to Lane's house and retrieved the carpet concealing the body. They tossed the roll into the trunk of their car and drove out to 3 Bedurkin Avenue in Murray Bridge. In the shed, the black plastic barrel was at the ready. This time, the killers had to be much more economical about space to fit Lane's body on top of Gardner's. They fully dismembered Lane's corpse into several small pieces. The arms and legs were pulverized at the joints, the hands and feet were cut off, the shoulder blades were likewise detached from the torso. Oh, the rib cage and... Look, enough. They dismantle his body, essentially. I don't need to read that. On October the 27th, Michelle Behe reported Lane missing. She also related to the police the strange, incoherent story Lane had told her about the murder of Clinton Tresize. But in 1997, Tresize's body had not been identified, and Lane was known to police to tell some erratic and fanciful stories. Additionally, the phone call made by Barry to his mother on the 17th, and supposedly made to his sister on the 19th, led police to conclude that this time, Lane had simply left the state. Tying up loose ends. Robert Wagner attempted to turn Thomas Trevelyan into his protege, seeing in the younger man a version of himself. He even signed Trevelyan up for the volunteer firefighters, but the 18-year-old wasn't all there, to put it mildly, making it difficult for Wagner to preach neo-Nazi ideology or John Bunting's rabid, foam-flecked theories about gays and child molesters. It didn't help that Trevelyan frequently thought he was a soldier, living in army barracks. The boy was off his meds. Whenever Trevelyan heard a suspicious noise outside, he ran out the front door wielding a kitchen knife. If that went enough, he sometimes literally wore a tinfoil hat to block out the mind-controlling signals of enemy satellites. This guy is not there. What's going to happen to him? Because he's getting involved in all of this stuff. He was involved in a murder, but he doesn't have the mental capacity to, realize what he's doing, does he? On October the 30th, 1997, Thomas Trevelyan paid a visit to his cousin, Lenore Penner, and confessed to the murder of Barry Lane, adding that the older man had sexually abused him. Trevelyan was quite accurate about the torture methods employed, the fact that they'd extracted Lane's bank details and that they had placed 2 phone calls to Lane's relatives. But Trevelyan neglected to identify the names of the other men who acted as his accomplices. Trevelyan added that he was afraid that these men were now going to kill him to keep things quiet. Yes, you should be afraid, because they've done that before and they'll do it again. Lenore concluded that this outlandish story was just another of Trevelyan's delusions. Yeah, but again, not unreasonably so, and asked her cousin if he'd been taking his medication. Trevelyan replied angrily that he had not. Shortly afterward, he left. On November the 4th, 1997, less than 3 weeks after the murder of Barry Lane, Vicky Mills emerged from her house to discover Thomas Trevelyan holding a knife and chasing a 9-year-old daughter around a parked car. The girl cradled a puppy in her arms, and Trevelyan was threatening to cut its throat. Vicky screamed for Trevelyan to stop. He shouted back, "It's just a mutt. It doesn't deserve to live." A neighbor passing by saw the commotion and yelled out to Vicky, asking if she should take the puppy. Vicky replied, "Yes, for God's sake, take it." The neighbor bravely grabbed the animal and treated some distance down the street from Thomas Trevelyan, who soon gave up and went back into the house. A few hours later, Robert Wagner returned home and told Vicky what had happened to him. His expression did not change. She merely muttered, "I'll talk to him." Wagner went to the phone and called John Bunting, who turned up at the house soon after. It's also alleged by some people that another man also turned up to Wagner's house to assist with wrangling a knife-wielding paranoid schizophrenic. The 2 or 3 men announced that they were going to take Thomas Trevelyan for a little car ride. They forced the teenager into the trunk of Bunting's vehicle and drove 25 kilometers east into the countryside, stopping at a patch of woodland called Humbug Scrub, just on the outskirts of the town of Kersbrook. Wagner and Bunting and whoever else marched Trevelyan at gunpoint down a roadside embankment. They arrived at the base of a nearby gum tree. They tied a thick rope around Trevelyan's neck and made him stand on a red milk crate, while they attached the other end to a thick tree branch. At that point, an elderly couple pulled up behind Bunting's vehicle on the country road and peered down the embankment. Due to the angle, what are you doing? You shouldn't be doing murders where people could just stumble upon you. Due to the angle and the poor vision, they could not see Trevelyan standing precariously on the milk crate on the other side of the tree with a hangman's noose around his neck. The old man asked John Bunting if he could be of any assistance. Bunting smiled and replied that everything was fine. Once the elderly couple drove away, Bunting turned around and said, "That was close," and immediately kicked the milk crate out from under Trevelyan's feet. His neck did not break, and his feet did the hangman's jig for nearly 3 minutes as he suffocated. The next day, November the 5th, a passing truck driver spotted Thomas Trevelyan hanging from a tree in Humbug Scrub. After a brief investigation, police ruled that it was a suicide. After all, Trevelyan, suffering mental illness all his life, had first tried to hang himself as a Boy Scout meeting when he was 11 years old. At age 14, he tried 2 more times, first with a gun and then with a rope. At age 17, while institutionalized in an Adelaide mental hospital, his attending psychiatrist concluded that another attempt was highly likely. So far as relevant authorities were concerned, Trevelyan's death was a tragic but seemingly inevitable outcome. Thomas's cousin, Lenore Penner, initially believed that Trevelyan's story about Barry Lane was some sort of delusion brought on by a psychotic episode, but after Lenore heard about her cousin's death at Humbug Scrub, suddenly she wasn't so sure. Lenore went to the police and told them the story that Trevelyan had related to her about the murder of Lane, and also his concerns that his unnamed accomplices might try to kill him. Yeah, even if someone's crazy and they come to you, it's like someone's trying to kill me, and then they die, suspiciously, very soon after, be like, that's interesting. Maybe I should consider what's that about, you know? Police took no notice of Penner's testimony and assured her that Barry Lane was alive and well, residing in Queensland. Has anyone seen Gavin? Gavin Allen Porter was born in the state of Victoria in December 1967. Gavin's parents got divorced when he was an infant. His mother got custody, but she fell into a chronic depression, so Gavin was raised by his grandmother. Gavin's childhood was relatively peaceful, and when he graduated school, he tried to be a telecommunications technician. This landed him a fairly lucrative blue-collar job both in Australia and the Philippines. Okay, it's a bit of a commute, isn't it? However, in 1991, at the age of 23, Porter developed a heroin addiction, and he began walking the tightrope between his career and his crippling habit. Then, in 1992, Gavin's mother died of cancer, sending him into a tailspin. In 1993, he briefly took a job in the opal mining town of Mintabi in South Australia, before moving to Adelaide and fully surrendering to his addiction. At first, Gavin slept in a hostel, and then, with increasing regularity, he slept in doss houses and on the street. In December 1994, Gavin was admitted to a methadone program to help kick his addiction, but it wasn't long before Gavin was back on heroin. In the summer of 1997, Gavin went back on methadone in a second attempt to quit. It's during this time that 29-year-old Gavin Porter met 17-year-old Jamie Vlasakis, who, despite his young age, was already a heroin addict and also trying to kick the stuff. They became friends, but fed off each other's cravings, and soon enough, both of them were back on the skag. Between the two of them, they were spending $400 to $600 a day on heroin. That's crazy. What is that? That's like $18,000 a month. That's an insane habit. Even if you're doing crime, that's a lot of money to get your hands on. In order to finance the habit, they committed house burglaries, acted as drug couriers, and trafficked sex workers interstate. Whenever the money dried up, Gavin and Jamie would go back on methadone to fill the gap. At the time, Jamie was still living in Murray Bridge with his mother, Elizabeth Harvey, his brothers, Adrian and Christoph Lasakis, his half-brother, Trey Eude, and of course his father figure, John Bunting. In January 1998, Jamie invited Gavin to move into 3 Bergdon Avenue with him. Little did Jamie know, he'd just signed Gavin Porter's death warrant. Gavin spent his days shooting up, passing out, and tinkering with his car. Elizabeth Harvey liked Gavin, but she often rolled her eyes and shook her head when Gavin was found passed out around the house. And he could literally be anywhere. Once Elizabeth found Gavin passed out while he was bent over and still standing under the propped hood of his car, face down on the engine. When Gavin woke up, he walked into the house with the outline of the engine imprinted on his face. John Bunting, meanwhile, was irritated by Gavin Porter. Not long after the addict moved in, Bunting stepped on one of his syringes in the bathroom. Oh, bro. That's one of those... Ugh. Elizabeth Harvey managed to calm Bunting down, and she warned Gavin to cut down on his heroin use to avoid John's wrath. Gavin Porter lasted 3 months in the house. On April 3rd, he visited a methadone doctor to renew his prescription. This was not another attempt to get off the dope. It was to create a cocktail of methadone, benzos, and heroin that was more cost-effective to shoot into his arm than simply burning through his costly supply of heroin. On April the 5th or 6th, John Bunting sat down on an old couch in his garden shed next to a rather sinister-looking black barrel that stunk to high heaven. Suddenly, he felt a prick in his arm. Another goddamn syringe. Bunting again flew into a rage and decided he was going to murder Gavin Porter. I mean, he's got stuck with 2 syringes. That's insane! In order to justify the killing in his head, Bunting added drug dealers to his list of societal enemies like gays and child predators, and the female quote-unquote tooth fairies who enabled them. Bunting conveniently overlooked the fact that his would-be protege, Jamie Vlasakis, was also a heroin addict. On April the 7th, or the 8th, 1998, John Bunting, Robert Wagner, and possibly one other accomplice, who shall not be named, found Gavin Porter passed out on the backseat of his car parked on Bunting's driveway. Elizabeth Harvey was inside the house. Jamie had taken his brothers to the cinema. Stealthily, Robert Wagner slid a noose over Porter's head and around his neck without waking him. Then Wagner pulled the rope tight and started to strangle the victim. Porter awoke with a struggle. Bunting climbed in the back seat and attempted to hold Porter down. The victim grabbed a screwdriver from the car floor and stabbed Bunting in the hand with it, but it was no use. Gavin Porter passed out. Wagner kept up the pressure and soon the victim was dead. Elizabeth Harvey, a few feet away from the kitchen, didn't hear a thing. Bunting, Wagner, and possibly a third perpetrator, allegedly, carried Porter's body into the garden shed. They then got on the phone and ordered themselves Chinese takeout. Oh no, I don't like it when it's like they do these horrible things and then it's just like, yeah, they just carry on with their life because they're pieces of shit without proper emotions. Ugh. Jamie arrived home with his younger brothers a few hours later. He walked into the house, said hello to his mother, then froze when he saw Bunting and Wagner sat together on the couch. Lately, the presence of Papa Smurf usually portended to something bad. Bunting and Wagner took Jamie to the garden shed and gestured to a pile of bedsheets and old couch cushions in the corner. Bunting triumphantly removed them to reveal the body of Jamie's friend Gavin Porter. The next thing Jamie recalled was going temporarily deaf. He knew that Bunting was talking to him, but he couldn't hear a word. After that, the next sensation Jamie remembered was feeling a sense of fear at the way Bunting was looking at him. Then Bunting walked over to a black barrel in the corner and unscrewed the lid. A burst of rot was launched into the air and filled the shed. Bunting ordered Jamie to look inside the barrel, where he saw the body of Michelle Gardner and the dismembered and defleshed remains of Barry, aka Vanessa Lane. Jamie turned around and was violently sick on the floor. Bunting and Wagner looked at the corpse, taking Porter's ID and bank card. There had been no need to torture Porter for his PIN number before killing him. The addict had already revealed it to Bunting a few days earlier when he was strung out on heroin. Wagner took Porter's car and drove back to Adelaide, where he parked it in front of his house. Vicky Mills came outside and said, "That's Gavin's car." "No, it isn't," Wagner said abruptly. Vicky Mills shrugged her shoulders and went back inside. 2 days later, John Bunting pulled up to 3 Burdekin Avenue and ordered Jamie Vlasakis to get the new black barrel he'd just purchased out of the back of the car. They brought it into the garden shed. Jamie helped Bunting put the body of Gavin Porter headfirst into the new barrel. They did not bother to dismember it. And unlike the body of Michelle Gardner, they managed to get it to fit without cutting anything off. Then Bunting poured a few gallons of hydrochloric acid on the corpse and sealed the barrel shut. He walked over to the other barrel in the shed, opened it, looked at the remains of Gardner and Lane, and then remarked, quote, "They're rotting nicely." If Bunting had used a different kind of acid, these two bodies would have long since liquefied and could have been poured down a drain. Instead, Bunting had incompetently saddled himself with 2 heavy containers full of bones and corroded flesh. Bunting resealed the lid. Then he and Jamie carried the barrel containing the body of Gavin Porter to his vehicle, whereupon they transported it to the Adelaide suburb of Elizabeth, and to spread joy and blame, it was stored at Robert Wagner's house. As a reward for his assistance, Bunting gave Jamie his friend's bank card and told him the PIN number. This was by design. Bunting was slowly implicating his would-be protege in his crimes. Yeah, Jamie, you are getting set up, mate. Soon, Jamie wouldn't have a choice but to participate more actively. Jamie took Porter's welfare deposits and shot the money into his arm. John Bunting and his gang prepared the lie that Gavin Porter had moved back to Victoria, but no one reported him missing. He was a junkie. The world did not seem to care. Fratricide. One evening, in July 1998, John Bunting and Elizabeth Harvey were watching television when an episode of Australia's Most Wanted came on. It was an episode devoted to cold cases, and they briefly mentioned the skeleton police had found in 1994 in the rural township of Lower Light. Detective Trevor Couch issued an appeal for information leading to the John Doe's identity. Quote, "I think it's really sad that nobody knows who this young man was or how important it is that we find out. We've been throughout Australia with missing persons records. We've talked to Interpol. We've worked with the Department of Immigration to look at people who've overstayed their visas." John Bunting turned to Elizabeth Harvey and grinned, "That's my handiwork." John Bunting, what the f***? On another evening that summer, Bunting got into an argument with Elizabeth's eldest son, Trey Yode, now 22 and still living at home. Bunting and Troy were arguing over LGBT rights. Bunting predictably declared that they should all be killed. Troy disagreed, saying, quote, "They're harmless if they keep to themselves. I don't give a shit." Yes, it's like that. I feel like that should be the standard position. It's like, why do you care? Advocate, don't advocate, whatever. But it's like the standard position should be, who cares? Just let people do what they want. It's not a crime. Bunting asserted that most gays were kiddly fiddlers. Well, that is a crime, and I don't think that's true. Troy denied this was true. Troy going at it with facts. Bunting got up, left the room, and slammed the door. Little did Troy Yode know, his half-brother Jamie Vlasakis had told Bunting that Troy had molested him when Jamie was 13 and Troy was 16. Wait, is that true though? Jamie had endured an extremely traumatic life. His father, Spiros Vlasakis, also sexually abused both Jamie and Troy for years until Spiros dropped dead when Jamie was 6 and Troy was 9. Bunting never really liked Troy Yode. He was rebellious, disrespectful, prone to fits of temper and melancholy, and often came home drunk or stoned. He had no time for Bunting's wall of spiders or his neo-Nazi ramblings. Their arguments over homosexuality, combined with the knowledge that Troy had abused his half-brother, gave Bunting all the pretext he needed to murder his girlfriend's son. John Bunting contrived an excuse to get Elizabeth Harvey and her youngest sons, Adrian and Christopher, out of the house. He convinced Elizabeth to take a trip to visit one of her friends in southern Adelaide and spend several nights there. Then, in the middle of the night, sometime between August the 25th and September the 8th, being strung out on heroin, Jamie Plasakis could not remember the exact date, Bunting and Wagner entered Jamie's room and woke him up. Some accounts of this event, including Jamie's, explicitly claim that a third man was also there. The 2 or 3 older men were armed with wooden furniture legs, which they intended to use as makeshift bludgeons, otherwise known in Australia as waddies. Wait, Australians have a specific name for using furniture legs as a weapon? Imagine you go to Australia to people carrying around furniture legs. Bunting handed Jamie a waddy and a pair of handcuffs. The men then snuck into the adjoining bedroom where Troy was fast asleep. They silently surrounded Troy's bed on all sides. Suddenly, John Bunting gave the signal, shouting, "Now." All 3 men started bludgeoning Troy Ude in the head and chest. Troy woke up screaming. He jumped onto the bed, then leapt to the corner of the bedroom, his back against the wall. He asked, "What's happening? What are you doing?" Bunting and Wagner charged at him, continuing to beat him with their large wooden clubs. Bunting screamed at Troy to lay down on the floor. He complied. Bunting yelled at Jamie to put the handcuffs on his brother. Jamie did so, but then felt so overwhelmed that he had to leave the room. A few moments later, Bunting and Wagner dragged bleeding Troy out of the bedroom and into the bathroom. Jamie followed them in and watched them force Troy into the bathtub. They took a Stanley knife and cut off Troy's t-shirt and pajama pants. Then Bunting and Wagner laid into him with their waddies again. Troy started to weep uncontrollably. Bunting took out a tape recorder and turned it on. It recorded Troy screaming and begging for mercy as Bunting and Wagner continued to bludgeon him. Then the beating stopped for a moment. Bunting commanded Troy to call him Lord Sir and to call Wagner God. He ordered Troy to call the third man, who may or may not have been there, allegedly, Chief Inspector. I'm very curious about this third man who's involved in all of this stuff, because we're going through this episode and obviously we've got a lot of details, which I'm assuming came from court and witness testimony later from one of these people who are there. And does this mean that the third person, who seems to come up a lot in this episode, gets away with this? Then Bunting told Troy to choose a nickname for Jamie, who stood petrified at the bathroom door. Troy called him Moses. Bunting screamed, "That's a Jew's name," and the beating commenced again. Afterward, Troy made a second attempt and called Jamie Master. Then Bunting and Wagner started crushing Troy's toes with heavy pliers, torturing the young man into saying a total of 20 phrases into the tape recorder. These included, quote, "Mum, I can't handle it in this house no more. It's all around me. I'm going to see the earth before there's none left. Wish me luck. And you're going to stay the f*** out of my life." Then Bunting forced Troy to tell him his PIN number and commanded him to apologize to Jamie for molesting him. Troy wept as he apologized. Then Bunting started reciting the names of people he'd already killed, at one point turning to Wagner and asking, "Have I left anyone out?" That's you recording your crimes. Bunting, you are just... You're a terrible criminal. In both ways. Wagner grinned and tied a rope around Troy's neck. For the next several minutes, Wagner kept relaxing and increasing the pressure, dragging out the agony of Troy's execution. Jamie couldn't stand it. He grabbed the end of the rope and pulled it hard to kill his brother, but the rope snapped. Wagner retied the rope around Troy's neck and the torture continued. At that moment, there came a knock on the front door. Bunting got up to see who it was. It was some of Troy's friends. They smiled and asked Bunting if Troy was home and if he'd like to come out. Bunting replied that Troy wasn't there and slammed the door in their faces. Bunting returned to the bathroom, just in time to see Troy die. Then Bunting ordered Jamie to kick his half-brother in the head. Jamie complied. Then Wagner jumped on the victim's chest, breaking some of his ribs. The perpetrators wrapped Troy's body in several garbage bags and carried him out to the shed. As they entered the shed, the stench of corpses rotting there for several months made Jamie double over and start to dry heave. The putrid odor did not seem to bother the other men. After dumping the body on the floor, the men got into a car and drove to McDonald's for a late-night meal. Jamie was not able to eat and just watched as the other men stuffed their faces with burgers and fries. The next morning, Elizabeth Harvey returned to 3 Burdekin Avenue in Murray Bridge. Bunting told her that Troy and he had had an argument and that the younger man had stormed off out of the house. Elizabeth's reaction to this upsetting news was to go and run herself a warm bath that her son had just died in. Oh my fucking god. That's so f***ed up. 2 days after the murder, Bunting and Wagner purchased another black barrel and brought it into the garden shed. They made Jamie watch as they, oh my god, they do horrible things to him, to his body, that I'm not going to read. That's too much. According to Jamie's later testimony, a third man, who will not be named, stood outside the shed, saying that the sight of the dissection was too gruesome for him. Ooh, I have a theory. Is the third man the guy who turns on all of them and testifies? And is David just leaving it a mystery because he went into, witness protection or whatever? The remains were thrown in the barrel and soaked with hydrochloric acid. In Bunting's shed, there were now 2 barrels containing Michelle Gardner, Barry Lane, and Troy Eude, with the third that contained Gavin Porter being at Wagner's house. As another reward, Bunting gave Jamie his brother's bank card, just like he had with his friend Gavin Porter. Jamie withdrew Troy's welfare deposits to spend on heroin. Jamie later testified about how his relationship with Bunting changed after the killing. Quote, "Afterwards, he said it was my first murder and everything like that. Asked how I felt about it. Things like that, you know. And I just agreed with him. Said to him that I enjoyed it. I didn't. But I kept the lie going because, you know, I thought, well, if he can do that to my brother, he could do that to me. You goddamn right he could. If you said anything, if you looked like you were going to turn on him and weren't in his club, he would kill you because that's what he does in this situation. But now you've killed someone, so you can't go to the cops." A few weeks after the murder, John Bunting told Elizabeth that he ran into Troy in Adelaide and that he'd gotten a job and a girlfriend. Bunting had not yet made use of the recorded phrases taken from Troy on the night of the murder to feign that it departed for good. Elizabeth wondered why Troy would not contact her. She wrote Troy a letter and handed it to Bunting and asked him to deliver it next time that he saw him. Bunting immediately threw it in the trash. These tape recordings and stuff, it's like, now this is so much scarier. Because there's all these tools now where it's like you can upload like a few seconds of someone's voice onto the internet and then you just type it in and it sounds like the person's saying it. And it's not perfect, but it's pretty fucking good. And it's going to be perfect before long. And then it's not just going to be typing. It's going to be you can just speak into a microphone or whatever, and an app or AI or whatever will change your voice into that person's voice. So this is going to be a whole lot easier for criminals to fake this kind of stuff, which is real scary. Incomprehensible madness. Shortly after Troy's murder in early September 1998, John Bunting, Elizabeth Harvey and her remaining 3 sons moved down the street to a new government-subsidised house at 26 Burdekin Avenue in Murray Bridge. The new house did not have a shed that could properly store the 2 stinking barrels. Obviously, Bunting could not leave them behind at number 3 Burdekin for a property agent from the Housing Trust or the new tenants to discover. Yes, that would be bad, although John Bunting is very sloppy and open with his crimes, so maybe it's the sort of thing he'd just be like, I'll be fine! But even he's not that stupid. And so Bunting arranged for his other henchman, Mark Hayden, whose name has been conspicuously absent for a while, to take the 2 barrels. He stored them in his garage. This conveniently got all the evidence of the murders off Bunting's own property. Robert Wagner, recognizing the advantage of this, soon got Hayden to take his barrel as well. Mark Hayden, you fucking patsy, in early 1998 sold his father's house in Salisbury North and bought a new place at 4 Blackham Crescent in the Adelaide suburb of Smithfield Plains. He lived there with his wife Elizabeth and her 2 youngest sons, Will and Chris. In May 1998, they were joined at Blackham Crescent by Elizabeth Hayden's sister, Jodie Elliott, and her 17-year-old son, Frederick Robert Brooks. More people! This is... oh God. Frederick Brooks was born on March the 7th, 1981. His parents had met at a Centrelink welfare office in Sydney. When Fred was a toddler, his parents separated and Jodie Elliott dumped him into the government childcare system. Fred spent the majority of his childhood growing up in a series of foster homes. When Fred was 15, childcare agents tracked down his father, Frederick Brooks Sr., in Queensland and asked if he would give his son a home. Brooks Sr. agreed. Brooks Sr. agreed. Not long after, Jodie Elliott arrived on the scene and rekindled her relationship with Brooks Sr. They were all one big happy family. The arrangement lasted less than 2 years when the relationship allegedly became abusive and Jodie Elliott fled Queensland with her son to live with her sister Elizabeth Hayden in Adelaide, South Australia. Jodie and Fred Sr. shared cramped quarters in what had previously been a children's playroom in the back of the house. Jodie collected welfare payments because she was unable to work due to severe mental illness, and despite his age, Fred collected a small income from the government because he was registered as his mother's caregiver. Fred Brooks attended high school and applied to join the Australian Air Force Cadets in order to forge a better life for himself. Yeah, I like that. Like, the military feels like a good way out. I don't know. It's like the military's obviously got its own issues and stuff, doesn't it? But you often see these in this situation where it's like, yeah, you join the military. And I mean, we often hear about where it went terribly wrong because otherwise it wouldn't be an episode, would it? But I imagine there's lots of people in shitty situations who go to join the military, get some skills, and then leave the military after a stint and hopefully not super f***ed up from war, and then hopefully lead a better life. Within a few days of Jodie and Fred's arrival at Blackham Crescent in May 1998, they were introduced to John Bunting. Jodie immediately became infatuated with Bunting and they began a sexual relationship. Conversely, Bunting immediately took a dislike to Fred Brooks, who was intellectually slow. Combined with the fact that Brooks was related to Mark Hayden's wife Elizabeth, whom Bunting thought was quote-unquote a fat whore, Bunting concluded that Fred Brooks had inferior genes. Bunting conveniently ignored the fact that he was now sleeping with a woman from the same gene pool. As for Bunting's erstwhile live-in girlfriend Elizabeth Harvey, apologies for all the Elizabeths, oh my god, David, that's the least of... There's Elizabeth, there's John's, there's 1,000 characters. She was none the wiser about Bunting's affair with Jodie Elliott. Oh, okay. So Bunting's basically... So Jodie is... She moved with her son, Fred Jr., to some new place where she meets Bunting, and Bunting and her have an affair. Elizabeth, who is Bunting's living girlfriend, doesn't realise about this affair. Bunting doesn't like the woman he's having an affair with, son, because he's slow. Okay, sort of there. However, after the disappearance of her son Troy in September 1998, Harvey was made uneasy by Bunting's increasingly sinister, erratic and macabre behaviour. Oh right, he already murdered one of his girlfriend's child, right? So, okay. Harvey drove her 17-year-old son Adrian from Murray Bridge to Adelaide and moved him in with a friend of his named Marcus. What? Okay. Elizabeth Harvey wanted Adrian out of the way from all the mayhem that she suspected might be around the corner. Meanwhile, her youngest son, Christopher, was only 13 at the time and had to stay with her, and Bunting had his claws too far into 18-year-old Jamie for her to get him out of the house and remove him from danger. Meanwhile, things were accelerating. Approximately 2 weeks after the murder of Troy Eude, Bunting, Wagner and Jamie were hanging out at Mark Hayden's house watching TV. Fred Brooks was also there. At one point, Fred got up, lost his balance, and instinctively grabbed Jamie's leg to keep him from falling over. Bunting took notice of this accidental touch, and his contorted mind soon became convinced that the move was deliberate. To give you an idea of how messed up Bunting was at this point, I don't think we need any idea. We know how messed up he is, David. He's a f***ing psycho. And try and follow this logic, 17-year-old Fred Brooks touched 18-year-old Jamie Vlasakis on the leg. So Bunting went home that night and started ranting about how Fred Brooks was a paedophile and a homosexual, and he probably also had been out, quote-unquote, touching up young girls. What the f***? Ergo, Bunting concluded, Fred Brooks had to die. Sounds like you're just looking for an excuse to kill Fred Brooks. Bunting, doesn't it? In truth, Bunting's febrile mind just grasped at any excuse, however flimsy, to commit murder. Exactly. On September the 17th, 1998, less than 3 weeks after the murder of Troy Eude, Fred Brooks received notification that had been accepted into the Air Force cadets. He told his mother, Jodie Elliott, that he was going out with his friends that night to celebrate in the town of Victor Harbour, 80 kilometres south of Adelaide. It's a hell of a journey. He was going to, quote, get lucky, get pissed, and get laid. That evening, as he was leaving to go to the party, Fred Brooks got talking to Bunting, Wagner, and possibly a third man outside of Mark Hayden's house. Bunting convinced Brooks to ditch the party and go with them instead to break into an electronics store that night. Bunting told Brooks that if he participated, he'd be given a brand new computer and a share of the cash from any of the goods they sold. Brooks accepted. Fred Brooks is slow. Fred Brooks, this is a mistake. It's a mistake even if it's the truth, because you just got into the Air Force cadets. Your life is potentially going to change for the better, somehow. You're managing to get out, and this is not gonna be good. The men travelled to 26 Burdekin Avenue in Murray Bridge to supposedly pick up equipment they needed for the burglary. When they arrived, Bunting found Jamie Vlasakis outside, fully absorbed by tinkering with his car in the garage. Bunting instructed Jamie to come inside, where there was quote-unquote a surprise waiting. Bunting added vaguely that no matter what, Jamie should play along. Jamie walked into 26 Burdekin to find Fred Brooks there, apparently under the impression they were going to rob a computer store. Bunting brought out a pair of handcuffs and a pair of thumb cuffs, which bind the hands together by the thumbs, and that they should play a little game first. Bunting cuffed Jamie and handed him the key, telling him to try and free himself. Jamie managed to do this. Then Bunting put the handcuffs and thumb cuffs on Fred Brooks, but he did not hand Brooks the key. As an aside, Bunting was inspired by a similar trick that John Wayne Gacy and before him Dean Corll used to restrain some of their unsuspecting victims. Similarly, Bunting's use of barrels was inspired by the body disposal methods of Jeffrey Dahmer. There is some irony to this copycat behaviour. Bunting was a homophobe who said he wanted to murder child predators, but all three of the aforementioned serial killers were homosexuals who were sometimes known to prey on underage boys. After Fred Brooks was cuffed, Robert Wagner put him in a headlock and constricted the victim's throat with his arm. After suffocating Brooks for nearly a minute, Bunting barked an order, quote, let him go, or you'll kill him. According to Jamie Vlasakis, Bunting told Brooks to be a good boy, not to scream, not to physically resist. Then Bunting, Wagner, and possibly a third man pushed Brooks into the bathroom and forced him into the tub. Bunting ordered Brooks to refer to him as Lord Sir, Wagner as God, Jamie as Master, and another man in the room as Chief Inspector. They then used a Stanley knife to strip off the victim's clothes. Bunting turned on the tape recorder. They beat Brooks savagely, focusing their blows particularly on the victim's groin. They compelled Brooks to say a series of phrases into the tape recorder, addressed to his mother and aunt, alternating between friendly and hostile, that would give Jodie Elliott and Elizabeth Hayden the impression that Brooks had run away to Perth with a girl. Then Bunting forced Brooks to share his banking information and his PIN number. The unrelenting sadism that Fred Brooks suffered that night was worse than anything the previous victims had suffered. I will briefly summarize it here. They torture him. I don't need to read this, David. This is way too far, and that's not what I want this show to be. They torture him horribly, basically. Worse than before. That says something. The perpetrators dumped the victim's body in the trunk of an old car in John Bunting's backyard. Then, Bunting ate a meal, took a shower, and drove to Mark Hayden's place, where he had sex with the victim's mother, Jodie Elliott. It's just fucking super psychopathic. You guys don't know what I just read. And I'm not going to explain it further. But it just makes it even more fucked up. Don't look it up. You don't want that. Trust me. The next day, she became nervous that her son had not yet returned from the party in Victor Harbour. At 8 p.m. that evening, Jodie called the police and reported Fred Brooks missing. 2 days later... Oh, I'm sorry, did I say that he was murdered? They tortured him and then, obviously, they killed him at the end. So, that's that. 2 days later, on September the 19th, Bunting and Hayden told her that they'd seen Brooks in downtown Adelaide, blackout drunk and acting aggressively. Jodie called Brooks' mobile phone and heard the voice of Fred Brooks telling her to, quote, "F*** off and leave me the fuck alone." On September the 21st, Mark Hayden towed the old car to his house, pulled Brooks' corpse out of the trunk, and dumped it on the floor of his garage. 3 days later, on September the 24th, Bunting and Wagner bought a fourth black barrel, transported it to Hayden's garage, and disposed of Fred Brooks' body like they did with Gardner, Lane, Porter, and Yude. On September the 26th, Elizabeth Hayden got a call on the landline at 4 Blackham Crescent. She heard the voice of her nephew, Fred Brooks, verbally abusing her and saying that he had no intention of returning. After consulting with Jodie Elliott, Elizabeth Hayden called the police and told them that Fred Brooks was no longer missing. He had simply run away. The police classified Fred Brooks' missing persons file as no longer active. Due to the fact that Brooks had supposedly run away, his caregiver's pension was cut off. He also had a youth training allowance from Centrelink, but it wasn't a lot. And so at the end of September, John Bunting and Jamie Vlasakis went to a doctor's office where Bunting claimed his name was Gavin Porter, one of the victims who had not been reported missing, and Jamie Vlasakis impersonated Fred Brooks. After being coached by Bunting, Vlasakis successfully mimicked the symptoms of paranoid schizophrenia and was given a medical certificate. They took the certificate to Centrelink to apply for a disability pension for the fake Fred Brooks and a caregiver's pension for the fake Gavin Porter. The social worker at Centrelink cut off Brooks' training allowance and made a second appointment to question the fake Fred Brooks in 2 weeks' time to make sure that the story was genuine. In mid-October, Bunting and Vlasakis returned to the Centrelink office and passed the examination. They listed the address as 36 Moffin Road, the address of Robert Wagner. Thus, they successfully scammed a disability and caregiver pension. Finally, Bunting completed a form to get both payments deposited into Gavin Porter's bank account, which they had access to. Meanwhile, John Bunting had already set his eyes on another victim. Within a few days of scamming Centrelink, and only 6 weeks after the murder of Fred Brooks, he would strike. Lonely and vulnerable. Gary O'Dwyer was born in Adelaide in late 1969 and abandoned by his parents. He wound up in the childcare system, where in 1971, at 18 months old, he was taken by foster parents Maureen and Darmaine Fox. Being unable to have kids, the couple had already fostered 9 other children. Thus, Gary O'Dwyer grew up in an idyllic farm just outside of Adelaide with 6 foster siblings who were still kids. He was closest to his sisters, Debbie and Denise. In 1974, Darmaine Fox died of a heart attack, but Maureen continued to raise her brood of children. She had a particular soft spot for Gary, who was always very small for his age, partly owing to severe malnutrition when he was a baby. In 1984, at the age of 15, Gary O'Dwyer left the farm and became a juvenile delinquent, sleeping rough on the streets of Adelaide. In order to survive, O'Dwyer committed several petty thefts and burglaries. When he got caught by the police, he always admitted what he had done. He didn't see much point in lying, and so the years passed with it looking like Gary O'Dwyer would become just another transient. However, on the night of December the 25th, 1994, Gary was hit by a car while he was walking along the highway south of Adelaide. The 25-year-old was knocked unconscious and badly injured. The driver who hit him sped away. Gary was discovered by a truck driver the following morning. He spent a week in a coma. A multitude of steel plates were used to cobble together his fractured skull and his mangled left leg. When Gary awoke, he underwent 6 months of rehab, during which time it became clear that he had suffered severe brain damage, which crippled his capacity for abstract thinking and mathematics. He walked with a permanent limp. This is so scary. Like, I think about this sometimes, and it's like getting in an accident, which affects your brain and just affects how you think and, like, or your emotions or whatever like that. It's, like, really scary. Because that can happen, and then it just turns you from you into, like, less capable you. The hit-and-run driver was tracked down, criminally charged, and was also forced to pay out a massive financial settlement. Well, good. How about no hit-and-run, Which Gary used to rent himself a place in the town of Murray Bridge. Gary also went on disability pension. As a result of the brain damage, Gary O'Dwyer found it difficult to relate to other people and had no friends whatsoever, but his foster mother, Maureen, kept in constant touch with him. Gary also had dreams of meeting a girl, getting married and having children, but he never had any romantic prospects. Thus, Gary led a lonely, friendless existence. He fell into drinking and heavy drug use. His brain injury also resulted in him having severe fits of temper, which also formed a barrier to friendships. Yeah, I don't know, like I brought that up previously. Like, it made him a bit slower with the maths and abstract thinking and stuff, but it's often leads to, like, increased aggression or, like, fits of temper, right? Which is also scary. I wouldn't like to have that. It's like, it's not me, and it's not him. It's just the thing changes you. Gary was not only lonely, but trusting, multiple times giving a key to his house to total strangers, only to come home and discover that they'd robbed him. In truth, Gary probably should not have been living alone, since he was extremely vulnerable to anyone who might wish to exploit or harm him. Yeah, he needs care. Like, he's clearly had a severe brain injury, and he needs what's it called, like a caretaker, or the person who legally makes sure that you're doing all right. In late October 1997, John Bunting first laid eyes on Gary O'Dwyer, limping as he crossed the street. Bunting asked Jamie Vlasakis, who was with him at the time, "Who is that fag?" Jamie replied that he didn't know. After this initial sighting, Bunting noticed Gary quite a lot over the course of the next year. Gary didn't drive, so he was frequently out walking in Murray Bridge. Bunting would always remark on him whenever he saw him, always calling him a homophobic slur. Not that Bunting knew the first thing about Gary O'Dwyer, though. In the autumn of 1998, Bunting pointed him out to Jamie Vlasakis again, saying, quote, "Look at that fag. You know, he looks so much like Troy." Bunting had recently murdered Troy Youde, so it's an understatement to say that this comment set Jamie on edge. Much to his dismay, Bunting ordered Jamie to get to know O'Dwyer, in particular to find out if he had any close relatives and whether he received any welfare payments. Jamie accordingly paid a visit to his friends Steve and Kim, who lived next door to Gary. Jamie lingered outside their house and leapt on the opportunity to talk to O'Dwyer over the fence when he spotted him. Lonely and trusting as always, Gary eagerly answered all of Jamie's questions. On October the 26th, 1998, just 5 weeks after the murder of Fred Brooks, Gary's foster mother, Maureen, saw him walking down Swanport Road in Murray Bridge. Gary was carrying his groceries home. At the time, Maureen was in a car driving in the opposite direction and couldn't stop to talk to him. That was the last time she saw Gary O'Dwyer alive. Elsewhere in Murray Bridge, Jamie Vlasakis was driving in his car when he saw John Bunting's vehicle behind him, honking his horn and flashing his lights. Jamie pulled over. He could make out Bunting behind the wheel and Wagner in the passenger seat. Bunting approached Jamie's window and asked the younger man what his plans were for the evening. Jamie replied that he was going to a party with friends. Bunting told him to put it off. He had something for him to do. Bunting ordered Jamie to go to Gary O'Dwyer's house and tell him that a couple of blokes wanted to meet him. Gary was overjoyed with this prospect. Around 8 p.m, John Bunting, Robert Wagner, and possibly a third man showed up at Gary's house. Jamie Vlasakis introduced them. Then the men got to chatting and drinking for about 10 to 15 minutes. John Bunting stayed completely sober, but actively encouraged the others to get pissed. Jamie recalled, quote, "I was just sitting there, pretty quiet, because I knew what was going to happen. John turned to me and said, 'Well, I've got to get Gary a bit pissed,' and asked me to scull a few drinks with Gary." A bottle of 60% alcohol Mississippi moonshine was brought forth, and Bunting filled 2 tumbler glasses to the brim. Both Gary and Jamie guzzled the booze down, while Bunting, Wagner, and possibly a third man chanted "skull, skull, skull." So I guess this means, like, drink, drink, drink. Some Australian slang. Bear in mind that Gary O'Dwyer was 5'4" and 110 pounds. Even though Gary was an experienced drinker, this amount of alcohol hit him hard. Then, without warning, Wagner came up behind Gary and put him in a headlock, choking him out. This caused Gary to have a seizure. Just like in the murder of Fred Brooks, Bunting shouted at Wagner, "Let him go, or you'll kill him." Gary fell to the floor and continued to seize. Once he'd recovered, he asked, "What's going on? What are you doing? What's this for?" John Bunting told him to shut up and only speak when spoken to. Jamie was instructed to address Bunting as Lord Sir, Wagner as God, Jamie as Master, and another man in the room as Chief Inspector. Later, Gary actually uttered the last of these grandiose titles on tape, making it abundantly clear that someone else was there that night. I'll give you 3 guesses, but you only need 1. Wait. Is everyone else in the audience being like, I know who? Who is it? Gary was cuffed and dragged into the kitchen. He was forced to sit down on a mattress where the mentally impaired young man usually slept. Jamie recalled that Gary was shaking from head to toe and did not attempt to resist his assailants. The tape recorder was turned on and Gary was beaten until he admitted that he was both gay and a child predator, but Gary O'Dwyer was neither. Yeah, this is why torture isn't particularly effective, because it elicits false confessions, because people just want the torture to stop. Jamie Vasakis took part in the beating to, quote, reassure Bunting that I was still playing, still doing what he was doing. I was still with him that way, that I wasn't a threat to him, to assure that I wasn't murdered. Bunting then ordered Vasakis to go out to the car and get the torture equipment, including things that make sense to you if I had read the details of the torture of the last person, which I'm not going to do, and I'm not going to mention what these things are, but just know that they are grim. Gary O'Dwyer would ultimately suffer the same torture as those endured by Fred Brooks. I listed those horrors previously, I didn't read them, and there's no need to revisit them here. In the middle of all of this sadism, at around 9 p.m, Jamie Vasakis told Bunting that he couldn't stay any longer because he was due at the party and his friends would come looking for him. In reality, of course, Jamie couldn't bear to watch the torture any longer. Bunting accepted his excuse and Jamie left, chugging several bottles of beer and nearly crashing his car on the way to the party. The tape recording of the murder bears witness to the rest of the tortures. When Gary O'Dwyer finally died, he was dumped in the laundry room and the killers left. The next day, Bunting, Wagner, and Vasakis returned to loot O'Dwyer's house. Because the neighbours Kim and Steve might spot and recognise Jamie Vasakis, Bunting had a plan. The 3 men knocked on Kim and Steve's door and claimed that Gary O'Dwyer had moved to Sydney because there were some shady characters from Adelaide threatening to beat him up or kill him. Brandishing Gary's house key, Bunting explained that O'Dwyer had sold him all of his furniture for $200 or $373 in modern money. To further add credibility to the deception, Bunting told Kim and Steve to come into the house with him and take any furniture that Bunting didn't want. While they were in the house, Kim observed that something smelled rotten. Bunting laughed and said that Gary had taken some meat out of the fridge and put it in the sink in the laundry room. Naturally, Kim and Steve were not allowed to go in the laundry room, where the body of Gary O'Dwyer was already starting to rapidly decay in the heat of the insipid Australian summer. 3 days later, Bunting and Wagner returned to the house and transported the victim's body to Mark Hayden's garage, where it was dismembered and placed in the black barrel containing Fred Brooks. Gary was the Bunting gang's 10th victim, and the 6th to be disposed of in this way. He had been selected at random and was murdered so Bunting could collect his disability benefits. He wasn't a pedophile. He wasn't gay. All that confusion was just window dressing for a murder motivated by greed, and also to satiate Bunting and Wagner's ever-mounting sadism. Gary's foster mother, Maureen Fox, did not report him missing because, quote, I didn't want to be seen as the interfering mother and considered that Gary was capable of looking after himself and would contact me in his own due time. I never thought anything sinister had happened to Gary. 1 million tears have been shed since I learned of my son's death. There will, more than likely, be millions more. But will the ache inside of me ever stop? I doubt it. Months later, Gary's sister Denise travelled to Sydney in an effort to find her brother, but to no avail. Pouring petrol on a dumpster fire. John Bunting had always hated Mark Hayden's wife, Elizabeth. He hated that she'd previously worked as a prostitute. He hated that she had abandoned 5 out of her 7 kids. He hated that she was £250. He hated that she had cheated on her previous husbands and suspected she was doing the same to Mark. Robert Wagner felt similarly about Elizabeth Hayden. She was a, quote, f***ing lowlife and a fat whore. Even Mark Hayden himself was sick to death of his wife, her tantrums, her nagging, her morbid obesity, and her hard-nosed attitude. But even in John Bunting's gang, none of this was a capital offence. None of this fell under the umbrella of paedophilia, homosexuality, or being an enabling tooth fairy. Well, does that matter, Bunting, anymore? Because you just killed a random mentally disabled dude who was none of these things, just because you wanted his f***ing disability money. But then came the straw that broke the camel's back. Mark Hayden reported to John Bunting that Elizabeth not only knew about the most recent barrel murders, but Mark had told her about the 1992 murder of Clinton Tresize. The cops had his body and were still trying to identify it. If they did, that would immediately lead the police in Bunting and Wagner's direction. So, to John Bunting, the justification for the murder of Elizabeth Hayden was clear. She knew too much and of course, as a sweetener, he could kill her and collect her welfare money. The first thing was to get her kids, Will and Chris, out of the way. On Friday, November the 20th, 1998, Mark and Elizabeth dropped them off at the house of her brother, Geryon Sinclair. In recent years, Geryon had moved to Adelaide to be near his two sisters, as did their mother. Geryon was taking the boys for the whole weekend. In itself, that wasn't unusual. Elizabeth frequently dumped her two youngest kids on friends and relatives so she could go off drinking or simply not have to deal with them for a few days. That night, Mark took Elizabeth out to a restaurant. Given that, when someone is murdered, the prime suspect is always the spouse until they're ruled out, the next thing was to give Mark Hayden an alibi. They also needed to get Elizabeth's sister, Jodie Elliott, who was living in the playroom of number 4 Blackham Crescent, out of the house for the evening. Accordingly, at sunset on Saturday, November the 21st, Mark Hayden drove Jodie Elliott 50 kilometers to the southern Adelaide suburb of Rainella. Ostensibly, this was to take Jodie to look at a chihuahua that she could potentially mate with her own dog. Okay, John Bunting had given Jodie the tip, but the chihuahua and its owner did not exist, and Mark took his sweet time waiting for this non-existent person to show up before slowly driving back to his house in Smithfield Plains. Meanwhile, back in Blackham Crescent, Bunting and Wagner attacked Elizabeth Hayden while she was alone in the house. At first, she thought the ambush was a joke. Then she thought that Bunting and Wagner were going to rape her. She told Bunting that if he wanted sex, he only needed to ask for it. But it soon dawned on Elizabeth that the situation was much more severe. They slapped her in cuffs and pushed her into the bathroom, forcing her into the tub, as had become their standard MO. She was brutally beaten. Then Bunting turned on the tape recorder. Like the other victims, Elizabeth Hayden was tortured into saying a variety of phrases to use over the phone. Then a sock was stuffed in her mouth and secured with a layer of tape around her head. She was then tortured much like the previous victims. Then Robert Wagner tied a noose around her neck and strangled her to death. Wagner insisted on this, claiming he enjoyed delivering the coup de grace. Bunting and Wagner wrapped the corpse in garbage bags and dragged Elizabeth Hayden's body out of the garage where a newly purchased 5th Black barrel awaited her. However, due to her body weight, it was rough going, and the killers just dumped Hayden on the floor of the garage before going back to the house to have a rest. They'd try to get her into the barrel later. Meanwhile, Mark Hayden and Jodie Elliott had pulled over at a petrol station on Port Wakefield Road, and Mark ran into the station saying he'd phone ahead to let Elizabeth know they were not far away. But when Mark came back to the car, he said to Jodie, quote, "All hell's broken loose at home." John Bunting met them outside of 4 Blackham Crescent and claimed that Elizabeth Hayden had tried to kiss him, and when Bunting rejected her, she had gone to her bedroom to sulk. Bunting then volunteered to take Jodie to get some takeaway. When they returned, Mark Hayden claimed that his wife had gone off in a huff with one of her quote-unquote boyfriends. According to one source, when Mark Hayden went into the garage and saw his wife's body, he allegedly laughed, but I've not been able to corroborate this with other sources. On Sunday, November the 22nd, Mark Hayden told Jodie that Elizabeth had come home drunk at the crack of dawn, grabbed some things, and then took off with her boyfriend for good. Jodie bought this story. After all, it wouldn't be the first time that Elizabeth had just run out on a husband with another man and simply disappeared. Jodie also reasoned that her sister probably wouldn't try to contact her because she lived in the same house as Mark. That evening, Mark swung by Geryon Sinclair's house to pick up Elizabeth's 2 sons, Will and Chris. Mark Hayden told Geryon that Elizabeth was at home asleep. The children were distressed to return home and find that their mother wasn't there. The following day, Monday the 23rd, Will and Chris walked from school to Geryon Sinclair's house and told him that their mother was missing. This contradicted what Hayden had claimed the night before. Geryon asked Mark what was going on. Mark repeated the lie, that on Sunday night, Elizabeth had run away with a boyfriend and wasn't coming back. Hayden added that his wife had also cleared out her bank account along with the account of his father, Edward. Geryon told Mark to report Elizabeth missing. Mark refused. Elizabeth wasn't missing. She was just an unfaithful, thieving whore. On the night of Tuesday, the 24th of November, Geryon Sinclair swung by 4 Blackham Crescent to see if Elizabeth had returned. She hadn't. By then, she had been shoved in a black barrel, specifically reserved for her, with a noose still around her neck and the sock still taped inside her mouth. Bunting and Wagner did not attempt to dismember the body. The next morning, November the 25th, Geryon Sinclair went to the police himself and filled out a missing persons report for Elizabeth Hayden. Geryon's suspicions were further increased when, upon returning to 4 Blackham Crescent, Mark had changed his story, saying that Elizabeth had accused him of having sex with her sister Jodie, and that Mark had gone out to visit his father, Edward, in the old folks' home, only to return home and find Elizabeth had gone. Later that morning, Elizabeth Hayden's friend, Sharon Ball, had grown concerned at Elizabeth's mobile phone and called Elizabeth's mobile phone. John Bunting was prepared for this. After a brief pause, Sharon heard Elizabeth's voice. "Leave me alone. I'm all right." Then the line went dead. After sitting in stunned silence for a few minutes, Sharon Ball phoned her friend's mobile again. There was another pause. Then Elizabeth's voice said, "You're a slut. You're nothing but a dirty f***ing slut." And then the line went dead again. Sharon tried Elizabeth's mobile a third time, but after the call was picked up, Sharon just heard a man's voice say, before hanging up. Meanwhile, John Bunting circulated a rumour that Elizabeth Hayden had abandoned her husband and children, like she had done several times before, and gone back into prostitution. He even went so far as to say that somebody had seen her working a street corner in King's Cross in Sydney. What is perhaps surprising is just how many people in the northern suburbs of Adelaide bought the story. Mark also paid a visit to Elizabeth's mother, who in 1997 had moved to Adelaide to be near her 3 adult children. According to her, Mark just sat in the living room for 5 minutes without uttering a single solitary syllable. He was not able to look her in the eye. Suddenly Mark said, "She's gone." Then without another word, Mark Hayden got up and left. The bloodhounds descend. Ooh, finally we're getting caught? That's going to be nice. It's been a fucking while, hasn't it, police? On the evening of November the 26th, 1998, the missing persons report for Elizabeth Hayden hit the desk of Detective Greg Stone. He'd just started his late shift and cracked open the file folder. One thing immediately struck the detective as odd. Elizabeth Hayden had been reported missing by her brother, Gerion, yet Elizabeth had a husband, and she lived with him. Why didn't he report her missing? Detective Stone smelt a vague whiff of foul play, and Mark Hayden immediately became a prime suspect in his wife's disappearance. Not a person of interest, a suspect. Although it was nearly 11 o'clock at night, Stone got in his car and drove to Blackham Crescent and knocked on Mark Hayden's door. After a brief introduction, during which the suspect expressed some surprise and discomfort, Stone asked Hayden and his sister-in-law, Jodie Elliott, to come out onto the station and answer a few questions. At 11 at night? Bro's dedicated. I don't want to laugh at that, though. It's really good, but I'd be kind of, bothered, especially if I was innocent. Rather than guilty, be like, "You need to come down to the station. It's 11 at night! Come back in the morning!" Once at the police station, Mark Hayden was questioned and wrote a page-and-a-half testimony riddled with errors due to his semi-literacy that claimed that he had taken Jodie out for a drive, come home, and found out that Elizabeth had made a pass at John Bunting. Then, while Jodie and Bunting went to grab some takeout, Elizabeth stormed out of the house, declaring that she was going to stay with her boyfriend. Mark claimed that Robert Wagner had been there and witnessed the whole thing. Hayden testified that the next night, at 4 a.m., Elizabeth staggered in drunk, took her things, and ran off with her boyfriend seemingly for good. Jodie Elliott was taken into a separate interrogation room, and her story matched Hayden's. After giving statements, Hayden and Elliott departed the police station at 12:20 a.m. Detective Stone had a hunch that Mark Hayden was not telling the truth. Furthermore, there was an alarming detail embedded in the testimony. That detail was Robert Wagner. Stone knew that he was already connected to 2 other disappearances. Back in July 1998, the Missing Persons Unit noticed that despite being missing for 9 months and supposedly being in Queensland, Barry Lane was still regularly withdrawing his welfare payments like clockwork from a petrol station ATM in the northern Adelaide suburb of Elizabeth. Police got a warrant to set up a video surveillance camera at the ATM. This was the 90s in Australia, so they didn't have all those inbuilt cameras yet. When they reviewed the footage, they saw the person making the withdrawals was Robert Wagner, not Barry Lane. You f***ed. This is it, dude. This is the beginning of the end. It must be. Wagner was Lane's ex-lover. Moreover, shortly before vanishing, Lane had told his ex-fiancée, Michelle Behay, that he knew about the disappearance of Clinton Tresize. According to Lane, Tresize had been murdered. In August 1998, the Missing Persons Unit had applied for a warrant to put Wagner under surveillance and to tap his phones. The judge rejected this request, citing insufficient probable cause. And whatever Wagner was doing, perhaps welfare fraud, was not a high priority. But now, in November 1998, after adding Elizabeth Hayden to the list, Robert Wagner could be connected to 3 disappearances. Bro, what? Being connected to 2 disappearances is not enough just for a wiretap on a phone? What the f***? That's enough, no? At 1 a.m., Detective Stone dispatched 2 patrol cars to drive up to the residences of Robert Wagner and John Bunting. He didn't give a shit about waking people up when it could make the difference between life and death for a missing person. Yeah, okay, good. I guess in my mind, I'm like, there's no rush because they're all dead, but obviously the police don't know that, so good for them. The patrol officers instructed Wagner and Bunting to call Stone at missing persons. Stone requested that they come by the station for questioning. Wagner arrived just after dawn on the 27th. Bunting said he'd be there by 6 p.m. that evening, but he didn't turn up to the station until November 30th. The statements of the 2 men matched the story given by Mark Hayden. The reason why Bunting was 3 days late for the interrogation was because he was in a blind panic. They needed to move the barrels from Hayden's garage to a new location. The question was where? Surely Bunting at this point must be like, they're watching. They're watching. No? And if they're not watching, why aren't they watching? None of the men could risk having the barrels at their houses, which might be searched any day now, and they couldn't risk dumping the barrels in the countryside or in an abandoned building without taking the risk of someone stumbling across them. Despite them being submerged in acid, the bodies in the barrels had not dissolved and could not just be poured down a drain. And besides, the barrels had long since ceased to be a disposal method for Bunting. They had become trophies. After 2 days of searching for a location, Bunting asked his friend, Dennis Cordwell, to store the barrels at his country cottage, 2 hours north of Adelaide in the township of Hoylton. Cordwell was told that the barrels contained kangaroo carcasses that Hayden had shot with an illegally owned automatic weapon, so they had to keep them hidden from the police. At midnight, on November the 29th, Bunting, Wagner, Hayden and Jamie Vlasakis loaded 4 of the 5 barrels into an unregistered Toyota Land Cruiser and then hooked the vehicle up to a trailer pulled by Robert Wagner's car. They could not fit the 5th barrel into the Toyota, so they put it in Jamie's car. Wagner and Bunting headed up to Hoylton and dropped off their grisly cargo at Cordwell's place. The Land Cruiser, containing the 4 barrels, was left in a thicket not far from the house. Meanwhile, Jamie had moved out of Bunting's house on Burdekin Avenue and into his own place just days earlier, so he transported the 5th barrel to Murray Bridge and stashed it in the trunk of a burned-out old car in his backyard. The next day, with the evidence concealed, Bunting finally turned up for his interrogation. On December the 1st, the police were granted a warrant to search Mark Hayden's residence. Too slow, guys. In order to keep the pressure up on Hayden, they conducted multiple searches over the next month and a half. The first visit revealed that Elizabeth Hayden had apparently run away with another man while neglecting to take her purse and bank card. How have you not got rid of those things, you clown? The second search revealed that she had left behind her diamond engagement ring and gold wedding band and had thrown some soiled clothes into a garbage bag. The third search involved forensics experts who doused the place with luminol and an ultraviolet light indicated a large bloodstain on the bathroom wall. Mark Hayden said it was from one of his dogs which had given birth. Nevertheless, the forensic techs swabbed a sample. They're going to be able to tell, right, if that's human blood. This is the late 90s? Late 90s. They got that technology. Throughout December, Dennis Cordwell's wife Anne complained to John Bunting that the barrels stank and had to be moved. Indeed, the hot summer sun of January did nothing to abate the smell. Anne could get no closer than 20 feet from the Land Cruiser before she was overwhelmed by the putrid stench. She told Bunting to just dump the kangaroo carcasses in a nearby creek. People would assume they'd been machine-gunned by farmers for whom kangaroos are a perpetual pest and be none the wiser as to exactly who did the killing. But Bunting refused. Obviously, he couldn't tell Anne Caldwell that the people might be slightly more alarmed if he dumped human body parts in the local creek. Anne continued to demand that the barrels be moved, but Bunting said it was too risky, lest they get stopped by police while transporting them. On January the 13th, 1999, police conducted another search of Hayden's home, finding several unregistered firearms and a large supply of ammunition. How did they not find this the first time? How thoroughly are you searching? It's like, I guess we just missed all the guns before. Hayden was charged with a firearms offence, which carried a few months in prison and a hefty fine should he be convicted. At any rate, it was a nice thing to hold over his head for leverage. Police also conducted a search of Hayden's garage. They didn't find much, but detectives noted a foul odour lingered in the air. It was an odour they all immediately recognised as being rotting flesh. They also noticed a large number of old maggot casings in one part of the garage. Oh, gross. Like the little things that the maggots shed when they turn into flies. I can't remember why I had it. I wasn't a big fishing person as a kid, but I definitely went fishing a couple of times. And I remember I had the bait box of maggots. Why did I have this? I had this at some point. And then it's I went to go fishing again or whatever. When was I into fishing? I definitely remember this. And I opened it up and some of the maggots had turned into flies. It was gross. Flies had obviously been feasting on something that had to be later moved. Detectives strongly suspected that this had been Elizabeth Hayden's body. Meanwhile, the cops canvassed the neighbourhood and one of Mark Hayden's neighbours, Suzanne Dickinson, gave a statement that on the night of November the 29th, she and her daughter had seen a man loading something into a Toyota Land Cruiser. Police took notes that no such vehicle was on Mark Hayden's property or registered in his name. Meanwhile, in early January, Dennis and Anne Cordwell moved from their place in Hoylton to a house at 25 Railway Terrace in the sleepy rural community of Snowtown. Much to Anne's chagrin, they took the Land Cruiser with them on the understanding that John Bunting would soon find another place to stash the barrels it contained. Meanwhile, the Toyota sat in the Cordwells' driveway, and when the wind shifted, it blew the stench of rotting flesh right into their house. John Bunting grasped it out to find a place where he could store his reeking murder trophies. Then he noticed an ideal location just down the road from the Cordwells' house in Snowtown, an old derelict bank at 30 Railway Terrace. That's where, several hours ago, we started today's episode. Calm before the shitstorm. The South Australian State Bank in Snowtown had closed its doors in August 1995. 4 months later, in December, the building was sold for approximately $45,000 or $91,000 today to Snowtown residents Andrew and Rosemary Michael. They thought the building's prime location in town would make it an attractive venue to rent out to local business owners as a shop of some description. There was even a kitchen in the old bank, meaning the place could, in theory, be converted into a modest cafe. There was also a house behind the main building, which had for decades been the bank manager's. In 1996, a local woman rented the bank from Andrew and Rosemary and set up a plant shop. The woman moved into the house behind the bank. However, after a year, the shop went bust. The woman continued to rent the house behind the bank, but from that point forward, the bank itself remained empty. Then, in mid-January 1999, Rosemary Michael got a phone call from a man who identified himself as John. He claimed to be looking for a storage facility and wanted to come by and look at the bank. When Rosemary Michael met John outside of 30 Railway Terrace the next day, another man named Mark was with him. Rosemary showed the two blokes the building. The man named John took a particular interest in the bank vault, which lay open and unlocked. John explained that they had some valuable car parts that they wanted to store in the building. Rosemary and the two men settled on a rental price of $60 per week. It's extremely cheap. They paid 2 weeks' rent up front, plus an additional 2 weeks' damage deposit. Despite the fact that John did most of the talking, the lease was put in the name of the monosyllabic man next to him. He signed the contract in childish scrawl as Mark Ray Lawrence. This was Mark's birth name, and they hoped it would throw off the cops while at the same time avoiding the charge of rental fraud by providing a purely false name to a landlord. That night, under the cover of darkness, the 4 barrels inside the Land Cruiser were taken down the road and loaded into the bank vault. Meanwhile, John Bunting and Elizabeth Harvey decided to move from their house on Burdekin Avenue in the town of Murray Bridge back to Adelaide. Bunting, ever the neo-Nazi, oh yeah, I forgot about that, he was a neo-Nazi, wasn't he, cited the arrival of a new large group of Aboriginals in the town as the reason. As usual, Bunting and Harvey rented a subsidised home from the Housing Trust, this time located at 49 Madeira Court in the northern suburb of Craigmore. Moving house was the perfect cover to transport the 5th barrel from the trunk of the burned-out car in Murray Bridge to Snowtown, with the barrel being concealed among a load of other possessions. The transport of the 5th barrel went off without a hitch and the vault door was sealed. There was no key or combination. In order to open it, one had to pick the lock with a bit of wire. Again, brings me back to my comments in the beginning. It's a bank vault. You're just picking that shit open, like with a bit of wire? It's not a very good bank. On February the 8th, Rosemary Michael swung by the bank to see that the vault door had been closed, but nothing was stored in the rest of the building. To allay any suspicion, Bunting arranged for Dennis Cordwell to store some old equipment from his electronics business there. Cordwell always noticed the foul odour of rotting meat whenever he loaded more equipment into the lobby. Meanwhile, in the second week of February, the Missing Persons Unit in Adelaide determined there was enough circumstantial evidence to upgrade the disappearance of Elizabeth Hayden to a murder investigation. Good. The State Police Major Crimes Branch was now involved. It soon became a multiple murder investigation, since police found just cause to link Bunting, Wagner, and Hayden to the disappearances of Clinton Traceyes, Barry Lane, and most recently, Suzanne Allen, who had disappeared from her home in 1996, leaving behind all her possessions and her pets. Allen's bank account was also briefly registered to John Bunting's address in Murray Bridge. Bunting had claimed, at the time, Suzanne Allen had stayed with them before, supposedly, leaving the state with a new boyfriend. The fact that the investigation had been elevated to major crimes meant that it was easier to get warrants for various things. Accordingly, on February the 25th, 1999, detectives received permission to use wiretaps and covert surveillance of the suspects. Finally. However, there was insufficient money and manpower to conduct 24-hour surveillance. As it turned out, police only managed to have eyes on the suspects approximately 2 days per week, so there was plenty of opportunity for Bunting, Wagner, and Hayden to move around unobserved. Also working in the gang's favour was that they rarely paid a visit to the bank in Snowtown. Bunting had given a spare key to the bank's side entrance to Dennis Cordwell, who kept an eye on the place. As such, Adelaide police were entirely unaware of the bank's existence. The wiretaps didn't seem to be yielding much either. Due to legal restrictions, the police couldn't listen to them in real time. To preserve citizens' privacy, specially appointed monitors had to comb through hours and hours of material and only pass on things that were deemed relevant to the case to the police. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good way of doing things, actually. I didn't realize that was how it was. I thought the police just listened to everything. But it's nice that these seem to be these independent monitors to just pass on the relevant stuff because, yeah, privacy. Woo! That's not the case anymore, right? We've just got computers spying on us all the time. We're being listened to right now, no doubt. Hello! No one cares about my boring existence. But, like, if I was a criminal, I think surely they'd just be able to get that stuff fairly easily. I mean, Siri's probably listening to me right now. And Bunting's gang were generally careful not to discuss their criminal activities in detail over the phone. In the meantime, John Bunting was pissed off at the relatively small amount of money he was getting from the welfare deposits of his victims. All in all, considering the number of murders over the course of 7 years, Bunting's gang hadn't actually stolen that much money. Only about $95,000, or $175,000 in modern Australian currency. It was a good chunk of change to be sure, but 3 years' wages at best, split between Bunting, Wagner, Hayden, Vlasakis, and to a lesser extent Elizabeth Harvey. Back in 92, they hadn't thought to try and steal Clinton Tresize's money nor Paul Davies' money in 96. Elizabeth Harvey had managed to scam $17,000 by impersonating Suzanne Allen, but they'd pulled the plug after the cops came sniffing around. They'd stolen some of Michelle Gardner's welfare money for a few weeks, but then Centrelink had stopped the payments because her housemate, Nicole Zaretta, had told the welfare office that Gardner had left without a forwarding address. Thomas Trevelyan's payments were immediately cut off after he was found hanging from a tree, and Elizabeth Hayden's money was sure as hell too dangerous to touch with an active police investigation going on. Given their blasé attitude previously, I'm kind of surprised they're not like, it's fine. Barry Lane's money was still flowing in, but that cash was going to Wagner, not to Bunting. That left the welfare income of Gavin Porter, Fred Brooks, Troy Ude, and Gary O'Dwyer, which Bunting shared with the heroin-happy Jamie Vlasakis. Bunting occasionally posed as Porter to collect his bogus carer's pension. Jamie impersonated the 3 other men at different Centrelink offices and banks. Then, in March 1999, Jamie got arrested for riding an unregistered motorbike and for non-payment of previous traffic fines. He was bailed, but had to lay off the welfare fraud for the time being. Bunting needed another victim to make up the shortfall, but he didn't dare attempt anything with the police breathing down his neck. Additionally, Bunting's sadism had gone unsatisfied since November. By April 1999, Bunting's craving to kill had become overwhelming, so he took a gamble and went with Robert Wagner to the local cop shop in the suburb of Elizabeth to claim about police harassment. Detective Superintendent Barry England and Detective Greg Stone listened very unsympathetically. Once Bunting had finished ranting, Barry England brusquely invited Bunting to lodge a formal complaint with the Adelaide Police Headquarters. Bunting got up in a huff and left, with Wagner following closely on his heels. They never did submit a formal complaint. Nevertheless, Bunting got the impression that it accomplished something, because for the rest of April and early May, the police stopped coming round. Bunting interpreted this as the cops being afraid of a lawsuit and not finding enough evidence to bust him. Oh, no. They're taking advantage of you thinking that you've done something, so you're going to become more sloppy while they are still watching. In reality, yes, the cops were just giving Bunting enough rope to hang himself with. Very good plan. The idea was to make Bunting think that they'd backed off so that it'd be sloppy and reveal something about the murders or where he had gotten rid of the bodies. Yes, it was a clever strategy, or at least it would have been, if it didn't wind up getting another person killed. Oh no! This is exactly, if I was a cop and we were talking about what to do, I'd be like, this is a great plan. But somehow someone dies. Dad, I'm going to Perth. Jamie Vlasakis' stepbrother, David Johnson, was born in Adelaide in 1975 to parents Marcus and Carleen Johnson. In 1980, they divorced, and Carleen won sole custody of David, his twin brother Michael, and his older brother Nigel. In 1989, Carleen moved the boys to Hamilton, Victoria. The following year, when David was 15, he announced to his mother that he wanted to move back to Adelaide to live with his father. She consented and took David there herself. Marcus Johnson was surprised at the news and told Carleen that he needed to ask permission from his new partner, Elizabeth Harvey, whose 4 boys were already living with them. Elizabeth said yes on the condition that Carleen pay them money to buy them some furniture. Later, Elizabeth claimed more welfare money from the government because David was now living there, but she spent the money on herself. David Johnson did not get on well with his step-siblings Troy, Jamie, Adrian, and Christopher, and generally kept to himself. 2 years later, in 1992, Marcus and Elizabeth broke up. David and his father moved out again and got a flat of their own, but Marcus stayed in Elizabeth's orbit and would frequently pay her visits. In 1994, Elizabeth Harvey shacked up with John Bunting. David Johnson was afraid of Bunting, who seemed erratic, volatile, and was always threatening to beat David up for no reason. For Bunting's part, he disliked how David took pride in his appearance, being well-groomed, and despite growing up in the slums of Salisbury North, chose to wear good quality clothes. Bunting called David a yuppie and a faggot. The latter of these insults was somewhat inaccurate, since David Johnson was something of a lady killer, the type of bloke the girls were always chasing. And David himself had something of a roving eye, often cheating on the women he was dating. I believe the kids today call that a boy. I think you're right, David. In order to get away from the rather toxic environment where his father still carried a torch for the frankly horrible Elizabeth, whose new boyfriend was a psychopath, David Johnson spent a few months in 1994 living with his mother back in Hamilton. But in 1995, now aged 20, David returned to Adelaide and was living with his father and Bunting's ex-wife Veronica in 203 Waterloo Corner Road, where Paul Davies and Suzanne Allen would soon be buried. In the summer of 1996, David and Marcus moved out to a flat of their own. David's stepbrothers, Troy Troy Eude and Jamie Vlasakis frequently visited their apartment, sometimes staying for days at a time. David didn't like either of them. He thought Troy was a temperamental asshole and Jamie was a useless junkie addicted to heroin. Well, he's right. At one point, a skagged-out Jamie blabbed to David that John Bunting had, quote, murdered someone about 10 years ago and gotten away with it. David did not know whether to take Jamie seriously. Then Troy Eude disappeared in September 1998, and David had a strong suspicion that John Bunting had something to do with it. When visiting his mother in Hamilton that Christmas, David and Carline discussed the possibility that Troy had been murdered. Carline encouraged her son to go to the police. David said he had no evidence and the police wouldn't listen to him. 2 months later, on February the 28th, 1999, Carline travelled to Adelaide to convince David to come back and live with her. She told David she feared for his safety and suspected Bunting was up to no good. Bang on. David replied that he made sure to never be around Bunting unless it was in a public place, and that he was saving up money to move in with his girlfriend Linda in Adelaide. Carline departed 2 days later, never to see her son again. On May the 7th, 1999, Jamie Vlasakis visited the flat David Johnson shared with his father. Jamie told David about a computer his mate was selling for $200. The catch was they'd have to drive into the country, somewhere north of Gawler, to get it. David was thrilled about the price, but, as he said to his girlfriend Linda that night, knowing Jamie, it's probably a 2-hour drive north of Gawler. Meanwhile, the wiretaps recorded a phone conversation where Bunting asked Vlasakis whether he had managed to convince Johnson to go to Snowtown yet. Jamie replied, no. He's spending the night over at this Sheila's place, but I'll go get him if you like. Bunting replied not to bother. It was getting late. 2 days later, on May the 9th, at 6:40 p.m., a wiretap on Jamie's phone picked up another conversation. Robert Wagner asked Jamie whether he was on his way to Snowtown. Jamie replied in the affirmative. Wagner asked, quote, so, you've got Pusshead with you? Again, Jamie said yes. At 6:56 p.m., the wiretap picked up another call. Jamie picked up and said, hello. Bunting said, quote, this is the voice of happiness speaking. Jamie gave a rather fake-sounding laugh and told Bunting they were on their way. Because David Johnson was in the car at this point, Jamie kept up the subterfuge by saying, so, are we still alright for $200? The machine is all set up, is it? Bunting ignored this and instructed Jamie to walk into the side door of the bank where he and Wagner would be waiting. Police surveillance teams did not have eye on the gang that evening, and they did not hear the phone recordings until weeks later, when it was far too late to realise the significance of David Johnson's trip to Snowtown. Even if they had heard the recordings 24 hours after the calls were made, which was the earliest the independent phone monitors could have delivered them to the police, they still would have been too late to save David Johnson's life. At approximately 3:30 p.m., Jamie Vlasakis and David Johnson arrived at the bank in Snowtown. David accidentally kicked the steel gates that opened from the street leading to the side entrance. The woman who lived in the house above the bank looked out of her window to see the source of the noise. Jamie gave her a friendly wave. She nodded in acknowledgement and pulled the curtains. As they entered the bank, David thanked Jamie for scoring him such a good deal on the computer. They entered the bank, walked through the old staff kitchen, and into the bank manager's office, where David Johnson laid eyes on John Bunting. Behind them was a computer. Turned on, David was surprised to learn that Bunting was the mate that Jamie had been talking about, and no doubt wondered why they'd come all the way up to Snowtown to see the computer when they all lived in Adelaide. Suddenly, Robert Wagner came up behind David Johnson and grabbed him by the throat. Bunting quickly cuffed David's arms behind his back. Then he was forced to sit down on an old TV that Dennis Caldwell was storing in the bank manager's office, and David asked, what the hell's going on? Bunting replied, you'll be going home in half an hour if you cooperate. David looked at Jamie and asked, you promise? Jamie replied, yes, I promise. Knowing full well is a f***ing lie. David Johnson was ordered to hand over his wallet and divulge his PIN number. Then Johnson was moved in front of a microphone hooked up to the computer. Instead of using a tape recorder, this time Bunting had decided to use a 1990s soundboard to reproduce the voices of his victims. That way, at least in theory, Bunting wouldn't have to rely on just a few set phrases, but could cobble together new ones as needed. Of course, nowadays we know that individual words cobbled together on an old soundboard does not produce a natural-sounding sentence, but Bunting was enamored with the tech and wanted to give it a go. David spent the next 90 minutes recording his voice into the computer. He was made to say every number from 1 to 100, and then was forced to say the names of 70 people he knew. Then a couple of hundred individual words like yes, no, maybe, computer, pub, and shithead. Then to hedge his bets, Bunting got Johnson to record dozens of full phrases like never phone me again, if I never see you again, it'll be too soon, you're not my brother, you're a piece of shit, your mother is a whore, Tony, you're a liar, tell Amanda to eat and die, and Dad, I'm going to Perth. Doubtless, during this protracted recording session, it must have dawned on David Johnson that Bunting was going to use the recordings to mislead people when he disappeared. Given what David knew about Troy's disappearance, he must have realized that Bunting, Wagner, and Vlasakis were going to kill him. After the recordings were finally done, David Johnson's clothing was cut off him with a Stanley knife. He was forced to lie down on a black plastic sheet that had been laid out on the floor. They beat him. Bunting shoved one of David's own socks into the victim's mouth and secured it with a layer of duct tape. Then there's some details. Well, it's not too bad. They beat him very severely. I mean, it's bad, but it's not torture yet. Bunting orders Jamie to also beat him, and he complies. The assault ceased just before the next round of torture was to begin. However, at that point, Bunting ordered Vlasakis and Wagner to go and find an ATM to make sure that the PIN number Johnson had given them was correct. Wagner and Vlasakis piled into Wagner's car, and they drove away at high speed, 50 kilometers south to the town of Port Wakefield, with Wagner swerving all over the road. Meanwhile, Bunting held off from torturing Johnson. Wagner will be irritated if he missed out on any of the sadism. Wagner and Vlasakis arrived at a petrol station in Port Wakefield and tested David's bank card in the ATM. They tried to withdraw $5. The machine rejected it. Jamie called Bunting on his mobile and reported, "It says not authorized. Cancelled." Bunting replied, "Oh." In other words, he's broke. There's no money. Get back here. It was then that David Johnson, realizing that when Wagner and Vlasakis returned he would be killed, seized his opportunity to escape. Johnson sat up on the plastic sheet, curled into a ball, and slid his cuffed hands from behind his back under his legs. He then tackled Bunting and threw him to the ground. David Johnson started viciously kicking his would-be murderer, breaking several of Bunting's ribs. Then David grabbed the Stanley knife off the floor and brandished it at Bunting, who got up and retreated back a few steps. For a moment, it looked like David Johnson might be able to escape onto the street, but then Bunting called out for Wagner to help, knowing full well that Wagner and Vlasakis hadn't returned from Port Wakefield yet. David Johnson momentarily turned his head toward the side door of the bank, and Bunting tackled him to the ground, sending the Stanley knife skittering across the floor. Then Bunting grabbed David Johnson's belt, which lay next to them, and wrapped it around Johnson's neck, looping the belt through the buckle, and he pulled it tight with all its strength. David Johnson slid his thumb underneath the belt to try and relieve the pressure, but such was the force with which Bunting strangled him that the belt merely fractured Johnson's thumb. After a few minutes, it was all over. David Johnson lay face down on the floor, dead. Robert Wagner and Jamie Vlasakis returned to the bank to see John Bunting trying to pick the lock on the bank vault with a length of wire. Wagner peered into the manager's office, saw Johnson's corpse, and flew into a rage. He yelled, "I'm the one who's supposed to f***ing kill them." Bunting, holding his sides in what was likely considerable pain, explained that David Johnson had attacked him. After a while, Robert Papa Smurf Wagner managed to calm down. Then the three men donned plastic overalls and prepared to dismember the victim's body and seal it in the sixth barrel of their collection. But first, Bunting and Wagner decided to unseal the other barrels and admire their past handiwork. Then, Jamie helped Wagner put Johnson's body headfirst into the sixth barrel. Jamie observed that Johnson's body was small enough to fit in one piece, but Wagner said, "This one's going to be a slice and dice," and he began hacking with a knife at Johnson's legs anyway. Meanwhile, at approximately 11:30 p.m., Robert Wagner's mobile phone rang. Because Wagner was up to his elbows in blood and guts, John Bunting answered. It was Dennis Caldwell, who had arrived back home to see a note from Wagner on his door asking him to call. Bunting told Caldwell that they were at the bank in Snowtown and asked if they could come over to his house for a bit. Caldwell got curious about what they could be doing in the bank and headed down the street to find out. "Oh, Caldwell, you're going to get in trouble." Bunting met Caldwell at the side entrance, took him into the manager's office, and showed him the programs he had downloaded on his new computer, including the soundboard. After several minutes, Jamie Vlasakis came out of the vault wearing plastic overalls spattered with blood and stinking of rotting meat. Jamie held out his arms and said to Caldwell, "Give me a hug." Caldwell told him to piss off. Jamie started laughing. Robert Wagner walked out of the vault, also in plastic overalls splattered with blood and stinking to high heaven. Dennis Caldwell recalled, quote, "He had a very strange look on his face. He was staring at me intensely. Thinking back, I think he may have thought that I'd seen something that I shouldn't have." Caldwell made a little more small talk and then made his way to the side door. Robert strode forward and repeated Jamie's joke, saying, "Give me a hug." Again, Caldwell replied, "Piss off." Wagner chuckled. After Caldwell left, Wagner went back to the vault and retrieved a piece of David Johnson's flesh, sliced from one of his legs, which he had wrapped in a plastic glove. They sealed the vault, left the bank, and walked down the street to Dennis Caldwell's place. Jamie immediately used Caldwell's shower. When he emerged from the bathroom, he found Robert Wagner frying Johnson's flesh on the stove. Wagner sliced off a bit, stabbed it with a fork, and waved it in front of Jamie's face. "Try a bit." Jamie immediately began dry heaving and ran out of the house. Once he had collected himself, he hopped in the car and departed for Adelaide. This is f***ed up. Meanwhile, back inside the house, Dennis Caldwell watched in blissful ignorance as John Bunting and Robert Wagner cannibalized part of David Johnson's corpse. What the f*** is this? This is like, what the f***? Why? Full circle. On May the 11th, 1999, 2 days after the murder, Bunting sent Jamie Vlassakis to the flat David Johnson had shared with his father Marcus. Jamie told Marcus a lie that the 24-year-old David Johnson had illegally gotten a 13-year-old girl pregnant, and to top it all off had crashed his car into a building and was hiding from the police. Jamie said that he'd come by to pick up some clothes for David, along with some paperwork that would allow the quote-unquote David to claim unemployment benefits. On May the 13th, Jamie returned to the flat with Robert Wagner to collect some of David's furniture. While they were there, David's girlfriend Linda arrived. She hadn't heard from him in 4 days and was getting worried. Jamie pretended that he didn't know that Linda was David's girlfriend, and when she asked why, Jamie claimed that David told him that he had dumped Linda 3 or 4 years ago. Then Jamie added that his stepbrother had been seeing a girl named Amanda, which was true, David Johnson had been cheating on Linda, and that he had accidentally gotten yet another girl who was 13 pregnant. That was a lie. Linda didn't know what to make of all of this, but suspected that it was shit and told Jamie that if she didn't hear from David, she would call the cops and report him missing. Ooh, you're walking on dangerous territory here. Meanwhile, John Bunting rang Tony. The characters, there's like 100, 200 people in this episode. I have to say, several of them are like, I don't know where this dude came from or what he's up to. I know they're all like vaguely friends and related somehow, but it's a spider web of people. Meanwhile, John Bunting rang Tony, a friend of David Johnson's other girlfriend, Amanda. Tony picked up. Immediately, she heard a recording of Johnson who said, "Tony, you're a f***ing liar. Is Amanda there?" Tony said no. The line went dead. Tony rang Amanda to ask what was going on. She had no idea. When Tony finished speaking to her, the phone rang, and another recording of David played, this time saying, "Tell Amanda to eat and die." Then Bunting turned his attention to composing a soundboard message for Linda. He played it over the phone for Jamie Vlassakis, which was captured by police wiretaps. The message said, "F*** off. Hey, this is David. Linda, how f***ing hard is it? I'm not interested. F*** off." Jamie criticized it, saying the message sounded distant and hollow like a robot's. It also is a bit weird to start off a phone conversation saying "f*** off" before saying who was calling. Suffice to say, the soundboard experiment hadn't been a staggering success, so John Bunting phoned Linda and gave her a mobile phone number on which Bunting said that she could contact David. It was a prepaid burner Bunting had bought. When Linda rang, Bunting got Jodie Elliott to answer the phone, pretending to be David's side piece in the hopes that this would enrage Linda to the point that she stopped calling, to the point that she stopped looking for him. At least, temporarily. Linda didn't report David Johnson missing and didn't call him the mobile number again for a week. Jodie Elliott had no idea she was helping to cover up a murder. Yeah, why would she? They've pulled the wool over her eyes, and it wasn't that hard. On May the 16th, 1999, police surveillance spotted Wagner and Bunting travelling separately in 2 cars, heading in the direction of Snowtown. The police had no idea what the significance of Snowtown was. But Bunting and Wagner had obviously gone there for a reason, so Adelaide detectives Craig Patterson and Brian Swan decided it was worth it to pull into the town of 400 people and talk to a local constable, Ian Young. During the course of the conversation, Patterson mentioned that they were looking for a Toyota Land Cruiser that may have been used to transport the body of murder victims. Ian Young got out his notebook, where he had scrupulously logged the arrival of an unregistered Land Cruiser into town in late January. Constable Young said that it was parked in the driveway of 25th Railway Terrace, which had recently been rented out by Dennis and Anne Caldwell. Detective Patterson and Swan made note of this, but decided they shouldn't search the Land Cruiser themselves, but leave it until some forensics techs could get up to Snowtown to look at the vehicle. This didn't happen until 4 days later on May the 20th. Detective Steve McCoy and Greg Stone, along with forensics officers Bronwyn Marsh and Gordon Drake, were dispatched to Snowtown at 11:30 a.m. to chase up the lead and determine whether this Land Cruiser was the one they were looking for. They drove to 25 Railway Terrace. Detective McCoy pounded on the door, and Dennis Caldwell answered. McCoy told him that they suspected the Toyota Land Cruiser in Caldwell's driveway was involved in the disappearance of Elizabeth Hayden. Caldwell, who knew nothing about the murders, told McCoy the full story about how John Bunting and Robert Wagner had brought the Land Cruiser, full of stinking barrels supposedly containing kangaroo carcasses, to their place in Hoyleton back in November 1998. Then in January, when Dennis and Anne Caldwell moved to Snowtown, Bunting and Hayden rented the old bank down the street to store the barrels. Upon hearing this, McCoy's eyebrows must have risen so fast that it's a miracle they didn't rip off his face and fly into the stratosphere. He immediately stopped the interview with Caldwell right there and then. The cops regrouped at the local police station to devise a plan of action. McCoy opened the meeting by saying, "I think we found the bodies." And that is the line that I believe we started today's episode with many hours ago. Flawed justice. McCoy, Stone, Drake, Marsh, and the regional detective Rick Day proceeded to the bank, where they were let in by Dennis Caldwell. It was there they found 6 barrels containing the remains of 8 people. They called for backup. 20 more police officers and forensics techs raced up to Snowtown and worked all night cataloguing evidence. The barrels were moved back to Adelaide for closer examination. The cops still didn't know for certain who was in the barrels or exactly how they had been killed. At 5 a.m. on the 21st of May 1999, Detective Chief Superintendent Paul Schramm, head of major crimes, assembled 50 officers at police headquarters in Adelaide. Many of them had been woken up in the middle of the night. Some of them even had their vacations cancelled and were ordered to come in. They were all briefed and shown video footage of the bank vault and the insides of the barrels. The assembled officers were then given their marching orders. It was time to take the bastards down. The police surrounded the houses of John Bunting, Robert Wagner, and Mark Hayden for a simultaneous arrest at 8 a.m. At Bundeera Court, John Bunting went quietly, whispering to Jamie Vlasakis, who was back living with him, to get rid of any possessions they'd kept from the victims. Vlasakis realized the game was up and didn't bother. Mark Hayden was arrested at Blackham Crescent and did not utter a single word, refusing to even verbally acknowledge that he had been read and understood his rights. At Moughlin Road, Robert Wagner also went relatively quiet, but his fiancée Vicky Mills was shocked at what was going on and flew into hysterics. She had no idea the man in her life was a sadistic murderer. Once in custody, Bunting, Wagner, and Hayden refused to talk and simply asked to call legal aid in order to obtain lawyers. Hair and blood samples were taken from them. Bunting's girlfriend, Elizabeth Harvey, was also taken down to the station but not placed under arrest. For 2 hours, she was questioned about her involvement in the disappearances of Elizabeth Hayden and Suzanne Allen. Harvey denied impersonating Allen in order to collect her social security benefits. She continued to deny this, even after police found a letter that Centrelink had addressed to Suzanne Allen 3 years ago still in Harvey's purse. When was the last time you emptied out your purse? When she asked about her own son, Troy Yude, who had been missing for 9 months, Harvey did not seem to think it was conceivable that Bunting had murdered him. Harvey was charged with welfare fraud, made bail, and returned home. By mid-afternoon, on the 21st of May, Bunting, Wagner, and Hayden were in the dock at the Adelaide Magistrates' Court, where they were each charged with a single count of murder of a person unknown. This was enough to hold the 3 men, while police figured out how many in total the men had killed and who in 7 household the victims were. By this point, the story had broken across Australia and was already being heralded as the worst serial killer case in the country's history. Journalists flooded into Snowtown, increasing the population by a literal third. Locals spotted them trying to peek under the side door to the bank as if that would accomplish anything. More bizarrely, locals spotted a couple of journalists trying to sniff under the door on the off chance that they could report to their audiences that they'd smelt the lingering stench of dead bodies. It was a circus. Jamie Vlasakis, who had not been arrested or brought in for questioning, was in a blind panic. He telephoned a friend named Wally Fitzgerald and started to unload on him all the details of the murders and Bunting's arrest. Fitzgerald thought Jamie was stoned and talking nonsense. He hung up on him. An hour later, Vlasakis arrived at Fitzgerald's house and tried again to unload the full story, including how 2 additional bodies were buried under 203 Waterloo Corner Road. Fitzgerald pretended to listen sympathetically, and the next day, May 22nd, he called Crime Stoppers and reported everything that Vlasakis had said. Jamie was arrested on May 26th. He got his lawyer to cut a deal where Jamie would tell police everything he knew in exchange for an immunity from all prosecution. Whoa. That's a hell of a deal your lawyer scored, Jamie. But then Jamie started spilling his guts before any sort of deal had been finalized. What are you doing? His confessions took 19 days and filled 2,000 pages of notes. It'd be 10 months before police informed Jamie there was no deal. Nevertheless, Jamie still chose to cooperate either out of remorse or because he hoped this would lead to a lighter sentence. And in fairness to Jamie Vlasakis, it was most likely both. He was charged with 5 counts of murder at the beginning of April 2000 and locked up in Yatala prison under heavy protection. His testimony would be crucial to the trials of Bunting, Wagner, and Hayden. However, it appeared that the biggest danger to Jamie Vlasakis was Jamie Vlasakis himself. He attempted to end his own life twice while in custody and was transferred to a psychiatric hospital. Yeah. So this is why we have all the details. Like, we went through today's eepisode and it's like, well, someone on the inside. I thought it might be the mysterious third man at points who's spilling all the details. But now we know it was the 2,000 pages of notes from Vlasakis. On June the 23rd, 1999, the police arrived at 203 Waterloo Corner Road to excavate the tunnel in which the bodies of Ray Davies and Suzanne Allen were concealed. It took authorities 5 hours digging to a depth of 3 meters, just shy of 10 feet, before they found what they were looking for: the skeleton of Davies and 11 trash bags containing the dismembered remains of Allen. Several months later, the Housing Trust demolished 203 Waterloo to avoid it becoming a grisly tourist attraction and a shrine for a panoply of weirdos. Meanwhile, using information provided by Jamie Vlasakis, the body found in 1994 in a farmer's field in Lower Light was re-examined by forensics experts and identified as the remains of Clinton Tresize, who'd gone missing in 1992. On December the 11th, 2000, a committal hearing was held in which John Bunting, Robert Wagner and Mark Hayden were charged with 10 counts of murder, with more charges forthcoming. The committal hearing lasted a whopping 9 months before anything moved to trial. The court heard from 68 witnesses who took the stand, and 1,458 additional written witness reports were submitted. Jamie Vlasakis was charged with 5 counts of murder, Gavin Porter, Troy Youde, Fred Brooks, Gary O'Dwyer and David Johnson. The 20-year-old pled guilty to 4 of the charges, denying having been involved in the murder of Gavin Porter and only being shown his body afterward. Then Jamie made a statement, quote, "I personally don't trust the police, and I thought that if I tell them that John would be arrested, given bail, and then he'd get me. Or we'd both be arrested and put together in the same cell. I just had to make a decision. It was the wrong one, but I believe that the more John was convinced that I was part of the plan, the safer I was. I know the damage I've done to people's lives. I wonder what went wrong, and why I cannot change the terrible things I have done." Well, the reason you can't change the terrible things you've done is because time moves in one direction, doesn't it, genius? Bunting, Wagner and Hayden shouted abuse at Vlasakis during the hearing because he'd ratted on them. From that point forward, it was decided that Vlasakis would appear in separate sessions from them. Jamie ultimately received 4 consecutive life sentences. The 5th murder charge was dropped. In exchange for his testimony in the trials of Bunting, Wagner and Hayden, Vlasakis was given the possibility of parole after 26 years, starting from the date that he was taken into custody on May the 26th, 1999. That means that Jamie Vlasakis, now in his mid-40s, could be released from prison in May 2025. Only if there's a possibility. It doesn't mean he's going to get parole. Jamie's mother, Elizabeth Harvey, could have been charged with murder or for being an accessory to murder. Not only had she impersonated Suzanne Allen to get welfare money, but she'd also been aware of some of the murders and actively participated in the murder of Ray Davies, even to the point of stabbing him and helping Robert Wagner strangle him. However, back in November 1998, Harvey had been told by a doctor that the supposedly benign tumour she'd found in one of her breasts in 1993 had turned cancerous. She got a mastectomy, but it had already spread to the rest of her body. In late 2000, she was too sick to stand trial. She died February the 5th, 2001. On the 13th of August, 2001, at the start of the lengthy committal hearing, Bunting, Wagner and Hayden officially pled not guilty to 10 counts of murder. Another hearing subsequently was called in February 2002, where Bunting and Hayden were charged with the murder of Clinton Tresize in 1992, and Wagner was charged as an accessory. All 3 men were charged with the murder of Thomas Trevelyan in 1997, staging it to look like he'd hanged himself. Again, the men pled not guilty. So massive was the case that the pre-trial did not begin until March 2002. It soon became clear that the prosecution would have a difficult time convicting Mark Hayden of 12 murders, as there was limited evidence that he was present at many of them. Judge Brian Martin dismissed 9 of Hayden's murder charges, leaving only the ones for Clinton Tresize, Troy Youde, and his own wife, Elizabeth Hayden. The defense also won a motion to have Hayden tried separately from Bunting and Wagner on the grounds that Hayden was, quote, a peripheral figure and not a ringleader. Thus, the defense argued the jury should not be prejudiced against Hayden for being tried alongside Bunting and Wagner. A few days later, the murder charge for Tresize was also dropped. The charge for Elizabeth Hayden was also flimsy, since it was pretty clear that Mark Hayden had taken Jodi Elliott out of town to produce an alibi at the time of Elizabeth's murder. The prosecution wanted to go ahead with it anyway, since there was some ambiguity about when she was killed. The charge for Troy Youde was on further ground, since Troy used the title Chief Inspector on the recording, and Vlasakis testified to Hayden being there. However, both the trials resulted in a hung jury, and Mark Hayden received no prison time for murder. The prosecution slapped Hayden with 6 charges of being an accessory on account of his helping to cover up some of the killings, of which he was convicted of 5 and admitted to 2. He received a 25-year sentence with the possibility of parole after 18 years, which he has not received. Because his sentence started with the date of his arrest in 1999, Hayden is due for release in May 2024. He will be 66 years old. On September the 27th, 2002, while the pre-trial arguments were still ongoing, Wagner decided to plead guilty to the murders of Barry Lane, Fred Brooks and David Johnson in a bid to beat the other murder raps, get 3 consecutive life sentences, and maybe land the possibility of parole after a quarter century. Being only 27 at the time of his arrest, if the gambit paid off, Wagner would be a free man sometime in his mid-50s. Meanwhile, going for broke, Bunting claimed innocence on all 12 counts of murder. These guys have to go away forever, right? This is like whole life shit. No parole. The other guys got like 25 years for being periphery. And these guys are the core monsters of today's episode. The trial itself finally started on October the 16th, 2002. Bunting and Wagner were tried together. 15 people were selected for jury duty instead of 12, with the court anticipating that an unusual number of jurors would drop out due to the sickening and gruesome nature of the case. The prosecution not only had the testimony of Jamie Vlasakis, but the tape recordings made of the 5 murders in which Bunting and Wagner can be heard. There's also the DNA evidence of the killers on the overalls and disposable plastic gloves found in the bank, the possessions of the victims being found in Bunting and Wagner's houses, bank records and video footage of the murderers withdrawing money from the victims' accounts, and a mountain of other forensic and circumstantial evidence. There was also a poem that Wagner, like an idiot, wrote about the murders while in prison on August the 28th, 2000. You're breaking the first rule, mate. He even calls himself a serial killer in the poem. The prosecution called 220 witnesses, whose testimony lasted 140 days. The testimony of Jamie Vlasakis alone lasted 32. Once the prosecution rested, the defense took less than 2 hours to present their case against the charges. Bunting's lawyer called 3 witnesses. Wagner's called only 1. On September the 8th, 2003, over 4 years since the barrels had been discovered, the jury reached a verdict. Firstly, Robert Wagner was found not guilty of being an accessory to the murder of Clinton Tresize due to a lack of evidence. Secondly, the jury was hung on the murder charge for Suzanne Allen. Bunting and Wagner claimed that Suzanne Allen had died of natural causes and had simply dismembered her body and concealed her remains in order to scam her welfare money. Forensic examination of the 11 garbage bags of her dismembered remains had not yielded a clear cause of death. The murder charge for Suzanne Allen was ultimately dropped altogether in May 2007. As for the rest, Bunting was convicted of 11 counts of murder. Wagner was convicted of 10. Bunting and Wagner were given consecutive sentences for each conviction and denied the possibility of parole. They will both die in prison. Excellent. That's what I like to see. Bunting stayed seated and read a book while the sentence was handed down. Afterward, Robert Wagner read a prepared statement, quote, "Pedophiles do terrible things to children, and innocent children have been damaged for life. The authorities do nothing about it. I don't know why. I was certainly angry. Somebody had to do something about it. I decided to take action, and I took action. Thank you. No, you liked murdering people, you piece of shit. And you murdered plenty of innocent people, didn't you?" Dismembered appendices. Number 1. Due to his status as a rat, Jamie Vlasakis remains a target not only for Bunting and his associates, but for prison inmates in general, due to the unwritten rule among convicts about snitches. As such, when Vlasakis began his prison sentence, he was given a fake name, and court order prevents anyone from divulging the specific prison at which he is incarcerated. If Vlasakis is paroled in 2025 or later, it is highly unlikely there will be a public announcement in the media, and it's probable that Vlasakis won't be found unless he wants to be found. Number 2. The events of the murders were depicted in the 2011 Australian film Snowtown, which presents Jamie Vlasakis as a fairly sympathetic character who stumbles into John Bunting's violent world. Bunting is depicted as an evil genius who is soft-spoken and self-possessed until he explodes with murderous rage, which is definitely not the man in real life. He was a perpetually ranting, angry lunatic who was extremely lacking in intelligence. The movie has some moments that are either heightened or confected for dramatic purposes. Despite being slow-moving, typical of such art house films, not much is shared about the histories of the various perpetrators and victims. In terms of movies based on true crime, it's not offensively lurid or gruesome. The film was a critical darling, but a box office bomb. Number 3. In contrast to the movie's devilish, calculating version of John Bunting, if you watch the 2005 Snowtown episode of Crime Scene Investigations, you will see an Australian actor who is a dead ringer for Jack Black playing John Bunting. Discount Australian Jack Black chews the scenery with his over-the-top acting and behaves like an utter maniac. Well, yes, it's amusing to watch. It is also much closer to how Bunting generally behaved in real life, and you can find it on YouTube. Number 4. Unlike many notorious sites associated with serial killers, the bank in Snowtown remains standing to this day. Locals often see tourists pulling up to the old bank, getting out, looking around, taking some photos, and then driving out of town. Because there are 2 banks in Snowtown, with one of them still active, tourists often stop and take photos in front of the wrong bank. Locals don't try to correct them. 30 Railway Terrace has been sold 4 times since 1999, most recently in September 2012 for $187,000. The old bank is owned by a married couple who live in the house behind it. They have rather unsuccessfully tried to rent out the bank as a commercial property. Yeah, sometimes with these things, like the other things, you just got to demolish them and start again, because there's just too much baggage. Number 5. Despite the fact that Snowtown was chosen almost at random to store the barrels, and that the killers came from elsewhere, since 1999 the town has endured an indelible stain of notoriety. The murders are known internationally as the Snowtown murders. If I called this episode anything else, people wouldn't recognize it, which is a shame because Snowtown is actually quite a nice little place. Locals are frankly sick and tired of the murder tourism and only being associated with these horrific events. It's the number 1 reason outsiders ever visit Snowtown. Imagine constantly having to discuss the murders with tourists for a quarter century. Yeah, it's just grim. It's just not the best. Therefore, to end on a cheerful note, and out of respect to Snowtown's 400 beleaguered residents, I will point out that Snowtown has a number of exciting attractions sure to delight and amaze. Come to see Snowtown's Big Blade, a stupendous 116-foot-long monument from a wind turbine. Then look in awe at the beautiful murals painted on Snowtown's water tower. Number 7. This is one of the longest Casual Criminalist scripts I've ever written, just shy of Dharma by 500 words. You'll surely agree there have been a lot of layers and a lot of players. Many players involved in the case, but I wanted to produce the definitive detailed account of the Snowtown murders on YouTube. Most accounts of this case are little more than summaries, amounting to crazy people you barely know killed a bunch of victims whose stories will go unmentioned in a race to get to the bank part. If you like my detailed research and eloquent writing, thank you, David, you're right, please don't forget to pick up one of my books, The Shortest History of Sex or The Shortest History of the Universe, which Simon probably plugged about 18 hours ago at the start of the video. I don't even remember if I did. But yeah, pick up one of David's books. They're excellent. Thanks for being here. That's where we end today's episode. It was a long one, wasn't it? Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. Welcome. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, George. Thank you so much. George has written me a script. It's all about the murder of Shafilia Ahmed. This is a British case. I vaguely remember this. Wasn't this something to do with an honour killing? Like, wasn't it like the parents killed their daughter over something insane because of some, like, religious thing? This was a long time ago, but it was in the UK. I vaguely remember this. Therefore, wanted to show if you're new here, I've never read this before. Obviously, we're going to read it together and explore it, dear audience. Let's jump in. Nestled in the heart of the English countryside, Sedgwick, Cumbria, epitomises the quintessential rural charm of England. This picturesque village, with its verdant meadows and gently rolling hills, appears as though it could have been plucked directly from the canvas of a Turner or Constable masterpiece. There are old stone cottages with their quaint gardens and ivy-clad walls, the likes of which are emblematic of traditional Englishness. They line the village's winding streets, and through the centre of it all the River Kent meanders lazily through, the gentle ticking of its flow being a constant audible reminder that this is the absolute zenith of idyllic English countryside. I grew up in a small little village in the English countryside, and you'd get tourists there, and you'd be like, what the hell are you doing in this village? It's so boring. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to eat. It's just a boring town. Village. Definitely not a town with nothing going on. And people would come there and be like, oh, it's so English. They'd be American, usually. And they'd just be like, oh, it's so English. We just love how English it is. We'll go to the tea shop and have afternoon tea. And it's like, I just didn't understand it. I was like, why would you come here? There's much more interesting places to go. On the 4th of February 2004, workers from the United Utilities Company were engaged in routine maintenance on the banks of this very river. Their day, at first, unfolded like any other. They worked hard, but as light-hearted banter ensued, and they soaked in the beauty of their idyllic surroundings, they couldn't help but feel that all in all, they had found themselves with a most enviable vocation. Such sentiments weren't to last too long, however, because as they toiled even further down the banks of the river, they happened upon a sight most grisly and foul. Crudely dumped human remains. Not that they realised what they had discovered at first, mind you. The remains were in a very poor state of decay after having long been abandoned to the elements, and with livestock sporadically washing up down the bank, workers initially didn't even entertain the notion that what lay downstream from them could in fact be human. They just instinctively assumed it was an animal and went to dispose of it in their normal manner. So I don't know if that's like a job I'd find enviable. That's how, other than like, it's like one of those things, it's like, yeah, well, it'd be nice to work outside, wouldn't it? That I think about in the spring and in the autumn, but not in the summer because it's too fucking hot, and not in the winter because it's too cold. And I think it's one of those things that after about 3 days, I'll be like, I wish I was inside. There's so much nature out here. And you wouldn't be in nature, you'd be like by the bank of some river in a town, fishing dead sheep out of a river. It was when they got up close that their minds fully locked onto the reality of the situation. Animals don't wear jewelry. These were human remains. In an instant, the jovial mood among the workers was relinquished, replaced instead by revulsion and all-consuming sadness. One of the men immediately fell to his knees and brought up that morning's full English, the sight simply being too much for him to take. I don't know how I'd react in a situation like that. I don't think I'd be sick, because I've never been sick from seeing anything. But you never know until you're in that position, do you? The rest, however, simply stood there standing, unable to fully process the sight before them. Yeah, I think I'll just be one of those people being like, whoa. Eventually, one of the workers stepped forward and moved things along, pointing out that there was nothing to be done now but back away and avoid contaminating the scene and calling the police. Upon receiving that call, Cumbria Constabulary's homicide investigation team immediately set off for the scene in force, theirs being a department that rarely had much to do given the tranquil and peaceful policing area they were committed to. Do they, homicide investigation team? I guess they have to, but wouldn't you just have it, because you always want people to be busy, right? You don't want them, sitting around waiting for a homicide. Why not just have it covering a larger region then? I guess they do other stuff when they're not investigating homicides. When on the scene, they immediately set about their meticulous work, interviewing the shaken workers, carefully photographing the site and meticulously sweeping the area for any additional evidence. The remains were then transported back to the station and handed over to the Cumbria Coroner's Service for further examination. At this point, there were only two things that they wanted to know: who it was, and if foul play was involved in their death. But as simple as these questions were, the answers would prove most elusive, chiefly due to the advanced state of the remains' decomposition. Nothing remained on the surface level that could help them even ascertain an ethnicity or a gender, never mind an identification. Oh wow, those are quite decomposed. Undeterred, they moved on to examine the bones, which tragically, due to the length of time the unknown person had spent exposed to the elements, was the bulk of what remained. This did at least allow them to ascertain their gender, though. They were female. They then moved on to the teeth with a sense of cautiously optimistic trepidation. Dental records are often the best way of identifying remains in this condition, but often they're also a last resort. If they didn't work, they'd be entirely at the mercy of DNA, which hopefully they could score a lucky hit from. Mercifully, it did work, and her records came up online as an exact match for a teenage girl who'd been reported missing 139 days earlier, Shafilia Iftikhar Ahmed, aged only 17. With Shafilia's identification, fate's die had been cast, and the first domino had been toppled, in a chain of events that would lead to the unraveling and exposure of one of the grisliest murder plots ever to be executed on British soil, one in which a bright-eyed and intelligent young woman who could have the entire world at her feet had everything she ever was, and ever could be, stolen from her by a betrayal from those closest to her, her own parents. Okay, so it is the one that I remembered from many, many years ago. Chapter 1. A Broken Home. Born on the 14th of July 1986 in Bradford, West Yorkshire, England, Shafilia was the eldest child of Pakistani immigrant parents Iftikhar and Faranz Ahmed. The family moved to Warrington in Cheshire. There, Shafilia initially attended Guest Great Sankey High School before later enrolling at Priestley College to pursue her A-levels, the qualification we Brits work towards between the ages of 16 and 18. Warrington's a big city. I'd never heard of Warrington, and I was doing this long cycling trip where you cycle from the southernmost point of the UK to the northern of England to the northernmost point of Scotland, and me and my mate, we cycled through this city called Warrington, and we're like, we've never heard of Warrington, and it's huge, and we were like, how have we never heard of this place? At both of these institutions, she proved herself to be a charismatic and likeable girl, and thus earned herself a loyal cohort of faithful friends who remember her fondly to this day. In particular, they remember her as an outwardly shy girl who was often hesitant around strangers, but one who would open up once she got the measure of you, revealing her true, highly animated self. A person who was always smiling, always giggling, always happy, and generally providing a beacon of positivity to those around her. Her memory is held equally fondly by her neighbours, who remember how she navigated the neighbourhood with a sense of quiet grace, a polite girl who would always drop what she was doing to say hello, but was markedly reserved around her elders. Not that they weren't aware of the charismatic young woman that Shafilia was slowly blossoming into, because over fences and through walls they would often hear her being the life and soul of the party, when in the exclusive company of her friends. George has left a note for me here. We're also very lucky and grateful to have been able to consult one of those friends during the production of today's show, Rachel, who has asked us not to share her full name and preserve her privacy. Without her sharing her experience, I simply wouldn't have been able to provide nearly as in-depth a characterization of Shafilia as I have, so let's all give a big thanks to Rachel. She is also a big fan of the show, so I know she'll be chuffed to bits to get shouted out. Wow, sitting here at my desk with no one around me, it's easy to forget that lots of people listen to this show, because it just kind of feels like me having a chat with you. Dear camera, listener and person at home, but you forget that there's a lot of folks just tuning in and they know people and all of that stuff. So there we go. Thank you for the help with this episode, Rachel. Beyond this, Shafila is also remembered as a fiercely intelligent young woman. Her teachers noted her as a student who consistently demonstrated both aptitude and diligence, one who always had her hand up in class, always completed her homework on time, and always went above and beyond in all aspects of her study. It should come as no surprise, then, that she absolutely swept the table when she completed her GCSEs, the qualification that we Brits work towards between the ages of 14 and 16, coming out with a blistering myriad of A's and A stars to her name, which is quite impressive. If you're just getting A's and A stars, you're doing rather well. For example, your old fact boy here. You did definitely just get A's and A stars. Not one to rest on her laurels, however, Shafila was dreaming big and aiming for the stars, with the ultimate goal of heading up the M62 after her A-levels to study law at the University of Leeds with a view to becoming a solicitor, a trade that an intelligent and charismatic woman such as herself would have surely excelled in. Unfortunately for Shafila, however, while she may have had all of her friends, teachers and neighbours rooting for her success, she completely lacked support from arguably the two most important figures in her life, her parents, both of whom were very traditional, for want of a better term. They, clinging to their traditional family values, envisioned a very different life trajectory for their daughter. What the f***? She wants to become a lawyer. What sort of parents are like, no, you must be a housewife. Or something like, she's becoming a lawyer. Isn't that what parents want? Like, other than doctor, surely that's the one where parents are like, yes! Especially like immigrant parents. That's the thing with immigrant parents, right? They want like their children to have like super professional careers. One which included an arranged marriage, the cessation of all her career aspirations, the termination of her friendships with non-Muslim girls and all boys, and an existence spent in dutiful subservience to her future husband, for whom she would pump out kids and tend to the home. Guys, it feels like trying to be culturally sensitive here, or whatever, and probably don't have to, because if I remember correctly, these people are the bad guys of today's episode. But if you are coming to another country and sending your daughter to a school where all the people have the culture of the country that you've come to, you've got to expect that they're going to take that culture and make that a part of themselves. And in the UK, that includes like career aspirations for women. I know, shocking idea. You always got to be so careful and like tread carefully on these sorts of things. But it seems very odd that you wouldn't embrace that if you've chosen to come somewhere and then you don't know if they chose it because there's all sort. I'm just going to leave this here before I dig a hole that is really deep, but I hope people can see my point. Naturally, Shafila wasn't having any of this. She was adamant that she would live her life on her terms by her own standards and her own pace. Good. As a result, as she grew up, what began as small points of bickering and chastising here and there on the matter exploded into an extreme and unrelenting interfamilial conflict. In a perverse twist of irony, Iftikhar didn't even practice what he preached. That's the father, by the way. As for the vast majority of his life, he enjoyed the exact kind of liberal and westernized lifestyle that he now sought to deny his eldest child. Wait, this makes it even worse. Like, if you were all traditional and being like, oh, we stick with our culture's traditional values and whatnot, but it's like, you don't even do that. So who the f*** are you to be like, you have to live differently? It's like that whole do as I say, not as I do. It's like, f*** that. If you want your kids to do something, you have to lead by example. He first immigrated to the UK at the age of 10 with fully supportive parents, lived a life characterised by boozing, late-night partying in seedy nightclubs Yorkshire over, frequent casual flings, and general hedonistic excess. He did eventually settle down, however, shacking up and marrying a Danish woman named Vivi Lone Anderson in 1982, with whom he then relocated to Copenhagen and had a son. Wait, what? There he settled into a typical cosmopolitan type of lifestyle, remaining culturally Sunni Muslim but abandoning all pretense of orthodoxy, taking people as they came, never being judgmental and otherwise being perfectly laid back and liberal. What happened to his brain then? Unconfirmed stories from this time even assert that he could often be found in the hippie commune of Freetown, Christiania, where he eagerly partook in the demonetizable devil's lettuce. Oh, we can say weed. That's not demonetizable. With his eclectic mix of friends from all four corners of the world. And there's another note here. Fun fact, I was in Christiania myself a month or so back, and it's certainly nothing like how the hype makes it out to be. The criminality is nowhere near as bad as people say, and if you apply the standard don't be an idiot rules, it's more than chill. Why do I say this, I hear you ask? Well, because now that I've mentioned it in the script, the whole trip is now a tax-deductible business expense. I don't know about that. Isn't it like... I don't even know how this works. My accountant handles my financial life. I'm an incompetent. But also this Christiania place. Isn't that kind of place in Denmark that's kind of a law unto itself? Like, the kind of laws don't apply there and people... There's like weed and all of this, or there used to be in the past, or... I'd like some more information, George. This sounds super interesting. I feel like I made a video about it, though, already. I just don't remember much about it. So, what gives? You're all no doubt wondering, how did Ithakar go from being that liberal fella to the ultra-orthodox religious zealot so eager to crush his daughter's own aspirations underfoot? Well, his exact motivations and emotional impetuses remain unclear, but we do know the chain of events that led to it, and it all began with a trip to Pakistan in 1985. The trip had initially been motivated by his mother being taken ill, in response to which he dropped everything and headed back with all due haste. But far from the warm and welcoming family reunion like he'd been expecting, when he finally made it back home to his village of Uttam on Pakistan's northeastern frontier, he was met with a steely wall of furrowed brows, judgmental scorns, and fingers a-wagging. His family were not happy with him. They knew exactly how he'd been living his life, and they were adamant that such nonsense was going to end immediately. Further still, they were adamant that he was going to be taking a new bride home with him, a good traditional girl, one who would keep him on the straight and narrow, make sure he didn't fall back into any of that liberal nonsense ever again. And we've already met her. It was Franza, who also happened to be Ithakar's first cousin. Bruh. Can you imagine? Like, you're married, you got a kid, you live in Copenhagen with a Danish woman, you're like just living your best life. You moved to the UK when you were 10. You are fully absorbed into that culture. And then you go back home and they're like, hey, guess what? You've got to divorce your wife, leave your child, leave all your hedonistic ways behind, and marry your cousin. Your first cousin. Like, what the fuck? In a twist that's painfully parallel to his own later conflicts with Shophelia, Ithakar tried to put his foot down and say no. He liked his current life, thank you very much, and he was going to be damned if anyone was going to mess it up for him. But his family were relentless in their insisting, and the longer he held out, the greater the threats made upon him became. Wait, what threats can they have? This is an adult man living on the other side of the world. What are they going to do? Cut him off? He's an adult. It escalated from you'll make your mother sad to you're a disgrace to this family, sort yourself out, all the way to if you leave here without having married Farazana, you have no family to come back to. You'll be dead to us. Honestly, in that situation, it's like, well, that's on you guys. Like, and I love my family, but if this was the situation I was in, I'd be like, well, fuck you. If you don't like me for me, then you can right off. And we'll not talk for a while. And then maybe you'll come around and be like, okay, I actually like to talk to my son. That's absurd. This is just not right. Under that volley of relentless nagging, Ithakar soon found himself at a point where he simply could take it no further. So he acquiesced and married Farzana. Now at this point, what do you think he did? Did he, A, call up the woman who would lovingly give him both a son and 3 years of her life, honestly explain the situation to her, apologize for not having the spine to resist, and promise to support her under the table in moving on and getting her life back together? Or did he, B, tell her absolutely nothing and just turn back up at the family home with his new wife and boot Vivi and his son out onto the street? That's fucking insane. I'm assuming it's B, because otherwise this wouldn't be a question. But again, I'll say that's fucking insane. As you've likely guessed from the way that I floated the question, we did, George. He chose B. And it gets worse too, because before his trip back to Pakistan, Ithakar had moved Vivi and his son over to Bradford in the UK. So there that poor woman was, having just upended her entire life and moved, oh yeah, they're in another country, they're in Denmark, and moved to another country so that her and her loving husband could start a new chapter together, only for him to turn up with a new wife in tow, with no words for her except a barked order to pack up her things and get out into the streets of a country she barely knew, without so much as cash to cover the cost of the flights back home. Ithakar never communicated with his son ever again after that day, and both him and Farzana agreed to just pretend neither he nor Vivi had ever existed. Oh my god, you colossal piece of shit. That is just like gone from being like, oh wow, your family are knobs forcing you to do this, to you actually doing it and abandoning your son, you douchebag. In my opinion, and the opinion of everyone listening to this, no doubt. is what I would speculate. Then, to provide for his new wife, Iftikhar took up the mantle of taxi driver, and Fazana embraced the role of traditional homemaker. Then, less than a year after Vivi had been kicked out of the door, Shafilya was born. She was then followed by 4 more children, none of whom I'll be naming today as they're still knocking about and I want to respect their privacy. Yes, good. At this early stage, Iftikhar was still his old self, a broken down and defeated version of it, admittedly, but still very much himself. Clearly not a man who found much joy from his new situation, one that in his opinion had been completely foisted upon him and he was powerless to have prevented or avoided. Fazana saw this lingering spark of independence quite clearly and did everything in her power to stamp it out with regular nagging and frequent chastising. And if none of that worked, a threat to give his parents a little call and tell them about his ongoing resistance usually did the trick. Somewhere along the way, this all changed, and Iftikhar began leaning into the ultra-orthodox lifestyle that both his family and his new wife demanded of him. Information about this transition is few and far between, with none of the people who would be in a position to offer meaningful insight, i.e. his family, ever having come forward to speak about it publicly. So we have no idea whether or not this change in his principles was a reasoned one he truly believed and bought into, or whether he was just progressively indoctrinated into it by his situation. But whatever the reason was that he did it, the outcome remains the same. He was now an ultra-traditional and conservative zealot, and he would be imposing those values on his children. That is how the situation I described at the start of this chapter came to be, and as a result, young Shafilya's home life became simply intolerable. The older she got, the more her natural desire for autonomy and independence came to the surface, and the more that happened, the more her parents tried to stamp it out, and the more they tried to stamp it out, the harder she fought back, thus starting a vicious cycle that would lead to poor Shafilya being subjected to the most horrendous of abuse in the years leading up to her death. The hypocrisy of this is fucking mind-blowing. Escalating abuse. So, now that we know how Shafilya's home situation came to be so disgustingly oppressive, let's now look at the abuse that she had to suffer. And now, before we begin, owing to the limited number of sources available for this case, there are quite a few gaps in the story, so we're going to be jumping around a bit. We ultimately don't know when the abuse against Shafilya began, so we're forced to begin when Shafilya first came onto the police's radar, which was around the 10th of March 1998, when she was just 11. On this day, in ways unknown, Shafilya and one of her subjects had been subject to abuse so extreme that it made them choose to abscond from the family home altogether, with the pair running away and disappearing onto the streets of Warrington. Unable to find them, Iftikhar and Faranza eventually reported their disappearances to the police a few hours later, and as fate would have it, both Shafilya and her sibling returned home of their own accord later that day. This incident, while brief, was the first opportunity that the authorities had to twig that all was not well in the Ahmed home and intervene for the good of Shafilya and her siblings, but unfortunately, the arms of the state completely failed in their duty of care because the police happened to think that 2 children, one of whom was merely 11 years old, running away from home was completely normal, and they failed to investigate any further. I mean, I get where you're coming from, George, that it is completely normal, but I'm sure kids from, normal homes where they just have teenage... She's 11, though, isn't she? But, let's just say teenagers, the police might be like, well, look, kids of this age, they'll run away for the afternoon, and then when they realize they don't want to sleep outside, or none of their parents want to take them in for that evening, they come home. So, I get why the police are maybe a little soft at this point, and look, I'm the first person to always be like, the police. But in this case, I'm not completely against their response. Yet. Not even passing it along to social services for so much as a low priority as and when house visit. Yeah, but also I'm sure social services is ridiculously overworked. Sadly, this will become a recurring theme in this chapter. From there, the story goes cold for a time, and I was unable to find references to any other incidents involving Shafilya for the next few years. Things may have gotten better for a time, they may have gotten worse, or they may have fluctuated between the two. I just don't know. But what is for certain is that come late 2002, things were getting worse for certain, as on the 3rd of October 2002, teachers had noted that Shafilya had disappeared from school, having not attended class for a week or so. When do you report that? My sister and her husband are teachers. And school's very different now. They have to do like all of these, I can't remember the name of it. There's something they have where it's like, if any of these things happen, then you have to talk to the parents. Like, I don't know if it's like around drugs or whatever or stuff like this. And it's like, if they don't show up to school, I imagine that's one of those things. And at some point they have to, there's like another level of escalation or whatever where they have to report it to social services or something like that. I feel like someone not going to school for a week has got to be like a social services thing because school is mandatory. Any student disappearing for this length of time would raise eyebrows, but for a student such as Ophelia, the immediate concern was heightened, for she was an enthusiastic student, one of the rare ones who actually enjoyed attending her classes, so there was little to no chance that she would just be lethargically bunking off and skirting her classes, thus heightening the chance that something more malevolent had befallen her. With this concern in mind, a teacher was dispatched to her home at the close of the school day to try and find out what was happening. That's good for you. I didn't realize that's how things worked. But I liked the fact that a teacher would go and do this. Much to that teacher's relief, Ophelia was alive. Would you, obviously they don't have foresight of what is happening in today's episode. Would they really expect her to be dead? I would not expect that at all. I'd be like, was she sick or something? Or her whole family sick? Are they on holiday and they just didn't want to tell us so they could have an extra holiday, like out of the school holidays or something? I wouldn't be thinking she's dead. But to their concern, she wasn't exactly well. Initially, Iftikhar blocked the door as he conversed with them, insisting that Ophelia was inside and that he wasn't going to be letting them in to see her. But as they went on and explained that they were duty-bound to personally confirm her well-being and so wouldn't be going anywhere until they'd seen her, he eventually threw up an almighty huff, stopped resisting, and invited the teacher inside so he could get it over with. That's not how the law works. It's like, I'm not leaving until you show me. And it's like, well, okay, you're going to be sitting out here for a while then, mate. Obviously it's good that they went inside, but you can't just go into people's houses. You might have a duty of care or whatever, but it's not how it works. Then following a barked order from her father, Ophelia descended down the staircase in a condition that left her teacher in a stunned silence. Ophelia appeared in good health physically, but mentally she was clearly broken. Now but a husk of a girl who dragged her feet along the floor, kept her head slumped, and didn't speak until spoken to, all while her expression remains, well, empty. The charismatic and bubbly girl that the teacher knew was simply nowhere to be seen. Shocked, the teacher demanded answers, but Iftikhar simply refused to provide anything substantial. What happened to her? She's nothing like herself, the teacher proclaimed. She's throwing a tantrum because I won't let her go to school, he responded. But why would you do that? The teacher shot back. Because she's playing up, Iftikhar followed up with. Such a conversation repeated itself for several minutes until the teacher attempted to speak with Ophelia directly, only to be blocked both physically and verbally by Iftikhar, who refused to let the two speak. Eventually, sensing that it was going nowhere, and at least having managed to secure a promise that Ophelia would be allowed to go to school, the teacher gave it up as a bad job and left the house. I think the next move, right, is you've done all you can as the teacher in that situation. There's not more you can do. And I think this teacher honestly has gone above and beyond. Mad respect to you. And I'd be like, okay, great. See you in school on Monday or whatever. And if they didn't show up, social services or the police, right? Because school's mandatory. Something weird is going on. Social services need to drop in. Now it's gone from, they ran away from an afternoon, possibly passable, to be something needs to be done. Now, we don't know the specifics of what happened that evening after the teacher left, but we do know that the encounter made a demon out of Iftikhar, because when Ophelia did return to school the following day as promised, she carried the wounds of a physical barrage most brutal, with her injuries including a cut lip and a bruised neck. Or, in that situation, that also means police and social services or whatever. She showed up to school, but that's clear physical abuse, and it seems pretty fucking reasonable that they know where that came from. Ophelia's German teacher clocked this immediately when she entered her classroom and was sufficiently horrified by what she saw that she left the class to its own devices and took Ophelia outside to press her on what the hell happened to her. Poor Ophelia wasn't forthcoming with an answer, however, and when pressed, fell over her own words, giving shaky and jumbled responses that changed every time she was asked to provide further clarity. Fortunately, the teacher was no fool and knew clear as day that she was looking at a serious case of child abuse. So after doing what she could to console Ophelia, she immediately reported the incident to social services, the British state body responsible for child welfare. Excellent. Right move to make. I like this. This school and these teachers are on top of this shit. I'm very impressed. Whatever school this is, respect. Ophelia's friends also twigged that she was undergoing extreme torment. After all, they were the ones who knew her better than anyone else, the ones who knew her true, charismatic and jovial self. So to them, her radically deflated demeanor and physical injuries were also noted immediately. and they were a point of grave concern throughout the group. Unsure what to do in response, as they were just teenagers after all, they did the only things that they could think of doing: try to cheer her up with jokes and light-hearted banter, and attempt to get her to open up about her ordeal as and when they felt it was appropriate. This continued for several days in what was a continual process of one step forward and two step backs. As removed from her family, Shaphilia's mood would slowly improve throughout the school day, and she would start to open up, only to then have to return home to her family when the bell rang at 3:30, which would then bring her back to school in an even worse state than the previous day. Come the 9th of October, however, they finally got through to her, and Shaphilia managed to put her fear of her father aside just long enough for her to confide everything in her closest friends. With tears in her eyes and hands shaking from the stress of finally admitting the full and grim reality of her situation, she spoke of her father as a man consumed with rage, a rage that was fueled by his belief that she was being too westernized. But amidst the various substantiations of this claim we discussed earlier, Shaphilia now said that a new Western behavior, Iftikhar's words not mine, had risen to the fore of his mind, and it was sending him more livid than anything had previously. And that was the idea that she was engaging in casual sexual relations with men. For some God-only-known reason, this, more than anything, really made him see red, and every time the idea came to his mind, verbal humiliation and physical beating soon followed. It sounds like this guy got up by his parents, and now he's fucking up his kid even worse. F*** you. You need to get over your shit. You need to get over your shit. Like, I understand you're in a shitty situation too, but you need to get over your shit for your kids. For your fucking kids. You fucking clown. The worst part of this new claim of Iftikhar's, it was complete nonsense. Shaphilia was doing no such thing, so now poor Shaphilia was having to face the most horrendous of abuse, all for a behaviour that she was well within her rights to do anyway, but that was also entirely a product of her father's own imagination. After Shaphilia bravely revealed the harrowing truth about her abuse to her friends, there was a noticeable shift in her demeanour at school. It was as though a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, albeit temporarily. Her friends, now fully aware of her plight, rallied around her, providing a much-needed sanctuary of support and understanding. Your friends also, this school is awesome. Great teachers, great pastoral care, great friends. I'm really liking this. And if anyone's listening to this in this situation or anything close to it, or you know someone, just tell your fucking friends. Just tell your friends. I know it's like gonna seem scary and all of this stuff, but you need support and you need someone to help you know what to do. And I don't imagine many young people listen to this show, but this is a great example of how this should be handled at this stage. I know this story doesn't end well, but hopefully there's at least something we can learn from this, because this is very good. Or teachers at school. I imagine more teachers are listening to this than kids. Like, if you see something like that, do something. Do something. Like these teachers did. Legends. Shaphilia, who had for so long carried the burden of her torment in isolation, found a semblance of solace in this newfound solidarity. The once subdued and withdrawn girl began to show glimpses of her true chipper self once again. She also started to participate more actively in class discussions, her hand hesitantly rising to offer insights that reminded her teachers of the bright and engaged student she once was. Yet despite this newfound respite, the reality of her situation lingered. Each day as the school bell rang, Shaphilia's smile would fade, replaced by a look of apprehension as she made her way home, fully in the knowledge of what waited for her, none of her friends having any power to help any further. Unfortunately, back at home, the abuse continued to escalate further still, as Iftikhar was now planning to ship Shaphilia off to Pakistan, where she'd be forced to marry a man of his choosing. This came to light on the 11th of October, when Shaphilia, in a rare moment of openness with an authority figure, broke down during a meeting with a social worker, told all, and pleaded for help. Yet, in the face of this desperate plea for intervention, the response from the social worker was dishearteningly inadequate. Instead of immediate action, what followed was a mere notation in Shaphilia's file, a cold bureaucratic response to a cry for help, when what she wanted was decisive and immediate action. What she deserves is decisive and immediate action. She's clearly being abused. She has the physical evidence to prove it, and she's saying she's being abused. You need to do something about this. At this point, Shaphilia's trail runs cold once again. It is known that she continued to suffer the most horrendous abuse at home and continued to find sporadic respite at school. But as for anything specific, I've got nothing. It isn't until the 20th of November that we finally get more information about how she was getting on, and sadly it was not good. She was confiding in her friends, as she often did, and let slip that her parents were becoming awfully suffocating in their abuse, granting her no time nor quarter once she crossed into the threshold of the Ahmed family home. Things had gotten so bad by this point that Shafila had once again committed herself to running away from home, which she eventually did 5 days later on the 25th of November after a particularly overwhelming volley of abuse. Unfortunately, the respite was brief. Although she had been planning to run away for several days by this point, her plan was rudimentary. Of course it was, she's a kid. She doesn't know how to run away. Can't possibly imagine the complications of running away at 17 or however old she is. But I mean, can you hardly blame her? When in a situation like that, one can hardly be expected to keep a calm and leveled head. All she knew was that she had to get out now, and so she did it the best way that she could at the time, hastily packing a bag and heading for a friend's house. That secured her safety for a single night. But her friend's parents, while not ones to immediately turn a desperate girl away, ultimately wanted no part in relieving Shafilia's ordeal, so they informed her the next day that she'd not be allowed to stay another night and would have to make alternative arrangements. They also strongly chastised their own daughter for telling Shafilia that she could stay without their prior approval. What lovely people. I like to think that if I was in this position and someone was like, they're 17, so they know what's going on. And gosh, you don't know though, because kids can be manipulative. Teenagers can be manipulative. And obviously that's not at all what is happening here, just to be 100% clear. But in this situation, you can be like, yeah, but really? Are your parents? Because, or maybe you just like had a fight. And then I don't want to be the parent who's essentially like letting you stay in my house when your parents desperately want you back and there's no abuse. So I don't know. I'd need to like check this somehow. But then if I got word from like a teacher or something, or the kid said, well, ask Mrs. German teacher or whatever her name was. Just give her a ring, give the school a ring and ask about this and she'll tell you. And then as soon as I get word from an adult like this, I'll be like, you can stay as long as you want. That I'd like to think I would do that in that situation. I'm confident I would do that. It's the right thing to do. Their callousness led Shafilia to seek shelter in Sankey Valley Park the next night, a place that despite the bitter November cold, she was more than happy to lay her head in, because at least it wasn't home. She wouldn't see the morning there, however, because as she lay asleep on a park bench, insulated only by 2 jackets and using her bag as a pillow, she was prodded awake by the police, who had been looking for her as if the car had reported her missing. Certain that she didn't want to go home, however, she fell on her knees and begged the 2 officers for their aid. The police station, a homeless shelter, even just being left in the park. She claimed she would go anywhere so long as it wasn't home. But the officers were having none of it, and so ultimately they coaxed Shafilia into the back of a panda car and returned her back to the wretched clutches of Iftikhar. She's begging. She would rather be in prison. Doesn't that say something? There's a note here from George. They also had another meeting with her parents at school about this incident, and guess what came of it? Absolutely nothing. Christ. But despite this, Shafilia's hope had not yet been snuffed out. An ember of hope still burned within her, and so, having had a small taste of freedom, which she found most appetizing, she opted to form a better plan and run away once again to enjoy the imperfect but ultimately liberating freedom that running away offered. It wouldn't be until January 2003 that her now well-thought-out and considered plan would be executed. This time, she knew exactly what she was doing and where she was going, and crucially, that she would be welcomed warmly on the other end. Specifically, she now had a carefully prepared suitcase full of everything she needed for school, books, uniforms, things like that, as well as the casual clothes that she could stuff in leftover space. She was bound for Blackburn, a small town 30 miles north of Warrington. There she would meet a male friend, which some sources say was her boyfriend, commute to school on the train, finish her A-levels, escape to university. Happy days. For reasons unknown, however, this plan didn't work out, and she soon enough found herself back at the family home. Still undeterred, however, she then ran away once again on the 3rd of February, and mercifully, she actually found some success this time, as now her friends had properly come through for her, those whose parents whose hearts weren't made of ice, and had made themselves known to her, and they were more than happy to let her hop between sofas and spare rooms, so long as it kept her safely away from her father. Now, one of the families that she stayed with suggested a wise course of action for Shafilia, formally register as homeless so that she could get on the waiting list for government assistance that would help her get on her feet. She did this on the 5th of February, and while signing a declaration on the circumstances which had made her homeless, freely admitted it was to escape the clutches of her father and the arranged marriage he was planning in Pakistan. Fortunately, Shafilia managed to happen upon the one government organisation in Warrington that wasn't riddled with incompetence, as she was immediately taken in by social services, who found her a place to stay in a residential care home. Great! Great! That's not how I expected this to go, given how this ends. Fucking good! It was by no means perfect. Of course it's not. It's like housing provided by the government, but it's not home. But there, Shafilia had finally found a place where she could be safe, be supported, and get her head down into the books and make her dream of becoming a lawyer a reality. I wish I could end today's episode there, folks. I wish I could turn around to you all now and tell you an uplifting story about a young girl who faced the most crushing of challenges at a young age, refused to be defeated by them, and worked hard to overcome them so that she could enjoy all the bounties that life could offer. And if she just had A's and A stars at GCSE, she's going to get great A-levels, she's going to go to a great university and will absolutely become a lawyer. But alas, we all know that's not how Shafilia's story ends. Her father was, to be blunt, an absolute nutcase, and he wasn't the sort to let his daughter shirk out of his grand designs and continue to dishonor him by finding happiness, and so he crafted a plan most wicked to bring Shafilia back under his boot. He would kidnap her and take her to Pakistan, where she would be forced to marry the man he had lined up for her. It's going to be very difficult to get her on a plane. Like, right? She's already demonstrated that she is not having any of this. Also, I just want to say minor issue with the word nutcase, because I feel that makes it sound like he's crazy and his behavior is crazy. But do I think he's crazy? No, he's a fucking criminal, allegedly. I mean, we're pretty sure, right? If I remember correctly, it was the parents. The kidnapping. It went down on the 10th of February. By that time, Shafilia had just settled into her residential home and found herself a girl torn between two juxtaposed states of mind. One in which she felt free, liberated, and truly happy for the first time in a long time, and another in which the weight of her father's proverbial boot still weighed heavily upon her neck and stopped her from letting her guard down. Which, of course, you're not just going to suddenly be living in this new place and not feel that, even though it's no longer there, like every day. You're still going to be so formed by that. That's the sort of by the way, parents, that is going to fuck someone up for life. That's not the sort of thing where it's like, oh, they move out and everything's fine now. That's something that's definitely shaped their personality. It's definitely shaped how they are. So don't think that being better later is an excuse for not being good now, because this sort of stuff affects people. Pisses me off. Unfortunately for her, those fears proved to be well-founded, because as she walked to college, she found herself a woman stalked. Iftikhar had discovered where she now resided, guessed at the route she would naturally take, and positioned himself and his taxi in a waiting down an otherwise quiet and unassuming cul-de-sac, ready to pounce upon her when she passed. Before Shafilia even had time to react, he was on top of her, having leapt from the car and firmly clamped his hand around her wrist. She pleaded both for him to let go and just to explain what the hell was going on, but unfortunately no answers were forthcoming. Instead, she was met with naught but an authoritarian bark, one that repeatedly demanded that she shut up and get in the car. When it became clear that she wouldn't play ball, a firm push saw Iftikhar's demands met, and with the slam of a sliding door and the click of a one-way child lock, she was trapped. Now, we don't know what happened while Shafilia was in the back of the car, as no witnesses to this stage of events ever came forward, but we do know where they ended up, back at the family home. Similarly, we don't know much about what happened when she was back at home, as our only sources for what transpired are the testimonies of Iftikhar and Fazana, and you'll pardon me if I don't exactly consider them reliable sources. But we do know that Shafilia was taken to Heathrow Airport on the 18th of February, where she boarded a flight to Pakistan with her father, with Farzana and the other children following on the 29th of March. And sure, there's another note for me, one small note here. If you research this case yourself, you'll likely come across a timeline that claims Shafilia's siblings were already in Pakistan by this date, but disregard it. Reporting on this case is shockingly inaccurate and contradictory, and the source for my version of events is the official court papers, docket number C03416, 2008, if you're interested in looking it up for yourself. George, I love it that because you'll read something and you'll think, oh, it's in the papers. That's reliable. And then you go look up the court documents and it's, oh. So like one journalist probably got it wrong or was a bit lazy. And then another journalist takes what that previous journalist wrote as fact. And then it all spins out into, eventually another true crime episode on YouTube where the false fact is repeated. And I'm sure that we've got things wrong on this show, but I love that George goes to the effort to do this. So thank you, George. A burning question presents itself at this point. Yeah, compliance on the flight. How the hell was she even allowed to board a plane? Had the airport staff willingly turned a blind eye to an obviously distressed young woman being trafficked before their very eyes? Or had Shafilia, after 8 days in captivity, been sufficiently worn down by a relentless tide of abuse that she simply fell into a state of resigned compliance? You've got to assume it's that. Because if you're in this situation and you're not worn down to a state of compliance, you're going to be like, I'm not getting on that plane. I'm not getting on that plane. Like, literally, she was wanting to go to prison rather than go back with her family, and she certainly doesn't want to go to Pakistan. Literally, if you're in that situation, just say something like, I have a fucking bomb, because they're going to arrest you so fucking hard, and then you'd be like, no, I didn't have a bomb. And yes, there's going to be consequences for that, but they're going to be better than the alternative here, right? I'm not encouraging people to say they have a bomb in an airport. That sounds terrible. But if I was in this position, and I wasn't, and I'm not blaming her, I think she's been worn down to nothing, I would be like, I got a bomb, bitches! And then I'd be like on the ground in a fucking second.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. Ah, yes. I see that you know your judo well.
But the answer to that is just another detail of this case that we'll simply never know. Shafilia's absence was eventually noted by a German teacher who, after being unable to find any answers among Shafilia's friends, raised the alarm on the 19th of February, calling the police to report her missing. The police response to this consisted of calling Fazana, who of course claimed that all was well, and there was no need to be alarmed, stating that Shafilia had just gone to Pakistan for a routine visit to see family. As for the police's response to this claim, two different versions of events exist, one in which the police believed it was totally at face value, completely ignoring the enormous file they had on Shafilia that documented her abuse rather extensively, and screamed at them to take it more seriously, and another where they were fully aware something untoward was likely befalling Shafilia, but with her being in Pakistan, they found themselves powerless to effect any kind of meaningful response. Ultimately, because the police weren't exactly supportive of this script's production, I have no you love it. Did you try, George? Did they shut you down the way you phrased that? I have no way of verifying which version is correct. But we do know how she took the news when all was finally revealed. Really, really badly. There she was, surrounded by her family, a crowd amongst which she should have felt safer than any other, when suddenly one of her cousins was asked to stand before her by her auntie, and was then announced as the man they had decided that she would be betrothed to. This was nothing short of sickening to poor Shafilia. Not only was her right to her own autonomy being trampled underfoot, but of all people, they had chosen one of her cousins. Naturally, she made her disdain for the situation immediately apparent. He came in to embrace her and she pushed him away and tried to flee the situation, trying to find what safety and distance she was able to in her bedroom. But her family were having none of it, and an argument of simply biblical proportions erupted. The sanctuary of her own room was violated as her extended family poured in. The kinder, and boy do I hate having to describe them as that, ones pleaded with her to respect tradition, and the crueler ones were inches from her face, jabbing at her and verbally tearing her down, calling her a whore, a shameful embarrassment, and everything in between. Unfortunately, the physical aspect of this onslaught then escalated, and she would try to turn and bury her head into her pillow, only to be ripped back around to face them. And then, as tensions flared further still, the ever more aggressive jabbing turned into slapping, and eventually punches. Eventually, the wicked emotions of her family subsided, at least for the time being, and poor Shafilia was left alone with her thoughts. But this brought no respite, for how could she, given how young she was, even begin to process the ever more tragic situation she found herself in? All she wanted was to be left alone, to live her life on her own terms. And now, there she was, 4,000 miles from home, with no one to turn to for aid, and nowhere that she could find sanctuary. Overcome by all of this, and while in the depths of despair, she rashly did the only thing she could think of. To make it all stop, she drank bleach. There's a note here from George. It's time for an emotion-venting footnote, folks, okay? I like to think of myself as quite the articulate chap, and yet here I struggle to find words strong enough to truly convey to you how much this story makes me burn with a raw, cellular hate, the likes of which I've scarcely encountered in all my days. How does someone do this to anyone, let alone their own family? I simply can't comprehend it. Demons is the only word that springs to mind. Anyone who would do this is an actual non-metaphorical demon, and I can only pray that God has something special in mind when these foul demons are returned to the pits of hell from where they spawned. Yeah, it's fucking insane. That's my articulate way of putting it. That rash act did succeed in getting Shafilia out of the family home, as even they couldn't not send her to hospital afterwards, but the injuries she sustained as a result were simply horrendous. Her mouth, throat, esophagus and stomach were all badly chemically burned, and she was also poisoned, as a result of which she was nauseous and vomiting heavily. At the hospital, doctors did what they could to stabilize her condition, and when she was out of intensive care, it was recommended that she fly back to the UK for the remainder of her recovery. The advice was heeded, and on the 27th of May, after spending 8 weeks in the hospital, she returned to the UK, but we know very little about the specifics of her return. We do know that Iftikhar wasn't in Pakistan by that point, as he had flown back home on the 19th of March with two of Shafilia's siblings. But we do not know who, if anyone, accompanied her back to the UK. We don't even know if she saw her extended family again, as there is every possibility that given the situation that had befallen her, the hospital flagged her case as an extreme welfare concern and coordinated with the British Embassy to arrange a repatriation flight so that she could avoid any future contact with them. What we do know, however, is that during Shafilia's stay in hospital, her cousin withdrew his wish to marry her. Forced marriages are rarely enthusiastic arrangements, and so he was willing to accept some resistance from her, but even for him, this was too much. Iftikhar, upon hearing this and receiving an earful from his family about the damaged goods he called a daughter, their words not mine, was absolutely incensed with rage. Now from there, the story goes dark for a time. I know that Shafilia re-enrolled at Priestley College and started a part-time job at the ManWeb call centre in Warrington on the 3rd of September, and I also know that after being discharged from hospital in the UK, she continued further follow-up treatment for her injuries, as she was recorded as having attended hospital for that purpose on the 5th of September. But beyond that, nothing. I could also find no sources that attested to Iftikhar's temperament as the months went on following Shafilia's return to the UK, but given the horrible deed he'd go on to commit against her in coming time, I think we're fair to assume that things only continued to go from bad to worse on that front. The murder. The day that would be Shafilia's last, the 11th of September 2003, began like any other, which sadly meant that it was a day filled with strife and anguish right out of the gates, with Iftikhar and Fazana being on her case the moment she rose in the morning. As she dragged herself to the bathroom to shower and brush her teeth, her parents took turns to shout passing obscenities at her through the door. When she emerged from the bathroom and descended downwards to face the fragrant hostility, the echoing belittlement was replaced by a still and tense silence, one that was only broken by a sporadic tut voiced to show disagreement with her every breath and action, and the crash of porcelain as a plate of whatever scraps Fazana could muster from the back of the fridge was thrown in front of her. Shafilia then escaped this coldness and set course for her school, where mercifully she found some brief respite amongst her kind and caring friends. The proceedings there were normal, or as normal as anything was for Shafilia at that point, the poor girl finding herself trying to muster all the energy she could to focus on her studies and work towards that golden future away from her parents that she yearned for so dearly. All the while, the crushing darkness of her situation chipped away at the facade of her psyche and attempted to drag her back down to misery. With the tolling of the bell at 3:30, she then headed to her part-time job at the call centre, where once again she steeled herself and tried to do something to improve her situation, putting in a few hours in the early evening and further growing the little nest egg of savings she was building to make sure that she could be totally independent once she escaped to university the following year. Unfortunately, once her shift ended, she made a grave miscalculation, one that would turn Fazana and Iftikhar's ire on her with fatal consequence. When she arrived at her job, she'd changed out of her school uniform and into a humble lilac t-shirt, the few hours she spent at work being the one opportunity she had to dress how she wanted, free from the rules of her school and the judgmental comments of her parents. And when she clocked off, she had forgotten to change back out of it and back into the traditional garments her parents demanded she wear. So when Fazana met her in the adjacent car park to take her home, fury consumed her. The simple act of wearing that t-shirt was confirmation that their daughter, on some level, was still daring to resist her and Iftikhar's attempts at subjugation. We don't know the specifics of how Fazana confronted Shafilia, but we do know it was bad, and for the entire length of the drive home, Fazana's dissatisfaction was made beyond apparent, both physically and verbally. When they made it home, things only got worse for poor Shafilia, as by then, Iftikhar joined in the onslaught against her. For several hours, the verbal volleys and physical pilloriing escalated ever further until, suddenly, silence, as both Fazana and Iftikhar stormed off, leaving Shafilia alone in her room. For today, at least, it appeared as though Shafilia had passed through the eye of the storm. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case at all. Fazana and Iftikhar had snapped and reached the end point, and now the pair were constructing a conspiracy most wicked, a fact revealed only by their hushed whispers and frantic scurrying about the house as they gathered what was needed for the foul task at hand. Soon enough, with their hasty plot thrown together, they pounced. Fazana turned to Iftikhar and uttered the words, "Finish it here," and then fell upon Shafilia with all her might, pinning the poor girl down, while Iftikhar then moved in with a plastic bag, pushing it down on his daughter's throat as far as he possibly could, and then bringing his hands down on her airways. These are her parents. Shophelia tried to scream, but with the bag blocking her throat, she uttered naught but a desperate mumble. Her defensive instincts kicked in, and she tried to resist with all the might that she could muster, desperately fighting to pull her arms free from her mother's grasp so that she could push her parents away and rip the bag from her throat, but it was all to no avail. Her form, emaciated and withered as it was now, simply couldn't muster the strength to break free. With no other avenue open to her, she began thrashing the only limbs she had free, her legs, hoping to kick her parents away from her. But this too was to no end, and soon enough her body used up the little oxygen it had left. Her vision began to fade, her limbs fell ever weaker, and soon enough she perished, her body falling limp under the cumulative weight of both of her parents. Unrelenting, her parents continued to push down upon Shophelia's lifeless remains. They were adamant that no quarter should be granted to their daughter, and so they kept pressing down upon her until there could be absolutely no doubt that she was dead. And soon enough they were certain, and so they released their grips and took a step back to examine the wicked scene they'd just created. They shed not a single tear, nor the slightest morsel of regret, because for them, although tense, the situation they found themselves in was a joyous one. The daughter they had grown to hate so much, who had become an icon of their self-imposed shame, had been vanquished, and their honor had been restored. These people. You have no honor, you fucking animals. I hope you're in prison, and it's days like this that it's a little bit disappointing that the UK doesn't have the fucking death penalty. All that remained to do now was dispose of Shophelia's body, because while they might have felt no shame in their actions, they were still fully aware of the retribution that would fall upon them should their deed be discovered. To this end, Shophelia's body was wrapped in a collection of sheets and bin bags and bound together with thick industrial tape. Then, after a quick peek out through the curtains to make sure the coast was clear on their sleepy suburban street, they ferreted her away into the box of Iftikhar's taxi and quickly checked to make sure that she couldn't be seen through the rear window. The pernicious pair then parted paths. Iftikhar hopped in the driver's seat and took off down the road, bound for the vast expanse of the Lake District, and Fazana turned her attention back toward the house and the various loose ends that lay inside in the form of her other children, all of whom had witnessed what had just happened. Good fucking God! Thankfully, she spared them from sharing Shophelia's fate and instead descended upon them verbally, howling and bellowing at them as she unleashed a mad tirade about how she had only done what needed to be done, going around and around in long-winded circles in which she explained her supposed justification for the act again and again. The children in response did nothing but listen, for they were still absolutely paralyzed by fear that they might be next if they riled her up at all. Eventually, after what felt like hours, Fazana's rambling tirade began to reach its end. The pace of her speaking slowed, and she began to regain control of her senses. But then, as she began to think, the anger that had consumed her previously was replaced by another emotion: fear. Now terrified of getting caught, the demon within her re-emerged with renewed vigor, and she bellowed a simple threat to her children: "Speak of this, and you're next." She was calmed down only by the words of one of her children, who, shockingly, having now processed the night's events, came out in support of their mother. "Yeah, but they're a kid. This is like, I have no judgment for that." Turning to the others and explaining their belief that Shophelia deserved what had happened to her. Following this, Fazana assumed that the message had been understood loud and clear and dismissed her children for the night, sending them off to bed. As for what Iftikhar was up to while all of this was happening, we unfortunately know very little about the dumping of Shophelia's body. Information is so scant, in fact, that even the official court papers refused to commit to a solid story of where he was and what he was up to, with them even leaving the door open to the possibility that he may have had help from someone. We can't even be certain that where Shophelia's body was found was where she was initially dumped, due to animals, let's say. I don't really want to type out any more on that particular matter. The initial investigation. Following Shophelia's grisly murder, the children, true to their promise to Fazana, kept their lips sealed and didn't breathe a word of what they'd witnessed on that wicked night to anyone, and so, as a result, it was quite some time before the police became aware of her disappearance. Her friends were the first to notice. Shafelia had been a popular and well-known girl at school, and her chair being empty was a difficult thing to miss. Their concern was immediate, but even still, none of them for 1 second at that early stage began to fear that the worst might have happened to her. After all, sudden absences from school were hardly a rare occurrence for Shafelia, and so her friends simply assumed that this was another one of those days in which her father was acting like a nutcase and had invented yet another pseudo-traditional justification of why she wasn't allowed to attend school. Not to say that they weren't worried on any level, mind you, because of course they were. They knew full well what Shafelia was subjected to at home when Iftikhar got like that. But even then, knowing that, not one of them suspected that he would ever go so far as to kill her. And so their worry was more focused on hoping that she emerged from the latest round of paternal rage without having to suffer any bruises this time. As the day wore on, however, they did start to worry that something bad might have happened to her, because normally, when she was trapped at home by Iftikhar, she at least managed to sneak them the odd communication to keep them updated, a text message here and there, the occasional whispered phone call when her parents were otherwise occupied, things like that. But this time, their phones remained silent. There was absolutely nothing. Even when she was trafficked to Pakistan, she'd managed to keep in touch. Outright dread remained checked at the door, however, at least for now, as they were adamant there must be some rational explanation for what was going on. Perhaps Iftikhar had smashed her phone while enraged, thus leaving her unable to get in touch, something like that. But there was only so long that they could remain willfully ignorant. I don't think they're willfully ignorant. I think they're just ignorant. I don't think they could expect... Because murder is... of course, abuse is horrible and wrong, but it's also way more common than murder. And with each successive day of silence from Shafelia that came and went, an elephant's most grim increasingly filled her place in the classroom. Very nice, George. Nice bit of writing there. One by one, all of her friends started to have the same grim thoughts, but no one wanted to be the first to say it. The inclination, instead, being conveyed by silent concern-stricken expressions. Eventually, however, with the situation looking ever more dire, come late September, Shafelia's friends all steeled themselves to face the apparent reality of the situation, and they went to the school with their concerns. Fortunately, the school was ahead of them in raising the alarm. Yes, remember, this is a good school. They were on it. As on the 18th of September, amidst the cacophony of noise that overtook the playgrounds at lunchtime, something very worrying indeed had been overheard by a passing teacher, Shafelia's siblings discussing her disappearance in hushed tones. The teacher, already familiar with Shafelia's frequent abuses and the many stories of trouble at home that were passed about the staff room, felt a jolt of alarm and positioned themselves to be able to subtly eavesdrop on the rest of the conversation. I don't know exactly what was said, or even by whom, as this part of the case is very badly documented, both by the media and in official court documentation, but what I do know for sure is that whatever was discussed was sufficiently worrying as to make that teacher immediately abandon their duties on the playground and take what was overheard straight to their teacher, who took it upon themselves to call the police and report Shafelia as missing that very instant. Good. This school, again, fucking fantastic. And teachers as well. This is just... mwah. The police were swift in their response, and a search operation was launched, with the case initially being treated as a missing persons case. A small team was dispatched at their first point of action, being the area surrounding Shafelia's home. At this point, although eager to find Shafelia and ensure her safety, no one on the investigating team was overly worried, as after all, in the UK, 80% of missing children are found alive and well within 24 hours of their disappearance being reported, and given Shafelia's history of running away from home to escape her father, only to turn up shortly thereafter, the police responding didn't believe that this occasion would be any different. No reason for them to. Not poor policing at all. It's just they're going based on what's happened before. As is routine in missing children's cases, the police also popped over to the Ahmed residence to interview Iftikhar and Fazana. At this point, even despite Shafelia's history, they were under no formal suspicion, and instead the interview was to be conducted simply to better acquaint the police with the circumstances that led up to her disappearance and see if some nuggets of information could be panned out that might expedite finding wherever she was hiding. They soon found the suspicious gaze of the investigators firmly upon them, however, as the scene that met them had more red flags than a communist parade. There's a note here from George again. I am aware that the police's response here doesn't exactly match with how I told the playground story, but unfortunately I'm able to explain why this disparity existed between the teachers and the police's response. It could be poor communication, a dismissive attitude, anything really, but unfortunately, due to the police not exactly being helpful with the script's production, I'm unable to say how this came about. Eyebrows were first raised before the investigators had even got through the front door, because when they first knocked, the door remained firmly closed with no one coming to let them in. So far, so normal, they likely hadn't heard them knock, the responding officers reasoned, and so they knocked again, but harder. Again. Nothing. Getting somewhat short on patience after being left standing outside yet again, one of the investigators present knelt down and went to announce his presence through the letterbox, at which point he overheard something most peculiar. Fazana very harshly demanding that all of her children stay upstairs, don't speak to the officers, and stay quiet. Certainly this was odd, but still not enough to raise suspicions in and of itself. After all, there was a whole multitude of reasons why Fazana might have done such a thing. Maybe she expected to get emotional and didn't want her kids to see her lose control, for example. Whatever the reason, so far, so explainable, the officers reasoned. Yeah, again, because murder is rare, it's unusual. You wouldn't expect, it's not what you jump to, because you're statistically unlikely. I always think about that fascinating comment, where it's you see a dude, and he's got a guitar over his shoulder. He's got a flannel shirt or whatever. He's wearing his favorite, a band t-shirt or whatever. And it's he looks like a musician. Just say he looks very much like a musician. And you ask the question, is this man a musician or a teacher? And most people will answer musician. But the reality is, statistically, he's much more likely to be a teacher because there are way more teachers than musicians. But again, it's you shouldn't jump to murder because most of the time it's not murder. What was less explainable, and made the initial behaviour seem all the more suspicious, was Fazana and Iftikhar's conduct once the investigators were finally welcomed inside. Far from the emotional wrecks or the brave faces keeping a lid on things that they'd normally suspect, they instead seemed calm and detached, almost as if they didn't care about Shafilia's well-being. Deep and meaningful questions, intended to get to the bottom of Shafilia's psyche, were met with a shrug, and worse still, questions about her acquaintances, particularly male ones, were met with scorned expressions and furrowed brows. The investigators low-key expected this from Iftikhar. After all, they had read Shafilia's file, and so they were well aware about the previous times that his abusive behaviour had seen her go missing and referred to social services, but to see such behaviour duplicated in Fazana was much more worrying indeed, and the pair found themselves officially marked as persons of interest going forwards. So strong were the police's suspicions that come November, they decided to install a covert listening device in the Ahmed family home. I wish I knew more about this, as it sounds like a fascinating twist in the tale, but unfortunately, the only sources I were able to find discussing this were media articles, all of which were basically copy and pastes of one another. I wasn't able to track down the original article from which the others were copied and pasted. Keep working hard, journo. So, unfortunately, I'm unable to tell you about the kind of device they fitted, how they snuck it into the home, and how long they operated it for. What I am able to tell you, however, is that the device yielded no concrete evidence. It did, however, further convince the police of Fazana and Iftikhar's guilt, as apparently the conversations they recorded regarding Shafilia had a consciousness of guilt. So they're really not talking about it. Do they think the police are listening? That's pretty paranoid. As you would be after you've murdered someone. Eventually, as 2003 loomed to a close, and with no truly damning evidence having emerged, the police began compiling the scant evidence they had available to see if they could nail Fazana and Iftikhar on anything related to Shafilia's death, so convinced were they of their guilt. Eventually, after much head-bashing, they thought they might at least be able to make a kidnapping charge stick, and so they were arrested in December of that year. Good. The desperate move proved an unwise one, however, because when the case was passed to the Crown Prosecution Service, or CPS, they ruled there was insufficient evidence for the charges to hold up in a court of law, and so the pair were released in June 2004 and given a full apology from Cumbria Police for an overzealous arrest. Oh, Christ. I mean, yes, they're kind of right, though. The police were plucking at straws. Come September 2004, with new leads having completely dried up and the case quickly going cold, the police submitted all of their evidence to the CPS to determine if they could actually pursue a case against them at this point, or if they were going to give up. 6 months later, Robin Spencer QC replied to the police and told them in no uncertain terms that there was simply not enough evidence to pursue the case. Got a note here for George. For those not fluent in British legalese, QC here refers to Queen's Counsel. Or now, it'd be Casey, because the Queen's dead and we got a king, so it's Casey. They must have had to change all of their business cards. A set of barristers and solicitors for who the monarch appoints to represent them, i.e. be in charge of prosecutions. To achieve this status, a barrister must have practiced law for 10 years and be recommended by the Lord Chancellor. Yeah, it's like a very prestigious thing to have as a barrister. From there, the investigation was suspended and Shafilia's case began to go cold. The only thing keeping any heat in it being an investigation by the coroner's court, i.e. some legal loophole jumping that had been done given these suspicious circumstances so that the cause of death could be put on Shafilia's death certificate. That process was completed on the 11th of January 2008, with the coroner's court inquest returning a verdict that Shafilia had been unlawfully killed, and with that, there was nothing further to be done and Shafilia's case went fully cold. Whoa. Oh my god, I did not realize there was this delay. Wow. A Bug's Life is a curious thing, folks. You see, in my original draft of today's script, I found the fact that the Ahmed home had been bugged most curious, and I wish to share some interesting insights with you on the matter, and so I left a little footnote vacant, intending to fill it with the words of one of my fellow writers who's significantly more informed of me in such matters, and who I poked to give me some insight. But you see, when they got them to me, so in-depth was their answer that to include it as a mere footnote would have rather ruined the flow of the previous chapter, and so here we are, able to enjoy what they have written for us in full length. But just, who did you ask, I hear you? It's got to be Liam, right? Liam's a lawyer. Liam's another writer for this channel, and he's like a proper lawyer. So, I guess it's Liam. Well, there's only one person I could talk to. You know him, you love him, his brain has more wrinkles than I've had hot dinners. He's Casual Criminalist, go-to clever man for us writers when we find ourselves drowning in legalese. It's Liam. So, let's talk about the law of bugging. Let's start off with a simple question. What is a bug? Well, like any true lawyer, I must give one response to that question, and that's it depends. You see, normal people would generally agree a bug is a listening device placed on a person or within a premises to record audio within that premises or the locality of that person. That's exactly what I would think a bug is. I'd say if it was on a person, I'd call it a wire. Like, this is just from movies. This is entirely from movies. Like, someone's wearing a wire, but their office is bugged. Some people might even define a bug as such a broad term to include listening devices placed on the telephone or mobile telephone provider's control box, enabling them to listen in to all our sordid phone calls. Then we get to the definition used by the strangers of people, the people who can't quite accept that Monopoly isn't actually fun, and that strange long black pajamas and white horsehair wigs haven't been in fashion for a few hundred years. Yes, I mean lawyers. You see, in the strange world of the law, we define things very differently, bugs being no exception. So whereas any ordinary person would define a bugging to only be where an electronic or mechanical device has been used to listen in on another's communication, in law, a bugging occurred simply when the police or security services use any means to record or document any other person's private conversations. Okay, fair enough. Now you may be saying, wow, really interesting, Liam, but I don't see the relevance. And to that I have two responses. First, I'm paid by the words. Savage. Who's failing? It's me. Every word I read, I'm like, ting, 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 ting. Second, George wasn't able to find any details on the bugging in this case, something I took as a personal challenge, so I fired up the Wi-Fi, logged into Westlaw, the far superior database. Author's note, this is a lawyer joke. We all know that no database shall ever make up for the loss of humanity it takes to get into this field, and I had a look for myself. While looking at this, I discovered that the only mentions of the bugging of the Ahmed family can be found in newspaper reports, and that there's no mention whatsoever in any of the court-signed transcripts, documents, or law reports. Yeah, it means it didn't happen. Right? Which means only one thing. Actually, it means two things, but the other statement sounded cooler. First, that the police argued in the trial relevant to this bugging that exposing the procedure they used to bug the place would jeopardize ongoing investigations. What? First police used... Oh, okay, so the police... Wait, so okay, it did happen, and the police we don't want to talk about it because it will compromise investigations. Fair enough. In my experience, that means they use some form of technology beyond just placing the bug in a coat, handbag, or windowsill, and it means they actually got their inner James Bond on. Second, it means we can't actually be certain what type of bugging was employed in this case. As I mentioned earlier, in English and Welsh law, a bugging warrant is identical as a warrant that the police use when they're seeking permission to place a listening device in a house, listening to a phone call, or just sneak in an undercover officer. However, you didn't come to this lecture to be told that there's nothing I can tell you. You see, unlike allegedly in America, in this country our courts actually do something when the government tries to bug and spy on everyday people. Do they, Liam? Like the Five Eyes and stuff. They're all spying on everyone else, aren't they? Because it's like you can't spy on your own citizens, but you can spy on other people's. And then they just share that information. Wasn't that the whole Snowden thing? Like the GCHQ and the NSA? That's why we have the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act 2000, or as we lawyers like to call it because it sounds cooler, RIPPER. This act sets out the required circumstances the prosecution must demonstrate in order to get an approved bugging warrant. The first requirement is that the intrusive surveillance method in question must have grounds in its support which are in the interest of national security or for the purpose of preventing or detecting serious crime or in the interest of the economic well-being of the UK. Okay? Or finally, that's got to be some spy shit, right? Only spies are going to be doing that. They're only going to be bugging people about economic welfare. Or finally, approved by the Home Secretary. At least we can trust the Home Secretary to not be corrupt and approve over 99% of all bugging warrants given to them, right? Right? Oh no, is that the stat? Is it really? That's just a loophole. Now, this element is easy in this case. All the police would have had to have demonstrated was a preponderance of evidence that Shafilia's family had some sort of role or knowledge about her disappearance. Now, we find a problem though. How could this have happened? You see, it's not enough that one of the grounds above, which I'll refer to as Section 32 grounds from now on, exist. Not only must they exist, but a senior police officer, or more realistically their prosecutor, must demonstrate such grounds exists in open court as required by Section 32A of RIPA. So, have you spotted the problem? No. I don't know what the problem is. I'm trying to work it out. I don't see the problem. Just get the police officer to approve it. It's an old problem. Arguably the oldest of problems. That's right. The right to a fair trial. That annoying little bugger of a principle started all the way back in 1215 with the Magna Carta. Even it didn't actually arise there, but that's a lecture for another time. You see, the principle of fair trial means that you're put on trial by the state and you have the right to not only know what you're on trial for, but the right to put up a reasonable defense. So, how the hell is this done for Section 32 hearings? Obviously, if the police just knocked on your door and said, hey, we want to bug your house, but we have to sue you to do so, you want to come and argue about it? It probably gives things away. So instead, we came up with a very British response. So, what is that response? Well, Rule 8 of the Magistrate Court Rules on RIPA from 2012 state that a court only needs to let the prosecution make representations, and that prosecution must be given a full 2-day hearing in order to make such representations. Representations that do not need to be noted down, kept on record in any way, or even remembered for the actual trial. Now, yet again, you may be asking, but Liam, earlier on, weren't you moaning about the Americans allowing their alphabet agencies to spy on people for so much as a dodgy Facebook page? I'm quite lost. Essentially, in order for the police to spy on someone with a bug, they'd have to tell them. And there's some special rule that allows them to get around that. Okay, it's just like basically you have to just convince some judge that you're allowed to, that you want to bug someone and they have to be yes, and then someone keeps an eye on you to make sure that you're not being too, the police aren't being too naughty. Boom. The robbery that reignited the case. The long-cold investigation into Shafilia's disappearance took a curious turn in August 2010 when it suddenly found itself heated up once again. The cause? A robbery of all things. Allow me to explain. The robbery in question was one targeted at the Ahmed family home, and it was quite the dramatic affair as 3 imposing balaclava-clad men burst into the home in the dead of the night, putting the door through with a fearsome kick and descending upon its valuables like a pack of vultures to a fresh cadaver. The men in question were also armed, one with a pistol, one with a hammer, and one with an iron bar. At the time, only Fazana was home, and she was given a clump round the head by one of the aforementioned weapons before she was tied up. And in a bitter twist of irony, some sources even claim that she had a plastic bag stuffed in her mouth to stop the screaming, but personally I'll take that with a pinch of salt. Note from George here. If you're sensing a certain joviality to my tone in that paragraph, dear viewer, is that because I'm actually quite enjoying the irony? I happen to be a big-time schadenfreude enjoyer when it's deserved, so for Anne's having to do a mere slither of the terror that she imposed upon poor Shafilia, well, that sparks joy. That's the good yes, it is. If only she'd choked to death on that plastic bag. But this is where the story gets twisty, folks, because that brutal robbery was organised by someone that we've already met in this story, one of Shafilia's nameless sisters. There are 2 different explanations in the sources for how the scheme got rumbled. Either A, the 3 men who rampaged through the home as friends of the sister were recognised by Fazana, who immediately called the police and pointed a mighty accusatory finger at them, or B, the sister tried to flog the loot at the local pawnbrokers who discovered the goods were nicked when doing their usual checks that such stores are legally forced to do. Whichever it was, the sister was rumbled in good time and soon found herself in the back of a panda car as a result en route to the local nick to explain herself. Now, this is all jolly exciting and all, but how did this lead to the truth about Shafilia coming out? Well, you see, the sister found herself in the interview room facing a lengthy prison stretch for her misdeeds, and she had an epiphany. Maybe that charge could disappear if she threw her parents under the bus. Yes, which you should definitely do. Let's go! With a 5-year stint at Her Majesty's pleasure on the cards, it wasn't a proposal she had to ponder for long, and so no sooner had the idea come into her head than she was singing like a canary about Shafilia's foul murder and booting her parents right under the big heavy bus bound for freedom. And it was a scheme that worked too. She was given a 12-month prison sentence that was suspended for 2 years, i.e. she never did time and functionally got off scot-free and was placed in a witness protection program. Then, all hell let loose as Cumbria Police's homicide team moved at a frantic pace to blow the dust of Shafilia's case, investigate her sister's claims, and gobble up all of the fresh evidence that had emerged therefrom. Naturally, Shafilia's sister had her brain probed for any and all details that she could recall that may be of use. In addition to recounting the murder, she also gave investigators a full account of the multi-year-long tirade of abuse that Shafilia had to endure. Now, we've already explored this testimony in depth as it was my main source for earlier chapters, so I'm not going to tread old water by going over it again now, and neither shall I go into too much of how the investigation went from here, as frankly, the word count is liable to get just a bit out of hand if we do. This is already a long episode. So, for the purposes of the story going forward, just know that the police took the testimony as we heard it, conducted further research to verify its authenticity, then pushed the new and improved case back to the CPS, as a result of which, with them now finding the evidence most solid indeed, Iftikhar and Fazana were rearrested on the 7th of September 2011, this time on suspicion of murder. The trial. Now, it took some time for the CPS to get things in order following Iftikhar and Fazana's arrest, but come May 2012, everything was ready and the trial commenced at Chester Crown Court on the 21st of that month, with Justice Roderick Evans presiding. The trial began with Justice Evans summing up the full details of the charge to which Iftikhar and Fazana were being accused, and that read basically like a duller, drier, and more legalese version of the podcast up until now, so we're not going to get bogged down in that either. Then the floor was handed over to hear the defense's initial claims. Iftikhar and Fazana, or rather their public defender, their state-provided defense lawyer, went into full denial mode, completely rejecting not only the charge of killing Shafilia, but also the further claim that they had repeatedly and consistently abused her over a prolonged period. In his recounting, sure, there was some bickering here and there about Shafilia's desire to live a more westernized lifestyle, but these exchanges, they claimed, although heated, remained fundamentally cordial and respectful. There's a note here from George. Regular enjoyers of my scripts will no doubt be aware of how troubled I always found myself at this part of the story, torn between the emotive part of my psyche that finds lawyers who defend monsters morally abhorrent parasites who happy to squeeze out a turd on the victim's grave if it means they can keep up with the finance payments on their Porsche, and the rational half of my brain that recognizes the fact that although certainly unpleasant and unenviable, theirs is actually a damned important role as it represents a hard one and most cherished right in our society, the right to a free trial. Exactly, yeah. It's like, that's it. It sucks that people are out there defending murderers and rapists and all that stuff, but people do deserve a fair trial, and part of that trial is having a defense, and that means there has to be a lawyer doing that defense. It's how it works, otherwise it would be tyranny. Well, I've managed to pin down a few defense lawyers over pints to pick their brains, and it turns out the vast majority of them are actually low-key and kind of broke as far as lawyers go anyway. The image of the sleazy defense lawyer earning millions to sneak a bastard off the hook being one that does exist, but very much not representative. The vast majority of defense lawyers being people who willingly surrender the chance of a big fat paycheck in favor of a life serving that hard-won right to a fair trial, particularly state-provided lawyers, such as in this case. So, well, actually, respect. Yeah, for sure. I guess the thing is I didn't think they were very rich because he's a public defender. Like, he's paid for by the state and they're not paying a ton. Then it was on to the witnesses, with Shafilia's sister, the one I intentionally not naming, who organised the robbery, being the first to take the stand. Once again, she recounted the story, as we explained it earlier, detailing the abuse, the murder, and the attempts at silencing her and her siblings through fear. After her, a plethora of other witnesses took the stand as the weeks bore on, with there being eyewitnesses who attested to the abuse Shafilia endured before her death, expert witnesses who offered further insight into the defendant's unique motivations for their actions, and everything in between. The trial continued on in this manner until the 8th of January, when, in a significant development, Fazana changed her plea. Now she completely recanted her earlier version of events and instead admitted that there had in fact been an incident of violence on the 11th of September 2003, one in which Iftikhar was furious with rage and had slapped Shafilia in the face repeatedly before he went on to punch her 2 or 3 times in the torso. Fazana then claimed she had attempted to intervene and stop the violence, but was pushed away by both hands and also punched with a clenched fist. Oh, she's made that decision, hasn't she? She's like, no, we're a team, husband, we're a team. And then she's like, wait, we're fucked. I'm throwing you under the bus before you could throw me under the bus, you son of a bitch. Then, powerless to stop what was happening despite her best effort, she then claimed to take her youngest daughter, the only child beside Shafilia, supposedly present, upstairs out of fear for her safety, after which, about 20 or so minutes later, she heard a car leave and came back downstairs to find both Shafilia and Iftikhar gone along with his car, with him only returning at 6:30 a.m. the next day. without Shafelia. Now, we're not stupid here, folks. We all know what Friends was trying to do here. Having found herself kicked under the bus by her daughter, she was hoping to use her husband as leverage to push herself out of its path and leave him to take its full proverbial blunt. But did this ploy work? That is the question. I hate to tell you that no, it did not work. The main reason the blag failed was thanks to that covert listening device the police planted in the Ahmed home, the recordings of which were played out for the court to hear and showed her clearly being complicit in the conspiracy, with choice quotes of Fazana being played, including, "If the slightest thing comes out of your mouth, we will be in real trouble. Remember that. And today is not a day to be beaten up, okay? Are you listening to me? I'm talking to you." The trial continued for several weeks after this change to Fazana's plea, and on the 3rd of August, the jury retired to deliberate. In the face of such overwhelming evidence, it didn't take long for them to render their verdict, and they went back to the courtroom later that day to hear it be read out by the judge. But rather than me tell it to you secondhand, let's hear the words straight from Justice Evans's mouth. There's a long quote, so I'll read the whole thing. "The jury has found you both guilty of the murder of your daughter Shafelia. She was 17 years of age when you killed her. What was it that brought you two, her parents, the people who had given her life, to the point of killing her? You chose to bring up your family in Warrington, but although you lived in Warrington, your social and cultural attitudes were those of rural Pakistan, and it was those you imposed on your children. Shafelia was a determined, able, and ambitious girl who wanted to live a life which was normal in the country and the town in which you had chosen to live and bring up your children. However, you could not tolerate the life Shafelia wanted to live. Although she went to local schools, you objected to her socializing with girls from what has been referred to as the white community. You objected to her wearing Western clothes, and you objected to her having contact with boys. She was being squeezed between two cultures, the culture and way of life that she saw around her and wanted to embrace, and the culture and way of life you wanted to impose on her. Your problem was that in what you referred to as your community, Shafelia's conduct was bringing shame upon you, and your concern about being shamed in your community was greater than the love of your child. In order to rid yourselves of that problem, you killed Shafelia by suffocating her in the presence of your 4 children. You killed one daughter, but you have blighted the lives of your remaining children. There is only one sentence that I can impose upon you, and that is a sentence of imprisonment for life. You will not be eligible to be considered for parole until you have served those 25 years in prison. When you have done so, you will not be released automatically. You will be released only when the parole board is satisfied that you no longer present a danger." That is excellent. That's a nice lengthy stretch. I mean, I think they should be executed, but 25 years minimum, I like. And this judge very eloquently put what I was trying to say earlier about the culture things. And obviously he's a judge. He spent time writing this. He's got a big brain. Of course he puts it better than me. But that's basically exactly what I was trying to articulate. With that, the pair were carted away to begin serving their sentences. They remain imprisoned to this very day, where they belong, and at the time of this writing, they aren't even at halfway through their minimum sentences, and they won't be back out onto the streets until 2037 at the earliest. For details beyond this, which prison is holding them, their behavior while incarcerated, etc., weirdly, I was able to find basically nothing reliable or concrete. Given how high profile this case was, I find this weird to say the least, to the point I'm almost tempted to don my tinfoil hat and speculate as to whether there has been some government jiggery-pokery to repress information pertaining to their imprisonment, but ultimately, such speculation is neither here nor there. And so, our story begins to come towards its end. On honour killings. Now, writing for the Casual Criminalist has seen me get to grips with all manner of abhorrent evil over the years, from deranged mass shooters who slaughtered innocents by the dozen, to unhinged mobsters who killed entire families to settle gambling debts, and yet, even among this loathsome lineup, there is always something about filicide that just hits me the wrong way, that takes the wind out of my sails, pierces my heart, and reduces me to tears in a way that those other cases, despite arguably being even more evil, simply don't. Yeah, it is like... It's so outside of the general insanity. It's so biologically against us. Like, we do anything for our kids. Like, anything. And because they're how we pass on, like, our DNA, which at a fundamental level is what being human is all about, like, in the most basic evolutionary sense. And then you've done this. And then you're like, you snuff it out. Beyond the insanity of everything else I've tried to say today, it just seems it's also biologically stupid and it's just crazy. With that in mind, I think it's very important that we take some time to discuss and understand honor killings more generally, because such horrific crimes simply cannot be allowed to be brushed under the proverbial rug in our consciousnesses. As it turns out, honor-based violence, as it's called properly, has been extensively researched, and by looking at papers such as Report of the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, Its Causes and Consequences, published by Rashida Manjoo in 2011, books such as the Rutledge International Handbook on Feminicide, published in 2023, and pertinent NGOs such as the UN's Population Fund, UNPF, it appears as though anywhere between 5,000 and 12,000 women a year are murdered in honor killings, making it a tragic reality that the wicked fate that Shafelia met is far from unique. There is every possibility that the true figure may tragically, however, be higher still, as the UNPF stresses that it is difficult to obtain such accurate data for honor killings, as family members, just as we saw with Shafelia, are often complicit in covering up the crimes, meaning their disappearances/deaths are never reported, and thus they evade being included in the figures. Yeah, I would imagine that is a huge number, if not the majority. So this number of 5 to 12,000, I think is an undercount. As for where honor killings are most prevalent, our most best source is the comprehensive study published by Phyllis Chesler in 2010, titled Worldview Trends in Honor Killings, and the similarly comprehensive Shame and Honor, the Violence of Gendered Norms Under Conditions of Global Crisis, published by Shelley Feldman in 2010 as well. They highlight that subcontinental Asia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, etc., and the Levant, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, etc., are particular hotbeds of honor killings. They also highlight that as migration has increased from these regions to the Western world in the last 50 to 60 years, honor killings as a trend have also come to the West with that demographic change. Notably, however, eager to combat potential stereotyping that would suggest that such killings are a Muslim-only thing, as some would want you to believe, these studies also highlight honor killings that have also had Catholic perpetrators from a mix of nations such as Brazil, Italy, and the United States. Little note from George here. Now, I know I have an audience of worldly and veritable wrinkly brains on the channel, so I know I don't have to say this specifically, but as we're on a quite sensitive topic here, let's not leave anything to chance. Obviously, not everyone from these regions and not every Muslim partakes in such violence. We're discussing 12,000 incidents amongst a population of actual billions. Tragic though these incidents are, let's not carry it away and tar everyone from these demographics with this brush. Yeah, it's like, I feel this is also totally unnecessary to say because people listening to this podcast, you've got big brains, you know that's how it works, but just in case then. At first I was thinking I'd cut that out because it's like so obvious, but just in case. So now that we've established that honor killings are something that is unique to no one people's place or culture, and given the surprisingly large reach of this show, surprising, George. Surprisingly small reach of this show, everyone should listen. I feel it is important that we take the time to discuss proactive steps that can actually be taken to combat it. And don't worry, this isn't me having my Coney 2012 moment and thinking that I'm going to change the world with an internet campaign. Oh my god, I remember Coney 2012. It's a long-ass time ago. But if there is even one person in the audience who is having to endure even a fraction of what was inflicted upon poor Shafelia, I want them to know that they have the power to escape their situation and live the life they deserve. And with that in mind, I phoned up some charities who deal with forced marriages and honor-based violence and asked them what information I should pass on to you all. George, you legend, mate. Well done. The first thing I was told I must tell you all about is the Forced Marriage Unit, an arm of the British state that specifically combats this kind of abuse and has international jurisdiction. If needed, although I pray it isn't, their contact details can be found on their .gov.uk page, and hopefully our editor will put that on the screen now just to be safe. You also apparently don't need to be a British citizen specifically to seek their aid, but equivalent operations exist in most countries, and I was told that for best results you should seek out whichever one belongs to a country that you have citizenship for. I was also told to steer you towards Karma Nirvana, a British territory dedicated to nothing but the support of both past and present victims of forced marriages. They're meant to be the best of the lot, and their contact details can easily be found on their website, and also, hopefully, on the screen now. As with the Forced Marriage Unit, however, I was told to pass on to you that you're likely to be best served by a charity in a country where you hold citizenship, as they'll have better familiarity with the specific legal system, which will be used to deliver you to safety. Google is the place to go to find those most pertinent, apparently. Finally, I was also asked to make one simple fact loud and clear. If you ever find yourself being trafficked for a forced marriage, get to your embassy by any means necessary, and if you have to run to the police and get them to give you a lift, just get yourself to your embassy and you'll be taken care of. Yeah, it's nice there are embassies around the world doing this for people. Like, I live in a big capital city, and there's embassies everywhere. And you're like, it's cool that people can just go there if they have some trouble. It's like, help me, please. I'm sure it doesn't actually work like that. Most of the time they'll be like, bro, you got yourself into this mess. But for like this, they will help you. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. I've got to be honest, folks. Shafilia's case absolutely broke me emotionally. I'm no stranger to clocking off work with the big sad. When you're a true crime writer, it comes with the territory. But there is just something about filicide that absolutely guts me. I was the same when I wrote the Yoga Ball murders. With this in mind, expect my next one to be some kind of heist or triad romp, folks. I can't do this again for a while. Number 3. When I first came across today's case, shout out to Rachel again, this time for suggesting it, I thought fate had finally saw fit to deliver something into my lap that would be nice and straightforward to research. After all, it was a high-profile British case, so surely, I reasoned, I'd be absolutely swamped with expansive and well-researched media articles and easy availability of public documents and probably loads of books that I'd be able to use as I ran around like a hungry criminal caterpillar, gobbling up every single source I could get my hands on. I was even getting to research in my native language for a change, which was a treat. Unfortunately, that proved not to be the case at all, and I quickly found myself with egg on my face and looking a right knob, because actually Shafilia's case turned out to be the trickiest one I've ever researched, and by a significant margin too. Primarily, this is due to 3 main reasons. Firstly, the British media being full of idle layabouts who would rather copy and paste someone else's work rather than actually do any investigative journalism of their own. And I feel like I need to qualify that as well. There are some incredible journalists out there who are doing incredible work. This doesn't apply to all journalists. But like, the trashier websites and rags, it is just like, as someone who does like facts, it's like you read this thing online and you're like, oh wow, that is a fact. And then you read it somewhere else and you're like, wow, okay, that backs it up. And then you realize, oh, they're just all copying each other and not sourcing. And you're just like, oh God, it's just a disaster. Secondly, the British police force were about as transparent as a brick. And thirdly, the fact that barely any books had been written about the case, despite how huge it was at the time. On this first point, the one about British journalists being useless, time and time again in my research, I'd come across an interesting point I wished to learn more about. And so, as I always do, I'd hit up Google and the newspaper archive, both of which usually see me right, only to find myself going in circles as I navigated from one near-identical article to another. This never ended, to the point that barely 3 hours into my research, and I'd given up on ever getting anything useful out of such sources, and every further one I checked out, just on the off chance a British journo somewhere actually bothered to do their job at some point, left me more and more disheartened. On the second point, the one about the police, I just don't know what it is. Time and time again in my research, be it for this podcast or my academic work, I'll approach the British police force with what I believe to be a very basic request for information, and also to give them the opportunity to provide a statement so they can have their perspective aired, only to be met with a snotty, in my opinion, denial, an open palm demanding a shocking amount of silver, or just simply getting ignored. For Cumbria Police, it was the first one of those. So what did I do? I filed a Freedom of Information request, hoping that it would insert a boot into the bottom with sufficient strength as to get the information flowing freely, but alas, it was not meant to be, as this Freedom of Information request was returned to me with a lengthy explanation of why they weren't telling me jack. I don't know what it is, folks. I have an easier time getting information out of North Korea's police force than I do of the British ones, and I wish that was a hyperbolic statement. But no, it is actually easier. Yeah, that's kind of nuts. Freedom of Information is fascinating. You can find all sorts of interesting stuff. Like, I remember I was looking up, I took a big trip to the UK and I had to drive into the centre of London and I was paying like the congestion charge or whatever. And somehow I stumbled upon, like, someone had Freedom of Information requested the number of fines that people had got for like driving in without paying the congestion charge, and also what the success rate of follow-up was. And it was like, yeah, foreign plated cars, it's just, you're fine. Like, this was like, it was like a small percentage were actually successfully fined because they'd just leave. And then the government would send them a letter being like, yo, you have to pay us money. And the person plated in like Saudi Arabia or whatever. Saudi Arabia, I think, was the biggest offender. Although what Saudi plated cars are doing in London, I just don't know. But they'd just be like, no, we're not paying that. And it was like 0 fines paid. On the third point, as I said, it simply appears as though the world's crime authors have yet to get to Shafilia. Most books written regarding her are very dry legalese textbooks that basically just recount the court papers that I already read anyway, an example of which would be Forced Marriage and Honour Killings in Britain, Private Lives, Community Crimes and Public Policy Perspectives by Christina Julios. A decent work to be sure, just not what I needed. As for books concerning Shafilia's case specifically, I learned of one, Murder of Shafilia Ahmed by Russell Jesse, and I couldn't find a single copy anywhere, not even in the British Library. As a result of this, I had to write today's script with a significantly lighter body of research than I would prefer, namely court documents, the odd publicly released police report and statements, and the few news articles that were useful, and of course, Rachel's very useful testimony. I think I've done a good job of things, all considered, make no mistake. I just hope that with time more details come to light, so that poor Shvilia's story can be better told. George, I think you did a bang-up job. Well done. And that's where we end today's episode, everybody. Thank you for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew Markham, that is. There's a few Matthews. Let's jump into it, shall we? The lipstick killer. Did the Chicago PD frame an innocent man for murder? Oh, I love a good conspiracy. I mean, I don't, because if this guy went to murder because he was framed, that would suck. But I mean, I like the idea of conspiracies. I find them exciting, although mostly unbelievable. Just as it was for nearly every country involved in the Second World War, the early 1940s were a period of rapid change in America that saw nearly every city adapted to fit the war effort in some way. Chicago, Illinois, is where our story takes place, and it was no exception. Since the US's entry into the war in 1941, the city's already robust manufacturing sector had expanded immensely, and by 1945, the year during which our story begins, more than 40 railroads then snaked through it. Wow. So America had a past where they had railways, because today it's kind of a joke, right? Like there's Amtrak, but it's like most people just drive everywhere, right? Each one ran day and night, importing raw materials to one of over 260 factories that produced everything from first aid kits and uniforms to engines for the now famous B-29 bomber. To staff these factories, women now made their way into the workforce for the first time, as most men were either performing other critical jobs who had been shipped overseas to fight. These women combined with over 500,000 new residents that had come to Chicago seeking work. God damn. How big's Chicago in like the 40s? Surely that's a huge influx. Hey Siri, how many people live in Chicago? Nothing, Siri, you got nothing? What? You just said sorry, and that's it. Siri, do better. Yo, ChatGPT, my dude, you're gonna sort us out. Siri's being useless. Chicago, 1942. What was the population? Roughly.
Hey. In 1942, Chicago's population was around 3.4 million people.
God damn, so 3.4 million people, 500,000 extra is a huge influx of people. Where are they all going to live? This had jump-started the city's economy, which had been left reeling up until this point from the decade-long Great Depression that preceded it. This had all turned Chicago into one of America's second-largest metropolises, with over 4 million people residing there permanently. Yeah, there you go. What does he say? 3.5 plus 500,000? ChatGPT, you're so smart! Yet even as all of this was occurring, regular life marched on, as did crime and murder and death. Those things, unfortunately, are always lurking in the background of every story and in every time period, even the ones where most minds and eyes are focused on lands and conflicts an ocean away. Yeah, I bet they occur more. Like, I bet there's some sickos who are like, oh, there's a war going on? Like, you bet in Ukraine right now. Like, there's a big war going on there. Like, Russia getting up to... You can bet that there's some people, like, on those border regions, like some sickos, who are like, cool, no police, no one's paying attention, I'm gonna murder my enemies, or maybe just murder people for fun. I bet this happens all the time, and it's just because, you know, attention's just diverted elsewhere.
I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane?
On the morning of the 6th of June 1945, exactly 1 year to the day after the historic D-Day landings at Normandy, the body of a woman named Josephine Ross was discovered inside her North Side apartment at 4108 North Kenmore Avenue. Josephine, who was 43 years old, was a thrice-divorced mother of 2 daughters, Mary Jane and Jacqueline, all of whom lived together. Being thrice-divorced in the 1940s has got to be pretty spicy, right? Like, being thrice divorced now, anyone who's been divorced 3 times, I'm like, just hoping number 4 is going to work out, because I feel like there's people who get divorced once, people who get divorced maybe twice, and then there's people who get divorced like 7 times. There's not a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, no, just in the middle, did 3, 4th one worked out perfect. It's like, no, you're just going to string them up. It's just going to be just stop getting married. They all lived together. Jacqueline, the mother and the daughters, that is. Jacqueline had been the one to find her mother's body when she returned home from work for lunch. She was also the one who had phoned the police. When authorities arrived at the woman's small flat to investigate, they found a crime scene that was truly bizarre. The first and most obvious peculiarity was that the apartment appeared to have been ransacked. Furniture was overturned, dresser drawers had been pulled out and rifled through, paper documents, newspapers and magazines were thrown around the room haphazardly. It appeared as if someone had been frantically searching for something, yet nothing except some loose pocket change had been taken. Having done Casual Criminalist for a while, my gut tells me that this is just someone trying to cover their tracks to make it look like a robbery or something else rather than just like straight up murder. Inside the bedroom where Josephine's body lay, things got even stranger. Josephine was posed atop her blood-soaked bed. She had been stabbed multiple times in the neck with such force that the wall, ceiling and curtains around her were covered in blood splatter. Yet her body, which was completely naked and uncovered, was clean and mostly free of blood, making it stand out starkly from the scene around it. Dude, this is, like, pretty weird. Did anyone else watch that TV show? It was, I don't know, it was ages ago now. Like, not 90s ages ago, but like, I don't know, 5-6 years ago maybe. They had... And it was about, I think it had Hannibal Lecter in it. And I stopped watching it because it got too gruesome. Like, there was this dude who was going around killing people and then taking their ribs out and making them look like angels. Like, turning their ribs in their back into wings. And it's just like, no, this, I'm out. Now I do a true crime show. But that was too much for me. I was like, no, please, no. Her face had been wrapped tightly inside a red dress, giving her the appearance of a mummy from the neck up. As the police looked closer, they realized that Josephine had been bathed and her wounds had been bandaged post-mortem. The slashes across her neck had been closed using adhesive tape. In Josephine's bathroom, police noted that her bathtub was filled with bloody water and several bloody garments, all of which belonged to Josephine. This is ostensibly where she had been bathed after her death, but prior to being bandaged. Based on all of this, police estimated that Josephine had been attacked and killed inside her bedroom, dragged to the bathroom to be bathed, and then have her clothes removed, and then carried back to the bedroom to be posed. She had not, however, been sexually assaulted. Looking for evidence inside the apartment, the police came up largely empty-handed, as there was no foreign fingerprints to be found. Their only possible lead was a few dark hairs wrapped around Josephine's fingers that likely belonged to her attacker, but these were of little use, as DNA testing would not be possible for another 40 years. Yeah, this is like the black and white days. They're like looking for fingerprints and shit. The daughter, Jacqueline, was the first person that police questioned. This was done not only because she had been the one to discover her mother's body, but because the crime scene was so bizarre that the police believed it must have been staged. Well, I mean, obviously it's staged. Like, what does that even mean? She's got a dress wrapped around her face. They, used sellotape to close up her wounds in her neck. Of course it's staged. It's not like, oh yeah, no, I killed her and then she magically got a dress wrapped around her and the wounds, taped up. They suspected that Josephine had likely been killed by someone she knew for personal reasons and that everything in the apartment was a panicked cover-up to make the murder appear more complicated than it really was. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, okay. I mean, so I said that the rifling through the house was, part of a cover-up. I agree. But, the staging of I didn't know about the staging of the body there. Which is that's really weird. That definitely throws a spanner in my theory. As stated, the only thing missing was some loose change. None of Josephine's jewelry or valuables had been stolen, despite the fact that they were located in a very noticeable location. That doesn't necessarily mean cover-up. It could mean that someone was looking for something specific. I don't know, maybe she was a spy. They were looking for some document or something. Seems unlikely, but possible. Jacqueline told detectives that she and her sister had left the apartment for work earlier that morning at 9 a.m. and that their mother, who was currently unemployed, had decided to return to bed. She had received a psychic reading the previous day that informed her that her life was about to improve dramatically. Oh no, you see, psychics are always wrong. I mean, they're not always wrong, but it's just a crapshoot. She had been so relieved that she had decided to take a day off for herself. Mary Jane corroborated Jacqueline's story, and both girls were cleared as suspects after passing polygraph tests. Adhering to the age-old rule of it's always the husband, they then turned to Josephine's love life. As it turns out, Josephine was a bit of a player. She had an ex-husband. Well, she had 3 ex-husbands, didn't she? Several boyfriends and one fiancé, Oscar Nordmark, to whom she'd recently gotten engaged. Oscar's not gonna like it. She's got several boyfriends, Oscar. Did you know about them? All the men were questioned and later cleared. Oscar, the police felt, was the most likely suspect, but his alibi was airtight. Yeah, I'd be like, Oscar, he probably found out about those boyfriends, but he has an alibi. So... an airtight alibi, so we know it's not him. As for other witnesses, there were 2. The building's custodian and another of the building's residents. Both stated that they'd seen a slender, dark-haired man in a light-coloured sweater fleeing the building around the time of the murder. Neither man had been told about the hairs found in Josephine's hand, so the police believed that both men had likely seen the killer with their own eyes. Yet their description proved to be of little use in the long run. Feeling desperate, the police attempted to link the crime to another strange murder that had occurred 2 years earlier. In this one, a woman named Estelle Carey had been tied to a chair inside her apartment, tortured, and then set on fire. The fuck, man? However, police eventually accepted that they were grasping at straws. Yeah, I mean, it's a horrible crime as well. But this woman wasn't tortured, the Jacqueline woman, and other than it being another horrific crime, that's the only thing that seems to be tying these two things together. Not only were the crimes themselves completely different, exactly, but Estelle had been the boyfriend of a notorious Chicago mobster, Nick Dean, an associate of Al Capone. Well, I wonder why she got tortured and killed. By then, it was all but confirmed that her death had been a mob hit orchestrated as revenge for Estelle's cooperation with the police. Oh my god. She cooperated with the police against Al Capone? Or like a mate of Al Capone's? Bruh, no wonder you got tortured and set on fire. Don't do that. It's a bad idea. It's Al Capone. It's Al Capone! One more needs to be said. Josephine was not associated with the mob in any way, so the connection was eventually dropped. After 8 long weeks of fruitless investigation, the case went cold, as detectives announced that no progress had been made, but that they would continue searching for answers. They had no idea that this murder was the first of 3 that would eventually be attributed to a man that the media would dub the Lipstick Killer. The Lipstick Killer sounds like a Netflix docuseries. This sounds like one of those cases which you see, like, I don't know, Netflix loves pushing this shit to me. They're like, you want to watch this, Simon, you sick f-? I'm like, yeah, maybe. Chicago's Jack the Ripper. Approximately 6 months later, on December the 11th, 1944, as Chicago's frigid winter temperatures had turned the city streets into a snowy, ice-covered hellscape, the Chicago PD were called to an apartment at 3941 North Pine Grove Avenue, where another body had been discovered. This apartment was located less than 2 blocks from Josephine's apartment, but this time the victim was 33-year-old Frances Brown, a factory worker and former telegrapher for the US Navy Waves. Matthew has left me a note here. He says, Waves stands for Women Accepted for Volunteer Emergency Service. It was the women's only branch of the US Navy, established in 1942 to fill positions within the Navy that were left vacant by the large numbers of sailors who were needed for World War II. This role was similar to the US Army's WAAC, Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, and the WASP's Women's Air Force Service Pilots. These programs were some of the first that allowed women to officially serve in the US military. What a fun little aside. I like that. I mean, I'm kind of known for, like, outside of this true crime channel, I mostly do, like, historical facts and stuff. And also on Decoding the Unknown, like conspiracy theories. I mean, not conspiracy. One review we got for Decoding the Unknown ages ago was like,
just another stupid paranormal channel.
And I'm like, bro, you never watched it. Like, we are the opposite. The only thing that is paranormal about it is the bloody name and the title of the episodes. And then all I do is on the paranormal. So did you even listen to the show, bro? The person who reported the body was Martha Engels, the building's housemaid. She had been drawn to Frances's unit by the sound of a radio, which she stated was turned up unusually loud for so early in the morning. Other tenants were complaining about the noise, so she had gone to investigate. This is when she'd found Frances's drawer ajar, and inside noted that there was blood covering Frances's bed, the walls around it, and on the carpet leading to the bathroom. Concerned that Frances needed help. What gave you that idea? Oh, I wonder if she needs some help. What's all this blood? It's covering the walls. So she entered the unit and crept toward the bathroom. That's when she first discovered Frances's lifeless body stretched across the bathtub with a butcher's knife sticking out of the side of her neck. When the police arrived at the scene, they immediately connected Frances's death to Josephine's, as the similarities between the two were obvious. Frances had been stabbed multiple times, her body had been washed post-mortem, several of her wounds had been crudely bandaged, and her face was wrapped like a mummy using either a towel or a pair of pajamas. Reports vary. Likewise, her apartment had been ransacked, yet nothing had been taken. There were, however, some differences. Unlike Jacqueline, Frances had also been shot in the head with a gun, and the killer had left something behind for the police. On the wall next to the blood-soaked bed, a message was written in lipstick, and it read, "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." And included here is a little screenshot, a little image of it, and for heaven's sake. The person has terrible handwriting. That's all I'll say. It's barely readable. I'm not sure if that's because the person is dim or because it's the past. Although they don't use joined up handwriting, like cursive. Doesn't everyone in the past use cursive? He's also seemed to be using like random capital letters. So, I don't know, maybe a little bit dim. Reading the message, the officers felt a chill run down their necks, but as they found out to look for more evidence, they found little. The killer had taken the time to wipe away all his fingerprints, as none were found on the knife, the wall, or near the body. This spoke to the fact that the killer was meticulous, careful, and vigilant. However, his efforts were not perfect. On the wall near the front door, one partial print smudged in blood was discovered. Police believed that due to the angle of the print, the killer had left it as he exited the apartment. This belief was later corroborated when the apartment's night clerk told detectives that he had witnessed a nervous-looking man exiting the elevator and shuffling out of the building's main entrance not long after another resident claimed to have heard a muffled gunshot at around 4 a.m. Wait, this is an apartment building? I feel like if you hear a gunshot, you're gonna... I live in I recently moved, but I used to live in an apartment building. And even though it was like an old building, and those walls are goddamn thick, you never hear the neighbors. I feel like a gunshot you definitely hear. This man was described as being between the ages of 35 and 40 and weighing approximately 140 pounds. This was yet another similarity that tied Francis's death to Josephine's. Unfortunately, the clerk was not able to provide detectives with any further description. However, he did offer up one other piece of very useful information. He knew that the man was not a resident of the building, nor had he entered the building through its front door at any point in the night prior to the murder. This led detectives to speculate that the killer had entered Francis's apartment building through an open window, which was significant because this window was multiple stories above ground level. Aren't all American, I feel all American buildings have that giant, fire escape, metal fire escape running outside. Is that just New York? I feel like Chicago would have this as well. Right? Can't they just climb up that, fire escape thing? We don't have those in Europe. I don't know why. I think if there's a fire, generally, as far as I'm aware, the fire brigade come and then they, lift you out of the window. Because the buildings are really old and there's all, loads of concrete between the floors. So generally, there was a fire down the street on the building, though. You'd never see house fires anymore. But an apartment was, fully burned out. But all of the apartments around it were completely fine. So... I don't know, maybe that's why we don't have, or maybe we're just more willing to take the risk rather than have these stairs constructed everywhere. Since there were no obvious signs that a ladder had been used on the ground below, police assumed that the killer was extraordinarily adept at climbing. Okay, so I guess there were no stairs. Back upstairs inside the apartment, police examined Francis's body and wounds more closely, noting that the killer had driven it into her neck with such force. What in? The blade. Oh, the knife's blade into her neck with such force that the knife's blade was protruding out the opposite side. Fucking hell. In the police's minds, this evidenced extreme passion, anger, hatred, and possibly lust. It's yes, I lust after you so much, therefore I must penetrate you. Thus I must penetrate your neck with this knife. What the fuck? However, they were careful to note that, like Josephine before her, Francis did not appear to have been sexually assaulted either before or after the murder. The following morning, the city was abuzz when news of Francis's death finally began to spread. While Josephine Ross's murder had only been reported deep within a few newspapers and obituary columns, primarily because her multiple divorces and secret boyfriends made her a less than savory person in the 1940s, Francis was a way more sympathetic character. The former Navy wave veteran and the bizarre note written in lipstick became front-page news across the entire city. To sell more newspapers, the press dubbed the killer names like Chicago's Jack the Ripper and the Lipstick Killer, the latter of which would obviously stick. Well, so far, don't they know he only killed one person? It's like Jack the Ripper on the loose. It's just one murder. Some things never change, do they? Media. Feeling the media pressure, the Chicago police made investigating Francis's murder their top priority. They assigned several veteran detectives to the case who each began rounding up anyone and everyone they could find that may have been in the area at the time of the murder. They paid especially close attention to any known sex offenders, spousal abusers, and drunks, dragging nearly 70 people in for questioning within the first few days. Sounds honestly like a pretty good place to start. Yet their efforts once again yielded no real results. Whoever this depraved killer of women was, he was smart enough to lay low, not make himself obvious to the police, and not kill again while the heat was turned up. Eventually, after exhausting nearly every lead, authorities changed course and made an unexpected announcement. Despite the description that had been provided to them by multiple witnesses, they announced that the killer was likely a woman. What, a man-sized woman? I mean, yeah, sure, man-sized women exist. But that doesn't seem very likely. This was due to several notable facts. First, Francis's killer had chosen to use lipstick to write their message, even though there had been several other writing devices available to her inside the apartment. Second, the term "for heaven's sake," which had been used to start the message, was seen as a very effeminate phrase. And finally, even though Frances was described as a very handsome woman, she had not been sexually assaulted, which the police believed was not indicative of a man because no man depraved enough to kill in such a gruesome manner could have resisted taking advantage of the opportunity. Is that a thing? Like, is the person driven by a desire to kill also driven by a desire to sexually assault? I feel like those could be very separate things. Honestly, this reasoning sounds a bit shaky to me. Me too, Matthew. But the police, were getting more and more desperate. The media was continuing to hound them, not only for failing to solve these murders, but for the city's extremely high crime rates, abysmally low arrest rate, and complete failure to crack down on mob activity. Yet this avenue of investigation yielded no viable suspects once again. At one point, there were rumblings that authorities had someone in custody, but this unnamed person was later released, and details about them have either been lost to time or were never made public in the first place. For now, the police and media had to simply wait and hope that someone with more information would come forward. However, as they waited, another crime would shake the city to its core just days after the start of the new year: the kidnapping of 6-year-old girl Suzanne Degnan. The kidnapping. By the time 1945 was coming to a close, spirits in Chicago were on the rise. The war had officially ended in September, and by Christmas, approximately 1 million US troops had been discharged and were beginning to arrive back home to the United States. Of those million, thousands had returned to their families in Chicago, and there was still more good news to come, as before the end of the year, the US government announced that all troops eligible for demobilization would arrive home no later than February of 1946. Thus, the streets of Chicago were alive with activity and celebration, as for the first time since before the start of the Great Depression, the new year seemed bright and with promise of hope. However, for one family, that promise would be broken in the most heinous way imaginable. On the night of the 6th of January 1946, approximately 1 month since the murder of Frances Brown, James Degnan tucked his daughter into bed and kissed her goodnight, fully expecting, as every parent does, that she'd be waiting for him the following morning. However, when he and his wife, Helen, returned at dawn to wake up Suzanne for school, they found her bed empty. Across the room, the window stood open. Don't like this. Immediately, James and Helen began searching the home. They checked in closets and under furniture, calling out to Suzanne, but receiving no response. They then contacted their upstairs neighbors, the Flynns, asking if she had wandered up there for any reason, but were told that she had not. They then called the police. Within minutes, officers from the Chicago PD arrived, and it wouldn't take them long to make a startling discovery. On the floor beside Suzanne's bed, what had first appeared to be a crumpled-up tissue was revealed to be a hastily written ransom note that read, "Get $20,000 ready and wait for word. Do not notify FBI or police. Bills in 5s and 10s. Burn this for her safety." This person cannot spell. You can't see this. I mean, if you're watching the video version of this show, then you'll probably see it on screen, but they cannot spell. James and Helen struggled to stay on their feet as all hope for an innocent explanation evaporated. They began to panic when they realized that in their haste to find Suzanne, they'd failed to notice the note and had accidentally disobeyed the kidnapper's orders. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, police from across the city then began congregating outside the Degnan residence in droves. That sounds like a real bad idea. You should be like, "Yo, police, we just found this note. Please don't make it obvious that we told you. Please. Okay, we'll be right there." No, that's not what I'm saying. They arrived in patrol cars, packed with up to 6 officers each from various precincts to offer their assistance. They walked the neighborhood's icy streets, going door to door in the hopes that someone had noticed something suspicious the prior night. As this was happening, detectives continued to search the home from top to bottom. They had walked Suzanne to the bathroom at around midnight before James had put her to bed, after which time they both retired to their own bedroom at around 12:30 a.m. Neither had left the room until the following morning. At one point in the night, Helen said she thought she had heard someone shuffling about, but assumed that Suzanne had gotten up to go to the bathroom. The upstairs neighbor, Mary Flynn, and her husband, whose bedroom was directly over Suzanne's, claimed that they had heard noises and talking coming from below them at around 12:50. At that same time, they had heard their dogs barking outside. At first they said they'd tried to ignore the dogs, but fearing that the barking would wake the Degnans, eventually they ventured down from upstairs to silence them sometime shortly after 1 a.m. They claimed that during this time, they didn't notice anything out of the ordinary inside or outside the home. Back inside Suzanne's bedroom, little evidence beside the ransom note had been discovered, but outside her window, detectives noted that there was an old ladder lying on the grounds near the home's garage. It was not directly below Suzanne's window, but when the ladder was stood upright, it was just tall enough for a man of average height to reach the windowsill above and climb inside. Because the Flynns had not noticed whether or not the ladder had been propped up the prior night, police could not say for certain that this was how the kidnapper had entered the home. However, they considered it the most likely point of entry. When the police's efforts to interview the other neighbours also led them nowhere, they then spread out to canvass the neighbourhood's back alleys. As they did, the Degnans' home rotary phone rang several times. James, Helen, and the police assumed that the caller was Suzanne's abductor, reaching out to provide further instructions as promised, but they couldn't be sure because the line would disconnect immediately after someone answered. The caller was either losing their nerve before speaking, or they were taunting them. Police couldn't be sure of which. As they waited for the caller to phone again, all the police and the Degnans could do was sit, wait, and hope that the officers putting in the real legwork outside would stumble upon something. They also hoped that the kidnapper might release Suzanne on their own once they realized just how much trouble they were in, but the longer everyone waited, the less likely this outcome seemed. Eventually, all hope would be lost when another call was received by Chicago PD dispatch, pushing the investigation in a much more sinister direction. In this call, an anonymous man ominously suggested that the police should begin searching the sewers surrounding the Degnans' home. The caller did not leave his name, and the call could not be traced. Seeing as it was now nearly 7 p.m. and the fleeting winter sun had already begun to set, officers paired up into teams and ventured out on foot to walk the alleyways once again. It didn't take long for one of the teams to notice that the lid to a catch basin had recently been disturbed. As they approached it, 2 officers lifted the heavy steel cover as another shined his flashlight down into the sewer below. There, among the muck, he spotted Suzanne's bright blonde hair shining. Moving the beam of light further down, he saw her face, but there was nothing more. It was only her head. Unfortunately, despite what the note had claimed, no kidnapping had occurred. Susan had been dead the entire time, since long before her parents had awoken to find her missing. Within the next few days, the child's torso and severed legs would be discovered in 2 separate sewers nearby. Police did not, however, immediately find her arms. Those would not be located for another several weeks. By then, the rest of Suzanne's body would be buried. The facts of the case. Now, if you thought the police's response to Suzanne's kidnapping was already large, be aware that you haven't seen anything yet. Once it was confirmed that the little blonde girl everyone was searching for had been murdered in such a brutal fashion, authorities knew that her name and photo would be front-page news by no later than the following morning. They were desperate to find something to prove they weren't just sitting on their hands. So far, all they had were a few reports of bumps in the night, a ransom note, and a whole lot of speculation. So hundreds of officers poured into the area to participate in what would become one of the largest manhunts in Chicago's history. They didn't have a clue who they were searching for, but they knew that somebody, somewhere, must have seen or heard something. Fortunately, it wouldn't take long for them to round up several potential suspects. However, before we speak about them, let's talk about what the police knew, what they didn't know, and what they strongly suspected. This will be very important as we move forward because, as the title of this script suggests, there is much reason to believe that the person the police would ultimately charge with Suzanne's murder, as well as the murders of Josephine Ross and Frances Brown, may have been innocent. I'll give you the facts so that you can decide for yourselves. Now, let's begin with what else was discovered on the night of January 7th. In the basement of a building near the catch basin where officers located Suzanne's head, police stumbled upon a room that the media would soon refer to as the murder room. That name was a bit of a misnomer for reasons that we'll get into in just a moment, but let's first discuss what was found inside this room. At first glance, the basement appeared normal, but inside a wash basin in the room's center, police recovered several tiny pieces of human flesh. Near this wash basin, at the bottom of a coal bin used to stoke the building's furnace, a large bloodstain was found with fresh coal scooped over top it in a way that was meant to disguise the stain. The stain was relatively fresh, and police soon declared that they were standing exactly where Suzanne had been dismembered less than 24 hours earlier. However, they were hesitant to declare that she had been killed there because they didn't want to rule out the possibility that an undiscovered third location may exist nearby. As for what was not in the room, there were no tools, no saws, no knives. There were also no fingerprints, as it appeared that in addition to hiding the bloodstains, the killer had thoroughly cleaned the room sometime after dismembering and disposing of the body, indicating to police that they were entirely comfortable inside that room. Understanding that acquiring a full timeline of the night Susan disappeared might be the most important step in solving her murder, detectives then set out to interview as many people as possible. Upstairs, residents of the building were all thoroughly questioned, and many reported hearing loud and unusual noises coming from below sometime between 3 and 4 a.m. They also reported hearing running water in the building at around 2:30 a.m., when according to them, no reasonable person should have been awake. None of the residents took responsibility for making the noises or running the water, so the police assumed the killer had been dismembering Suzanne between 2:30 and 4 a.m. To further fill the timeline, they then turned to the coroner, who examined Suzanne's body. He stated that based on the contents of her stomach, she had likely died somewhere between 12 and 1 a.m., further fueling speculation that she had been killed prior to being transported to the murder room. The coroner also believed that the body, like Josephine and Francis before her, had been washed prior to dismemberment. When speaking to other witnesses, a furloughed soldier named George E. Subgrimsky claimed to have seen a man in a trench coat and a fedora walking to the Degnans' home shortly after midnight on the night of the murder. He said that the man was 5'9", 170 pounds, and had been carrying a shopping bag. However, he was unable to provide a description of the man's face because he hadn't seen it. After this, no witnesses came forward, and the only other abnormality that the police suspected may have been relevant was a home burglary that had occurred a single block from the Degnans' home on the night before Suzanne's murder. This home's occupant, a veteran named Harry Gold, owned several pieces of Nazi memorabilia that he had collected from dead German soldiers during the war. These items had been stolen during the burglary, but police were once again unable to track down any suspects. So, to recap and summarize everything that they had learned, the police knew that Suzanne had been put to bed at around midnight, that the killer had likely entered her room less than 30 minutes after her parents had gone to bed, that he had killed and transported her to the murder room to begin dismembering her by no later than 2:30, and he had dumped her body before sunrise. That last part was an assumption, but the police felt comfortable stating it as a fact because the dump sites were not in secluded locations, meaning that the killer would have surely been spotted if it attempted to dump the body after sunrise. All this information together meant that the killer worked fast and was proficient. In less than 6 hours, he had done everything previously mentioned while also managing to return and clean the basement without being noticed. This dude has definitely done this before. That's, for sure. This became even more impressive when the coroner revealed the cuts on Suzanne's body were clean and showed absolutely no signs of hacking. Up until this point, police were already considering the possibility that the killer was a surgeon of some sort, but the coroner blew this theory out of the water when he went on to declare that the killer was either a man who had worked in a profession that required the study of anatomy or one with a background in dissection. Not even the average doctor could be as skillful. It had to be a meat cutter. Consequently, police then began looking into Chicago's many local meat packers, and that's when something else happened that further confirmed their new theory. A few days after the murder, Chicago's mayor, Edward Kelly, received the following letter in the mail. "This is to tell you how sorry I am not to get old Degnan instead of his girl. Roosevelt and the OPA made their own laws. Why shouldn't I?" And a lot more. What does that mean? This must be some past thing. To understand this, let's slow down a moment and talk about the OPA. The Office of Price Administration had been established 4 years earlier in 1941 by President Franklin D. Roosevelt via an executive order. The agency's job was to enact price controls to limit the cost of goods during the war so that inflation would not devour the economy and to place rations on critical supplies to prevent hoarding and scalping. It was an emergency measure, and within its first 2 years of operation, the agency had placed controls on everything from sugar and coffee to automobiles and housing. At its peak, it had locked in the prices of over 90% of grocery store items. Depending on who you ask, this may have saved countless Americans from bankruptcy, but towards the end of the war, the agency's popularity in Washington, D.C. took a nosedive. One of the unintended and unfortunate consequences of the OPA's price controls was the emergence of black markets for various food and supplies. The mob was famously involved in many of these black markets, all of which hurt local workers because black market goods often circumvented the local unions. In 1946, tensions between unions and their employers were already at an all-time high due to several strikes over low wages. One of the unions that were striking was the Packing House Workers Organizing Committee, aka the Meatpackers Union. Because there were also talks of OPA further cracking down on dairy product prices, a series of violent threats had been made against OPA executives, with one member feeling forced to surround himself and his family with armed guards after a direct threat was made against his children. This is extremely suspicious. It's definitely some unhappy meatpacking dude. James Degnan was also a senior executive for the OPA. God damn. This is it. This is the motivation. Now with more context, let's reread that letter. "This is to tell you how sorry I am not to get old Degnan instead of his girl. Roosevelt and the OPA made their own laws. Why shouldn't I?" And a lot more. After this, many within the Chicago PD began to believe wholeheartedly that Suzanne's killer was a local meatpacker. The motivation was there, as was the skill. Plus, violence by union meatpackers was not unheard of, as just weeks before Suzanne's murder, a black market meat seller had been decapitated in the streets for being a scab. This man's killer had not been caught, nor would he ever be. A scab, someone who goes against the union, right? This man's killer had not been caught, nor would he ever be. However, others were not as convinced because of speculation that the letter may have been faked by someone attempting to damage the reputation of the Meatpackers Union. Was the letter a fake? Well, nobody can say for sure, but if you are tempted to dismiss this theory because it sounds too outlandish, I strongly encourage you to research the history of union busting. It won't take you very long, and you'll find countless examples of wealthy employers hiring shady figures to paint union members as immoral communists seeking to undermine the American way of life. Yeah, this was a huge thing back in the day. Either way, as you can tell, this was a very confusing time for everyone involved with the investigation, and even after everything the police had learned, the only piece of real, tangible evidence that they had found was the kidnapping note. But that note brought with it many more questions than answers. Had the killer written it before he arrived, or writing it been a last-minute decision while in the room with Suzanne? Had the kidnapping been a ruse from the start, or had the killer genuinely intended to keep her alive and something had gone wrong? If so, how was he so well prepared to dismember and dispose of her body? Had he done this before? If so, why had he gone to such lengths to hide her body if he intended to lead the police to her remains anyway? Was that always the plan? Or did he feel remorse for his actions after the fact? I think he just sounds a little bit mad, right? Like, the reason this doesn't make sense is because his brain doesn't make sense. Furthermore, police still couldn't say for certain where Suzanne had been killed or how the killer had entered the Degnans. Suzanne's window showed no signs of forced entry, and the ladder theory wasn't all that convincing in hindsight. If the killer had used the ladder beside the garage to reach her windowsill, why had he taken the time to lower and place it back where it belonged, next to the garage? Was Suzanne alive while he was doing this? If so, how did he keep control of her while focusing his attention on the ladder? To the police, nothing about this case made logical sense, and the pointless brutality of it was baffling. Yet the public and media were relentless in their demand for justice. On January 24th, 2 weeks after Suzanne's murder, 400 people gathered outside a local elementary school to protest the police's lack of progress. I mean, they really are trying though, aren't they? This was a huge group. They're assigning all these veteran detectives. It's not like they're like,
whatever, Yeah, they die all the time. Kids are dismembered and kidnapped all the time.
No, that's not what's happening. The police seem to really be doing their job. The media's coverage of this event was brutal, as was the coverage over the next 3 months, during which time 60 separate articles were published by the Chicago Tribune alone. Of these, at least 8 featured Suzanne on the front page. They refused to let the story fade into the background of public consciousness, and this pressure, some have argued, is what caused the police to make so many mistakes along the way. A series of slapdash arrests. I mean, to this point, you might be thinking that the police have been doing an excellent job overall with the investigation, and I can't say I blame you considering the information I provided. Exactly, Matt. That's exactly what I'm saying. The police are really working on this, aren't they? I get the feeling they might not be. In fact, on paper, the investigation seems incredibly thorough. To quote Lucy Freeman, author of Before I Kill More, the 1955 true crime book written about Suzanne's kidnapping and murder, quote, "The police worked around the clock, often driving their own cars and using their own time. They worked day and night questioning suspects. They interviewed more than 800 persons suspected of the crime, gave lie detector tests to 170. The crime laboratory compared 7,000 sets of handwriting with a ransom note. A total of 5,250 tips were received from all over the world, offering clues or theories. 3,153 were investigated." However, the tactics the police used throughout these interviews and interrogations left much to be desired. Infamously, the Chicago PD in those days was corrupt as all hell, and their reputation for violence against those in their custody was unparalleled. I mean, yes, okay, but I think in this case, doesn't matter how corrupt you are, you're probably going to want to catch the dude who's killing children. One of the first real suspects the police homed in on was a 65-year-old Belgian immigrant named Hector Verger. Out of all the people they'd interviewed, detectives felt that Hector was their best suspect because he worked as a janitor in the Winthrop Street apartment building where Suzanne's body had been dismembered. He and his wife lived in an apartment directly across the street from the Degnans' home. Police theorized that Hector would have easily been able to watch Suzanne through a window and would have felt right at home inside the murder room, as it was one of the rooms he was charged with cleaning and maintaining daily. They also recognized that the ransom note had multiple misspellings and had been covered in dirt, 2 things that pointed towards a poorly educated man with dirty hands. Although there was no physical evidence directly linking Hector to the crime, and he had no prior criminal record, police felt they had enough to warrant an arrest. Really? This doesn't seem like your guy. They picked Hector up, transported him downtown, and beat him severely for 48 hours, and he had to be hospitalized for a full 10 days for not refusing to confess to the murders. Of his time in custody, Hector said, "They hanged me up. They blindfolded me. I can't put up my arms. They are sore. They had handcuffs on me for hours and hours. They threw me in a cell and blindfolded me. They handcuffed my hands behind my back and pulled me up on bars until my toes touched the floor. I no eat. I go to the hospital. Oh, I am so sick. Any more, and I would have confessed to anything. Yeah, this is why torture isn't super effective for confessions, because people will confess to anything to make the torture stop. While in hospital, Hector was diagnosed with some very serious bruising and a dislocated shoulder, yet the police were still not finished with him. They kept pressuring Hector relentlessly, even going as far as to pressure his wife into confessing on Hector's behalf by threatening to arrest her as well as an accomplice. As if this wasn't bad enough, they also announced to the public early in the investigation that Hector was Suzanne's murderer. They didn't say that they'd made an arrest or that they suspected who had killed her. They stated, "This is the man. It's a fact." Soon, Hector's name was front page news right alongside Suzanne's, and he wasn't released from custody until his janitors' union began fighting the arrest in court. They filed a writ of habeas corpus on Hector's behalf and pointed out that as a Belgian immigrant, he couldn't even write in English, meaning that it would have been impossible for the police's accusations to be true. After this, the police were then forced to make a statement declaring Hector's innocence. Yet the damage to his and his wife's reputation was already done. Years later, however, Hector and his wife would have the last laugh when the union helped them file a lawsuit against the Chicago PD for police brutality. Excellent! And also, pretty major defamation. They asked for $15,000, $252,000 adjusted for inflation, but the judge felt that Hector had been treated so grievously that he awarded $20,000 or $337,000 today instead. Good. The next unfortunate sob that fell into the ham-fisted Chicago PD's radar was a man named Sidney Sherman. Sidney was a recently discharged veteran that fought overseas in the Second World War, and he'd returned to Chicago during the first rounds of military discharges mere weeks before the murder. The police suspected Sidney for one reason. The back alley behind the Degnans' home contained a piece of wire and a handkerchief with the name S. Sherman embroidered on it. Officers theorized that these items could have been used as a garrote and a gag for Suzanne during the kidnapping. Sidney Sherman's name was discovered when police rang S. Sherman through the military's personnel database. There was nothing else connecting him to the crime, yet police wasted no time obtaining an arrest warrant. I mean, S. Sherman how many people? 4 million people in Chicago? It's going to be more than one S. Sherman. It's not exactly an uncommon name. When they arrived at the YMCA where Sidney was supposed to be living, however, they learned that he had left Chicago in a rush just days earlier. He had not even notified his employer that he was leaving, further cementing the police's belief that he was the killer. Now that is a bit more suspicious. I mean, it's not a bad lead. I mean, I guess, it should be just okay, let's look into all people called S. Sherman. And then they find this guy skips town. I'd look into that a bit more, I would think. This was not a completely unreasonable assumption to make, but the police's handling of Sidney's search was far from perfect. His name was released to the Chicago public in a statement where the police once again definitively stated that he was the killer, which caused a nationwide manhunt that lasted for over 4 days. Sidney was eventually located and arrested in Toledo, Idaho, but upon being interrogated, it became clear almost immediately that he was innocent. He had an alibi for the night of the murder, and his sudden departure from Chicago was not nearly as suspicious as the police first believed. He had eloped with his new girlfriend that he had met after returning from the war. They'd moved to Ohio to start a new life together. After being cleared by multiple polygraph tests, Sidney was released when it was determined that the handkerchief didn't even belong to him. The S. Sherman stood for Seymour Sherman, a resident of New York City, who the police then shifted their focus to. Not after saying, "This is the guy! He is definitely the murderer of a child! He cut a child's head off!" If this was internet days, you'd have ruined this guy's life, because the correction would just not be as interesting as the accusation. However, they were forced to drop him as well when it became clear that Seymour's alibi was also airtight. He hadn't even been in the country in January of 1945. After this series of blunders, the police were then forced to announce that neither Sidney Sherman nor Seymour Sherman were Suzanne's killers, further eroding the public's trust and making them look like incompetent buffoons. Yes, I wonder why they would think that. Maybe because of all the incompetence. They also determined that the handkerchief and wire were likely irrelevant to the case, which is why I had not mentioned them up until this point. The cycle of arrest, declaration of guilt, and release continued for several more months as multiple other suspects, each one less viable than the last, were arrested and beaten until they either managed to convince the police of their innocence or had to be hospitalized. The reason the police were doing this, many have speculated, was out of pure desperation because the city's election season was fast approaching. The perfect suspect. On the afternoon of June 26, 1946, police were dispatched to a residence on Farwell Avenue after receiving reports that a young man was on the run after being caught burglarizing a nearby apartment building in broad daylight. It's Not very bright, is it? This young man's name was William Hirons, and he was a 17-year-old college student on summer break after his freshman year at the University of Chicago. He was also a known burglar with a juvenile record. Earlier that day, William had travelled north from his dormitory at U of C to sell one of 2 saving bonds that he kept tucked inside his wallet that were valued at $500 each. Not a small amount of money in those days. God damn. Did he say 2? He's got $1,000 just in his wallet? That would be insane today. This is the 1940s. What's that? That's going to be like $10,000 or something nuts. He was selling one because he was strapped for cash and had a date that afternoon. However, when he arrived at the post office at around 3 p.m, he found that it had closed earlier than expected, as it sometimes did during the hot summer months. There's nothing more irritating than that. When it's just like, oh yeah, closed. And often it's like, closed for technical reasons. And you're like, there's no technical reasons, it's just hot. And you just wanted to go home early. And I traipsed all the way out here to get my letter. And you went home early. Frustrated, William had chosen to burglarize the Wayne Manor Apartments. Wayne Manor Apartments, really. At 6928 North Wayne Avenue to steal just enough to hold him over until the following day. He chose these apartments because he knew the building's layout well. This was by no means the first time he'd chosen to burglarize it, and he assumed an unlocked door would make for a quick and easy job. As he walked up and down the building's 3rd floor, he noticed a door was standing ajar to allow a breeze to lessen the afternoon heat. Wait. You're going to burglarize an occupied apartment in the day. What are you up to? When he looked inside the entry, he saw a wallet lying on the table just within reach. He grabbed it, but as he did, a neighbour threw open his front door, spotted William, and a confrontation ensued. I made a terrible mistake there. Not a terrible mistake, nothing happened. But I was at home for the weekend, and I'd left my car parked on the street because right now, we have a garage, but it's been demolished and they're building like a new garage because the last garage was a piece of shit. And so I had to park my car on the street so my wife could drive her car out of our driveway. And I just parked my car, left it on the street, and I left the key on the passenger seat, on the front passenger seat. I left the car there for 3 days. And this is a car that people would definitely steal. And I just came back to it on Monday and it's still there. Car that and also an expensive pair of sunglasses just sitting on the passenger seat along with a key just to the car. And I'm like, wow, I live in a safe neighborhood. No one stole this. He grabbed it, but as he did, a neighbor threw open his front door, spotted William, and a confrontation ensued. The neighbor chased William out of the unit and back down the stairs to the 1st floor. As this was happening, the neighbor's wife had called down to the building's front desk to make them aware of what was going on. When William reached the lobby, he was confronted by the building's custodian, Francis Hanley, who purposefully placed himself between William and the front door, holding his arms out wide and waiting to catch him. Still being hotly pursued by the neighbor, William pulled a small revolver from his pocket, pointed at the man, and yelled, "Let me out, or I'll let you have it in the guts." Oh my god, you'd just be like, okay, carry on, you may go. I am not going to die today, thank you very much. Seeing the gun, the janitor stepped aside and allowed William to pass by. He watched as the boy took off down the street, and then he phoned the police. Although you have just massively escalated your crime. You've gone from... Is this going from burglary to robbery? Because you've committed a violent act while stealing something? Is that how robbery works? Upon exiting the Wayne Manor Hotel, William fled down the street on foot and ducked into an alley between 2 residential buildings on Farwell Avenue. He then scaled the exterior wooden fire escape of 1320 W Farwell and hid himself on the building's roof in a way that gave him an unobstructed view of the alleyway and the street below. He intended to stay there until the heat died down. However, one of the building's residents, a woman named Mrs. Willett, had spotted William climbing a fire escape. She recognized that the boy was running and attempting to hide from someone and assumed that he was in some sort of trouble. She called the police as well. Soon, 2 officers from Chicago PD were on the scene. Their names were Officer Constant Tiffin and Officer William Owens. They parked their patrol car at the end of the alley with the lights on and proceeded on foot toward the building. There were 2 ways up to the roof, so the officers split up, each taking a separate route to effectively block William's only means of escape. From above, William spotted the officers' approach and attempted to flee back down the fire escape, but Officer Tiffin was too quick for him. He was already ascending the staircase, leaving William to frantically begin searching for another way down. Finding none, William pulled the revolver from his pocket in an act of desperation and pointed it at Tiffin. Oh my god, you're again escalating your crimes, and he's seen your face, and he's a cop, shouting at him to stay back the same way that he'd done a short time earlier with the doorman. Seeing the revolver, Tiffin ducked out of sight and drew his own gun. He then leaned out and fired a single shot at William, missing him. He then ducked back to safety. Intending to rush past the officer and flee deeper into the alley, William took the opportunity to dart down the staircase, believing that Tiffin would not shoot him in the back. In this, William was correct. I mean, fair enough, you don't want to shoot some guys fleeing. However, as he passed Tiffin, the man reached out and took a hold of William's clothes, dragging him to the ground. Can you imagine, just sticks his leg out and trips him up? It's like, silly. As the two struggled in vain to overpower one another, an off-duty patrolman named Abner Cunningham happened to overhear the commotion from the street and decided to intervene. Seeing the gun in William's hand, Cunningham grabbed a clay flower plot from a nearby porch, raised it high in the air, and brought it down hard on William's head. Legend. The pot cracked, and William's limp body dropped to the ground. The last thing William remembered before blacking out was the officer standing over him. He had no idea that in less than a week's time, every man, woman, and child in the city would know and despise his name. Oh no, they're going to link him to this crime, aren't they? That's of course what we're talking about. Why else would we be talking about some random robbery if it wasn't for this linked to the crime somehow? Although really? Little Billy Hirons. Little William Hirons was born to parents George and Margaret Hirons on November the 15th, 1928, just 1 year before the start of the Great Depression. As such, he and his brother Jerry, who was born 3 years later, had grown up poor, as George was unable to find regular employment for many years. He worked as a day labourer when odd jobs were available, but never earned enough to ward off the financial strain that was always looming over the family's head. Margaret eventually found work at a bakery, but this was still not enough. When William was a child, George and Margaret fought often over money, yet despite this, William was obviously a bright boy. In his spare time, he would sketch crude designs for planes and boats, and those designs were described as advanced for his age. He didn't focus on the things that other boys typically would, like guns and other artillery. He focused on the shape of the plane's wings, trying to determine what made them fly. Over time, flight became an obsession for the boy, and one day Margaret returned home to find her son perched atop the garage roof with a pair of floppy cardboard wings strapped to his arms. Uh-oh. He was preparing himself to take flight when Margaret screamed at him to come down. How old was he? When do kids learn not to do this? Beyond this, William was also a tinkerer who liked to take things apart and see how they worked. He would then challenge himself to reassemble them. Sometimes he was able to, but the family once went without a clock for several days because William's curiosity was so overzealous. However, as William and his brother grew older and the depression worsened, George and Margaret's money troubles became even more severe. And so did their constant bickering. Now, instead of attempting to hide their anger from their children, they began arguing bitterly for hours each night. They would scream at one another, and William would claim that those arguments drove him to a breaking point. He claims that he took to the streets to find some reprieve. He didn't have anything to do out there, but he would spend hours each evening walking alone, avoiding returning home for as long as possible. Years later, William would remark, "Jerry seemed to be able to cope with it. I couldn't." Eventually, when he was about 12 years old, William saw an opportunity for him to fill his spare time in the afternoons while also earning a little money for himself. He took a job as a delivery boy for a local grocery store. Working in this role, he transported bags of groceries on foot to nearby apartments, took payment for these groceries, and then returned to the store to deliver the money. However, it was while performing this job that William's real troubles would first begin. William claims that his first brush with theft occurred while he was making deliveries one morning after he was shortchanged $1 by a customer. In those days, when everyone was pinching pennies to afford bread, a missing dollar was more than enough to see him fired, possibly arrested. Fearing this, William claims he saw an opportunity to make up for that lost dollar as he was dropping off his next delivery. As he unpacked the groceries at his next stop, he noticed several dollar bills lying unguarded on the counter nearby. He looked over his shoulder, saw the customer was out of sight, and quickly grabbed one of the bills, slipping it into his pocket and praying that he had not been spotted. With his heart galloping and sweat pouring down his face, William finished unloading the groceries, thanked the customer, took payment, and then exited the home. He had not been spotted. Outside, he says that he wanted to hide and vomit out of shame, but he also says he felt something rising above that emotion, gleeful satisfaction. William was a kleptomaniac and had just experienced his first high from stealing. Yeah, I get it. It's got to be exciting, right? You're like, After this elation wore off, William said he continued to feel immense guilt for what he'd done, even though he was never caught. Yet the more time that passed after the initial theft, the more eager William became to do it again. Still avoiding home because his parents were still constantly fighting, William's innocent evening walks morphed into something more sinister. Now he began looking for opportunities to relive that rush, and he soon started swiping things for the pure enjoyment of it. In the summer months, William would primarily target large apartment buildings by ringing the front door's buzzer until someone answered. He would claim that he was there on a delivery. Sometimes this was true, but on days when he'd been on the hunt for things to steal, it wasn't. When nobody would answer the buzzer, he would sneak. What are they going to do when someone does answer the buzzer and it's like, well, okay, where are the groceries at? It's going to be like, oh no, there wasn't any delivery. I was just looking to nick some. When nobody would answer the buzzer, he would sneak around to the back alley and try the back door, which was usually unlocked. Once inside, William would make his way up and down the halls, and because air conditioning didn't exist yet, most residents left their front doors and windows open to create a breeze. This presented many opportunities for the boy. On days when William couldn't get inside through any of the building's traditional entrances, he would instead scale their exteriors, sometimes using a fire escape, but oftentimes climbing fences, clambering up stoneworks, and hoisting himself atop other architectural features to reach an open balcony door or a window above him. Most criminals would never attempt the type of dangerous feats that he performed, but William seemingly had no fear. Like he had been years earlier, when perched atop his family's garage pretending to take flight with cardboard wings, William was completely unafraid of heights. Earl R. Downs, one of the police officers charged with investigating the string of burglarized homes that young William left behind, would later say, "That kid was like a monkey. Back in 42, he used a narrow board to span a 5-foot areaway from a third-floor porch to reach a third-floor bathroom window at 837 Belle Plaine. He crawled across the narrow board while 30 feet below him was a cement sidewalk. Death if he fell." The same holds true for the time he lowered himself over a roof to a third-floor apartment at 3933 Pine Grove, something like a human fly, or the time he climbed up a wire mesh-covered English basement window to grab the window ledge and pull himself up onto the first-floor apartment at 3744 Pine Grove. How he got a foothold in the wire meshing is beyond imagination. The items, he's like some OG parkour dude. The items that William stole were completely random, and most of them were no use to him. William was a kleptomaniac in the truest sense of the word. He didn't steal because he needed the money, even though he and his family still did. He stole purely for the rush. He took purses and mink coats, belts and suit jackets, cameras and radios, cooking utensils and other miscellaneous valuables like watches and jewelry. However, he rarely sold any of them. He instead stashed everything inside a rooftop shed near his parents' apartment where he could easily visit them. He enjoyed looking at his collection and walked through the overflowing shed like he was at a museum. However, there was one item that William did often target specifically because he liked them, and that was guns. As a tinkerer, guns were particularly interesting for William. Not only did holding a gun fill him with a sense of power and control, but he also viewed them as a mechanical marvel worthy of study. Like his parents' clock, William loved to disassemble his father's unloaded handguns and rifles to study the parts and learn how they operated. Yeah, I mean, guns, it's fascinating how they are. I find, like, clocks and guns, it's, these mechanical things that are just like all these intricate parts working together to achieve an overall aim. I'm like, I find that stuff pretty interesting, I get it. He made sketches of the guns, designing his own custom ones that people would later say could have been perfectly functional. He even jotted down ideas for several improvements to some existing guns. He undoubtedly had a bright future ahead of him, but that future was forever changed when he made one critical mistake. At only 13, William was arrested for the first time when a Chicago PD officer noticed him acting suspiciously in a park. It's not clear exactly what this officer saw William do, but it was enough to make him detain the boy and frisk him. This is when he found a .25 caliber automatic pistol hidden away in William's clothing. Panicked, William insisted that he'd merely found the gun abandoned on a nearby street corner and did not intend to use it, but the officer did not believe him. Yeah, it's a pretty weak excuse, my dude. It's like,
No, I just found it just now. That's why I've got a gun on me. I just found it just now.
Come on now. He transported William to the local lockup and proceeded to interrogate him. This is when William admitted that the gun had been stolen. The terrified 13-year-old boy then went on to admit to at least 11 separate burglaries and directed the police to his rooftop collection so that the items could all be returned. After this, William was declared a young delinquent and held in custody for 3 weeks, after which time he was brought before a judge in juvenile court. The judge sentenced William to 1 year inside the Gebote School for Wayward Boys, a Catholic reformatory school in Terre Haute, Indiana that claimed to specialize in rehabilitating young men who were raised in broken homes. If the name of that school sounds familiar, that's because it was the same school that Charles Manson attended in 1947. Wow, these guys have got that Illuminati. Although William and Manson missed one another by at least 7 years. While enrolled at Gebote, William lived under constant supervision from staff members who would deal out corporal punishment for the slightest infraction. Needless to say, there was little opportunity for William to act out in any meaningful way, so he was released in June of the following year without incident. However, he'd not be free for long, as his kleptomaniacal urges returned just as soon as he arrived back home. Of this time, William said, "I wasn't even tempted. Then I would go home and the tensions would build, and I would find myself burglarizing to ease them." He's addicted to stealing. Fascinating. This time, William was arrested after being caught slipping into guest rooms inside the Rogers Park Hotel, a fully furnished 9-story hotel and apartment building that provided rooms to both overnight guests and year-round tenants. In William's possession, officers discovered stolen property and a copied key of yet another hotel down the street. After being booked into jail yet again, William was taken to an interrogation room where an officer questioned him about how he'd gotten the key. The officer told William that he would not be in too much trouble if he told him everything. However, tensions escalated when William refused to talk. "Just tell me everything, son. That'll make it easier for you. The only response to that question should be lawyer. Lawyer, 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 lawyer." Despite the fact that William was still a teenager, the officer laid hands on the boy, beating him severely, both for the repeated thefts and for refusing to talk. It doesn't matter if he's a boy or an adult, that's still not okay. When Margaret later asked William what had happened to him inside the jail, William told her, "It was the punishment I deserved." When brought before a judge for the second time, William was ordered to return to a reformatory school. However, this time he was sent to St. Bede's Academy in Peru, Illinois. Here, he fared much better than expected. While it had always been obvious to those that knew him, William now had the opportunity to prove just how smart he was. He excelled at St. Bede's, achieving higher than average marks and drawing the attention of the school's headmaster. At his recommendation, William applied to the University of Chicago, and because his grades were so impressive, he was permitted to skip his senior year and immediately enroll in classes for the 1945 fall semester. I was wondering earlier why he finished his freshman year at 17 years old, which I thought maybe was just because of the times, back in the day people got started with stuff younger. He was only 16 years old during his freshman orientation. That summer, William moved into Gates Hall and embarked on his journey toward becoming an engineer. He passed his classes easily while also working several hours each week as an usher at the downtown orchestra hall. At night, William and his roommate, a boy named Joe Costello, would stay up talking about life and discussing philosophy, another of William's interests that he'd discovered at UFC. This guy doesn't seem like a murderer. If we're looking to pin the murder of the girl on this guy, this seems like such a stretch. In his sophomore year, William started dating a young woman who had one of the most unfortunate names that I've ever read, Joanne Slammer. It was while courting Joanne that he would revert to his old habits to make ends meet. He stole anything he could get his hands on from nearby apartment buildings, and this is how he saved up enough money to afford the 2 $500 saving bonds that were found in his wallet after his third and final arrest in the summer of 1946. Marked. When William awoke in the hospital, he found that his hands were bound and that he was strapped to his hospital bed. His head hurt from the flower pot that had been used to incapacitate him, and he could barely see straight. Around him, doctors and nurses performed tests before ultimately announcing that his skull had been fractured. He would, they said, need to rest up to prevent any permanent damage, but officers from the Chicago PD had no intention of allowing that to happen. Does it matter? Surely the doctors get the primary say here. I know this is the past, and that the Chicago PD seem like right pieces of incompetent pieces of but surely if the doctor's like, he has to rest 2 weeks. I don't care if he's murdered 700 people. He still has to rest, and then you can have your way with him. What follows in this chapter is a summary of William's own account of his time in custody, and while I would not normally rely solely on the word of a potential murderer, I think you'll find that his claims are well within the realm of possibility, considering everything we already know about the Chicago PD. Yeah, the Chicago PD twice already were like, this is the guy, it's a fact. No, wait a second, not that guy. No, it's this guy, that's a fact. Oh wait, no, not that guy. Come on, Chicago PD, do better! According to William, he was tortured for 6 days straight while in hospital, during which time officers did not allow him to sleep and withheld both food and water. He said that groups of officers would come into his room, surround his bed, and begin questioning him. They would not tell him what he was being charged with, nor would they allow him to see either his parents or a lawyer, despite him still legally being a minor. That's f***ed up. He needs that lawyer. It was during this questioning that he first learned of his suspected involvement in Suzanne's killing when one of the officers asked him why he liked to chop up little girls. You'd be like in that hospital bed as a thief, and you'd be like, I steal. What? No! No, not me. What? No, I steal shit. When William attempted to claim innocence, he said that the officers would become irate and begin verbally and physically abusing him. This treatment went on uninterrupted for hours, but when William would begin to pass out from both exhaustion and the head trauma that he'd endured, his interrogators would jam their fingers into his stomach and press them up and underneath his rib cage, sending pain shooting through his body and jolting him back to life. In his exhausted state, they would continue to berate him. Aren't you sorry, Bill? Tell us how you did it. You know how you did it, and God knows you did it. Confess, Bill, and save yourself. We know you're guilty. You killed her, you son of a bitch. The game's over. You're guilty. Now tell us how you did it. Tell us, Bill. When one officer exhausted himself, another would enter the room to take his place. At one point, William said that one of his interrogators became so frustrated by his refusal to confess that he drew back his fist and punched him in the testicles as hard as he could. William writhed in agony, pulling against his restraints, but the officer continued to beat him mercilessly. Where are the hospital staff? What the f*** you doing? William also claims that his doctors and nurses, okay, here we go, who had been assured by police that their patient was a cold-blooded killer, were no help, and that 2 doctors even participated in the abuse at one point. What the f***? Where's your Hippocratic oath, doctors? Come on. According to William, while he was still being strapped to his bed, 2 men in lab coats, Dr. Haynes and Dr. Grinker, entered his room and informed him that they were there to administer medicine to help him sleep. William said that one of the doctors held 2 vials in his hand, one of clear liquid and another of white powder. They began combining measurements of these 2 ingredients into a single container, drawing up a mixture into a syringe. Seeing the needle, William protested, saying that he could sleep perfectly fine on his own if the officers would just leave him be, but the doctors didn't listen. They injected William in his right bicep and then started counting backwards from 100. William recalls hearing the number 94 before passing out. When he awoke sometime later, William said that his head was even foggier and he could recall almost nothing about what had been done to him while unconscious. This was because Dr. Haynes and Dr. Grinker had injected William with sodium panthenol, also known as trapanol, a fast-acting barbiturate and general anesthetic that was used as a truth serum during the early 20th century. Yeah, sodium pentothal. I've heard of this as a truth serum. Both Dr. Haynes and Dr. Grinker later confirmed under oath that William had been given trapanol for this reason. Unsure of what had been done to him, William once again asked to be let go, but the police informed him that that wouldn't be possible. According to them, William admitted to 2 things while under the influence of the doctor's truth serum: that he had an alternate ego named George Merman that made him do terrible things like lie and steal, and that George Merman had killed Suzanne. After his supposed confession, William was allowed to rest, and his parents were allowed to see him for the first time. According to them, it took 4 days for this initial meeting to happen, meaning that William had been tortured for at least 4 days straight before supposedly offering his confession. However, the police were still not finished with him. You can't take this seriously. Like, a confession under torture is no confession at all. This is ridiculous. In what can only be described as one of the worst tortures imaginable, William was then given another large dose of truth serum via a lumbar puncture, but he was not provided with any anesthetic before the needle was inserted. Once again, under the influence of truth serum, William was transported from the hospital to the local police station to undergo a polygraph interrogation, but the police were not able to make William cooperate because he was in so much pain that he couldn't sit upright. He had to be returned to the hospital to be sedated. Later, William would undergo 2 more polygraph tests, both of which would return results that the police reported were inconclusive. Once William was well enough to be released from the hospital, he was taken into custody and placed in solitary confinement. It was while being held here and still being denied a lawyer that he first heard his name on the radio. To his dismay, William's tussle with Officer Tiffin had been heavily reported, as of the fact that the police were now charging him with the murders of Josephine, Frances, and Suzanne. Once again, the police had announced that William was the killer, citing his confession as well as the name of his alter ego, George Merman, as proof. Media outlets ate up this story and eventually twisted the name into George Murderman. Of course they did. Classy. Real classy. According to William, hearing his name on the radio made everything seem more real. He hadn't killed anyone, but the police were going to pin everything on him anyway. He immediately recanted the confession that he could not recall giving, but the police informed him that they were past all of that. They said that with or without his confession, they had found concrete evidence to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I get the feeling they're manufacturing some evidence. Guys, this is so tea. The case against William Hirons. Alright, now that we've heard William's side of the story, let's change gears and focus on what authorities claim they learned while investigating William Hirons and address the evidence that we have against him. To start, we'll begin with the circumstantial so that we can understand what led police to connect William to the Degnan case in the first place. Shortly after William's arrest, officers searched both William's dorm room and inside his parents' house. As they had done years earlier, they found a plethora of stolen items, and among them were the missing Nazi memorabilia that had been stolen from veteran Harry Gould's home the night prior to Suzanne Degnan's murder. This placed William in the Degnans' neighborhood exactly 24 hours before Suzanne was killed. That is extremely circumstantial. Since he had been capable of quietly slipping inside Gould's window undetected, police speculated that he would have also had no trouble returning the following night to do the same thing at the Degnans' residence. What the f***? It's like, I could probably slip into someone's house undetected just by being fucking quiet. Does that mean you did it somewhere else? No! As for motive, the police suspected that William was a boy of many dark secrets. In his dorm room, they also found a copy of Richard von Krafft-Ebing's 1886 book, Psychopathia Sexualis, one of the first in-depth books written about sexual pathology. In it, Krafft-Ebing coins the terms sadism and masochism. Unsure of why a college student enrolled in engineering courses would be interested in researching sexual psychology, the police determined that William owning the book was evidence that he was a sexual deviant. and theorized that because Kraft Ebbing speaks about homosexuality in the book, William was secretly gay, even if he was. What does that have to do with anything? This would explain why neither Josephine Ross nor Francis Bown had been sexually assaulted. Well, choose your lane, police. Do you think he's some sort of weird sexual deviant? This makes no sense. Alongside this, they found stolen medical equipment that they theorized could have been used to dismember Suzanne, including scalpels and other surgical equipment. Bit weird he has that, though, isn't it? Additionally, police also suspected that William was involved in even more shady dealings because the gun he had pointed at Officer Tiffin was soon linked to another crime that had been committed months earlier on December 5th, 1945. That night, a woman named Marion Caldwell had been sitting in her 8th-story apartment when a bullet fired from a gun flew into her window, wounding her. William and Marion did not know each other, so it is unclear what the motivation for this attack would have been. The gun's original owner, a man named Guy Roderick, had reported it stolen 2 days before the shooting on December 3rd. Now, with the circumstantial evidence out of the way, let's look to the real hard-hitting evidence. The fingerprints, the handwriting analysis, and the eyewitnesses. Well, isn't handwriting analysis not a real thing? That's like nonsense, right? An eyewitness is notoriously unreliable. Fingerprints, that's a good one. Let's see where that goes. According to the police, William's fingerprints matched both the bloody fingerprints found inside Francis Brown's apartment, as well as fingerprints found on the back of Suzanne's ransom note. They also stated that a handwriting expert had confirmed both the note and the lipstick writing found on Francis Brown's wall were a match to the handwriting seen in William's college essays. On top of this, Georgie Subgrunsky confirmed that William was the person he had seen in a trench coat walking towards the Degnans' home on the night of the murder. All this combined created a very convincing picture for the police. Yeah, I mean, the fingerprint on the back of the note is pretty fucking suspect. The handwriting analysis and the eyewitness combined with that, I'd be like, okay, but I kind of think those are kind of pointless, but the fingerprint, that's a something. This is why the police claim to be pushing so hard for a confession in the first place. However, after William's name was released to the public, this evidence would come under some serious scrutiny. Let's begin with the fingerprints, as they're extremely suspect for several reasons. The first group to formally search the note for prints was the Chicago Crime Detection Laboratory. They found that there were no usable prints on the note whatsoever. However, one of the department's captains, Timothy O'Connor, was not satisfied with this answer and enlisted the help of the FBI to conduct further testing. He shipped the note off to be examined by their more qualified team. Using a newer, more sophisticated method of fingerprint collection called iodine fuming, the FBI was able to lift 2 partial prints from the front of the note. They were then immediately photographed, and both the note and the photographs were returned to O'Connor in Chicago. After this, O'Connor then turned the note and the photographs over to Sergeant Thomas Laffey. Laffey then spent 6 months comparing the prints to all those within Chicago PD's records, coming up empty-handed. However, 3 days after Hiron's final arrest on June 26th, Laffey announced that he had made a match, citing at least 9 separate points of comparison between William's fingerprints and those found on the front of the note. This indicated to Laffey that William had handled the note himself at some point. It was after this matchup was made and William had given his coerced, drugged-up confession that State's Attorney William Tohey announced William's guilt to the public. He said, "There can be no doubt now." However, that quote was very disingenuous, as there was still very much doubt. To start, 9 points of comparison that Laffey found did not live up to the FBI standard of 12 points, meaning that the prints would be very unlikely to hold up in court. Additionally, Laffey had gone on the record months before William was arrested, saying that the prints were so incomplete that it is impossible to classify them. Okay, so let's just throw out the prints already. If that wasn't enough, Laffey himself had also already compared the note's prints to the prints the Chicago PD had on file for William months before his final arrest and had determined that they were not a match. So, had William's prints changed, or was there something fishy going on here? Well, they don't change. There's something fishy going on here. We'll come back to the note's fingerprints in just a moment. For now, let's jump over to the bloody print that was found inside Francis Brown's apartment. This one was also originally determined to not be a match for William. However, 12 days after William's arrest, Laffey came out and stated that the fingerprints did match with at least 22 points of comparison. Was this true? Well, probably not, considering that Laffey would later tell a judge that he was only able to prove an 8-point comparison for this print as well. However, this did not stop the Chicago PD from announcing to the media that both prints were a perfect match. But then, Chicago PD, you useless. Do your goddamn job. Not only by getting this guy in prison, you're not only incarcerating an innocent man, potentially executing an innocent man, you're also meaning that whoever the real killer is still out there. Do your goddamn job. Once rumors about the prints began to circulate around the department, Laffey then came out and reported that new prints had been discovered on the reverse side of Susan's note. This time, it was a palm print that also matched William perfectly. Now, if your BS meter is not already going off, oh Matt it is, let me explain a few of the reasons that this discovery is incredibly suspicious. First, this reverse side palm print was not discovered until approximately 2 weeks after Williams' arrest, meaning that the Chicago PD had somehow held the note in their possession for over 6 months without discovering it. Missing a print like this would have been highly unlikely, as during those 6 months, the Chicago PD's Crime Detection Laboratory, the FBI, and Laffey himself had all examined the note extensively without discovering it. The print also did not appear in the photographs returned to Chicago by the FBI, meaning that it was not present during their testing. So, does this mean that Laffey himself planted the prints? Well, not necessarily, because there was actually another reason that these fingerprints and the note itself would eventually be considered inadmissible in court. Police had broken the note's chain of custody multiple times throughout the investigation. According to Walter Storm, Chicago's chief of police at the time, only William Hirons handled the note before it was collected as evidence, but according to the chief of Chicago's Crime Detection Laboratory, Charles Wilson, quote, "When we got the Degnan note, it came late after other people had photographed and handled it." Furthermore, the FBI's report also stated, "It is evident that the note has been handled considerably." On the morning of the note's discovery, everyone from Suzanne's parents to multiple detectives at the scene had touched it, and none of them were wearing gloves or following proper protocol. If you recall, the police that day didn't even realize it was a ransom note at first because it was discovered balled up on the floor of her room. They thought it was a tissue at first glance. Beyond this, it was also later revealed that the note had been given to Chicago Daily News reporter Frank San Hamill shortly after it was returned by the FBI. This was done so that Hamill could search the note for cryptographic hidden messages. Why he was not provided with a copy of the note instead of the original is beyond imagination. It's insane amounts of incompetence. But even if the note had been allowed to proceed as evidence at trial, it would have proved little, as the police's initial claim that Williams' handwriting matched the note and the lipstick writing on Francis' brown wall was also dubious. The claim stemmed solely from the expert analysis performed by the same reporter, Frank San Hamill, who was not actually an expert by any definition of the word. He'd merely eyeballed it. Just a report. Handwriting analysis I thought was nonsense. And it's definitely nonsense if it's not from someone who's an expert in handwriting analysis, but just rather a reporter. Like, what the f***? After the origin of this claim was revealed, an independent handwriting expert, there we go, named George W. Schwartz, who was an actual expert, was called in to provide a second assessment. By this point, the chain of custody was already out of the window, so it didn't really matter who handled it. Schwartz stated that without a doubt, quote, "The individual characteristics in the two writings do not compare in any respect." Boom. That shuts the door on that, doesn't it? Later, the FBI agreed with Schwartz's assessment and stated that reporter Frank San Hamill's assessment, quote, indicated either a lack of knowledge on his part or a deliberate attempt to deceive. Oh, you're going to get in trouble if it's deliberate, Hamill. To many, this proved, without a doubt, that the handwriting did not match. However, the police could not accept this and brought in another expert. This time, it was a man named Herbert J. Walter, who had worked on the Lindbergh baby kidnapping a decade earlier in 1932. After comparing all the writing, he declared there were a few superficial similarities and a great many dissimilarities. Months later, however, Walter would pull a complete 180 by changing his mind and publicly supporting the police's claims that the handwriting matched. Why? Was he pressured by the police to do this? Well, there's no direct evidence of any pressure, so that's up for you to decide. But please keep in mind that he certainly wasn't the first person the Chicago PD pressured into saying something that wasn't true. He got pressured, in my opinion, allegedly. Like, come on now. Of course he did. Speaking of which, that brings us to the final claim linking William to the murders, the eyewitness account. But in my opinion, this eyewitness testimony is unreliable at best. Most eyewitness testimony is unreliable at best. George E. Subgrunsky originally told authorities that he had spotted someone wearing a light-colored fedora and a dark overcoat walking towards the Degnans' residence with a shopping bag on the night of Suzanne's murder. He later ID'd William as that man. However, in the original description given to police, Subgrunsky claimed that the mysterious man was 5'9", 170 pounds, and 35 years old. This was a far cry from the lanky 17-year-old boy that police now had in custody. All of this evidence is nonsense. If this guy goes down for this, I will be, not shocked because Chicago PD seem like absolute clowns, but I'll be very sad. Subgrunsky had originally stated that he could not give a description of the man's face because it was too dark, but he later changed his story after William's arrest, claiming that he'd seen the boy's face as he crossed in front of a pair of headlights. Further complicating things, Subgrunsky failed to recognize a photo of William when it was first shown to him, and it wasn't until the police either found or fabricated other evidence against William that Subgrunsky's story very conveniently changed. So, after hearing all of that, what evidence was the police left to work with? They had the gun that had been used to shoot Marion Caldwell through her apartment window, but it could never be proven that William had pulled the trigger. Plus, Chicago PD had been the ones to link the gun to the shooting through ballistic analysis, and I'm not sure anything they say could be taken at face value, especially since proof of this ballistic testing was never made public. Then it doesn't exist! They had the suspicious items from William's dorm room, the book on sexual psychology, and the bag of stolen medical supplies. However, the book proved absolutely nothing, and the tools were later determined to be too small to effectively dismember a cat, much less a human child. Those tools had no traces of biological material on them, and William was able to provide a very good explanation for why he had stolen them in the first place. The scalpel was useful for scraping away real names on stolen war bonds so that they could be cashed out without raising suspicions. However, even if William had a good explanation, it wouldn't have mattered, because the police had searched William's dorm without a warrant, meaning that nothing they found was admissible in court anyway. The f*** is going on? So I ask once again, what evidence was the police left to work with? Absolutely nothing. All they had was a drugged-up, coerced confession made by a teenage boy who had been held in custody and tortured for at least 4 days straight without a lawyer or his parents by his side. This is outrageous. The plea deal. Simon, I assume by this point in today's episode you might have already pointed out that at least any half-decent lawyer could rip the Chicago PD a new one before any jury. Yeah, because if this guy gets convicted, I'll be like, what the f***? Whoever the prosecution lawyer was, he should now be like president or some shit, because goddamn, if you manage to convict on that. To that, I wholeheartedly agree, but William unfortunately did not have a half-decent lawyer, and no jury ever heard his story because his case never went to trial. Instead, William was pressured into accepting one of the worst plea deals I have ever read about. This is how it happened. Oh, God. After being transferred from hospital to jail, William was housed in solitary confinement and kept away from his parents and the other prisoners as much as possible. He was, however, allowed to meet with members of the media, who all jumped at the opportunity to speak with the cold-blooded killer to ask him why he butchered Susan and killed the woman, and if he was sorry for what he'd done. In response, William denied his guilt, but his denials were reduced to single sentences within page-long articles that outlined all the ironclad evidence that police had against him. By now, his guilt was all but confirmed in the public's eyes, and reporters were only interested in hearing about William's nefarious alter ego, George Murderman. Instead of doing any type of investigative journalism, they printed stories about how William would change into George Murderman in a split second, about how his eyes would narrow and become wolf-like as he stared at you, dreaming of ripping you into pieces like he had done Suzanne. You're just making it up. This is just fiction. You're supposed to be the news. Come on. It was all beyond sensationalized. Yeah, sensationalized, whereas you take something with like a grain of truth and you make it seem more interesting than it is. This is just writing.
His eyes turned into a wolf's eyes.
You're like, no, they didn't. What are you talking about? Wanting to help their son in any way they could, George and Margaret attempted to hire an attorney, but they could not afford one. Instead, William was provided with multiple court-appointed attorneys to serve as his defense counsel. However, it was clear from the very beginning that these attorneys were not on William's side. What the fuck? Look, everyone's entitled to a defense, even murderers. Even if he had done this and all these horrible things, I still think he's entitled to a lawyer who is on his side, rather than just being like, well, fuck that guy. He's going to prison.
I rest my case.
There were 3 in total. Their names were John and Malachi Coughlin, 2 brothers who had practiced criminal law together for many years, and Roland Towle, a civil attorney. Why has he got a civil attorney? That's a bit concerning. It's like, what's your last case? Some antitrust stuff. What's this one? Oh, brutal murder. Okay.
I'm just the best goddamn burn lawyer in the world.
At first, all 3 men claimed to the press that William was innocent, but what they told the media and what they told William in private were 2 vastly different things. Now, whether these attorneys were in the pocket of the Chicago DA's office has been hotly debated for over 80 years. That is a hell of an accusation, and no definitive answer has ever been reached. I once again allow you to decide for yourself based on what information has been released and what William claims happened between him, his attorneys, and state attorneys William Toohey behind closed doors. Okay, I mean, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, so to say that the DA is colluding with the defense attorney to not provide this guy a defense is really a claim. So I'm going to need some pretty good evidence there. Almost immediately, John Coughlin and William Toohey began meeting up regularly behind William's back to discuss the case and iron out a potential plea deal. Okay, fine. Attorney's allowed to meet without the client and maybe talk about a potential deal. That seems fine. The deal that Toohey offered William via Coughlin was simple. Confess to the murders of Suzanne Degnan, Francis Brown, and Josephine Ross, and William would be given a single life sentence with the option to be released on probation after 20 years. There would be no charges for the many burglaries, and the possibility of the death penalty would be completely removed from the equation. When William was informed of the deal, he says that he was shocked and confused. He once again claimed that he was innocent, but he said that those claims fell on deaf ears, as not even his own attorneys would believe him. John Coughlin told William in no uncertain terms that he should accept the deal because he could think of no way to mount a credible defense because the evidence against him was so strong. What have you been smoking? Plus, even if a plausible defense could be eventually crafted, the case had garnered too much public attention for impartiality. Any jury comprised of Chicago residents would be biased in a very unfavorable way. So move for having the, what's it called? Where they move for a new location? You got to go somewhere else. And this is the past. So just take them somewhere else. They probably have never heard of him because there's no internet. He urged William to take the deal, both for his own sake and to avoid the further negative publicity that a lengthy trial would generate. When William continued to protest his innocence because he couldn't imagine spending at least 20 years of his life in prison, Coughlin then informed him that prison was unavoidable with or without the plea deal. Even if William somehow beat the murder charges, his prior criminal record meant that his many burglary charges would easily warrant a life sentence for burglary. Oh, he did do it with a gun once, though, so that's aggravated burglary or robbery or whatever, so that's going to be pretty intense. You're going to get, you could get 20 years for that, I feel, in America. Without the immunity the plea deal guaranteed, he would almost certainly spend the rest of his life in prison. Coughlin then told William that if the case did go to trial and he lost, Toohey would seek the death penalty, which in those days meant being sent to the electric chair. This was a nightmare scenario for young William, who had only weeks earlier been in college and on the fast track to an engineering job that would permanently put his and his family's money struggles behind them. Yeah, and it's also like, this dude's a kleptomaniac. He can't control it. He's just stealing because he gets excited by it. It's almost a medical condition. It probably is. Is that in the DSM? Kleptomania? Probably. Because the boy was still hesitant, Coughlin also told William that he should accept the deal soon because 20 years for 3 homicides was by far the best deal he'd ever negotiated, especially considering the high publicity of the case. If he had killed these people, that's not a bad deal, to be honest. If William took too long to consider, he risked the police finding more evidence against him and rescinding the deal entirely. Under such immense pressure, William caved and agreed to cooperate. The next day, with the help of his lawyers, William sat behind closed doors and wrote out a detailed second confession, explaining exactly how he had killed all 3 victims. In it, he admitted that he'd butchered Suzanne with a large hunting knife that had been stolen from Guy Roderick's home. This was the same home that the gun William had pointed at Officer Tiffin had been stolen from. He then said that after the killing, he threw the knife out of a train window near the Degnans' residence to dispose of it. What? That's a bad idea. It could just land on the ground. Someone could easily find that. You got to throw it in the ocean, the deep ocean. What are you doing? The police were able to recover this knife exactly where William said it would be. However, they were not able to find any traces of blood or other biological material anywhere on the blade. He provided similar details about the other 2 murders as well, effectively convincing many that he was guilty because he had intimate knowledge of the crimes. However, this second confession was not reliable either because William's attorneys essentially told him what to write. They provided him with a copy of an article from the Chicago Tribune, which outlined everything the press had reported about the killings. William was pressured to make his confession fit the press's narrative. In an interview years later, William stated, "As it turned out, the Tribune article was very helpful as it provided me with a lot of details I didn't know. My attorneys rarely changed anything outright, but I could tell by their faces if I had made a mistake. Or they would say, 'Now, Bill, is that really the way it happened?' Then I would change my story because obviously it went against what was known in the Tribune." That is fucking crazy, my dudes. Once the confession was complete, William and his parents signed it, believing that doing so would put an end to the nightmare that they'd all been living through the past month. Yes, but now he's going to spend 20 years in prison. However, it would take less than a day for William to change his mind and attempt to recant the statement, and he would do so in a way that would make everything 10 times worse for himself. On July the 30th, William was transported alongside his attorneys to the office of Prosecutor Toohey, where his confession was scheduled to officially be accepted and entered into the record. Because of the notoriety of the case, several members of the press had been invited to witness the process to prove that William had made a confession. William was marched before the press by Toohey and told to state his guilt and answer any questions that the press had of him honestly. This is when William's anger at the situation boiled over. According to him, quote, "It was Toohey himself. After assembling all the officials, including attorneys and policemen, he began a preamble about how long everyone had waited to get a confession from me. But at last, the truth was going to be told. He kept emphasizing the word truth, and I asked him if he really wanted the truth. He assured me that he did. Now Toohey made a big deal about hearing the truth. Now when I was being forced to lie to save myself, it made me very angry. So I told them the truth, and everyone got very upset." In front of the press, William refused to take responsibility for the murders. He would not answer the questions and instead told them exactly what was on his mind and what he thought about the investigation. Exactly what was said is not documented, but William quickly was ushered out of the room and placed in a holding cell. There he was berated by both Toohey and his own attorneys for changing his story. Toohey was so furious at the embarrassment that his face was blood red. He immediately rescinded his plea agreement and said that William would also face additional charges with the murder of Estelle Carey. If you recall, I don't recall, Estelle was the girlfriend of Chicago mobster and Al Capone associate Nick Dean, now I remember, who had been tortured and killed after cooperating with the authorities. That was a completely unrelated case. We already decided that is not in any way related, and she was definitely killed by the mob for being a grass. According to William, Toohey told him that he had blown the best deal he would ever get. Toohey then offered William a new deal with new terms, but in this one, William would now serve 3 consecutive life sentences, 1 for each murder, and would not be eligible for parole. The only benefits the new deal would provide is a guarantee to avoid a trial, safety from the death penalty, and no additional charge for the burglaries or the murder of Estelle Carey. Do those matter? 3 consecutive life sentences, 60 years, you're dying in prison. William was terrified. Everyone in the room was against him, and he felt he had no option but to accept the new terms without question. Anything else was a surefire ticket to the electric chair. William was marched back out before the press. This time he took responsibility for the murders, answered the press's questions in a manner that Toohey deemed appropriate, and even acted out the murders for everyone's amusement. What the fuck? From this moment on, William Hirons was officially guilty, both in the eyes of the public and in the eyes of the law, but not in the eyes of this podcaster. A life lost. After one of the worst days of William's life was over, he felt a mixture of relief, anger, and depression as he was transported to Stateville Prison in Joliet, Illinois, to begin serving his sentence. However, his beaten attitude would not last long as he refused to accept his fate lying down. After finding his bearings inside prison, William began preparing to file his first appeal. He worked for 3 full years, reading and learning everything that he could about the law, about trial procedure, about appealing plea deals. He sought only one thing, a real trial. He wanted his coerced confessions acknowledged and the rotten plea deal to be thrown out. Yeah, this is interesting, right? If you're in prison, and because you can represent yourself in court if you're not a lawyer, you've just got loads of time. So just study the law, study your case, and just become your own lawyer. Just learn everything that you need to learn. You've got loads of time. You've probably got a big library full of law books. Just grind on it. Be like, is it called like a jailhouse attorney? Like the guy who learns about law in prison and then provides the other prisoners with advice? That's kind of cool. He wanted his coerced confessions acknowledged and the rotten plea deal to be thrown out. He wanted to go before a jury and show them how the police had nothing against him, how they had framed him, and that the real killer was still out there somewhere. In 1952, William was transported back to Chicago to stand before a judge for the first time since his sentencing. He spent 10 full days watching as over 40 witnesses testified about their involvement in his investigation, his interrogation, and the plea deal itself. Many things were learned during these testimonies. First, it became clear that State Attorney William Toohey had been pulling strings to secure William's guilt since the very beginning. Toohey admitted on the record that he had personally paid one of the doctors, Dr. Grinker, $1,000 to administer the truth serum to William that resulted in his first confession. Are you shitting me? That's insane. Also, $1,000 in the 1950s? Toohey has money! This confession was also revealed to be completely fabricated, as Dr. Grinker testified that William had never rendered a confession while under the influence of the truth serum. Oh no! That's crazy! Directly contradicting what the Chicago PD had told the press at the time. This guy, what was this chapter called? A Life Lost. Oh god. The title makes me think this isn't going to happen, of the subtitle, the title of this section. But I'm really hoping that he gets a not guilty, and then the Chicago PD have to pay him a load of money for spending 3 years in prison and making his life a misery, because them. Grinker also said that William had never admitted to having an alter ego named George Murderman, who made him commit crimes. This whole sensationalized aspect of the story arose after interrogators asked William who had killed Suzanne, to which William simply responded, George. Because no transcript of this interrogation has ever been released, no one can say for sure who George was, but it is believed that William was likely calling out for help from his father, George, as opposed to implicating anyone. The police were the ones that had turned George into William's alter ego. Additionally, William had never once given the name Merman. Instead, had simply murmured when the interrogator asked for George's last name. The name written down by police was George Murmur, which was then changed to George Merman, which was then reported as George Murderman. This is insane. This is an insane miscarriage of justice. Furthermore, because of this appeal, speculation arose that the police had also purposefully suppressed information that could have aided in William's defense, had his attorneys been attempting to organize one. If you recall, the police claimed that the 2 polygraph tests they administered shortly after William's arrest were inconclusive, but the veracity of those claims were called into question when later reassessments of the test's results showed otherwise. In 1953, Johnny Reed put all doubts to rest. Reed was a former Chicago police detective and the creator of the now famous Reed technique. Oh wow, that's the interrogation technique that's extremely effective at getting people to confess to crimes, even if they haven't committed crimes. I made an Into the Shadows video about it, I think. There's another channel I do. That year, he re-examined William's results for a textbook that he was writing called Lie Detection and Criminal Investigation, in which he states in no uncertain terms that the tests show William had been truthful about not killing Suzanne. In my opinion, that fact alone settles the debate about whether the police were attempting to frame William. Even if you don't trust the results of the polygraphs, it doesn't matter. The police trusted them, and they still lied to leave open the possibility of guilt. All in all, William's appeal led to much of the information in this episode being revealed, and is one of the only reasons that questions regarding his guilt arose in the first place. Yet despite everything, these 10 days of hearings were not enough. William's appeal was denied. Bro, he brought so much. In an interview years later, William said, "It was politics from the get-go. When a crime happens, people want it solved right away, and they don't care how it's solved." After recovering from this crushing defeat, William set out to start a new appeal, refusing to accept his life behind bars and holding on to hope that someone would eventually give him a fair trial. He said that prison life never felt real to him. It always felt like an interim period, and that he'd eventually move on from it. Determined to stay productive, William spent all the money his parents sent him every month on his education, taking every college course that was available to him and becoming the first prison inmate to earn a bachelor's degree in the state of Illinois. Good for him. After this, he then returned to his engineering roots by taking courses on radio and television repair, eventually becoming so proficient in the classes he enjoyed that the prison's administration made him the official instructor. He was also allowed to operate his own repair shop for the prison and other inmates. That's cool. This guy's making the most of it. Like, I mean, it's got to suck to be in prison, but at least this dude's up to. In his downtime, William also helped other inmates appeal their convictions. He's a jailhouse lawyer. Awesome. Watching many go free and continuing to hope that he would someday be freed as well when one of his appeals landed in the hands of the right person. However, as the years dragged on, that possibility seemed less and less likely. During one of his failed appeals during the 1960s, long after William's youthful teenage face had morphed into that of a hardened adult man, William was told, "You have done beautiful things, but there are just too damn many people that remember this case. You have to just allow time to be in your favor on this." William tried to take this advice, but he could never make himself see prison as his home. He couldn't be content until he was let out, and so he continued to file appeals. In the late 1970s, when William was in his late 40s, he was transferred to Stateville Honor Farm, a minimum security farming prison where food crops were grown and harvested by prisoners. According to William, he hoped that this would be a nice reprieve from the maximum security lifestyle he'd grown accustomed to, but it wasn't. Many of the prisoners housed at Stateville Honor Farm were former and current Chicago gang members. Without a strong warden to keep them all in line, William said the mob effectively ran things. When an opportunity for him to be transferred yet again arose, he took it. This time, William found himself housed in Vienna, an experimental, minimum security, co-ed prison where inmates were referred to as the residents. Co-ed prison, as in men and women in the same prison. Okay. This time, William's life did improve as he described Vienna as more of a college campus than a prison, saying that the residents and staff were kind and courteous to one another. There were no fights, no stabbings, no sexual assaults. There were also no bars on the windows and no fences around the property's perimeter because nobody wanted to escape. All the residents knew that if they tried, they'd be recaptured and sent back to a maximum security prison for life. Yeah, I'd just be like, I'm staying here. I'm going to be a good boy. No prison escapes. I like it at college. For those who had grown accustomed to the freedom that Vienna offered, this was a fate worse than death. Things in Vienna were so lax that William began taking EMT classes while there and was eventually allowed to get a job outside the prison, working as an ambulance driver. He was truly one of the most trusted inmates in the entire state, and it was while living in Vienna that after nearly 40 years in prison, William received his first bit of good news. Oh my lord. 40 years. 40 years. In 1983, U.S. Magistrate Gerald P. Cohn ordered that William be released upon time served after his latest appeal. He stated that continuing to deny William's parole was unconstitutional because despite changing laws that were prioritizing punishment over rehabilitation, William was legally considered rehabilitated. All his charges had officially been discharged that year, so absolutely nothing was preventing his release. However, this ruling would be short-lived. When word reached the public that William was going to be released, people protested, leading to the creation of the Committee to Remember Suzanne Degnan. This committee was staffed by 7 retired police superintendents and Illinois Attorney General Neil Hartigan. Of Judge Cohn, Hartigan said the following: "Only God and Hierons know how many other women he murdered. Now a bleeding heart do-gooder decides that Hierons is rehabilitated and should go free. I'm going to make sure that kill-crazed animal stays where he is." How about, fuck you. After this, Judge Cohn began receiving innumerous death threats, and his decision was ultimately reversed by the Illinois State Senate in 1984, just before William's scheduled release date. This was perhaps the most crushing blow of William's life, and things only got worse from here. Eventually, the Vienna experiment was deemed a failure and shut down after several high-profile mobsters were transferred into the program, and the entire campus became a hotbed for drug dealing, violence, and riots. Vienna was retrofitted with bars, fences, and guard towers, turning it into just another prison. How about, if there's a mobster there, and he turns out to be a mobster, send him back to maximum security prison, Supermax, or whatever. Don't let him be at the nice college prison. Let people like William be there, and like other people who are either non-violent or like really reformed and on their way out of prison. It seems crazy that what happens? This could have worked. By 1998, William developed diabetes and soon lost the ability to walk. He was transferred to another minimum security prison in Dixon, Illinois, where he resided permanently in the hospital ward. Throughout this time, he continued to file new appeals, and in 2000, new efforts were made to have William released when activists took an interest in the case. This interest revealed evidence that the fingerprints the police had used to tie William to the murder showed evidence of being rolled, meaning that they were almost certainly planted by someone within the department. What the fuck, man? It just gets worse and worse. This is wild. There were also scattered reports that the lipstick message on Frances Brown's wall wasn't even written by her killer, as it was alleged that a member of the press had hastily scrawled the message at the crime scene to make the murder more interesting to the public. This is unbelievable. Around this time, the FBI also conducted new handwriting analysis on the note. They arrived at the same conclusion as several experts had in the 1940s. We're in the 21st century now! William had not written it. Furthermore, because William had been instructed to craft his second confession around the publicly available information reported by the media, a new comparison between William's confession and the known facts of the case yielded 29 serious inconsistencies, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that William's confession did not reflect reality. All of this resulted in new calls for clemency, with Stephen Drizin from Northwestern Law School's Center for Wrongful Convictions leading the charge. Legend. Yet no headway could be made. That's a shame. Drizin said, "I don't know that they really care so much about his guilt or innocence anymore. I think they're just invested in keeping him locked up for the rest of his life." In one of his final parole hearings in 2007, the Illinois Parole Board unanimously voted 14-0 to deny William any sort of release. One of the board members stated, "God will forgive you, but the state won't." William never stopped fighting for release. He filed over 30 appeals throughout his life, yet every single one of them was rejected. He died in prison on March the 5th, 2012, due to complications from his diabetes. He was 83 years old, and 65 of those years had been spent behind bars, making him the state's longest-serving prisoner. So they just ruined his whole life. And someone out there got away with murder. A police department ruined this guy's life. Who else? The first article I read about this case stated with certainty that William Hierons was a guilty man, and the idea that the Chicago PD forced him into a confession was a fringe conspiracy theory pushed online by anti-police trolls. Because of this, I dove into the case with a much different direction for this script in mind. The idea of writing about a fringe conspiracy theory excited me, so I eagerly reserved the topic, with my only concern being that there would not be enough credible evidence behind the conspiracy to make it believable or interesting. I assumed, based on this initial reading, that William was guilty, but I have now arrived at the exact opposite conclusion. Truthfully, I cannot say with certainty that William did not kill today's victims, but what I can say is that justice was not served either way. It seems so unlikely. And even if he is guilty, there's nowhere near enough evidence to convict. Even if William did kill them, the process by which he was convicted and imprisoned for life has left a black mark on the justice system that I don't think can easily be repaired. I choose to believe that William was innocent, not only because his past offences did not fit the lead-up to cold-blooded murder, but because there was also nothing tying him to the case other than his confession, which was dubious from the very start. I believe that had William's case gone to trial, he would have been found not guilty. In fact, I'll go a step further and say that I believe his case would have never gone to trial in the first place if he hadn't confessed. The police would be forced to back down and recant their statements to the media, just as they had done multiple times with prior suspects. As for why Williams appeals for release whenever granted, this is something else I don't have the answer to. Unless there is something about the case that we don't know, something that hasn't been reported, or something that I and everyone else have somehow missed, this is by far the most egregious miscarriage of justice that I've ever written about. Yet it all seems worse when you realise that if William was innocent, Suzanne, Francis and Josephine's real killer or killers were free and almost certainly died without ever facing justice. In my opinion, the best suspect the police ever found was a man named Richard Russell Thomas. Thomas was a resident of Phoenix, Arizona, who worked as a male nurse in a hospital, but occasionally posed as a surgeon to his friends because he liked the attention. All right. They don't remember he went to medical school for like a long ass time. He was visiting Chicago on the night Suzanne was killed and had returned home to Phoenix immediately after. He also had an extensive criminal history of spousal abuse and burglary and had previously been convicted of extortion after threatening to kidnap a little girl for ransom. At the time William was arrested, Thomas was sitting inside a jail cell in Arizona on charges that he'd molested his own daughter. While being questioned by authorities in connection with this, Thomas openly confessed to murdering Suzanne without prompting. He said that the Degnans' residence was directly across the street from a car rental agency he frequented, and that he'd snuck into her room, killed her, dismembered her, and then distributed her body parts before returning to Arizona. Well, it seems like this is your dude, unless there's some other conspiracy behind him as well. One of the drains, where several parts of her body were discovered, was directly adjacent to this rental agency. Very soon after this, Arizona authorities notified the Chicago police, who then sent down several detectives to interview Thomas themselves the following day. They administered their own polygraph and were attempting to determine if Thomas's confession was legitimate when they were suddenly called back to Chicago without warning. William, they later learned, had given a confession and the police had decided to shift all their focus to him in order to not confuse the narrative. I mean, God forbid you actually have to do some complicated policing. I mean, that would be a shame, wouldn't it? 63 years of his life in prison. According to the police, William was a much better fit for the crime, as Thomas's confession contained elements that were not consistent with the facts of the case. He'd also recanted his confession almost immediately, and there was no physical evidence tying him to the scene. Thomas was never investigated again in relation to Suzanne's murder. He died in prison on unrelated charges in 1974. All documentation of his confession has been destroyed, meaning that no further research into him can be conducted. And that's where we end today's episode. Pretty sad, to be honest. And there was just killer out there, free, in my opinion. Thanks for listening.